Germans actually met them on the battlefield, it was exactly wrong. And so
Mm.
all of a sudden it's like they didn't, like the propaganda fell apart, and all of a sudden they didn't believe the next piece of propaganda that was supposed to keep them fighting. So Hitler was like, you can't do it that way. You've got to do your propaganda all these other ways. And so this is exactly like what you're saying. Like if Trump, if he came out and said, well, Xi Jinping is like, a really dumb guy. He doesn't have any standing. Nobody cares. Like it's just not, anybody who's looking at the situation understands that that's not real, and that Trump's not a credible voice on the issue.
Yeah.
You've got to actually, in other words, to do propaganda well, you've got to lie with a lot of truth.
Yes. Yeah, yeah, and that's what I mean. So, but like I was saying, right? Like, so yeah, Nick, and entertaining them, they're not necessarily like smart. Like I would say that you're smart. Nick is a manipulator, right? It's like, and you have to acknowledge that, and you have to recognize that in order to not be manipulated. It's like there's this romanticization from Nick Fuentes of authoritarian figures, right? That's not an accident, right? That is so. Like you were saying earlier, and we talked about this on my last guest spot, right? Where you said these you have the left who wants to sort of like burn it down because TDS, because Trump bad, orange man bad, or white man bad, or capitalist bad, et cetera, et cetera. But then Nick would be an accelerationist, right? And he wants to burn it down for a completely different reason,
Mm-hmm.
right? So they both want to burn it down. And when like you said earlier, when he was on a debate with Steven Crowder goes, okay, you burn it down. Who do you install? And Nick Fuentes goes, he doesn't have a follow up, right? He goes, somebody will arise. And Steven Crowder's like, what does that mean? Right? It's
Yeah.
like, so when these people, if you try to burn down the system, right, because you're unhappy. See, the founding fathers, they put this constitutional republic in place with the electoral college process and representative government, where if you don't like your government, you have every 2 to 4 years, you can elect a new one. And that's how it's supposed to work. Nick wants to burn it all down and start something new. What is the new thing? They don't know. But because Nick romanticizes people like Stalin and Hitler, we can only assume that's what he means, right? So
Mm-hmm.
what
Mm-hmm.
he doesn't want to say it out loud. He doesn't want to say, I want to install an authoritarian, ultra nationalist Christian theocracy. And he kind of does say it. But he doesn't want to say it straight up like that. I want to literally overthrow the government. And what he really means is, I want to be in charge. He's like,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I want to be in charge. I want to round up all the Jews, kill them. I want to have a Christian theocracy. Abortion is illegal. They want to get rid of the constitutional republic that we currently have. Therefore, they are not America first. They are not for any America that is recognizable to the America that not only we have right now, but way past the one that our founding fathers envisioned. So when you have that, when you recognize that, and you understand he's clever, and that's what he's doing, then you can sort of cut through the BS when all of his followers are like, he's America first. Thomas Massey, same thing. You're not a constitutionalist, bro. You're not a constitutionalist. What are you talking about? You're a libertarian. Libertarians want to fundamentally change the system that we have, right? And I'd be fine with it if you said that. But the fact that you're lying to us, that's the problem. And I wanted to bring this up, right? Because I have this, I had my followers put together this little image for me, okay? And it's a very rough draft, but I wanted to get your thoughts on it, right? Because I feel like what is going on right now with the divide on the right, etc., essentially it's a pyramid scheme. Okay. Now,
Mm-hmm.
on the screen, I have the pyramid that I asked one of my followers who knows how to do internet stuff better than me to make me this, right? If I was to redo this, if I wanted to do a revision, I'd probably put China and Russia and a couple others in there. But the top of the pyramid is essentially China. Under China, you have proxies. Under proxies, you have NGOs. Under NGOs, you have universities and social media indoctrination. And under that, you have Podcastistan. So what it is it's a recruitment operation from the top down. And when I say China, what I'm really talking about is the New World Order, right? So the New World Order and the globalist agenda is the top of the pyramid. Under that, China uses proxy. China and the NWO, whatever. They use Iran, Venezuela, the narco terrorists in Mexico. There's a bunch, right? But all of that is to physically hurt America. And that kind of goes hand in hand with the NGOs. Now, the bottom two, so universities, social media indoctrination, and podcastistan, those are what we're talking about. That's the woke right, that's the woke left, that's the psyop, if you will. Because there's the top three are basically ops, and the bottom two are basically psyops, and they work together. Influence and enablement flows upward, and what the whole thing I believe is designed to do is to destroy America from within, the same way Yuri Bezmenov told us about in the '80s. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, the only thing I would probably, I mean, I know what you mean by China, is I would just call the thing at the top the new axis.
That would be a good one. You know, that's what we'll
Yeah, because like that thing's actually complicated when we start to look at it. You do have what we would call the globalists. They're the real word for them is the mondialists. So that's your like World Economic Forum, United Nations,
Yes,
Yahoo,
and that's what I mean by China. It doesn't
yeah,
really
and
make
Russia
sense.
is like a weird entity within this. But if you read this lunatic Alexander Dugin that the woke right seems to be weirdly in love with, nobody knows how much the Russians like him, but he's a Russian guy. The woke right seems to love him. Nick Fuentes and Richard Spencer were talking about him and his ideas back in 2018, like when Nick
Really?
was like 19 years old. Like how in the hell is he?
Back when he was super MAGA.
Yeah,
Yeah.
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 And so like and Bannon met with the guy in 18, and then Tucker interviews him when he's on his weird Russia bread and trains tour, and Aaron McIntyre, not his real name, has hosted him at least twice. And like this guy's like, oh,
Candace
Candace
Owens is now
Owens is the
romantic.
greatest. Oh,
Yeah.
I'm gonna meet him because everybody's talking about him. I didn't want to.
Well,
Like bullshit.
but again, hold on, real quick. I don't mean to interrupt you, but
No,
look,
no, no.
this is what I mean, right?
Yeah, yeah,
If you understand that it works the same way as the Avon lady or a Tupperware
that's
or
right.
it works the same way. Candace is just the newest recruit, right? And
Yeah.
that's what people need to understand.
That's right. That's right. And these recruits down on the further end do not actually win the prize. They get basically
They're getting the scraps.
pegged.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so anyway, the point is that I was going to make is what Dugan says in his crackpot book, The Foundations of Geopolitics, is what ties together this thing that I would call new axis is what he calls the principle. He says it again and again. There's an entire section on it, the principle of common enemy. And so this is why woke right is like kind of so relevant, because woke in essence means enemy of America in a specific way, but they're all enemies of America. They're all enemies of the Constitution. And so once you become an enemy of the American experiment and the Constitution, you are susceptible to principle of common enemy with access. So that's whether it's Russia, whether it's China, whether it's Iran, whether it's the World Economic Forum and UN, and I'm not saying that these guys are all working together. In fact, I think they're frenemies. I was just listening to a congressman from North Carolina talk, and he's sharp as hell, former like Green Beret, smart as hell. And he's talking about when you look at all these kind of, whether it's China, Russia, North Korea, Iran, and so on, you look at these enemy entities. What you don't find is like genuine allyship where they're like going to lay out risk for each other.
Well,
What you
yeah.
do see is that when there's interests converging, they work together mercilessly against people like us. And that speaks to this idea of common enemy. So then the woke on the left, as Yuri Bezmenov called them, political prostitutes, and the woke right, who are like, I want to be a whore too, are like, they become susceptible to principle of common enemy against their own country and become the enemy within. And that's a huge freaking problem. And that's your triangle's right, your pyramid's right.
Well, so that's the thing, right? So you have the red green alliance, you have the axis of evil. These alliances, they actually don't make sense, right? Because Hitler was not necessarily a Christian, but he had talked about this thing called proper Christianity, which is essentially Christianity without the Old Testament. But he did not praise Islam, but he gave it a little bit of credit.
They
But
thought it was better for
yeah,
accomplishing
they
goals
thought it was
than
better for
Christianity.
exactly. Now, what I don't understand is, right, if Hitler was an Aryan supremacist, right, the white nationalist Aryan supremacist, right, pure bloodline, et cetera, et cetera. It makes no sense that he would have these high praise for Islam or even partner up with Muslims. Yet he did, right?
For Arabs, which he called the purely Semitic people.
Correct, right? So that's what I'm saying. And you mentioned something earlier, and I've mentioned it before. Not in the same way, but you said something like trans. You have a trans son. I call Nick Fuentes and the Myron Gaines. I call them trans Nazis, right?
They
Because
are.
well, if if you think about it, it actually does make sense. Nick Fuentes is half Mexican, right? And Myron Gaines is a Sudanese white supremacist. Like these people would be absolutely like curb stomped by any actual Aryan supremacist, right? Like if you had a real hardcore 80s white supremacist skinhead, Nick Fuentes would not be able to be in that club. And now he's the leader of the movement, and Myron Gaines, the same thing. Myron Gaines has even been called out by actual, well, not even actual. Myron Gaines has been called out by less trans Nazis, right? Where he's like, they're like, you're just another N word. So it does. So you're spot on. But what I don't understand is how, if that's so easy for somebody like you and me to see, how do so many other people not see it?
I actually think that I gave you the answer already, which is that principle of common enemy poisons your brain.
Yeah.
Like once you start thinking that all that actually matters is that we have to destroy the enemy, and anybody who wants to fight the enemy with me is got it basically right, even if I disagree with them on some other stuff.
It's
Or
denial. Yeah. Like
yeah,
it just
completely
breeds some
lose your
type of
brain.
denial.
Queers for Palestine is the result of
Yeah,
this,
yeah.
right? This is a completely nonsensical thing. And it's the same idea. Is this principle of common enemy absolutely fries your noodle, and this is why everybody got so pissed off at Matt Walsh, and nobody's let it go when he was like, and I'll give him a little credit. Like he's scared. He's getting death threats all the time or whatever. And like he just saw Charlie get shot. He was Charlie's friend for real. Like I
No, I
know
know.
that that
I
was
know.
the case.
I do
And so
like
like he's
Matt.
scared. And I think a lot of people got their brains scrambled by that fear. And so he comes out and is like, I'm willing to unite with anybody who's against. And we are like, no, you know, like who? Who,
Yeah,
Matt? Like let's be more
yeah.
clear about this, because this is the actual problem we're talking about.
Well,
And like the problem is that fear and that common enemy principle scramble your brain to where what you do is you make an alliance with somebody who ultimately, let's say, it works out for a while. Ultimately, you're going to kill each other. It's going to be like if the communists had made a pact with the Nazis, eventually they're going to be killing each other. If we had made the pact with the Nazis instead of the Soviets in World War II, eventually we would have had to kill the other one.
well, that's what I'm saying. I think that's their logic, right? Their logical fallacy, like well, not logical fallacy. Their logic is, well, we partnered with Stalin to take down Hitler, right? So how bad could it be? I'm like, yeah, but we planned to take down Stalin like right after. We weren't just saying like I'm going to align with you and then open-ended like we'll figure it out later. We played them, and that's the thing that I don't think that people like Matt Walsh are looking ahead on, right? Where it's like, and I do like Matt Walsh, I do, because I think that I think that the what is a woman documentary is probably one of the greatest documentaries ever created. It not only shined a light on it, it was genius, it was brilliant, it was put together. I like the way that he uses his humor to talk
Truly
about
hilarious.
talk about certain issues, exposing leftist hypocrisy, etc. Right?
Matt Walsh, the socially conservative Borat, is freaking hilarious.
Exactly,
Objectively funny,
exactly. And
moves the needle, does the job. I wish he would do more of it. I'd
yeah,
promote it, even though I don't like him, if he did more of it.
yeah, me too. Exactly. And balls and strikes. But then you get Am I Racist? And Am I Racist wasn't that really good. It was like it wasn't. It didn't have that same joie de vivre because he is kind of racist, right? Like he is actually kind of racist. So it didn't have that same stick. It was almost like he was trying to convince people that he's not racist, as opposed to when he was genuinely asking what is a woman to the left. So I think that what Matt falls into is a trap of, like what we were talking about earlier with the former neo-Nazi who says, I just need to convince you that you're white, right? Once I convince you you're white, right? That's you're going to be looking at it through the lens of white, and then from there on, like the question I just asked you that you gave an answer to, but it's really not an answer. Is like how it's like it's got to just be some denial of facts that you're
It's true.
not seeing the big picture here as you are actually contributing to the problem.
Yeah, well, totally. And I mean, that lends into another thing with this. I hear all the time, like, James, like, these guys, these kids have been told that they're wrong for existing like their whole life. Like, let them identify as who they are, let them beat their chests a little bit, let them have like some breathing room. COVID screwed their lives up. They've been told that they're straight white men and Christian, they're worthless. Let them identify, let them step into that, let them feel some dignity in it and like whatever. And it's like a lot of them are not doing like I kind of like on the edge. I'm like, okay, a little bit, but then I'm like, a lot of them are not doing cool shit with this. Like they're doing really
Yeah.
uncool shit with this,
Well,
right?
it's well, this
And
is
but I'm like, my thing is, these are the exact same people who didn't tolerate this argument when BLM was burning down cities,
yeah.
because the left was like, they're black, they're oppressed. Riot is the what was it, the last gasp of the unheard or some bullshit. And it's like
Yeah. Well,
nobody accepted this.
it's
They were
as
like, no, these young men can get their act together and build a better life, or they can act like animals. And they're being encouraged to act like animals by our politicians, by our media, by everybody. And this is a disaster. And now it's like, oh, let these angry white men act like animals. And it's like, no, actually, I expect better of everybody.
exactly.
Uh,
And so like when I hear the like Andrew Wilson's argument in our debate was they're not the woke right, they're the reactionary right. And I go, okay, if they're the reactionary right, which they are, I mean, but you have a valid um, concern with the fact that white men have been young white straight men have been demonized, right? So you have a proper reason to react to something. But if your reaction is improper, then it's a vicious cycle that we're just going to continue going down. So yes, I have a reaction to the fact that I have been demonized by the left for years of being a straight white male, but I don't. My reaction to that is not to become them, right? And
right,
that's
exactly.
the thing, because I understand that what they're doing is wrong. So I guess it's kind of like you teach your kids. It's like like hey, if you if a bully is being a bully, right? Like you attack the bully. If a bully's being a bully, you don't become a bully, right? Like so like you don't start.
You don't go join his gang.
Exactly. So yeah, or start a rival gang. It's common sense. This is fifth grade stuff. So it's above our intellect. I wanted to get to your page here because I actually noticed something. I didn't know that you had this like organism. Let me get rid of that. As we discussed earlier, I am very bad with technology. I've been 6 hours last night. I'm sitting there just messing around with a bunch of stuff, and I think I finally got it. So hopefully you guys can hear and see this episode properly. But anyway, yeah, I got your page pulled up. So Chief Anti-Totalitarianism Officer at at New Discourses, and I hadn't actually seen that before, but
The
I
best
went
part of
on.
running your own company is you can give yourself any title you want. And I finally realized that. And I just chose that funny one.
I'm gonna update my bio like most expertest bestest tile setter ever. But yeah, so I haven't seen this page before. I just followed it, New Discourses, and I wanted to talk to you about this because obviously this is an interview with you. I wanted to get your stuff out there. Preserving Liberty Conference at Sea, is that what? So new, what? First of all, what is New Discourses?
It's
Explain that.
basically my publishing arm, right?
Okay.
So like I make podcasts. I used to write a lot of articles. I write some articles now. I occasionally I used to publish a lot of books. I'm working on publishing another book now. And so New Discourses is the company that I founded with a couple of my colleagues in order to be able to put this put my material out in a kind of coherent place, right?
Yeah,
Instead of
because you've been
having it just kind
canceled
of
so much. Yeah.
scattered everywhere and whatever else. So some people like to criticize it and call it my blog. That's fine. I don't care. But it's technically my media platform for my media.
Okay.
I used to bring in guest articles very rarely. Every now and then I will, but I'm really selective because a lot of people are weird and I don't want to deal with them in the future. But
Okay,
yeah,
so
so this
so
was
so it's essentially your media platform. Now, explain this this Preserving Liberty conference at sea. What's going on here?
we're gonna try something like usually once or twice a year. We try to get together somewhere in the country. It's been Dallas, Texas, the last couple of years at a hotel. Have like a weekend long workshop or whatever. Bring a bunch of people together. Usually it's about 100 to 200 people who are like fans, supporters, or whatever, and like give them some new content, some meat. Let them take notes. Let them ask questions. We hang out. You know, they get to know me some. We have a good time. And the guys that I made new discourses with, this is a lot of people know who Mike O'Fallon is. He's got kind of a presence too. Mike O'Fallon is the co-owner of New Discourses, and he runs another company of his own and has for 26 years that does like tours and like travel stuff for groups. Like if you want to do like high end a ministry tour of like a bunch of historical sites relevant to your denomination, like he puts that stuff together, has great access to cool stuff. But one of the things he does also and has been doing since like literally like 2000 or 2001 is conferences at sea. So he's been wanting to have me do one for New Discourses since we started talking in 2019. I finally caved in this year and was like, okay, I'll go on a boat. So we're gonna give it a try.
Yeah, that
Having a
looks
week
fun.
long, yeah. So everybody can come.
Oh, it'll be
Meet on the.
a week long, huh?
It's a week long
Oh wow, yeah.
Caribbean. Yeah, out of Tampa, Florida, round trip down, actually around the end of Florida over to the Bahamas and then back.
No, that sounds cool.
And something like 12, I think there's 12 lecture sessions. So we'll give speeches or have interactive Q&A
Yeah, I
and
got on the
panels and hang
screen
out.
here. Yeah, so I wanted to get to, we got about maybe 10 minutes left, so I'm going to make sure because I saw this. This was right before we started, right?
Yeah.
And I was like three things, three things we have to talk about, and you have them pretty much right here. Bolsheviks it's like all right, yeah, like I could debunk that in 35 seconds, all right? Like what is 5% or something of the Bolsheviks were Jewish? Candace, sorry, you're a retard.
Yeah.
Um, but I do want to touch on. We already touched on the kind of the propaganda, the threat pyramid, etc. But the Islam. I want to make sure we get to Islam
Okay.
before we wrap up, right?
Yeah.
Because
What people were looking at there, those are stubs from my podcast. So you can
yeah,
click
no,
those
no,
on.
no. I know that. So the top one was the cruise. That's separate.
Right.
But because it was on the same page, I go, oh, check, check, check.
Right. Right.
But just wanted to remind myself, like, so I was having this conversation with George Fontes, and I said the greatest threat to America is not Iran. It's what did you call it? The new
New
threat,
access.
new axis. Okay,
Yeah.
but I just say China, right? But
Sure. Sure.
new axis. And he's like, no, 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 Islam is a threat. I go, no, 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 no. I didn't say that Islam is not there. Islam is the greatest threat to Europe right now. Islam is the greatest threat to that region right now. China's our greatest threat, right? And new axis. I actually like that. I'm gonna steal it. You stole
Sure.
woke right. I get to steal this. All right, we're even.
Yep. Absolutely.
So what I'm seeing, and again, when we go back to the threat pyramid, right? I'm seeing that pretty much not everything, but a lot of the things that Trump has done in his second term, they all sort of go up the pyramid, right? If you think about it, he designated Antifa as a terrorist organization. Who's Antifa funded by? The NGOs that China funds, right? Who did he go after? Narco terrorists in Mexico, Venezuela. Those are basically proxies, right? He went after Maduro, another proxy. He's keeping Cuba in check, let's say, another proxy. The I don't know how many Russians or have killed America. I don't know how Russia has been responsible for the death of Americans or how many. I know that China has been responsible for over 100,000 deaths a year, every year in America for at least 2 decades, well, maybe a decade and a half, because of fentanyl, right? And they only sell the precursor. They sell fentanyl. And then they use their proxies to get it into America through Canada, through Mexico, through Venezuela a little bit, what have you. So what I'm seeing is Trump is actually, and then Iran, obviously, even when he was going after Canada, calling him the 51st state, getting Greenland, all of these things, minus naming the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America. I don't know what that was about. But all of these things, if you really look at it holistically, if you zoom out, you're like, every one of these things hurts the new axis. Every one of them. Almost everything Trump has done hurts the new axis, and I don't believe in coincidences. So, do you think that he's actually aware and it's intentional, and that's what's actually going on?
Yep. And yeah, that's exactly what I think is going on. I think he understands there's meant to be this giant shift to a Chinese power base by literally controlling Asia, by controlling the economic fortunes of 6 billion people on the planet through the Belt and Road Initiative and the New Silk Road. I think he understands how China is trying to position itself to be the primary global superpower, if not the only global superpower, by mid-century. So you start talking about Agenda 2030 and looking forward to Agenda 2050, and the handoff is supposed to be the China's dominance somewhere in between those. And so by 2100, China is what America is today on the world stage, and America is, maybe if we're lucky, what China is, but probably more like what Russia is on the
Yeah.
world stage. And
Because
this handoff
China
is what
thinks long term,
fighting.
and our government, our politicians, our leaders have thought short term for so long, and I think that Trump is the only one who's thinking long term. So while Islam is the greatest threat to, let's say, the Middle East, because the rape gang inquiry report that just came out, the multiculturalism that's destroying France, Germany, UK, all of these places. That is a great threat. And Islam is a huge threat to America. It is not the greatest threat,
No,
right? The
it's rising
greatest,
very quickly. We're not at the breaking point yet, and some people are starting to think we're getting pretty close to it. Um, I think we should be taking it very seriously. So the reason you see a podcast there that I did that came out this past week is because I'm trying to just, my job is, in my opinion, mostly to inform people to the best of my ability. So what this podcasts are, that podcast is, I've taken this book, Milestones, which is considered to be, he's not the founder of the Muslim Brotherhood. He joined in the 60s. But this guy, Saeed Qutb, wrote the book that's kind of taken to be as sort of like their intellectual engine in a sense. Since 1964 when he published it. And of course, he had some essays before that as well that were pretty influential. So this has been very influential on Muslim Brotherhood thinking. Now, obviously, we think of the Muslim Brotherhood as a terrorist organization, but it's like, look, if this is what we're dealing with in the country, if this is one of the issues on the table, why don't we just go listen to what the guy who gave them their ideology in its modern form, why don't we see what he wrote? And so, let's lay out what's the basic nature of Islam as the Muslim Brotherhood sees it. And how does that compare with what we hear? How does that compare with global events? But yeah, the goal is just to influence or to inform people about the various threats. Islam is a very rapidly rising
well, they,
threat. I
they
mean,
just
if we look at,
they reproduce so much. That's
yeah,
really, they literally try to outbang the competition, right?
jihad by the womb,
Yeah.
actually, like literally, it's this idea of striving to take over another country by outpopulating it.
Well, and to really like I really mean this. I want you to be scared about what I say next. Everybody listening, I need you to be very scared because once I say it, you might not have thought about it before, and it's freaking scary. Right now, what we're seeing in the UK, they're now all of the sudden, after all of this has, degraded, they're going, we're going to slow down immigration, we're going to kick people out. How many babies were born in the time that it took that to happen? That's over, right? So they have populated Europe with I don't know how many thousands of new Muslims. You can close the border. It doesn't matter. It's over, right? They are screwed because the actual true colonizers are the Islamists. They have colonized and they will colonize, and you only need, what is it? They only need, I think it's 6% of the population in the UK is Muslim. 15, 20 years, that's going to be a Muslim, that could be a Muslim nation. So
Yeah.
the reason why you have to cut it off now, we are not too far gone in America. We have not passed the Rubicon, but it's getting close. And if look, I don't like when you paint things with a broad brush, right? Black people, white people, Jews, Christians, anything. But I do have an exception. It's Islam. It's Islam because it is an ideology. It's not a religion. It's not a people. I'm not talking about Arabs. I'm not talking about Muslims. I'm talking about Islamists, and that you have to do something about. Otherwise, it's a cancer.
That's right. And I mean, this is why the like European remigration plan might actually be a complete necessity to save Europe. And
It's the only thing you can do. But I
what
mean,
that
again, what
actually
about all
will
the
do
natural?
is
What about all the natural-born practicers of Islam that have come in through their warm embrace of multiculturalism over the past 2 decades?
denaturalize and deport.
Denaturalized, but they're natural born.
Yeah, I think like literally the plan is going. I don't know. I haven't read their actual plan, but I think their plan is going to be to basically say, you know what, forget it. You can
That
just
would be
be
the only way, and it would and there would be so much backlash. But that would be the only. That would literally be a break glass in case of emergency situation. And look, if we allow it to happen here, it will have the same result. There's no other result. If you look at the way that Islam has populated other nations, if you just look at it over a map of 80 years, right? If you look at Muslim nations and how they've grown, populations have grown, it's crazy. It looks like a freaking virus growing. It looks like a culture in a biolab that's growing. And then everybody talks about Israel, this little tiny little dot in the middle of it that refuses to die. And they go, that's the problem. I go, that's actually not the problem.
Yeah,
That's-
I mean that's the projection, right? Is you blame Israel for the thing that you're doing, right, Candace Owens?
exactly. Exactly. Yeah, well, we're at 52 minutes, man. We do got to wrap it up. I appreciate you coming on. It's this has been a great conversation. I wish we had more time. Unfortunately, they stuck me on a live show, so we only have an hour. But
Oh, good.
I'm gonna pull up your page here, and then I'm gonna let you shout yourself out. So if you guys want to follow James Lindsay, you can go to X at Conceptual James. Chief Anti-Totalitarianism Officer at New Discourses, newdiscourses.com. Oh, you're in Tennessee. I didn't know that. You're in Knoxville.
That's right.
Sean Farish is in Weatherford, I think.
There's more Tennesseans doing this than
Not
people
Weatherford.
realize.
Murfreesboro. That's where
Murfreesboro.
Murfreesboro. When I went and met him and saw him, I
Murfreesboro.
was like, "Is it Murfreesboro? No, Murfreesboro."
Murfreesboro. That's
Yeah.
right. That's where MTSU is and where you used to go to party.
Yeah,
I don't
yeah,
know.
yeah. Sean's great. I don't know if you know him. He's great. You should go on his show as well. Anyway, give yourself a shout out and wrap it up.
All right. Well, that's me, Conceptual James on X at New Discourses, also on all the social media. The YouTube channel is New Discourses, not Conceptual James. So you can go to YouTube at New Discourses and find all my podcasts. I think I'm like 500 something episodes deep, so you're behind. And they're deep, man. I typically read primary sources directly to people. Got a lot going on. I never kind of stop. Got another book coming soon, so look forward to it. It's about political warfare and public opinion warfare primarily. So plenty of stuff going on. So let's get our acts together. Let's find out what's going on. Let's save America, and let's stop falling for all these damn psyops. Like,
There's so many of them. It really is
calm
hard
down
to. It's
and
so
go
hard to.
outside.
Yeah, that really is. That's one of the biggest things is I hate that I have to say it, right? Because I have to toe a very fine line between calling out Candace and Ian Carroll and a bunch of other morons and retards who are conspiratards while telling everybody there is a huge psyop going on, right? So I don't
Yeah.
want to sound like them because I'm like, so a psyop is a little bit different than a conspiracy theory, right? A psyop is fake news, right? A psyop is something that we all can see, right? Where it's like if you have common sense and critical thinking and deductive reasoning. A conspiracy theory is an exploding microphone killed Charlie Kirk, or a bee cult killed Charlie Kirk, or Egyptian planes, or something like that. It's different. Anyway, thanks, James. I really appreciate it. I will.
Hey, bro.
I don't know if you have a show. I'd love to come on, and we'll keep in touch.
No show, just me ranting, reading books to people. And
Well, then we'll bring you back on this show. All right, brother. I
Sounds great.
appreciate it. Thanks. Alrighty then. All right. So I saw in the chat people were saying like his audio was low, so I did try to sort of just play with the dial while he was towards the end there, and I noticed that when I was listening to playback. But I hope it didn't get too bad. And towards the end, I don't know if you noticed there was some ups and downs. That was me trying to raise the volume while he was speaking and then lower it while I was speaking. But that's just a great show, a great interview, and James is a very, very informative guy. So I hope you guys enjoyed it. And tomorrow is 2A Thursday. So I'm not sure if I got a guest coming. I reached out to a couple, and if not, I have something that we can highlight for that. But Sean Farish is coming up next with Ungoverned. So I'm going to do a quick shout out, and you guys can enjoy that with him. Thanks, Zach. Great show. Thank you. Miss Mocha Powered, Winky Winky Nod Nod, Darlene Dempsey, R Star 77, Delinks, Bad Moon 001, Ainsley Michelle, blew my ears out. My bad. My bad. I was trying. All right. 9 o'clock. We'll see you tomorrow. Peace.
Ungovernables, the Captain's Crew, the LFA family, McGroin Nation. We are coming to you live. We are here again today. Yes, live from the deep red state of Tennessee on rumble.com/LFA TV. Welcome to Ungoverned. Sorry about yesterday. I'll let you know a little bit about that in just a second. We're going to have a good one for you today. Lots to do. Lots to get to. Lots to talk about. We're going to be leading with the phenomenal story. I hope we keep getting news like this every day. That an Antifa leader... No, nothing is happening to the left-wing Antifa terrorists. Really? 100-year jail sentence? Is that nothing? Does that still qualify as nothing? Curious. Whoa! Shut up. I double hit that. Double tap. So 100 years for an Antifa terrorist and a few of his comrades. And you will not believe the way the media... Well, you would believe it, actually. You would absolutely believe the way the media is characterizing this. But, you know, it's still, when you read it and you see it, you're like, this guy's got a 100-year jail sentence. You're going to what? You're going to sugarcoat it? You're going to whitewash that? What? No. 100 years in jail. Consequences, that's the way you make the law breaking stop, okay? If you have bad behavior and you reward the bad behavior, you're only going to get more bad behavior. You understand how that works? If you have bad behavior and you discipline and you correct the bad behavior through discipline and you punish the bad behavior and you make an example of the punishment of the bad behavior, you're less likely to have more bad behavior from that individual or others in the future. Reward the good, punish the bad. And it does not have to get more complicated than that. It doesn't. Reward the good, punish the bad. If you reward the bad, you're only going to get more bad. If you punish the good, you're going to have people aren't going to be incentivized to do good things. Reward the good, punish the bad. Okay. Yesterday, I'm just going to quick. Obviously, it was not ideal. I apologize for not being live yesterday. We had something extremely urgent. I'm not going to get into it. Some of you guys and gals know. Some of you guys and gals don't. It was a family emergency. We are in a better place today than we were yesterday. That is all that counts. Obviously, I didn't want to miss yesterday. I had a huge show prepped yesterday. I didn't want to miss it. We had a lot to get to, and I know that pre-recording, with everyone's knowledge is already something that isn't ideal. So out of the blue, I call Eli up and I'm like, look, man, we got dealt a hand right now. I am not going to be able to be here this morning. And, I felt horrible doing that. I hate doing that. So that is what happened yesterday, but we are in a better place, although we would continue to welcome your prayers. But we are in a better place yesterday than we were today. And hopefully that momentum can continue tomorrow. No plans to miss shows. No plans to, suddenly have to run a replay. I don't like doing that. Usually if I'm not going to be here, I have a show for you or someone's going to fill in. It was literally, it was dropped in our lap. Like, hey, boom, here's something you have to handle and you have to handle it now. And we had no choice. So appreciate you guys for understanding. And we're in a better place. We're on the road to recovery, right? So that's the status, and that's what happened yesterday. Again, I'm not going to get into it publicly. There's no reason. Some of you guys know, some of you don't. If you know, it is. I would appreciate it if we don't gossip, but I can't. Everyone's happy. Everyone's healthy right now. Everyone's safe. I can't get into it now, but that's it. We're gonna move off of that. Appreciate you all for being back here. Welcome back on a Wednesday. This afternoon from 3 o'clock to 6 o'clock Eastern Time, I will be filling in on Florida's Voice. That's the network started by the great Brendan Leslie on their radio show. So I will be filling in there 3 to 6. Links will be all over on my social media. So yesterday I did 3 to 6 on 1210 WPHT because we handled what we had to handle in the morning, and I had time to actually get on the radio. And so if you missed that, you could find that on the Odyssey app on their WPHT afternoons. That basically was yesterday's show. It was yesterday's show that I had prepped here that I just moved basically into the 3 hours on 1210. So anyway, if you wanted yesterday's show, it's up there, but it's on 1210 WPHT on the Odyssey iHeart app, or you might even be able to find it on YouTube. Okay, Antifa, 100 years in jail. Very nice to see that. Department of Justice vowing to dismantle Antifa. Good. I'd like to see more of that. We would certainly benefit from seeing those left-wing, blue hair, purple hair terrorists thrown in prison and disciplined, because when you discipline bad behavior, you get less bad behavior. When you reward good behavior, you get more good behavior, correct? That is how it's very simple. It works in all aspects of life. Reward the good, you get more good. Punish the bad, you get less bad. If it's flipped, you wind up in a situation where you don't want to be in. For years, Antifa's been able to go out, firebomb courthouses, take over massive swaths of major metropolitan cities like the Chaz and Chop Zone, burn down small businesses, vandalize small businesses, attack police officers, take over streets, block roads, block bridges, extort people, assault people, all, you name it, crime, they've done it. For years, they've been able to do these things. And the reason why they've been able to do these things and it's getting more frequent is because there have been no consequences. Now there have been consequences, big consequences. This isn't like one of those, because you get the cynics and the skeptics. Well, I know that like Antifa is getting arrested, but like wake me up when we see a conviction. So this is what I don't like about the negative Nancys, right? The Nancys. The negative Nancys, the doomers, the black pillars, the whiners, and the complainers. Oh, they'll go, how come no one's been arrested yet? Then you get people arrested. How come no one's been convicted yet? Then you get people convicted 100 years in jail. How come not all of them have been arrested? It's like, stop moving the freaking goalposts and celebrate a win. We're not telling you that that's the final outcome. And that's where all the work is going to stop. You asked where the arrests were, we got arrests of Antifa. You asked where the convictions were, we got convictions of Antifa. You asked where the harsh sentences were, we got harsh sentences of Antifa. Now you're upset that not everyone's been arrested overnight? You have to celebrate the wins. I'm not telling you to treat winning one game like you won the Super Bowl. Unless you're a Jets fan, because winning is... Unless you're a Jets fan, because winning is so uncommon. Okay? But this is a win. And we're going to talk about it. Did you hear about the bizarre story in Chicago? There was an illegal alien who was also a teacher who has been detained by ICE because of ties to Tren de Aragua. That's right. A teacher, illegal alien, tied to TDA. Leave it to Chicago. Leave it to Illinois. Donald Trump with a big win in court yesterday. It's not being talked about. We will talk about it. Remember how we talked about the deportation numbers not too long ago? 900,000 involuntary deportations and removals from the country. DHS reporting on it. They say, oh, how come it's not moving fast enough? Well, you had a lot of judges and a lot of court decisions standing in the way. One of those decisions was just overturned on appeal. We'll get to it. Graham Plattner, Mr. Nazi Tattoo. Some new comments on Reddit. Oh, gosh. Some new comments on Reddit have surfaced, and they're not pretty. They're not pretty. Okay. And some Some new polls are shifting in the direction of Ken Paxton over James Tallarico in Texas. Now, before we get to the great news about Antifa, because it is great news. Big Tex 311 in the chat. Yes. We love you, Big Tex. Says reward the good, punish the bad, keep it simple, stupid. Good to see you, Sean. Good to see you too. Even though I don't see you. But I see your name in the chat. I'm sure you're looking great. Keep doing a tremendous job. Before we get to the great news about Antifa, 100-year jail sentence, I want to get to a word from our friends over at OFPfarms.com. OFPfarms.com? OFPfarms.com. Ladies and gentlemen, they are celebrating America 250. I love sharing businesses that are built on faith, family, and freedom. That is OFP Farms and hard work. Nothing defines OFP Farms more than nothing defines OFP Farms more than faith, family, freedom, and hard work. OFP Farms is one of those brands and one of those businesses that works hard, dedicates their life to faith, family, and freedom. They're a small family farm making handcrafted skincare with goat milk, grass-fed tallow, magnesium, and simple ingredients that your skin can actually understand. Their products are made for the everyday person dealing with dry skin, sensitive skin, sore muscles, tired feet, cracked lips, or just wanting something cleaner and more nourishing than what you find on most store shelves. And right now, in celebration of America's 250th birthday, happy birthday to you, Creed. Happy birthday to you. Right, there it is. OFP Farms is offering 17.76% off of your entire order. I suggest you order something on there and screenshot the discount. Be like, look at that. Look at this patriotic discount, 17.76%. This is their way of honoring our heritage, celebrating the freedoms that we've been blessed with, and saying thank you to every freedom-loving customer who chooses to support small farms and family businesses. Just go to ofpfarms.com. Use the promo code Sean, that is SHAWN, for 17.76% off. Look at that. ofpfarms.com, promo code Sean, 17.76% off. ofpfarms.com, code Sean, SHAWN, for 17.76% off. Big Text 311, he's like my MVP of the day. I bought my mom the Mother's Day box and she loved it. Yes! Because the Mother's Day boxes at OFP Farms are great. Everything at OFP Farms is great, including the Goat Kisses lip balm. I never thought I'd be able to use another lip balm that's not named Crapstick, okay? And then one day back in 2023, Brennan was like, do you know that Crapstick is owned by Pfizer? And I was like, no, really? She goes, yeah, look at it. It says it on there, and it says right on the packaging, owned by Pfizer. So we chucked it out the window and started using Goat Kisses. I will not use another lip balm ever again. And I haven't for 3 years. Okay? Goat Kisses lip balm, ofpfarms.com. There's something there for everybody. Check it out. Let's start. Let us start. It's good. It's a good day. Let's do it. You know what? It's a good day.
Ooh, yeah. Ooh, yeah.
Yes.
Ooh, yeah.
Ahoo-ya. We're celebrating. We're applauding. We're hitting all the buttons because it's a freaking great day.
Cock-a-doodle-doo.
The rooster's going nuts. I don't know what else. The tank is clean. The tank is clean. I don't know why we're playing The Tank is Clean. What else I got here? All right, there's nothing. Oh, we got this one too. This Kenyan.
Why are you crying?
Why are you crying? Okay. I know why Antifa's crying. Because they just got a ton of time in jail. A bunch of them. So let us get right to this beautiful, beautiful story. Hotair.com, a great write-up on what happened yesterday with Antifa. I'm hitting every button on there, even Tucker.
Who do you think you are?
It's just fun because he's a finger-wagging Karen. Okay, Texas Antifa leader sentenced to 100 years. 100 big ones in jail. All right, here we go. Let's start from the top. Right here, hotair.com. The great John Sexton. Back in March, all 8 defendants in the Prairieland ICE detention trial were convicted for an attack on the detention center, which took place last July in 2025. 8 defendants were found guilty of providing material support to terrorists for their roles in the Antifa attack. This is why, when the Department of Justice said that they're going to start treating Antifa like a terror organization, and they declared it a terror organization. And you saw the black pillars, right? Oh, what does it matter? They're not going to do anything. You can call them a terrorist. They're not going to do anything. Hi. You admit you were wrong? Nothing's going to happen. Something happened. 8 defendants are found guilty Friday of providing material support to terrorists for their roles in the Antifa attack on the Prairieland ICE Detention Center in 2025, marking one of the most sweeping terrorism-related convictions in the case to date. Alvarado Police Chief Teddy May welcomed the guilty verdicts, noting that Lieutenant Gross, the officer who was shot in the neck during the attack, has fully recovered. Quote, I don't believe any reasonable person could believe the suspects didn't know what they were doing, Chief May said. As was described in detail in a previous Hot Air article, the prosecution argued that Benjamin Song was the leader of an Antifa cell and planned the attack in detail, including plans to shoot at police. When Alvarado Police Lieutenant Thomas Gross arrived just before 11 p.m. and got out of his car, one of the protesters, former Marine reservist Benjamin Song, who the prosecutors argued was the group's leader, allegedly yelled, "Get to the rifles." I mean, come on, man. You don't want to get brought up on terrorism charges. You may not want to tell your people to get their guns when there's cops. He then opened fire with his AR-15 style rifle with a modified trigger that increased the rate of fire, according to investigators. The bullet passed through Gross's shoulder and out the back of his neck, narrowly missing his spine. That's a miracle. He testified last week that he believed he had walked into an ambush and pulled his gun. Several AR-style rifles were found at the scene, according to the criminal complaint. Some defendants were armed, wearing body armor and carrying two-way radios. Prosecutors said 11 guns were recovered in total, with several found in defendants' cars, disassembled in backpacks or near the detention center entrance. The defense in the case argued that the rest of the group were only expecting a noise demonstration. Oh, the noise demonstration. Okay. And that shooting at police was not part of the plan that night. Well, get to the rifles kind of sounds like it was part of the plan. Like, oh, the cops are here. Get on the guns. Make ready. I guess it's the patriot. Make ready. And then you tell them, aim, fire. Well, we had no idea we were going to shoot our guns. Make ready, aim, fire. And you didn't know you were going to. Well, the jury didn't buy it. 8 defendants who had been found guilty were all sentenced to decades in prison. Benjamin Song, the man who shot the police officer, was given 100 years. Benjamin Hanil Song, who was convicted of the attempted murder of a law enforcement officer, was sentenced to 100 years in prison. Together, the Prairieland terrorists received a combined sentence of 450 years in prison. Where's my applause? 450 years combined. Marcella Rueda, 70 years. Cameron Arnold, 50 years. Savannah Batten, 50 years. Zachary Evans, 50 years. Bradford Morris, 50 years. Elizabeth Soto, 50 years. Daniel Rolando Sanchez Estrada, that's a 4-bagger, 30 years. FAFO. This is a weaponized government. No. No. You trying to kill a cop. Now, luckily, I can sit in this seat and say, I think anybody who attacked police officers unprovoked. But I think anybody who attacks police officers unprovoked deserves to spend a lot of time in jail. Which, by the way, is why I don't like Jake Lang, and I never have since January 6th. I'm just putting that out there. Yeah, like that's why I argued when we were talking about how the J6ers should be pardoned. Should we just pardon everybody, or should it be case by case, or should we pardon all the nonviolent convictions and commute the violent convictions? And if they assaulted a police officer, take a look at the case file, and if it was unprovoked and there's evidence that it was unprovoked, you don't give that person a pardon, because I don't want to be the type of person who was like, pardon them all, and then sit here and go, this is great. Because in a way, it's kind of hypocritical, right? Like if attacking cops puts you in jail for 100 years, then everybody who attacks cops and tries to kill cops should be in jail for a long time. Now, if your due process rights are violated throughout that process, you can have a conversation about a commutation or something along those lines. My point is this. Anybody claiming these Antifa convictions are a weaponized government, evidence of a weaponized government, this is making the DOJ, it's looking like the DOJ is going after political opponents. No. This is a long overdue response. Finally, we are seeing Antifa and their bad behavior, their terroristic behavior. They are a real group. I don't care what Joe Biden or Jerry Nadler or anybody on the left. Well, it's more of an idea. No, an idea did not shoot a police officer in the neck in Texas. It's not just an idea. It's an organization. It's a terror organization that actively in this country commits terrorism. And now some of their members are finally being held accountable. A 100-year jail sentence is quite the deterrent for anybody thinking about doing it again. Now, it's not to say that all of this is going to stop. Antifa is going to continue trying to push the envelope. But the precedent has been set. You can hit these people with terror-related charges. You can treat them like terrorists, and you can stick them in jail after a conviction with very long sentences. And that is a is a deterrent in and of itself. If you're a guy sitting on your couch, you're like, I'm going to join the Antifa right. And you read about Benjamin Song and you go, wow, 100 years in jail? Maybe I'll just stay home. Maybe I'll just post about it. Well, then we're making progress, aren't we? The only way to bring about the end of this type of behavior is through consequences. And we are finally seeing consequences. So kudos to the Department of Justice. This is not the end of the road. As a matter of fact, I think this is only the beginning. But precedents have been set. A statement has been made. That behavior is not tolerated. And unlike the past where it's true, nothing happened to Antifa, now stuff's happening to Antifa. 100 years in jail, 70 years in jail, 50 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 years in jail, 30 years in jail. That's not nothing. It's a very much needed something. Consequences, and the consequence era is here. FAFO. That's the way it's got to be. All right. More on this story. Federal judges in Texas on Tuesday gave 8 members of the alleged Antifa cell prison sentences as long as 100 years for their roles last summer in a protest that turned violent outside an immigration and customs enforcement facility. This is from the Washington Post. They call it an alleged Antifa cell. Alleged. Is that alleged? They just had their day in court. Oh, you want to say they're old? They allegedly belong to this group that we are not sold exists. The coordination was proven. Premeditation was proven. Organization was proven. Two-way rating. This is a real thing, Washington Post. It's time for you to remove your heads, collectively remove your heads out, pull it out, pull it out of your asses. Get your heads out of your asses. Dear Washington Post, please remove heads from asses. This is not an alleged terror group. This is not a loosely knit organization. This is an organized terror group that tried to kill a police officer, that had their day in court, that did not sell a jury on their innocence, and they have been convicted, and they go into jail. Here's the Washington Post's definition of Antifa. Short for, quote, anti-fascist. Antifa is a loosely knit movement of far-left activists. Well, at least they're admitting they're far-left activists. That's a step in the right direction. Loosely knit. Loosely knit. Okay. They just happen to be everywhere all the time. Two-way radios, organization. They've got a leadership structure. They've got chapters in cities and all sorts of things. But they're loosely knit. Oh, yeah, sure. Often anti-capitalist or anti-state who oppose fascism and other right-wing ideologies. First of all, fascism is not a right-wing ideology, number one. Okay, the right wing believes in a small, limited central government. Fascism is the opposite. So stop lumping fascism in with the right because it's not. It isn't. That's number one. Antifa does not oppose fascism. Antifa is the fascism. They are the ones who are violently suppressing dissent. Antifa does not oppose fascism. Antifa enforces fascism. Any definition of, this is back in the Hot Air article, any definition of Antifa which doesn't mention their decision to embrace violence and vandalism is whitewashing the group. That's exactly what the mainstream media was doing. The article ends with a plea read outside the courtroom by Benjamin Song's mother. In the statement, Benjamin Song said he opposed fascism, but insisted he was not a member of an Antifa group and that Antifa is not a group. Okay. Here we go. It's not a group again. It's like absolutely a group. Okay. Like, come on. Quote, he has accepted full responsibility, Hope Song said, but he will never accept responsibility for a lie, which they're using to prosecute people all across the country for domestic terrorism. Your son shot a cop in the neck. Where's the lie? Where's the lie, lady? Your son, who you did an awful job with, shot a police officer in the neck. Somehow it's a lie that this is a domestic terror case. It was organized. They had lines of communication. He commanded them to get to the rifles. And then shot a police officer in the neck. But it's a lie that it's domestic terrorism. Nobody wants to see their kid go to jail. I get it. Everyone wants to make that final case to the judge to get a more lenient sentence. I get it. But my goodness, are you reaching? You, Hope Song, need to take responsibility for the disaster of a terrorist son that you raised. That's just the Washington Post. New York Times covered it even worse. Ready for this? The leader of a group of protesters. This is not protesting. Shooting at a police officer is not protesting. The leader of a group of protesters accused of being members of the far-left movement Antifa was sentenced on Tuesday to 100 years in prison after a jury found him and 7 other demonstrators guilty of supporting terrorism while taking part in an armed assault last summer against an immigration facility in Alvarado, Texas. Okay, so you're telling me that they took part in an armed assault, but they're demonstrators? They're terrorists. The article continues. The extraordinary sentence against the protester. He's a terrorist that's been convicted. The extraordinary sentence against the protester, Benjamin Song, was only one of the harsh penalties. It was harsh, meted out in the case during separate hearings in federal district court in Fort Worth by 2 judges who castigated the defendants for using violence and attacking the democratic process during the protest. 9 young demonstrators, including Mr. Song, were found guilty in March of an array of charges stemming from the attack on the Immigration and Customs Enforcement facility, which resulted in a police officer being shot in the neck. The sentencing in Fort Worth appeared to be a clear signal that, at least in Texas, the courts would deal aggressively with ICE protesters. Wrong! Stop! This is so... Oh, my... We don't hate the media enough. Nobody is getting aggressive with ICE protesters. Okay? If you want to stand outside of an ICE facility and protest the existence of the organization, the tactics of the organization, the detention centers, what you think is happening. If you want to stand on a sidewalk across the street from a detention center, out of the way, you're not obstructing traffic, you have a sign or you have a bullhorn or whatever, and you want to protest and you want to chant and you want to sing, that is fine. I support your right to do that. I don't think you're doing anything righteous, and I disagree with your opinions on the matter and the subject. But I support your right to do that. Nobody's coming for you if you're doing that. These were not ICE protesters. These were people who shot police officers. Well, the sentencing in Fort Worth appeared to be a clear signal that, at least in Texas, the courts would deal aggressively with ICE protesters. No! If you don't shoot a cop, you're not going to be dealt with aggressively. If you don't break the law, you're not going to be dealt with aggressively. Especially those accused of adhering to the leftist ideology of Antifa, a contraction of the word anti-fascist. Oh, mistakes were made. Right? They say. Mistakes were made. Yeah, those mistakes resulted in a police officer being shot in the neck. Only in the last paragraph of this New York Times article do we hear that Benjamin Song opened fire on a police officer while shouting, "Get to the rifles." And you know how long a New York Times article is. You know how long all these, so you got to get through all the BS and go, oh, by the way, he shot at a cop and shot him in the neck. Okay? We don't hate the media enough. Period. Full stop. But this is a step in the right direction when dealing with these thugs. PlayStation 25 says arrest the people aiding and abetting terrorists. Yes, and the Department of Justice appears ready to start doing that. We're going to get to that article in just a second. Before we do that, I would like to get to a word from our friends over at, you know what it is? Cove Pure. CovePure.com/Sean. CovePure.com/SHAWN. Big time promotion going on with Cove Pure right now. Been a little weird, so all my paperwork is out of order. CovePure.com, big time promotion, America 250. Cove Pure is celebrating America's 250th birthday. I love America 250. I love the idea of celebrating 250 years of the greatest nation that has ever existed. Here's the crazy part. 250 years later, here in this country, we're still drinking whatever the government decides to put in our water. Fluoride for your teeth, chlorine for disinfection and keeping things clean. Well, unfortunately, that's not a decision that I want someone else making for my family, which is why we use Cove Pure to purify every single drop of water in this house. Over 209 million Americans are on fluoridated water right now, and here is what the science actually shows. A recent study confirmed that fluoride exposure is linked to lower IQ scores in children. That is not a fringe study. That's from JAMA Pediatrics, one of the most respected journals in the world. And chlorine. Well, that isn't even the worst part. That's what happens when it reacts with natural particles in the water from plants and soil. It creates chemical byproducts called THMs, which the government itself admits and calls probable human carcinogens, linked to disruption of your gut and cancer. Now, there are some states who have moved on it. Utah and Florida banned fluoride in your water, but that process takes years to fully implement. And while that's happening, your kids and your family, they're drinking all this water today. You need something that works now. And that is exactly what Cove Pure is. They are certified to remove up to 99.9% of contaminants, fluoride, THMs, pharmaceuticals, PFAs, anything that is not water gets filtered out. The best part about Cove Pure is, because one of the downsides of reverse osmosis is it takes all the minerals out. But Cove Pure says, no. We'll take all the bad stuff out, and then we'll put some calcium, we'll put some magnesium back in the water so you do get some mineralized water. It's not empty water. CovePure.com, CovePure.com. During the America 250 sale, you get $250 off of the CP16, which we happen to love here. That's CovePure.com/Sean, CovePure.com/Sean, CovePure.com/SHAWN. Check it out. Make it happen today. Stop drinking crappy water. Drink beautiful water. CovePure.com/SHAWN. Okay. Anybody in the chat with a Cove Pure? Sound off! Let me know how much you love your Cove Pure. Okay. Let's get to this. I saw somebody, I think it was PlayStation 25. And he said, he or she, I'm not sure what the biology of the person in question is. But I'm going to say he, just to say. PlayStation 25 said, arrest and jail anyone who aids and abets the terrorists. I'm kind of paraphrasing, but that's the thought process there. Here's the live chat. Mariah May says, I love my Cove Pure. And I love ours too. You do need to go after the funders, those who are aiding and abetting the terrorists. Sharon from Texas says, we love one. Water is smooth and delicious. We have a troll in here? Whatever. Just ignore them if you can. So the Department of Justice is vowing to dismantle Antifa networks after the convictions that we just heard about. Okay? So let me get to that story, and then we're going to go into a couple of other things. How's it been this morning, guys and gals? You guys enjoying it? Can we do a little round of sharing? Make sure everybody subscribe to the podcast. Make sure we're all hitting the like button. I know I'm a little all over the place if you know the kind of stuff we've been through today. Or the last 24 hours. It's been tough, but we're getting through it. And your prayers are definitely helping. So really, really, really deeply appreciate all of that. Really appreciate it. We feel it. It's good. The Department of Justice vowed to continue its aggressive prosecution of Antifa terrorism following the historic Tuesday sentencings of 8 North Texas Antifa cell members for their roles in the July 2025 anti-ICE terrorist attack at the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement Facility in Prairieland, Texas. Convicted defendants received sentences ranging from 30 to 100 years in federal prison. We just talked about all of that. It's just the first sentencing of Antifa defendants. On July 4th, 2025, North Texas Antifa cell organized and executed a terrorist attack at the Prairieland ICE facility. When the defendants arrived, they were dressed in Antifa's militant black bloc uniform. With their identities concealed beneath facial coverings, the group began launching explosives and vandalizing government property. But they're just demonstrators! They're just... Where's my Karen button?
They're just demonstrators!
Right. Right. They're just demonstrators. FBI Director Kash Patel vowed. By the way, today is June 24th, 2026. It has been 82 days, I believe, since Alex Jones, Kash Patel is being fired today. We heard he's going to be fired today, April 2nd, 2026. It's been 82 today since I said Kash Patel was going to be fired today. I'm a big jackass. How's that, Alex Jones? Was that good? Was that good? When we get to 100 today's, since Alex Jones and the glory hole gangster Kyle Seraphin said Kash Patel's being fired today, I'm going to do my first Alex Jones impersonation. Was that good? Was that a good Alex Jones? I know I need to work on it a little more, but I need some real-time feedback in the chat. Was that a good Alex Jones or not? Just give me a yes or a no. Okay. I'll check back in a second because I know there's a little delay. Okay. Where were we? FBI Director Kash Patel. Yes. And I'm in a different browser because this is a different website. Today's sentencing show the FBI remains committed to identifying, locating, and dismantling Antifa and its funding networks. PlayStation 25. Great point before in the chat. You see? So they're on it. Acts of violence against our law enforcement partners will not be tolerated, and we continue to work to protect communities across the country from domestic terrorism. U.S. Attorney Ryan Raybould for the Northern District of Texas, whose office prosecuted the defendants at trial, who deserves a round of applause, made it clear that Antifa terrorism has no place to fester in the state of Texas. Their terrorist acts, attempted murder, vandalism, explosives launched at the detention facility were a far cry from a peaceful protest or First Amendment expression. We will continue in this mission to hold others accountable who perpetrate such violence and fund these Antifa groups in the North District of Texas. Right to jail, right away. By the way, speaking of right to jail, can I show you the thumbnail that Eli put together today? Do you guys know about the right to jail meme? Let me show you and then we'll go into a very good story out of deportations. All right, we'll get into it in a second. But this is the great Eli, our producer, who I ruined his day yesterday when I said I couldn't do the show. I'm sorry. Right to jail. I'm just like the right to jail guy. And you see all the Antifa guys being led right into a prison. It is amazing that I can give Eli an idea for a thumbnail, and he can just cook something up like this. Come on. If you guys know anybody who does a podcast and needs the best thumbnails in the game, can you email me, please, at ungovernedshow@gmail.com, and I will get that person in touch with Eli because this stuff's great. Okay? So give him a round of applause. And just for you, Eli, for that thumbnail.
Ahoo-yah.
Ahoo-yah. Why are you crying? Okay. Let's get into this. Eli has a lot of talent. TD Hodges is right. Eli has a lot of talent. We love the talent. He's a talented guy. He's a fantastic guy. Wonderful person. Let's go to Chicago real quick and talk about this story. Chicagoland, the illegal immigrant teacher. What? It's like, is it a real story? Yes. It's a real story. It's unbelievable that it's a real story, but it is. A Chicago teacher was an illegal alien. How does that happen? Because it's Chicago. Chicagoland illegal immigrant teacher detained by ICE over link to Tren de Aragua and a shooting perpetrated by the foreign terror group. Federal authorities allege Giovanna Mercedes Moreno Ochipinti. It's a four-bagger! 32 years old, transported the two suspected gunmen linked to Tren de Aragua, Ricardo Granadillo Padilla, and Edward Martinez Sarmeno. Brennan's going to hate the fact that I just used a Spanish accent only on a couple of parts of the sentence. Is your family okay? Is your house okay? An illegal immigrant from Venezuela, who also holds Italian citizenship, was taken into custody by U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement on May 13th, according to the Department of Homeland Security. Officials say Ochipinti entered the country through the visa waiver program in October of 2021, but overstayed after her visa expired in 2022 and was involved in a shooting with the notorious Tren de Aragua gang back in 2024. Federal authorities allege Giovanna Mercedes Moreno Ochipinti, 32 years old, transported the two suspected gunmen linked to TDA to a Chicago house party on December 2nd, 2024, where the shooting occurred. 3 people were killed and 5 others were wounded in the attack. And here's a report that ran on Fox News. Yes, it looks like this woman was actually a teacher in Chicago.
Again, it's the sanctuary city policies, the dangerous policies of these sanctuary, states, sanctuary cities. Look, she was complicit in the murder of 3 people. And they didn't honor or detain her, release her back to the street. Like I say it again, President Trump has promised the American people he's going to make this country safe again. And one of the ways he's going to do that is remove illegal aliens or public safety threats. So ISIS is going to continue to do their job. But let's be clear, it makes it less efficient. It makes it harder to do that job. We have local law enforcement that won't help us. And it is not the police officer in Chicago. When last time I was up to do an operation, I had numerous Chicago police officers come up and thank us for doing what we're doing. It's the politicians. It's Mayor Johnson. It's Governor Pritzker that doesn't want. They rather see public safety at risk than give President Trump what they think a win by decreasing crime in their cities.
All right, there it is. Democrats, of course, we call them the party of crime. They're no longer soft on crime. They're pro-crime. They encourage crime. They like crime. They coddle crime. They whitewash crime. Emerald Sonic got me, by the way. Leches Lopez. Yeah. Remember Lopez? Or Diaz? Oh, that was funny. Leches Lopez. Okay. Hiding in plain sight, as Clee Sully says in the chat. Hiding in plain sight. A teacher. Imagine. How many more of these are there? Unreal. But that's what happens in Democrat cities. Quick break, and then we'll talk about deportations because we had a win in court. You guys want to hear some good news? If you want to hear good news, put an American flag in the chat, okay? If you want to hear good news, American flags in the chat right now. All right? If you don't want to hear good news, I'll keep doing bad news. And we'll talk about Graham Plattner instead, which is not really bad news. It's just he's a crappy person. Good news. If you want to hear good news, flags in the chat. There the flag. Look at them flags. Woo! USA! 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 Woo! All right. We're really, really milking the sound effects today, but we got to do it. All right. Let's face it, folks. Let's get to word from our friends at Silent. And face it, your phone is a tracking device between government agencies, big tech, corporate data brokers, even cyber criminals. They're all fighting for a piece of your digital footprint, and they don't ask. They just go on and take it. That is why Silent exists. Silent makes Faraday gear that blocks all wireless signals, including cellular, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, GPS, RFID, and near-field communications. You know what no signal means? It means no tracking, no remote access, and no breadcrumbs. It's the same technology trusted by special operations teams around the world, used to block signals, avoid surveillance, and secure communications wherever the mission leads. And right now, that is available to you. So you can protect your family, you can protect your freedom, and you can secure your digital footprint. All you got to do is drop your phone in a Silent Faraday sleeve, and it's off the grid, completely silent and invisible to the outside world. From their backpacks to their sleeves to their crossbodies, Silent's patented technology gives you total control of your privacy. Visit slnt.com/Sean now to save 15% and free shipping on qualifying orders. That is slnt.com/Sean. Sierra Hotel Alpha Whiskey November. Spell it right. Protect your rights, secure your data, and stay one step ahead. Silent.com. Say it with me. Silence the chaos and go silent today. slnt.com/Sean. slnt.com/Sean. The flags are still flowing in the live chat. So let's talk about some good news, all right? This is an article from CNN. This is CNN. Why do we go to CNN when we talk about good news for us? Because if CNN is painting it one way, we know it's actually probably a little bit better, okay? So let's go to CNN and let's read this story. Donald Trump and the administration with a big, beautiful win in court revolving around deportaciones. Deportations. I don't know if that's how you say that in Spanish, but it is now. The Trump effort to expand speedy deportations of migrants can proceed. Arriba! Arriba! Andale! Andale! Arriba! Ay, ay, ay! Get out! The Trump effort to expand speedy deportations of migrants can proceed. An appeals court rules. Oh, yeah. A federal appeals court handed President Donald Trump a significant win in his mass deportation effort with a ruling Tuesday reviving his administration's move to speed up deportations of undocumented immigrants, illegal aliens in the United States. You know, CNN, undocumented immigrants. Can't use the term illegal, even though it's exactly what they are. The ruling from the U.S. D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals allows the Trump administration to cast a wider net over who's subject to the fast-track deportation procedure known as expedited removal, which allows immigration authorities to remove an individual from the country without a hearing before an immigration judge. Oh, what about the due process? Well, you broke the law to come here, and your due process is being loaded into the Trump-a-pult and flung over the border. The decision allows the administration to move forward with its plan to quickly deport undocumented immigrants, illegal aliens, who are residing in the United States and cannot prove that they've lived in the country continuously for over 2 years or more. All right? That's a big one. It's not that if they can't prove, look, there could be an illegal alien who crossed the, all right, hold on. Slow down. Regroup, reorient, refocus the mission, resume the mission. That is very important, what I just read for you. Let's say there was an illegal alien, Lopez, who we find. And he's been in the country since 2022. He came in under Biden. And Lopez says, no, I've been here for more than 2 years, man. And you can't prove it. You can't prove it? Out. If you can't prove it, you're out. A trial court had previously blocked the administration's January 21st, 2025 maneuver to expand the policy beyond just migrants who are apprehended within 100 miles of a land border and within 14 days of arrival. Judges Justin Walker and Naomi Rao, both Trump appointees, sided with the administration. Judge Robert Wilkins, who was put on the bench by Obama, dissented. The majority opinion by Walker rejected the challenger's arguments that the expanded policy violated the Constitution's right to due process. DHS General Counsel James Percival celebrated the ruling on X, saying the D.C. Circuit vindicated the administration. For years, the Department of Homeland Security has arbitrarily limited expedited removals to 14 days, even though it applies to illegal aliens who entered the country illegally within the last 2 years. Today, the D.C. Circuit vindicated our decision to apply the law as written. Novel concept, Percival said, adding that, quote, it's not too late to self-deport and receive a $2,600 stipend that the administration has offered. Big win in court. Now, let's start getting them out of here. Round them up. Load up the Trump-a-pult and phew, go. All right. You know, I started the show off kind of drowsy and groggy, and I'm ending it now with a sugar honey iced tea ton of energy. And I had no coffee today. I don't know what's going on, but I kind of like it. Do you like it? I kind of like it. Do you like bouncy? Because we're kind of bouncy today. All right. Let's take one more quick break. Get to a word from our friends at goldencrestmetals.com/LFA, and then we'll wrap up the show with, do we go Platinum? Do we go Tallarico? Do we go both? We'll see. Let's do a Golden Crest Metals first.
I'm sure by now you've heard that silver went up 160% last year, 2025. I bought this silver for $22 an ounce. It's now worth almost $100. And we and experts think that silver is going to get up to about $200 an ounce. Palladium and platinum were stuck at $900 an ounce for like over a year, or in that area. Now they're up over $2,000. Gold is approaching $5,000 an ounce. If you have ever thought about putting some or all of your retirement or nest egg or savings or just buying bullion in precious metals, now's the time to do it. goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. That's goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. Go leave your name, your email, and your phone number. Schedule a time to talk to the folks over at Golden Crest Metals. Get your free gold guide today, and make sure you tune in on Saturdays at 1 p.m. for the Crest Report, where we dive deep into precious metals, why they're doing what they're doing, and where we expect them to go. It is like insider trading. Nancy Pelosi knows about that. We don't. It's just inside information. It's not even really that. It's called knowledge. Get yours today and get a part of gold, silver, palladium, and platinum and diversify your portfolio today. goldencrestmetals.com/LFA.
It is goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. Thank you, Jeremy. We can't wait for you to be back. We cannot wait for you to be back, but hopefully having a great time on vacation. I got some big news about next week, but I can't say what's happening. But it's pretty cool. All right. Let's go to a little bit of Graham Plattner. You know, the Nazi tattoo. I get called a Nazi. I don't have any tattoos, let alone a Nazi tattoo. I'm sure you all have been called Nazis. Some of you may have some tats, some ink, right? But I don't think you have Nazi tattoos. But it's not just the Nazi tattoo with Graham Plattner, right? It's all this other stuff. He just seems like a dirtbag, like just a bad guy. Graham Plattner hit with yet another controversy over graphic Reddit comments. The posts, recovered from Plattner's former Reddit account and reviewed by multiple outlets, remained accessible through Internet archives despite efforts to remove much of his online activity. People with nothing to hide stuff! Among the material drawing attention was a response Plattner posted in 2014 to an online discussion asking users to share offensive jokes under the username phustle. Plattner responded to a Reddit prompt asking users to share the most effed up, jaw-dropping offensive joke you know. Plattner replied with a joke that referenced incest, bestiality, and necrophilia. I was eating out my grandmother, and it tasted like... I'm not even going to get into it. That's just awful. Okay. I'm going to make a statement here that I don't like jokes like that. I'm not into it. But I'm also somebody who, if this happened to like a friend of mine or me or something, or I posted something, arguably quite offensive on the internet, I'd say, but it's just a joke. Just relax. So it's like, I don't want to make too big a deal about the joke itself. But we also can't just look at it and go, well, it's just a joke, because there's a pattern of behavior here. You know that Graham Plattner with the honking of the hedgehogs and the porta potties and all of this, right? Like, that's a thing. There was also a comment made by Graham Plattner about America being a disgrace. That's something I'd take more offense to than a dirty joke about his grandma. I wouldn't make jokes like that. Okay, but at the same time, I'm not gonna sit here and go crazy over just a dirty joke, but I will use it to build a case about the man's character. Graham Plattner also called America a disgrace of a country, and let's see here. I'm going to see if I could find the actual troves of deleted years-old Reddit comments were unearthed in which Plattner made racist and sexist remarks, disparaged rural white Americans, and casually joked about or downplayed sexual assault. He also referred to the United States of America as a disgrace of a country. These are the people the Democrats are running. You saw what happened in New York yesterday? All the socialist candidates winning and, the ones that Mom Donnie endorsed. Okay, you want to get in bed with these people? Okay, that is scary, but I don't know if that's going to work for independents. Seeing it in Texas, by the way. 2 new Texas polls show the race shifting away from James Talafrico. James Talafrico, I don't believe he's going to win that race. And I don't think Plattner is going to win in Maine. That being said, get out and vote. You have to vote. Nobody stays home. Everybody participates. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, Lung TA 65 says, wait, a Nazi wants to represent a quote-unquote disgrace of a country? Yep, you heard it correctly. We're not making anything up here. We're not making anything up here. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for watching and listening today. As Jeremy is still on vacation, but he will be back soon. I have some interesting news for next week. It's pretty exciting. Jeremy Herrell is not up next. Gentry Jeevers is going to be, from what I understand, covering today from 11 to 1. And then I'm not sure who's got the final hour of Jeremy's show, but we will see. Stick around, watch, and enjoy all the content here on rumble.com/LFATV. You can subscribe to us anywhere you get your podcast by going to any podcasting app, search Ungoverned, hit subscribe. Please do that. That helps us on the audio side. It really, really takes off when a bunch of people start subscribing. It helps a lot of new people find the show there, and then they hear rumble.com/LFATV, and they come here and join the live chat. So thank you so much for watching and listening. As President Trump says, we will never give up, we will never give in, and we will never ever surrender. And if all else fails, we'll just become ungovernable. Thank you. God bless you. God bless this one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Have a great rest of your Wednesday. I will see you on Florida's Voice radio show, 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. today. And back here tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. Eastern Time, rumble.com/LFATV for 2 hours. I've got my show in the first hour of Live from America tomorrow. So you get me for 2 hours tomorrow, and I may need you a little bit for calls. We'll see what happens. See you tomorrow morning. Gentry Jeevers up next. God bless you. God bless America. And thank you for your attention to this matter.
From America, you're listening to the Hip Hop Patriot, Jeremy Herrell.
All right. Welcome, everybody, to Live from America. My name is Gentry Jeevers. We are coming to you live from Charlotte, North Carolina. Jeremy is out on vacation right now, so we're filling in for him. However, he still has been posting on his Instagram. I saw a video this morning. He made a fantastic video, so everyone go comment on that video. And tell him to be on vacation and take a break because he deserves it and he needs it. I wanted to start this show off on a positive note, because we're going to go through and talk about all the negative things that the Democrats are doing. So there's a story by Jim Harbaugh, and he's talking about his dad Jack, and they were a football family, right? His dad Jack was he was a football coach, and never really made a lot of money. Lived in a really small house. Sometimes their cars didn't work, but Jack did something really interesting, and he kind of set the tone for his kids' life, to have them be positive, optimistic, look at the best in people. And he had this one trick that he would do whenever they were riding in the back of the car to go to practice or go to church or whatever. Jack would say, "Hey boys, who's got it better than us?" And the boys would, yell back, "Nobody." And I think that that's so good, because there was a lot of people who had it better than them. If you go look up the clip, you can kind of get some more context. But they didn't really make a lot of money, lived in a small house. Sometimes their cars didn't work, kind of at the poverty level. But his dad injected hope and positivity into their lives, and I've been copying that in my family, and it's been fantastic. So just wanted to start this show off on a positive note. So one of the big stories, though, that I do want to cover is the Ro Khanna Elon Musk drama that has been unfolding on Twitter. So Frankie, if you want to pull up the first clip. Yep, perfect. Here we go.
But think about this, Jennifer. For 5% tax one time on Elon Musk, you could have universal childcare in America, $10 a day for every family. That's one person, one time, 5%, and he wouldn't even miss it, because the market would grow by 15% and his wealth would still grow. And yet they're opposed to something as basic as that.
That is a little bit ridiculous. So here is what I want you guys to understand. And we have some other posts here that and screenshots that talk about all the wealth that Ro Khanna has amassed. He has reportedly done 4,300 trades since he got into the government, which is in just an astronomical amount. He did enter politics with about $46 million of net worth, which he had to divest, right? However, his family has made, and I've seen numbers even higher. Some numbers suggest 6,000, some numbers suggest 8,000. And his total estimated net worth, at least his family's, is supposed to be $232 million. Now, he's not like, is it Rashida Tlaib or Ilhan Omar? I think it is Ilhan Omar that had to revise her $30 million net worth all the way down to zero once they found out that, the winery that her husband had was probably fraudulent. No, I think that this is all, like, Ro Khanna's net worth is all real, and presumably, most likely, he is making those trades with insider information. If he's not, he's the greatest stock trader of all time. But we kind of know what the deal is. And so he is essentially asking Elon to give up 5% of his net worth to fund all of these programs, which on face value, in a perfect world, that sounds pretty good. But we don't live in a perfect world. We know that Democrats are incredibly greedy and they have a spending problem. And the most ridiculous thing I find about this is he's talking about daycares. And everyone's seen it. Nick Shirley did a fantastic job uncovering the daycare fraud schemes in Minnesota. And they're happening in Washington, in California, in Ohio, because other journalists have gone and tried to uncover some of these Somalian daycare fraud schemes. And so, like, this whole interview just screams fraud. Like I just don't understand how he could say that with a straight face right now when daycare is like absolutely astronomical. One of the reasons why life is a little bit expensive, and you have to have you know both the husband and the wife working so that daycare is a necessity, is because the government is printing way too much money, which causes inflation, which causes everything to be more expensive, right? That's not me saying that. I'm just copying Milton Friedman. So if you want to argue with anybody, argue with him. But then they're also taxing us into oblivion. And so the solution would actually be to not tax people more. It would be to tax people less. And I just find it so funny that he, with a straight face, is asking for Elon to give up money, give up his money, which, by the way, is not liquid. When SpaceX dipped this week, he actually went under $1 trillion. So what happens at that point? Are they going to tax him every time he gets over $1 trillion? Is that what's going to happen? How is that going to be estimated? It just like there's so many questions, and if we look back through history, actually, the latest income tax that has stayed permanent, because we have had income taxes before. Before 1913, Abraham Lincoln, I think it was Abraham Lincoln. It was around the Civil War. It was implemented, but then it got turned off, right? But in 1913, after the Federal Reserve was founded, there was an income tax, and it was supposed to be on the top 1%, and it was supposed to be only like 1%, right? Like 1%, half a percent, whatever it is. And now that's expanded to basically everybody, and we're paying, in some cases, if you're a high income earner, 30% in federal income taxes, which is a little bit ridiculous. So we know that historically, our government loves to tax us to fund its pet projects, like giving money to South American countries, or transing rats, or funding COVID in Ukraine, or doing gain of function research in China. It's through USAID, by the way, which is another point that I want to get to. Well, actually, let's go to the Freeberg ratio. I think that kind of illustrates my point very, very well. So David Freeberg, if you don't know who he is, he's one of my favorite podcasters. He's an entrepreneur, Silicon Valley guy. They run the All In podcast, and he's fantastic. So Ro Khanna is talking about more taxes, and for AI companies, right? So basically, Ro is trying to implement socialism here, and it's. I guess there is an argument that can be made that AI is national security, and the government should be involved, but the government seizing half or more of these AI companies to pay off the debt is a little bit ridiculous, especially when we have such a huge spending problem. So let me just read what David Freeberg says here, because it is just spectacular. So he says, I would like to see you make a voluntary contribution of 5% of your family's $200 million net worth to the government for important healthcare, childcare, and jobs. Don't worry, it's just one time. Your $10 million contribution will provide free healthcare for over 1,000 California kids for a year. Once you've made your personal contribution to a more just and equitable society, I will support all other asset seizure ideas, but you got to go first. And David Freeberg, at the time of this screenshot, it was 3.3 thousand likes to 65 likes on Ro Khanna's. Now, if we go here, Ro Khanna got 300 likes on his post, 336 to be exact, and David Freeberg got 37,000. This might be the greatest ratio in Twitter history. And it's not just about the engagements; it's about the ideas that are spread. Like if you want to be a great leader, you got to go first. And with bad ideas, you don't really want to go first. You don't really want to, give $10 million of your family's net worth because you kind of have an idea that it's going to fraud, right? So it's just the Ro Khanna debate is, like I said, it's by far the best one on X right now. And let me look at some of these other clips that I pulled up. Here's something that I think a lot of people missed if they weren't on X. Ro Khanna, one of the reasons why Ro Khanna wants Elon Musk to give 5% of his net worth to the government is because Ro Khanna is claiming that Elon Musk killed 4.5 million kids when he started to cut all this USAID aid, right? So we know that with Doge, it was supposed to cut waste, fraud, and abuse. And I believe that's what Doge did for the most part. I think that we would all like to see Doge get back into the government. JD Vance is heading up a fraud task force, which is doing a fantastic job. He just announced yesterday or 2 days ago that they have uncovered a $6.5 billion medical fraud scheme. And a lot of people are getting arrested, which is amazing. But Ro Khanna has alleged that Elon Musk, because he's cut all this USAID, that 4.5 million kids have died as a result. I don't think any kid has died as a result of this, mostly because the estimates, and Mike Benz has done a fantastic job on this. We have a clip from him coming up, but Mike Benz has suggested that only 5 to 10% of the money actually got to the actual recipient. The other 90% was just taken, going into someone's pockets so that they could go buy another house on Nantucket or go to the F1 race in Monaco or whatever, to go buy another boat. Like these people are getting fantastically wealthy off of our tax dollars, and it's a little bit ridiculous. Here's how I imagine this this fraud scheme works. So before Doge, USAID would get their allocated budget, okay? And then what USAID would do is they would partner with NGOs that had, written specific purposes on their NGO. Now we know that they didn't always do that. And so they would go fund these NGOs, these nonprofits, and then the NGOs would then go hire consulting companies to help them achieve their goals. Except for the consulting companies and the marketing agencies and all this kind of stuff, they were tied in with the NGO. It was someone's aunt, uncle, wife, husband, father, whatever. And so basically what would happen is, USAID, some politician would vote on it, and then the politician had a tie to the NGO, and then the NGO had a tie to the consulting agency, and then all the money would just go back into the family. So that's how I'm imagining it. I'm probably not far off. And I think that's how they were able to launder our hard-earned tax dollars, by the way. We're working 40, 50, 60 hours a week to be able to, survive. And they're just saying, oh, thank you, Americans. We're going to use this money to buy another house in Nantucket. It's a little bit ridiculous. Do you want to pull up the Ro Khanna talking out of both sides of his mouth clip from Western Lensman, and then play that clip?
There needs to be accountability for Elon Musk. He needs to be subpoenaed. He needs to face investigation. He needs to answer for what he did with Doge.
It's just sad to me that Elon Musk, who's held himself as this champion of free speech, is afraid to debate me. If anything, I would have a better claim for defamation, but I don't believe in filing lawsuits and lawfare. I believe in free speech.
So Ro Khanna alleges that Elon Musk has killed 4.5 million kids, right? And how he did it was he didn't come out and say that directly. He made this really, not great post, but it was worded in a way that he didn't actually say it, and then he linked an article that said that Doge cuts for USAID led to the death of 4.5 million kids, which is just not true at all. That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. And so Elon Musk has gone on Twitter and said, "Hey, I'm going to sue you for saying that, because that is just the most egregious thing that anyone has ever accused anyone of. Maybe, unless I'm wrong. Like that's a genocide of 4.5 million kids. Like that is not an okay thing to say. The problem is that the wokies on the left, all the people who are on the radical left, they're seeming to eat this up. They don't really understand that even if one kid died in the last year and a half since all the Doge cuts, that would be the national story. But they can't really even find one. There was a really interesting tweet. I forget who posted it, but it basically said, I'm surprised that the Democrats haven't started killing kids because, and then blaming it on Elon and USAID and the Doge cuts, because they are capable of that. The left is very, very violent, and so Elon Musk says he wants to sue Ro Khanna, and then Ro Khanna says, "Oh no, actually, I just want to debate this." But you can see in the clip that in those two clips, that he was like, no, he needs to be sued. He needs to be subpoenaed. And then in the next one, he's like, no, I just want to have a debate. He's a free speech guy. Like, well, what the heck? So it's like he's just totally, talking out of both sides of his mouth, which is, I think, just a classic politician. When you go too deep and you try to win points for your team, sometimes there are actual repercussions, which is a little bit ridiculous. And he wants, I think what he wants to do is reinstate USAID. And a lot of people are trying to say that. Do you want to pull up the post from X Freeze? And we'll actually look at where all of the USAID money is going.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So here's Caroline Levitt talking about just where some of the USAID money is going. And keep in mind, this is your tax dollars.
Through USAID over the past several years, these are some of the insane priorities that organization has been spending money on. $1.5 million to advance DEI in Serbia's workplaces, $70,000 for a production of a DEI musical in Ireland, $47,000 for a transgender opera in Colombia, $32,000 for a transgender comic book in Peru. I don't know about you, but as an American taxpayer, I don't want my dollars going towards this crap, and I know the American people don't either, and that's exactly what Elon Musk has been tasked by President Trump to do, to get the fraud, waste, and abuse out of our federal government. Thank you, guys.
I don't know about you, but any of those plays, like a transgender Colombian play, that would be the worst thing of all time. There's no way that you could get me to go to that. You could offer me $1 trillion, maybe well, I don't know. I think I could survive an hour for $1 trillion, maybe even $1 million, but it would have to be a ton of money to actually go and sit through something like that, because the transgender kids books in Peru, I mean, oh my gosh. There's another clip I want to play too. It is and I actually don't know who she is, but I think she's someone high up in some African country, and she actually hates USAID. So, Frankie, you want to play this clip too?
We need to understand the real reason why USAID is in Africa. Their sole purpose was to act as if They're coming to rescue Africa. They're coming to fill in the gaps in government services, gaps in education, gaps in healthcare. They are coming in claiming that they're introducing grassroots initiatives that are going to help the people. And so they use that as a way to go into the most remote parts of Africa. They're talking about government advocacy. When you look at it on paper, it all looks really good, but they're actually wolf in sheep's clothing. They are using that open access sounding humanitarian to constantly destabilize governments. I can tell you right now, the majority of African leaders, and not just African leaders, but leaders in the developing world, are celebrating the exit of USAID.
So an African ambassador to the UN, I believe that's who she was, has some very strong words for everyone who participated in USAID. And she didn't just suggest, she said that the money was being used to destabilize countries. Isn't that interesting? I thought that, one of the great things about America is that we're able to go help other people and, colonize. I know that's a bad word, but it seems like we were decolonizing Africa and not letting them do what they wanted to do, which was to copy America. They were probably, funding terrorist groups. I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of the USAID money went to some of the Hamas terrorist groups in Nigeria that killed tens of thousands of Christians in the last year. So it's just all and this is just USAID, by the way, right? I know we're harping on it. I know that we talked about this maybe a year ago, or everyone was talking about this a year ago, but I want to just hammer this point again, that Democrats are so wrong when it comes to this stuff. Let's pull up the Mike Benz clip too, because he has he's like the most amazing person when it comes to this. Sometimes the stuff he says goes over my head because he has way more context than I do, and I think most people. But let's play this clip and see what he says here.
USAID gave $5 million to Open Society Foundation Macedonia. $5 million, a direct grantee. With the help of then President Barack Obama's U.S. ambassador to Macedonia, the U.S. government spent millions of taxpayer dollars to destabilize the democratically elected center-right government by colluding with Soros. So USAID is actually funding Soros, and Soros is passing those funds to the people on the ground, the local politicians, the local judges, the local prosecutors, the local anti-corruption NGOs, the local media outlets, the local trade labor groups and unions. One NGO funded by the USAID Soros Alliance paid for the translation into Macedonian of Saul Alinsky's Rules for Radicals. So USAID paid to have Saul Alinsky street protest handbooks printed. How funny is that?
I just want to provide a little bit of proof for you to show you documented evidence that George Soros is linked with USAID. In 2001, he was actually listed as an official partner of the Soros Foundation Network, listed USAID among its donor partners alongside other government aid agencies. This means that USAID, our tax money, was being laundered directly to George Soros. Here we have a couple specific grants. There's a $2 million one here, but there's a whole bunch more that flowed to him. And let's just take a look at those street protest handbooks that were talked about in the video. It's $5 million. USAID provided this money. It was cited in the Government Accountability Office to fund these right here, to fund activism, these freedom of association youth policies, citizen initiatives, new media, and organizing tactics. So this was basically just printing these protest handbooks, training these youth and these activists to overthrow governments. Really pay attention to this last part right here. training for protests and political pressure, contributing to a political crisis with ethnic division, and street actions, meaning protests, starting in 2015.
Very interesting, isn't it? So we've now linked USAID to George Soros through Macedonia. And I don't think it's that far of a stretch to say, George Soros is getting money for America, for other countries to help destabilize. One of the things that I wanted to point out again, and I know that this, has gone viral in the past, but there is a causation or correlation, you decide. But after USAID stopped last year, there have been a ton of countries that have gone farther to the right and are not they're not participating in socialism anymore. There was just an election in Bolivia, and the media is calling him far right, but it's actually just he's actually just a patriot. And so there is a very high probability that because all of the USAID money has been cut, we don't have to fund socialism anymore around the world because nobody wants it. I actually saw something recently that Cuba has passed a lot of pro-capitalism measures in their government recently. So they're actually moving towards a capitalistic society too, which is just so interesting. But all this to say, Ro Khanna wants this back, and he wants Elon Musk to fund it. That's what I'm getting from all this stuff. That's why he brought up USAID. That's why he brought up Doge. That's why he wants to tax the world's first trillionaire. But the problem with taxing Elon solely is that even if they took all of his money, like every single penny, let's just say in a perfect world, he has $1 trillion. He doesn't. It's all in, stocks and the values of his company. But let's just say he had $1 trillion. That would fund the government for like 3 months, 4 months, maybe. So like we're just spending out of control. It is a little bit ridiculous. Let's see. Let's go to the next clip and look at where more USAID money is going. It should be from Missy. Perfect. Is it up?
Yeah, let me get that.
Missy MAGA.
Oh, wait 1 second.
No, that's right. Yep.
Oh,
it's the Katie Miller one.
Okay.
Yep. It's a screenshot. Okay, so here's Katie Miller, Stephen Miller's wife, talking about where Doge money or the USAID money was being spent on. 4.8 million to Ukraine's public affairs office in Kiev to fund social media influencers. So all this talk about foreign campaigns in the US, like we were funding it. 2.1 to Paraguay to enhance their border security. Now, I bet you Paraguay would have loved to have that money be spent on their soccer team because we just destroyed them in group play in round one. But that's neither here nor there. Ukrainian-led designers to fly to the Paris fashion show. So we're funding fashion shows for Ukrainians. $2 million on transgender surgeries, hormone therapies, and gender affirming care in Guatemala. I think they have more problems than just deciding what gender they have. I think they wish that they had the problems that we have, because I've never been there. But from my perspective, I think that they are very poor, and that $2 million could have been spent much better. $3 million to promote girl-centric climate action in Brazil. So it sounds like they wanted to create a whole bunch of Brazilian Greta Thunbergs, which would have been interesting. $25,000 for a transgender opera in Colombia. We already went over that with Caroline Levitt. Again, I think that $25,000 was probably to buy tickets because nobody probably went. $32,000 in Peru for a comic book featuring trans hero to tackle mental health issues. I think that would cause more mental health issues than anything. So just strange use of funds there. That $32,000 was probably used to buy the books because no one did. $20,000 for a DEI promoting drag theater show in Ecuador. I mean, again, no one's going to go see that. $20 million for a Sesame Street show in Iraq. Those guys have like bigger problems than 20. Like, they don't need a Sesame Street show in Iraq. It's just so $6 million to boost sustainable tourism in Egypt, plus $50 million for Tunisia tourism. So that money literally could have been given to us and said, "Hey, do you want to go to Egypt?" That would have been a much better use of money. But instead, the sustainable tourism in Egypt, which I don't know why you'd want to go to Egypt to be a tourist right now because of, all the conflict. I think all the conflict is done right now. But next one, $87 million to help Afghani farms, which just happened to include poppy fields. I've got a friend who went to Afghanistan. He was deployed there, Marine. And he told me that one of the jobs he had was to protect poppy fields, which is an outrageous thing to say, an outrageous thing to do. But that's one of his jobs. Next one, $70,000 for a live musical event promoting diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility in Ireland. Again, I don't think they need it. I hope no one showed up because that's the most ridiculous thing ever. $54 million funneled to Eco Health Alliance, the group linked to Wuhan Institute of Virology and the likely origins of COVID. So this is really, really fascinating because potentially USAID, like we have this linked. USAID was used to research COVID and probably how to, use the media and manipulation to get people up in a frenzy so that they got so scared so that they could shut down the government and print a tremendous amount of money and steal an election, all because we funded it. Like that's our tax dollars. Like we're in a large way, we paid for our own demise. And then last but not least, $15 million to Taliban-controlled Afghanistan for oral contraceptives and condoms. Oh my gosh. That is the most ridiculous list I've ever seen. And based on the rape gang report that's come out of the UK, I really doubt that the Taliban or people in Afghanistan are really worried about contraceptives and condoms because they're just doing whatever to whoever. And it's, I don't know if I want to say that. It's just a really, it's a really bad time to be Ro Khanna because all this stuff is coming back up to the surface and he's wanting to redo USAID with Elon Musk's money. That's what it seems like to me. And so I just wanted to show where the Democrats and where bureaucrats have been sending our money to show that more taxes isn't the solution. It's actually less taxes because I don't want to fund any of this stuff, at all. Let's look up the Katie Miller, Marco Rubio, USAID. I think that one's a clip. Yep.
First of all, I'm actually very proud of the work we've done with USAID. For example, I don't regret cutting $10 million for male circumcisions in Mozambique. I don't know how that makes us stronger and more prosperous as a nation. I don't regret psychosocial support services.
I raised Sudan, Mr. Secretary.
Can I respond,
Senator, I'd ask you to suspend. You had 7 straight minutes.
I chose to use my time that way, Mr. Chairman. That's my right to
Please
use
suspend
my time that way.
Secretary Rubio.
Well, I can go on. I mean, there's other things here. We spent $227,000 for Big Cat's YouTube channel from USAID. We spent $14 million for social cohesion in Mali, whatever the hell that means.
Circumcisions? Yeah, that's going to make a country much, much stronger. If you read the Bible, I believe it was Judah. It's like Abraham's sons, Judah, and he said that like one of Judah's sisters or daughters wanted to get married to someone who wasn't an Israelite, and they he said, okay, cool, but everyone has to get circumcised in your whole crew, in your whole village. And so they did. And then Judah and his brothers went and killed everybody, which is, and it's because that is maybe one of the most painful processes for a man. So I don't understand why we would be destabilizing a country like that. That is just a little bit ridiculous. And then last but not least, let's run through these last couple ones. USAID used for socialism. I alluded to this a little bit with the South American countries. I just think that this is really interesting to point out. So Frankie, if you wouldn't mind pulling up this post from End Wokeness, this is like probably the best way to look at this. So 7 Latin America elections since USAID was defunded. So Chile, far right, CAST won. In Bolivia, the far right Paz won. In Peru, the far right Fujimori won. In Ecuador, the far right Noboa won. I think that's how you pronounce it. In Honduras, the far right Asfura won. In Colombia, the far right Esparilla won. And in Costa Rica, the far right Fernandez won. And then Mike Benz says here on the tweet, and Bolsonaro would still likely be president in Brazil had USAID not massively interfered in its election in 2022 for Lula. So there is and there was a really big problem in South America countries because of all the socialism, the communism, all of the connections to China and Russia and basically all of our adversaries. And for a long time, we were funding them with our tax dollars to destabilize countries. Like, I think if we were to like still spend the money, I think it'd be much. And I don't want us to spend the money. I'm glad that that it's all cut. But I would think that we want to spread freedom and democracy, not socialism. And so it's interesting that once we pulled out of these countries, they all went towards capitalist. They all went more conservative. They all went more Western, because what they really want to do is copy what America has done for the last 250 years. And I think we should run it back for another 250, because this is the greatest country in the entire world. I think one of the big things that we're going to see in the next few years is, because USAID is cut, and because we're not funding George Soros through the Open Society Foundation, and because a lot of the Democrats' foundations and campaigns and all their funding has been cut, because we're looking at Act Blue and making sure that all the money there is legitimate. I think that we're going to see a lot of let's just call it foreign money, because USAID kind of is that. We were interfering in our own elections and funding oppositions through our tax dollars, which we all hate when foreign countries do it, but when we do it, I guess it's fine. But I think I think that we're going to see a huge shift, because think about it. In 2024, we wanted to make the election too big to rig, and that's what we did. We got everybody involved. We were voting early, and even though we don't like it, we want it to be all in one day. We were still doing that. We were doing get out the vote campaigns, etc., all self-funded, by the way. We didn't get a whole lot of help from Uncle Sam and the U.S. government. And now that USAID is turned off and we're actually tracking the funds that we're spending, we're seeing that Democrats are basically broke. Last reports I saw is that the RNC, and this isn't all the money that they have, because Republicans or Democrats have, because there's, PACs, C3s, C4s, all this kind of stuff. But the litmus test is the RNC and the DNC. The RNC right now has about $125 million cash on hand. And the DNC, if you look at all their assets and liabilities, they're looking at negative 3 million, because they have like 14 or 15 million on hand, and then they owe 17 million or something like that. That's directionally correct. They have a negative net worth at the DNC. And it's interesting because, even though we won in a pretty substantial way in 24, the woke mainstream media has only, and all of the leftist influencers online have only gotten, more bold and stronger and calling to 86-47 and, calling for violence, et cetera. And so you would think that they would have a lot more support, just because of how loud they are. But the reality is it's not translating into dollars, and people vote with their dollars a lot of the times. And I think that that's just a fantastic little note to look at. USAID was kind of like a spider web. It was going into every part of our elections, foreign elections, et cetera, COVID-19, funding labs in Ukraine, which, by the way, all this stuff was a conspiracy theory until Trump got into office and put Elon over Doge. And now we can actually look at this and say, no. Look at this right here. And I think in a lot of ways we can prove it in a court of law. And I hope that some of these people get what they deserve, because it is just absolutely ridiculous. Last thing on this, I think, and it might not be the last thing, because I just get fired up when I talk about this. USAID Color Revolution, if you want to pull up that, it is a article from Data Republican, who, by the way, is a fantastic follow on X, by the way. So Ro Khanna is asking whether dismantling USAID led to 4.5 million deaths. Elon Musk and Mike Benz are focused on the lives lost, money wasted, and failures caused by USAID itself. It wasn't just an aid agency; it was a mechanism for building regime change infrastructure. And many of these same methods have now appeared at home, which is essentially what I just said. Once you recognize the pattern, you start seeing it everywhere, even in the US, especially in the US. And then she goes on to have this fantastic article about how USAID built a color revolution with NGOs. And it's essentially what with way more detail, because she's fantastic. But it's essentially what I went over with, talking about NGOs and consultants and all this kind of stuff, and George Soros, et cetera. So if you get a minute today, I would definitely go read the article. It is definitely worth the read. So let me look. I believe, by the way, in about 13 minutes, Trump is supposed to be on talking about housing reform. There was a bill passed in the Senate and the House, so it's going to Trump's desk. And essentially what it's looking at is housing reform to help reduce regulations so that home builders can actually go build houses. I think that is vitally important, because in many ways, the housing crisis that we're seeing is obviously it's caused by the interest rates going up and down in a pretty dramatic fashion. I mean, I don't think we're ever going to see 2% and 3% interest rates ever again. I wish that could happen, but I'm just not optimistic about it. I'm really, really hoping for 4s, or we just say in the 5s for interest rates. But one of the really interesting things that I found out as I've been looking into what is actually stopping people from building tons of homes that are affordable, and it's the permitting costs. There was a story that came out in, I think it was LA County, And they're estimating that to build a house in LA County, there was $100,000 to $200,000 of permitting costs, which is just absolutely ridiculous. Because when you build a house, you have to account for all the costs: building, labor, and permits. And if permits is like one of the biggest expenses, then you have to add that into the cost of the house. And so, like, the housing prices were just going up by $100,000 because that's how much the permits cost. And that's not unique to California. I have one of my parents' neighbors back home. He just wanted to build a garage on his property, and he lives, outside the city, so he's got a little bit of land. He also lives on a lake too, so that could be a lot of this. But he said he spent about $150,000 of permitting just to build. That was before, any hammer was swung. That was before any frames went up or foundation was built. And so all this stuff is it's just so ridiculous. And that's going in across, America. That is like, you could have permitting costs of like, 10, 15, 20,000, and that just adds to the price of the house. In blue states, it's exaggerated. But in red states, it's still a major issue. So I think if we can, in a very smart way, reduce regulation around building, it'll incentivize all these builders to go build homes that people can buy, because it is just supply and demand, right? If supply goes up, then you get lower prices just because there's more options. One of the big things we saw in 2020 to 22 is that there was, not a lot of supply and a whole bunch of demand trying to buy some of these houses. And you were seeing, 10, 20, 30 offers. Sometimes they're going $100,000 to $200,000 over, offering cash, which is absolutely ridiculous. And we're not really seeing that right now because interest rates are higher, right? But I think that if we can figure out how to reduce the permitting costs on this kind of stuff, it'll help a lot. It'll also help wages go up because the permitting cost eats into the profits of these home builders, and so they could potentially actually pay more to their laborers to work, and so and they would have more projects going on at once. And if they were smart, they would build houses that that people can actually afford. One of the really interesting things that I've learned in the last little bit about the housing crisis, people always compare, the 80s or the 50s when it comes to, income versus inflation versus housing prices. And they say that, income hasn't increased as much as housing prices or inflation. And so, the middle to lower class is getting left behind. And in some ways that's true. And in some ways it's not. And I want to be careful about this because I think that, there could be some people in here who are watching, who are just, hopeless, etc. I want to encourage you that it's not hopeless and you can do it. And just because it's harder doesn't mean that you have to just give up and throw up your hands and say, it's not even worth trying. Every great thing in life is worth going after. And, if you want to go buy a home, it will be harder. You will have to save for a few more years. But one of the reasons why housing prices have increased as much as they have, debt's obviously the obvious one, and interest rates. But the other one is that houses are actually 2 times as big as they were in 1950. And they're 20 to 30% bigger than they were in, and sometimes in some cases, 40% bigger than in the 80s. So in 1950, a starter house was about 1,000 square feet. And in the 80s, that popped up to 1,200 to 1,500. So they just started to build bigger and bigger houses. Right now, the average starter home, the size of it is 2,200 square feet. which is much bigger than the average starter home in the 1950s. So what I would suggest, if you're a home builder or just in that in that vein, contractor, I would probably encourage some people to go and this will cut into your profits, right? But it's good for America. I would encourage you to go build homes that are affordable and not these like little tiny homes that suck. And I see the videos of these tiny home these tiny home neighborhoods. Those are just like BS. The ones that are like 700 square feet. But like, I don't know, go build a home that's just the right size, and you don't like it, especially if there's any young people watching this. I think we are jaded by Instagram and all the things that come with that because you're seeing people's highlights, right? You're not seeing every day what they're having to deal with, how they're, saving or making money or doing this or doing that. And, people just post the highlights, right? And so we're so jaded by this notion that we have to have it all. And it's, we're going to go into debt, like a tremendous amount of debt, more debt than we can handle to try to live this life that, we actually can't really afford.
Can I just add to that real quick, Gentry? Because
yeah, totally.
It's interesting that you explain how home sizes have gone up, but it's interesting because the actual lot sizes have gone down dramatically in the past few decades because they're just dividing, pushing as many people into small, areas as possible. It's very interesting. And I will say, on your point with with the permitting, me and my wife have been attempting to build a house for over 4 years, maybe 5 years at this point. It is criminal what goes on. Like the amount of money we've spent on not even a dime on the actual house being constructed because we haven't even been able to begin. It is so criminal. I had to pay $5,000, Gentry, to have a man come onto the property and look for endangered plants. Okay, $5,000 or $6,000 to have a man come onto my property and just say, "Okay, this is okay. You can build on this." And at the same time, I'm Googling any endangered plant that could possibly exist in New York and ripping out anyone that looked anything like any of them before he came onto the property. But it is so horrible. You're dealing with engineers for the drainage, but then the town says, nah, your engineer's an idiot. Actually, he needs this. And then the engineer's like, these people are sick in the head and they're fighting. It's just been an absolute nightmare in New York. A nightmare. So thank you for mentioning that.
Yeah, well, I think it's important because, once you dive into the like specific issues on a topic, it starts to make way more sense because you're like, why are houses so expensive? And then, because they're probably trying to like calculate, okay, here's how much this costs, and here's how much this costs, and here's how much this costs. Like, where's the other $100,000 coming from?
Right.
And it's because of all this red tape that the government's put on. And I think we should actually take a really good look at, why we want to save these endangered species of plants versus having affordable homes. Because it seems like when you make these animals or plants on the no-go list, you're putting those ahead of human flourishing,
right.
Which we should be good stewards of the earth. I'm not saying that we go dump oil in the Mississippi River. But we should have more of a priority for human beings, and it just doesn't seem like our governments are doing that great of a job of prioritizing American citizens, which I think is the most frustrating. I first started seeing this trend start to happen, by the way, in Seattle, where I grew up. When I started to understand the homeless and the drug addict epidemic in Seattle, and all the crimes and assaults and murders that were happening in Seattle, because it's a lot. It goes very underreported on the national level, And I think one of the reasons why is because Bill Gates, he's from Seattle, so he doesn't want anybody to know.
Sounds about right.
But yeah, but they really prioritized homeless and the drug addicts over the tax-paying citizens, and they sold it in the best way because it's like, oh, all the empathy, give them stuff. We're going to raise your taxes so we can help this issue, and they just haven't. And it's the same problem in California, in Oregon, in every place that has a lot of homeless. It's just incredibly sad. And when you elevate somebody over a taxpayer, you don't get very good results. The World Cup is in Seattle, and I was seeing some videos because I'm so dialed into the World Cup, European or foreigners coming in and loving America, and I haven't seen a lot of positive videos of Seattle. A lot of people are amazed that they are there's all these homeless people doing the fentanyl the fentanyl lean. But yeah, and like there's so many stores downtown that have just gone out of Seattle because of taxes and homeless and all this kind of stuff. It's really sad. It is very, very sad. It is 12 noon, and I believe that Trump is about to speak on the housing issue. There is a brand new bill on his desk that I hope he goes over. Let's see what the White House Twitter has to say about that. Okay. Because Caroline Levitt said that noon tomorrow. Yesterday she said noon tomorrow.
Classic.
So Trump is historically late. The first time I ever saw Trump speak was at a Turning Point Action conference in 2023 in Palm Beach, and he was 2 hours late. And I have heard that Trump likes to be late as a power move. So, well, if that's true, I don't really understand it. A lot of people were really, really frustrated with him. But anyway, I'm actually looking through the White House Twitter right now, and it looks like they retweeted something from earlier this morning. Director Kash Patel said that two of the most wanted fraudsters have been captured in the last 2 weeks, which is fantastic. Let me read a little bit about this. It says FBI adds 2 fugitives to the most wanted fraudster list amid a historic $6.5 billion healthcare takedown. So this is part of the $6.5 billion healthcare fraud case that I was talking about earlier with JD Vance. And it looks like instead of capturing them, which I read that wrong, he's added them to the most wanted list, which I think is good. We're documenting everybody that is, a fraudster. Let's actually look at this. I have another note on Trump is investigating oil prices not going down. This is from Election Wizard. This is a screenshot from Trump's Truth Social, and I think it's important to take note of, because I think with the conflict of Iran being almost done, I believe it's almost done. They've gone back and forth so many times. No one really knows. But I think that the smart money is starting to see that they can't jack up prices anymore. And here's what Trump says on True Social: big oil companies are not dropping their price at the pump. Consumer it with the sharply lower prices they are paying for oil. Those those prices are dropping like a rock. In other words, consumers are being gouged. I've instructed the DOJ to immediately start looking into this. Gasoline prices better start going down a lot faster than what I'm seeing. Donald J. Trump. So I think that's really important to call out, because I've heard about this with airlines as well, is that they're keeping their prices higher, even though the cost of fuel has gone down, which is really unfortunate. I hope that he looks into that too. And I'm seeing another post from Kobesi Letter, another great follow, from 2 hours ago. Oil prices are below $70 a barrel for the first time since March 1st. I believe that will probably...
Real quick.
What was that?
Just a little update for you. It says Trump cancels signing of housing bill ahead of his visit to the Senate, but I don't see anything on him speaking yet. But I'm monitoring.
Okay. Sounds good. So oil prices are down below $70 a barrel. So first time since March 1st, which I think is fantastic. So we're going to start to see gas prices go down. I don't think the big oil companies want to fight with Trump on this. He's been great for them with Venezuela and this conflict in Iran. I think it is probably criminal that we have oil prices trading like a stock, because one of the things that came out about the Strait of Hormuz is that only 20% of our oil, of US oil, actually comes from the Strait of Hormuz. And so it actually doesn't make sense why gas prices shot up to, $4 in North Carolina. I know it's maybe more or less in other places, but because we don't really get a lot of our oil from there. And I think that potentially a really, really good move for Trump would be to have, divorce the oil prices from, having a market. Because in reality, what happened was, all these speculators and traders and the smart money were trading on the price. And because of all the price action, it was going up and down. And they were looking at what was happening with the conflict in Iran, and it would go up and down based on that. And so it was a lot of swing trading. A ton of money was made in the oil markets, and not even buying and selling oil. Like, it was just all paper oil, which is really weird. And I think it takes like 2 to 3. Like, let's say we get all of our oil from Iran and the Strait of Hormuz and all these Gulf countries. The time that it would take would be 2 to 3 weeks to get the oil over here. And then they have to refine it, turn into gas, whatever. I don't know that whole process. But like, gas prices should have been delayed by 2 to 3 weeks. Instead, it shot up overnight. And so I think that the real people to blame for oil prices, going up and down are the traders and the big oil companies. I'm not positive how the laws work on that, but I'm pretty sure they have to set the price at some level based on the crude oil price in the international markets. However, it still screws consumers because they're making gobs and gobs of money on this stuff. And in reality, the effect wouldn't be seen for 2 to 3 weeks, if any, because really we only get about 2% of our oil from the Strait of Hormuz. So it's a really interesting debate, and I hope that Trump can centralize a lot of this around the U.S. and actually make give a preferred American standard for oil, just like he's doing with the prescription drugs. So
I wonder, Gentry, I wonder why he mentioned that. Like, remember when he was like, yeah, we have about 4 weeks of oil left in the reserves, and then everything's gonna. It's like you just never know if he's playing games, trying to push you towards away, or he's actually just telling you the deal. But when they say 2% comes from the Straits, it's like, okay, then what are we so concerned about here?
Well, I think it is the WTO global markets that, Clinton and Bush and Obama really, really pioneered, right? Because we outsourced so much of production and energy and everything overseas. And, they were trying to recreate this, they're trying to manifest or create this one world government, or, a global economy. And in some cases, that could be good, but we've, as we figured out, we've stripped away a lot of jobs and infrastructure and all this kind of stuff from America, and we're finding out that we don't really have as many friends as we thought. They were just, loving that they were getting rich off of our, aid money and they didn't have to spend on military, and they didn't have to spend on any medical or health advancements, because we were figuring that they didn't have to spend money on tech. They're just kind of, gleaning off of all of our success. And so I think that the next great move for Trump would be to bring all of the, oil markets into the U.S., because right now we are, I think we're the largest producer of oil. Now that we have, potential deal with Iran, and we have all of the trade routes secured, which I think it's really important to understand that. So the trade routes are really important. So when Trump first got into office, the big thing was Greenland, Canada, and the Panama Canal. Marco Rubio flew down to the Panama Canal, secured it. And so instead of having it be under Chinese control, now it's under US control. I think BlackRock is controlling that right now, which you can say whatever you want about BlackRock. I would much rather have BlackRock running that than China. And then with Venezuela, all the oil production that is down there. I mean, when he went and captured Maduro, that was one of the best mornings of all time. It was so freaking cool to see all the posts and how we, use hypersonic weapons or whatever. I don't know if you remember that.
Oh, yeah.
that testimony from the security guard that was there, but it was it just so much pride, swooped down, grabbed him, and came back. It was so good. But so he secured a lot of the trade routes and oil. So he did that. We have a deal with Greenland to get all the trade routes there. The Strait of Malacca in Indonesia, which I think a lot of people miss that. But Pete Hegseth went down to Indonesia to talk to the Indonesian president there, and so we have the trade route from the Strait of Hormuz to Malacca, which all the ships go through there to get to China and Russia and all those other places. So he's securing a lot of trade routes, and I believe that he is consolidating a lot of power back to the U.S. One of the big things that I think people missed about the conflict with Iran is that the Lloyd's of London, which is a huge insurance brokerage, they decided to stop insuring ships that were going through the Strait of Hormuz. And you kind of have to have insurance for that stuff. And Trump said, no, we'll actually do it. So instead of now being the Lloyd's of London, it's actually back in the U.S., which is a huge leverage point, I think. And it really showed a lot of goodwill to the rest of the world that we're actually able to insure those ships now. So it's just a lot of consolidation to America with manufacturing, oil production, energy, et cetera. And it's taken a little longer to get to this golden age. I will say that. And I think that he's had a ton of fights that really get underreported. There was Wait, I don't know if you can find this real quick, but there was a judge that was born in like the Canary Islands yesterday, and she basically blocked Trump from having a database that has U.S. citizens in it, so that we could test our elections based on that database. And so it would realistically secure our elections. Now, I know that a lot of Americans don't like databases, and I don't really like them either. I do want secure elections, so I don't really know how to think about that. But her name was like Spookman Spilly or something like that. It was just like the absolutely like the most ridiculous name. Foreign born, not born in America, has a ridiculous name, and she blocked Trump from securing our elections, which is just the most ridiculous thing that I've really ever seen. Let me see if I can pull it up, because
it's interesting because I've been pulling it up, and every time I have an article, the article's gone. I don't know what they really messed up.
Okay. Hang on. Here it is. I'm gonna text this over to you so we can pull it up. This is like this is even better than I described. So this is from SCOTUS Wire. They actually have pretty good reporting on X. 3.2 million views. And Judge Sparkle Spookman has struck down the Trump administration's expanded Save voter verification system, ruling that federal agencies unlawfully created a centralized database containing Social Security and citizenship data to facilitate mass voter verification. And so I guess one of her arguments is that it would take people off of the voter rolls. And that's exactly what we want. That is exactly what we want. We only want citizens to be able to vote in our elections. Like, this is something that has been said a million times, but it needs to be repeated that only U.S. citizens should be able to vote in our elections. And this Sparkle Spookman, or however you say her name, foreign born, is trying to block that. And she's citing it's because, it'll take people off of the voter rolls, which is just so ridiculous. So she ruled that federal agencies illegally created a central database with Social Security and citizenship data to check a large number of voters. She's from Trinidad and Tobago. Added that the agencies carelessly combined the private information of millions of Americans used citizenship data that they knew was unreliable and knowingly violated citizens' privacy rights in a way that threatened the right to vote. So I don't necessarily want to, question her legal status because it's unsubstantiated. But you got to wonder, where is her allegiance? Why would she want non-citizens to be able to vote? Now, I do get that, there is a lot of questions about databases and all this kind of stuff. So I totally understand that. I think, though, that we are stuck between a rock and a hard place. So
I'll also add, I always go back and forth in my head, a lot of these congressmen, senators, judges, they're not born in America, right? And you could argue, I know that the law has been the law since, the Constitutional Convention, and it's I believe 9 years you have to be an American citizen to be able to participate in elections and be elected. That number really should be 25. You should, just to prove the fact that you were a child in this country. And this should be for judges, too. I don't think there's any rules for judges. If you're an American citizen, I could be wrong, but I guess it depends on the state. You should not be able to hold office or, be a judge if you are not in this country for at least, I'll say 25 years, because you should have been so young when you came here and assimilated yourself, because it's just, at this point, it's just a joke. Elon Omars of the world. Good riddance. Just venting here.
I really think that I wish the founders would have been a little bit more specific in their wordage, because if you look at it from the lens of what they created, like obviously you'd want to be, an American. You'd want to assimilate, and I think that was a really good way to live back then. I wish that we could have some assimilation clauses in there, because it seems like people are coming over and just kind of creating their own societies in America. And I don't fault all of them. Like, I do like to go to Chinatown every once in a while, and I do like that we have all sorts of food and all this kind of stuff. But I think assimilation is honestly one of the core issues that we're missing. And I don't know how you could legislate that. It might just be on a case-by-case or community basis where I don't even know. I don't think you could do that, if I'm being honest. But as we're still waiting for Trump to hop on, I did want to talk about some of the great foreigners that are in this country right now. And I don't say this as a joke. I think we should have a serious conversation about some, geopolitical trades. So if you could put the ESPN trade alert up, because I really think that we should take a serious look at bringing some of these foreigners in that are loving America. So, because the World Cup and patriotism and unity is on full display. To be fair, I am not a soccer guy. I think it's kind of boring. My brother was in town recently, and he had soccer and golf, like US Open golf, on the same screen. And I'm like, I made a joke. I was like, dude, two of the most boring sports of all time. However, Team USA is looking really good, and I am a full-on bandwagoner fan. I have no idea any of the names of the players. I just know that we beat Paraguay 4-0. And we beat Australia 2-0 without our best player, by the way. Again, I don't know his name, but I'm all in 100% on Team USA. Men's USA soccer is, like, by far, hands down, the greatest thing of all time. And I think that the unity and patriotism and singing Country Road after every game, it's just bringing this, like, spirit of America, this unity that I want it to last. I know it won't, but I am just relishing every moment of this. And I also wanted to highlight all of the foreigners that are coming into this country. So as we're monitoring if Trump will speak, can you pull up the Tony X2 post? I think it's a video, and let's play that real quick, because I want to highlight this, and I know it's going viral on all social media platforms, but I love it. I think it's the greatest thing of all time, and I love that years and years of propaganda, like anti-American propaganda, is being destroyed by some foreigners coming into small town America or going into, some of the big cities and just being welcomed with open arms. They are like gushing over Buc-ee's and Walmart and Texas Roadhouse And all the things that like we take for granted, they're loving AC. They're loving that you can buy computers in Costco. They're just marveling at the size of everything. They're walking to the stadiums, even though they don't really understand the difference between kilometers and miles. So they're walking like 5 miles to the stadiums. You're like, oh, it's going to be fine, and all this kind of stuff. But they are just loving the American experience. I guess the Scottish people in Boston and in Miami have drank so much that there is a shortage of beer. There was a shortage of beer in Boston, which is just out of this world. It's just absolutely crazy. There was a story a little bit ago about how Washington State Cougars went down to play Auburn, and Auburn is like a notorious drinking town, but WSU outdrank them, and there was actually a shortage of beer there, which is just hilariously funny. And so I don't drink anymore, but I still love the stories, like the stories of just groups coming in and just beating them at their own game. I think it's so fun. There was a video, and actually, if you want to pull it up,
I'll roll. I want to roll this.
Yeah, go roll this.
We owe America a huge apology because America is nothing like what the media tells us. Everyone is so friendly, everyone is so accommodating, and I've honestly had the best time. I fly home Sunday, and the English have a song where we say, please don't take me home, I just don't want to go to work. Let me stay here and drink all your beer. And I've never resonated with that song more than in America for this World Cup. I wish I could stay and finish the tournament watching England. So if anyone is out there that can help me make this happen, then please let me know. I want nothing more than to stay in the USA, finish the World Cup, and meet more fantastic Americans.
Like I want him. I want him over all the Somalians, all the Haitians. We want
the
him.
line.
We want him to love America. Like we want him because he loves America. Like we want people here that love this country and have a just appreciation for it. And I would love to be friends with that guy. Like he just seems like he's so positive, and obviously he's on vacation. So I think once he gets here, it'll get kind of into the routine of things. But it's still such a good country. The thing that I want to ask, and Frankie, maybe you have an answer for this, maybe you don't, but do other countries have anything? Because they're marveling at our AC, they're marveling at everything that's big, they're marveling at all the variety, they're marveling at this, that, and the other things, stuff that we take for granted. Do they have anything? It just doesn't seem like it doesn't seem like that would be a problem in a Western country like the UK or any of the other European countries.
No, I completely agree with you. And I'll add, I studied abroad back when Obama was the president. And I will say the sentiment of the United States was much different. Everyone was just like, you guys are the worst. We hate you. And you're starting every war. Things seem to have changed when you would think the way that the United States media have portrayed Trump to everyone and just, oh, he's Hitler. Everyone hates him. Every country hates him. When I was on my honeymoon in Italy, I'm telling you, every waiter came up to us and was like, oh, like, who are you thinking for the election? This was August before the election, my honeymoon. And every single person was like, we love Trump. We love him. Like, go Trump. F Biden, they used to say, because this is before Kamala even joined the race. It's just such a different picture that they paint in the media when you leave the country. It's like everyone loves this man, and the entire idea and the vibes of America have changed with him as well. I'm telling you, before Trump, it was literally like everyone hated us so much, and now everyone's like, oh, let's go, America. I don't know if they're scared of us or loving us, but either way, I'll quote A Bronx Tale. Would you rather be loved or feared? We'll take either as America, I think. Yeah.
Well, I think that people just want us to have our rightful place in the world, which is number one. Like when, and I don't necessarily think that it's like a conscious thing, but we are number one. We have like I think we have like five of the top 10 militaries in the entire world. I saw this clip where it was like, the biggest Air Force is the Air Force, and the second biggest Air Force is
Navy.
the Navy, and the third biggest Air Force is the National Guard. And I was like, holy crap, we freaking rock. And I think that subconsciously, though, because we are the bastion of freedom, because we're the greatest country in the history of the world, that there is this sort of thing like, if Americans aren't proud of who we are and what we've accomplished and the communities that we're a part of, and like just have all around patriotism, then what hope do other people have? Right. And so and this might be a weird thing to say. Maybe no one's ever said this before. At least I haven't heard this. And this is a brand new thought, so take it with a grain of salt. But if you're not confident in who you are, then what hope do other countries have to go and be great? It's kind of like how a leader or a father operates, right? I'm 8 months into being a dad, so I don't know anything yet. But my goal is to like portray confidence and show leadership so that, my wife and my kid and my future kids will be able to follow. And if there's no one to follow, then, hope deferred makes the heart grow sick. So I think that it's actually vitally important for the rest of the world that we are so patriotic and we love this country with all of our hearts, because there's like, what country even comes close to America? Like the famous quotes, like what's the second best country to America? Texas, right? So there's no country that even comes close. Like our closest really would be Canada, and they have like a 60% capital gains tax, and they're they're offering people to die if they have some. It's just such a strange phenomenon that we are just so much better, head and shoulders above everybody.
Yeah, and for Europe, it's like no matter where you go in Europe, it's all still controlled by the EU, who is basically the devil. It's just, you could argue the scene in America, you can get every type of scenery: mountains, flat land, beach. It's like we have it all. Go anywhere else. Good luck.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, I've said this for a long time. I've traveled abroad a little bit. I've been to 5 or 6 different countries in Central, South America, and in Southeast Asia. And I love traveling, but I don't understand why people would want to travel abroad when they have literally access to any kind of scenery ever. Like you can go travel in Washington and get like the Alpine Lakes, like go hike up to Lake 22. It's spectacularly beautiful. Or you can go to Oregon and go see some fantastic waterfalls, or Crater Lake, or Haystack Rock in Cannon Beach. Or you can go to California and go Big Sur, Yosemite, Sequoia, Redlands.
Every Mac update, right?
Yeah, exactly. And Utah, Zion, Montana has Yellowstone, along with Wyoming. Idaho is beautiful. Like North Carolina, where I live, is just spectacular. Like you have the Appalachians like right here, but then you also have the East Coast cities, which are just so pretty, to the like Wilmington, Outer Banks, Hilton Head if you go down to South Carolina. You can also get like tropical too if you really want to go down to the Keys, which I'd highly recommend. The Keys are fantastic. But then you can also get just snow adventure if you go up to Alaska, or you can get actual tropical if you go to Hawaii. You can get deserts if you go to like Arizona or New Mexico. New Mexico, by the way, I haven't been there, but I've seen photos of their landscape. It's like so pretty. And you can get it anything. You can go to Colorado and get the Tetons and, you know, just do some, you know, what do they call them? The 10Xers or whatever, when you just go hike up to 10,000 feet. There's like 20 hikes like that or something like that. I mean, it's just, you can get everything in the US, and it's so big and it's so beautiful. And it's just sucks that like the politics in some of these beautiful areas just are just so bad. Let's go to the last clip I have on here. It's an Instagram reel, and let's play that as we're monitoring. You know, let's see if Trump actually pops up here.
Is America the greatest country in the world?
Definitely not, no.
Legendary.
Oh my gosh. Wow. I love this. This is the cultural appropriation that everyone needs. If I'm being honest, like this is what we want. We want Germans to come in and buy cowboy hats, and you know, the English to come in and do our two-step dances, and our, you know, Japanese to go try our barbecue. Like, it's just, dude, I cannot get over the joy that I have watching these videos of people just loving America, loving the small town, loving Texas, loving, you know, just our people too. It's so good. And like I said, I love that years of anti-America propaganda is being destroyed by these World Cup tourists that are coming into and just making videos of what makes America great, because it's not like New York or LA or Chicago or Seattle or Miami that makes America great. Those are, you know, great cities, or once great cities. But it's the everyday Americans. You know, the people are just excited that the World Cup is here, excited that other people like it. It's just, I don't know. It's so good. I would trade the 30% of Democrats who are not, well, actually, no. So I think we talked about this last time, but there was only 29% of Democrats who are actually proud to be Americans. I would trade the 70% of the Democrats who aren't proud to be Americans for those foreigners all day, every day, because
not even a question.
Yeah, yeah. If there was like an international, if there was like a what's the college football, like a trade portal, you know, in the NIH or the NIL or whatever it's called, when you know, you can transfer schools. Like we probably need that for, you know, all the foreigners that love America. So
I would argue, you know, you make a great point. When Trump first came into office this term, he should have, the same way he made it so that you can, you know, if you're here illegally, you can leave legally if you just, you know, sign up on this app and you know, you'll be on your way. If he just made it so that, you know, if you don't like it here, we'll pay you $2,000. You can go, hand in your passports. We'll send you to whatever country you want. Oh, we would have cleaned house. It would have been beautiful. And they would all take it because it would have been, oh, $2,000. That's great. Get me out of here. And then, you know, 2 months later, be scratching at the door, trying to come back. I think we need.
Well, I think one of the big problems that they would have is, I don't think any other country would want them. It's kind of like, you know, when you go apply to a new job and they ask you about your old employer and you say some negative things, and they really only have concept of you. So they don't know if your old employer was bad or not. And so they really only have you. And, you know, since you're the common denominator, you know, maybe you wouldn't be a good fit for the company.
Right.
So I don't know. It's just a good thing. Uh, I love, I just, I love all these World Cup tourists. I think it's I think it's one of the best things. And I will say, Team USA looks very, very good. Like we are playing out of our minds good. They were saying that the game against Paraguay was going to be really hard. They were saying that Team Australia was really good too, and we beat them handily. So I think that we're the dark horse, we're the underdog, and I would love if we win at two sports this year that we don't really care about, right? USA Hockey and the Olympics, and World Cup soccer, World Cup football. I think it would be just it, it would bring up so much American pride for us. I can guarantee it. And it would just be it would be the greatest thing ever. It'd be like it would be like back to back World War champs, right? Because we won both World Wars, and so it could be like that. And so I'm rooting for those guys. I'm praying for them, all this kind of stuff. Like we just got to have a big old win, and I think it's good. So
yeah, I will say I saw some complaints from the foreigners coming to watch the World Cup here, and that is just that you're not allowed to smoke cigarettes in the soccer stadiums here, and they seem to not understand that that's possible. So you know, they're going to take some, they're going to lose some, but I think overall they're having a great time. Saw a couple.
I mean, if that's their only problem, they have fantastic problems.
They're like
honestly.
getting kicked out. They're like, "Why is what's the problem? I don't understand. I do this all the time in my home country."
I know. Oh my gosh, is Trump still not up?
He is not up. I've been looking at it. You know, the people in the chat are asking, you know, has he canceled it? I will just say that if he did cancel fully a statement or a speech, I know that the AP would not still be rolling their cameras. So the fact that the stream is still up, we're going to keep it up. I don't know. I 40 minutes past the hour is not unusual for him. So we do not know. So just monitoring it. It actually does look like it's emptying out a little bit. Not sure. He will be speaking at 7 p.m. today for like the World Fair or the State Fair or something, but I see nothing. I don't know.
Okay. Well, the one thing I did learn from Jeremy when I first had a guest appearance on his show is that you always stop for Trump. Always.
Yes.
So I mean, he's the big dog. He's the reason why a lot of us are in work. So let us
I
find.
see the chat, by the way. The World Cup has done more for foreign relations than the whole existence of the UN. I could not agree more. Oh my goodness, what a beautiful comment. Just insane. I see you. It's just so true. After that elevator stopped with Trump going up, and I think it was honestly like an assassination attempt. I do not trust the UN with anything.
Oh my gosh, yeah. Someone said I look like a soccer player. I'm actually not. I was a swimmer in high school and college. Not good at soccer. The only real trick I can do is the rainbow because I practice that a lot. But I am not a soccer player.
Soccer and swimming, similar builds, though. You know, I'll give it.
So it's sort of all the soccer players I knew were a little bit shorter. You didn't really see a lot of 6'4" soccer players. So not to pat myself on the back because 6'4", I didn't ask for this height, but
all right.
This guy. Yeah. Someone said Frankie is younger than I thought. Frankie looks good, man.
31 years young over here. All right.
31 years young. That's awesome. I've got you by 2 years, but it is right. All right. I love America because it's the greatest country on earth. Trump has not much to do with it, little brother. Well, actually, that's not true, buddy. MDU USMC 77. He had that comment. I think that there's a lot to be said about believing in America and the American dream and the leadership that comes from it. Um, there's a lot of comparisons from Trump to Reagan, and mostly because Jimmy Carter was, one of the worst presidents of all time, and Joe Biden was one of the worst presidents of all time. And Reagan spoke life into America, and he got people to believe in the American dream again. There's a really, really amazing proverb that says, "Hope deferred makes the heart grow sick." And so, if you can speak life and speak hope into the darkness or the American way of life, you can inject hope in there, and then you stop being heartsick, which is amazing. So I think that there's a lot to be said about believing whether you can or you can't, because you're right either way. That's a really famous saying from Henry Ford. Because if you believe you can do something, you probably will try it, and the odds of you succeeding go up when you try. But if you don't try, you can't succeed. So it's the famous, Michael Scott saying from Wayne Gretzky: "You miss 100% of the shots that you don't take." And yeah. So I think that Trump actually has a lot to do with all the American pride. And I think that the UFC fight at the White House has created a whole bunch of American pride. It was one of the coolest events. And I'm not even a UFC guy. To be honest, I'm not a huge sports guy in general, but I love greatness, and I love excellence, and I love just American pride. There was a clip that I saw, and I don't really want to play it here because it swears a lot, but it was two Australians. They've got a podcast, and they were talking about it, and they were like, "You know what I hate? I hate when Americans say that, they're the greatest of all time and they're the greatest country ever." And, it's like, whatever, like, screw off. And then they go do something like the UFC at the White House and have, the bald eagle playing and, country music and the flyover. And they're like, frick, that actually was really freaking awesome. That was like the coolest thing ever. I love that clip. Again, I don't want to show it because it swears a little bit too much, but yeah, I think that I think there's a lot to be said about having pride in America and our leadership actually showing that they love America versus what the Democrats are doing, which is kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, and I'll say just real quick, when you're touching on that and the pride, I do get nervous that we've lived through the 9/11 period, and just like that was basically, we could argue all we want what happened with 9/11 and the true narrative, but regardless, there's no question that we were the most patriotic people. We were so unified, but then immediately after, every year after that, we just got more and more divided, and it's gotten to such an insane point. So I wonder when this vacuum, clears, what's going to happen. And I only say that because I'm getting a picture up for you. I just saw this for the first time, and this blew my mind. As a New Yorker, my buddy was like, "You see these new squad cars that are driving around?" I'm like, "What are you talking about?" And this is not Photoshop, guys. This is New York City under Mamdani. And if you can see this police car, it looks like an NYPD squad car, but it's MCP, and that's Muslim Community Patrol. And these are now driving around New York City, and basically if you are doing, I don't even know what the purpose of them is, but it's just like where have we come since 9/11 that we now have patrol cars? This is basically a company. This is a private company that just like the same way a neighborhood watch would work. They just show up out of nowhere, somehow are legally allowed to create these cars, which, if I have a red and blue light on my dashboard, I'll be arrested immediately. But somehow this is legal and they're allowed to pester pedestrians. I just don't know what's going on and where we're going to go after I see something like that. What are your thoughts?
Well, it's the first step into Sharia law. to be honest. Because who are they patrolling? Are they like patrolling people who obviously are into that stuff and are Muslim and they want to follow? And then where does their jurisdiction start and end? Because I feel like under Mamdani, they would probably stretch the limits of what they're able to do.
Right.
So I don't like it. I don't like it at all. And I honestly think that like a lot of the division happened after Obama repealed or passed the Smith-Mundt Act. I don't know if he repealed it or he passed it, whatever. But it was basically it allowed the media to propagandize American citizens for the first time. And one of the first things they did was start to talk about racism, white supremacy, nationalism, all this kind of stuff to paint, the American way of life in a bad way. There's charts that you can find, and Rabbit Hole on X does a really good job of like aggregating all this stuff. But you can see the charts of like mentions in the media about racism and white supremacy and DEI and all this kind of stuff. And then around like 2010, it just spikes up. So I think that we're being programmed systematically to hate each other with all this stuff. And it's interesting because I really don't think America has had a big racist problem until they started to divide people based on the color of their skin and the socioeconomic. I think that crime has ticked up. I think that it's caused a lot of segregation. I don't like it, and I wish that there was a way that we could, go back and reverse that. But I don't think there really is. And so the media, in so many ways, has created all of these problems. And if anyone is to blame, I think it's them, because it's gotten so bad because now we're seeing like, a major race incident basically every single year right before elections. And it kind of stokes this, one-sided race war that I don't really know how to think about it, because I don't want to be in a war, but I also know that, evil doesn't stop itself. It has to be stopped. And so even if we're not asking for war, it could come to our doors. And I don't like it. There was so many videos that I saw after the Carmelo Anthony, Austin Metcalf incident. And then especially after Carmelo Anthony got sentenced for, 35 years or something, or life in prison. Like, there's so many like videos of Black people saying, let's kill the white people. And I'm like, what? Whoa. What are we doing here? Why is this your response? And it seems like they want a race war, and no one wants that but them. And it's the media is all to blame for this. It's 1,000%. I don't really even know how to think about it, but I'm seeing what's out there, and I'm seeing the repercussions and the team takeovers and, the changing consumer habits and all this kind of stuff. And I'm like, guys, like, come on, what are we doing here? Like, let's grow up a little bit. Can we grow up just a tiny bit and just have a certain level of respect and understand what polite society is? Again, like, it doesn't have to be like, ultra polite, wear the hat and, have your finger up for tea, but like, polite society is, I think, an important thing to protect. And we're seeing it in every part of society, where there's certain groups of people who have less respect for other people than we would give them. And I don't know what to do about it. I really don't.
And it's a
and I also hate even voicing this too, because now I sound like a racist.
Right.
but I'm not. I want everyone to just have mutual respect and have this sense of community pride and pride in America and pride in your city and pride in your people and pride in your yeah.
Yeah, and it almost, you mentioned the media, and it's like the way they push the violence between races and all this. It's the same way where we're all wondering, well, why would they possibly leave the border open and let all of these people in? And a big argument that I see is just that so that people like us, like law-abiding American citizens, can complain and freak out about a group that shouldn't have been here in the first place, and then we're just worrying about the migrants while there's less questions about, I don't know, Lloyd's of London and all of these things, global things that actually matter. They keep us bogged down with social issues that we shouldn't even be having these issues in the first place, but we just stop talking about the actual important things while they take over and clamp down on more and more control, which is a big argument, which I'm starting to take more seriously that I maybe didn't in the past, because it's just like, at what point, like, it's just the most irresponsible broadcasting. They do not care whether it's Fox News or NBC. They're all just fear-mongering the country while no actual solutions happen. So
Yeah, well, we're kind of like Israel and Bibi Netanyahu, that we're fighting this 10-stage, 10-theater war. We're fighting social issues. We're fighting school boards. We're fighting against the drag queen story hours. We're fighting against people raising taxes, and then we're trying to go to work and get all this stuff squared away and build a life. And then we're also worried about national issues and global issues and the price of gas and the price of eggs. And, it's just everything. We have to worry about everything all at once. And I think that is maybe the best part, and the worst part about social media is that you can be informed about everything all at once, all in real time. But I think in so many ways, it is so bad for people to be so informed all the time. The problem is that the left is now using social media like we used it to defeat the mainstream media. We started posting truth out there, and it broke through, and people were just eating it up, and the ratings for mainstream media are like in the tubes. It's ridiculous. But now the left is on social media, and they are communicating, low IQ ideas really well and penetrating because, it sounds like the truth. And so in some ways we've created a monster. And I think that if we take our foot off the pedal and stop doing this kind of stuff, we're going to lose, because there's so much attention on new media, on social media, whether that's Instagram, X, TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, Rumble, Truth, whatever. It's just hard to understand how they can, lie so well.
Amen.
Anyway.
Amen, Gentry.
A freaking men. Let's go back to the comment section here. How did I do today, guys? I feel like I did a much better job than last Friday. I don't know. I feel like I did better. Maybe not perfect, but I did feel like I did better. Let's see what gas is going in down in Oregon right now. That is awesome. You guys got to figure out Oregon and all the taxes up there. Because I really think that if Trump can, investigate these oil companies, and I really think we could see gas in the ones, like 190, whatever. You did amazing, like Mike Crispy. That is high praise, by the way. That is really high praise. Gentry and Frankie, what's your thoughts on the Save America Act? We have to pass it. That's obvious. I'm not 100% sure what Thune is doing, but I don't know who's got him by the balls or who's pulling the strings or whatever, but it's one of the things that every Republican wants and a lot of Democrats want it. And I think the reason why Democrats want it is they just want us to shut up about it. And we want to shut up about it too and just have secure elections. I think I saw a stat that said like 80% of Americans on both sides of the aisle want the Safe America Act to pass. I think potentially putting in, and this is going to be controversial because I also want this in there too, but I think potentially putting in transing, not allowing anyone under 18 to have a transgender surgery is a bad move because it doesn't have anything to do with, elections. So I do want that to happen, but if you think strategically, I think it's a bad move.
I'm with you.
Mm-hmm.
And I will say, I think Thune, they have like a Swalwell style video just waiting, and they're just saying, yeah, you wanna vote for that? Okay, here you go. Here's you in a hotel room. That's
Mm-hmm.
my view.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. 100%. Well, we're coming up on the top of the hour. I wanted to say thank you guys for having me. Thank you, Frankie, for helping get the show all squared away. And thank you for Jeremy for going on vacation and giving me this opportunity to guest host his show. This was amazing. I loved it. Big shout out to Jeremy. Remember, go comment on this video to stay on vacation and get some rest, because the news will be back when he gets back, or the news will be here when he gets back. If you guys want to follow me, I am at Gentry Jeevers on Instagram and at Gentry W Jeevers on X. I'm also on Facebook, on Threads. I'm also on TikTok. Don't really post much there, but you can follow me there if you want. Most interesting way to follow me is on Instagram. And also go follow my wife. She's putting out some great content too. Jess Lana Mac. Yeah, thank you guys so much for having me, and we'll see you next time.
Freedom Warriors, welcome back to LFA TV. It is Hannah Faulkner back here live from America. I am so excited to be here with you guys today. It has been, I think, a little bit over a month, almost 2 months since I have been live on LFA TV. And so when Mr. Jeremy reached out and said he was going to be on vacation and needed someone to fill in for at least a couple hours of his show, I said, absolutely, I would be delighted to host an hour or two while you are on vacation, because I will always be a part of the LFA TV family, and it is such a joy to get to see you guys. I actually was able to meet a few of you a couple weeks ago in Denver, Colorado, a little bit outside of Denver, Colorado, in Inglewood, for the Last Stand conference that Seth Gruber hosted. Ali Beth Stuckey was there. I believe Eric Metaxas, Victor Marks, Abby Johnson, so many just absolute patriots and just faithful Christians in the movement. They were there speaking. Several of you guys showed up. I was able to meet and give you guys a hug. So it was always great, as always, to see some of the LFA TV family members and see you guys in person. Sometimes it's hard to put a face to a username, but I'm like, yeah, that's you. I remember you. I saw you in the chat. I know who you are. And I always love seeing you guys comment. But I just want to go ahead and look at the chat, see who's in here. We've got Travel Buds in the chat, Mustache 49, MLE 22. Who else? Tammy Van Sill. Angela Sykes, I've missed you guys as well. Logan is in the chat. Logan says, can I call into the show today? Logan, we actually might be able to do a call in towards the end. I have a lot to get into. It's been 2 months, so there's a lot to talk about. But we should be able to do a call in time by the time we reach the end of the show. We have missed you, Hannah. I've missed you guys too. We've got P Cool 1079, Deb Paulin. Good to see you. It is great to see you guys. I know I can't see your face, but good to see your usernames and hear from you guys in the chat. I need a warning before having my ears assaulted by Leonard Skinner, Freebird. Debbie is in the chat. Well, I am so excited to talk about all things overturn over Roe v. Wade. Obviously, the title of today's show is that we are a Christian nation. I'm sure many of you guys have seen the video that is surfacing all over the internet, where this nurse, she is an American citizen, she is a patriot, she is a Christian, she is in a store, and she sees a Muslim woman and tells her to leave, to get out, that she doesn't belong here. And frankly, when I saw this video, it's like 45 seconds-ish, maybe a minute long. I thought this woman has more courage than 95% of our politicians, maybe even all of our politicians, because I'm not sure I know of a single politician that would have the guts and the spine to tell a Muslim that they do not belong in this country. Why? Because this is a Christian nation. This is not a Hindu nation. This is not a Buddhist nation. And it's very interesting, you know, when we mention the ideas of religious liberty, obviously I do believe that religious liberty and free will and the idea that you can reject God or you can choose eternal life with God, our Heavenly Father, and with Jesus Christ, you have the freedom to choose that. And if you don't, of course, you will suffer, you know, eternal condemnation because of that. But this is a Christian nation. And when our founding fathers actually alluded to the idea of religious liberty through our First Amendment, they didn't think of that being as a million different religions in this country. They didn't even think that there was even a question of whether or not Hindus, Buddhists, Muslims, any other false religion but Christianity should be allowed to be exalted in this country. When our founding fathers were debating out the amendments of the Constitution of the United States of America, when they were debating out the First Amendment and talking about this idea of religious liberty, they were specifically referencing religious liberty among denominations because there was so much infighting in this country in the beginning. You had Presbyterians, you had Congregationalists, you had Methodists, Baptists, you had all of these various denominations and a few Catholics. Of course, you had one colony among the first 13 original colonies that was Catholic, and that, of course, was Maryland. Go figure. But when our founding fathers thought and debated about religious liberty, they were not referring to multiple religions. They were referring to religious liberty among Christian denominations. And because we have strayed away from our founding fathers' intent for this Christian nation, now we are seeing the results of this. Now we are seeing Islam and all of these other false religions infiltrate across the country. And so that's why I wanted to title today, you know, We Are a Christian Nation, because we're going to get into that. But today is also the 4-year anniversary of the overturn of Roe versus Wade. The day that I think will go down as history as one of the most monumental days in American history, but also a sign of God's judgment on this country. I remember when Roe versus Wade was overturned, I was 15 years old. And of course, I understood that abortion was murder. I understood that abortion was wrong. It was evil. But I didn't understand the weight of the overturn of Roe versus Wade, and also that this is a sign of God's judgment. I know my dad would always mention that. He would always tell us that this is a sign of God's judgment on our country, that we are even having to overturn Roe versus Wade back to the states, because this shouldn't even be a question. This shouldn't even be a question that should abortion be legal? Should it be back to the states? No, this is not a states issue. This is a national issue that needs to be abolished altogether. And today I want to specifically talk directly to the pro-life establishment, because the biggest feat to abolishing abortion is not Planned Parenthood. It's the pro-life establishment. You have two different sides of the pro-life movement. You have the pro-life movement, the pro-life establishment, which oftentimes call themselves incrementalist. And then you have the abolitionist movement. I would actually kind of refer to myself as like a smash mouth incrementalist. So I'm not full-blown abolitionist, which means that, you know, I would vote for a 6-week ban if that was the best that we could get. Abolitionists would not vote for a 6-week ban because they would see that as like a sign of God's judgment, which I agree. But I also do believe that we have to be shrewd. We have to be prudent. We have to be crafty in our ways and means of ending and abolishing abortion and ultimately reclaiming America as a Christian nation, which means we're going to have to concede sometimes. We're going to have to make concessions with the pro-life establishment, with policy, and that's how public policy works, right? But I want to show you guys this video because we have a large debate within the pro-life movement of, you know, what is a pro-lifer, what is an abolitionist, what's an incrementalist, what does this mean, and where do I fit in the realm of this? But before we get into that, the White Rose Resistance, I mentioned that I was at the Last Stand. I spoke at the Last Stand on a Gen Z panel a few weeks ago in Inglewood, Colorado, and they just released a 5-minute, anniversary video. Today marks the 4-year anniversary of the overturn of Roe versus Wade. Take a listen.
Roe v. Wade was just overturned. The violence of abortion is no longer a federal ruling in the United States of America. We will not stop until every single baby in this country is protected by Almighty God.
We have to protect life. If we don't, I mean, the right to life is the right to all other rights. If you don't have life, you don't have anything, right?
To me, I think what we're really asking is, do we really believe what we say we believe? If we're committing murder here, then shouldn't it be treated as murder?
We have always, in the pro-life movement, asserted that taking the life of a child in a mother's womb is murder. But we never treat it like murder.
If babies are people inside the womb, then it makes sense that they would have equal protection to people outside of the womb, but also to be biblically consistent. If they're humans inside the womb and they're people inside the womb, then they're made in the image of God inside the womb, then that means that they are endowed with certain inalienable rights.
Right now, more than 60% of abortions in the United States are not performed by abortionists. They're performed by the women themselves through chemical abortions.
The place where abortion is supposedly illegal, right? You can get an abortion pill shipped to your door in 2 days. And so the amount of abortions are going up. I mean, substantially, the amount of abortions are going up in the state of Texas.
And we've gone from, you and I are old enough to remember the Clinton mantra of safe, legal, and rare. We've gone from that to shout your abortion is what we do now. Right. Shout our abortion.
There are huge pro-life organizations in this country who have allowed that. They've used their political capital and the Rhino Republicans that they help finance to run, and they have all come out against laws that would allow that female abortionist who just killed her own baby. What they support is that she can walk and not be charged because she's a victim.
They are making the choice for another human being to be killed. They are not the victim. The victim every single time is the child in the womb. And it's the pro-life movement who's saying, don't do it. We don't want you to protect babies in this way.
And what do these bills say?
It doesn't even say anything about punishment. It says nothing about the mother, actually. It just says, we want to treat abortion as a criminal act. We just want to give an even playing field, right? That babies in the womb have the same equal rights as a child outside of the womb. That's it. That it's murder, period.
The law is so instrumental, not only in punishing evil, which it needs to do, not only in regulating and ordering society, but also it's instructional. It teaches.
It's something that we have to address. We have to take into account all of the complications. Of course, we want to have compassion where there are actual victims. There are circumstances But our current laws for murder take into account all of those circumstances as well.
Babies in the womb have the same rights and dignity as babies outside the womb, directly after birth or any other time. Therefore, they deserve the same levels of legal protection. And the only way that they can have the same level of legal protection is that anyone who's involved in killing them after it's against the law have to have the same kind of penalties that you would have if you killed an infant. That shouldn't be controversial. In fact, that's sort of just a political extrapolation of the pro-life ideology. That's really all it is.
And so I understand that people in the pro-life movement are going, well, if we have penalties for the mother, you know, that'll never pass, or that, you know, we don't have the stomach for that, okay? But what if the mother did have evil intent and did know it was a human being and wanted to murder the child? Are you saying there's no punishment for that? Why? Why would there be no punishment for that?
Equal rights protection. Equal protection, criminalizing abortion, that is what is going to end the greatest Holocaust of our generation in human history. Equal protection. That is what's going to end abortion. And you may be wondering, how is this even a question? How is the pro-life movement, the pro-life establishment, these pro-life organizations, how are they even contesting against this video? I have watched as some of the leading pro-life organizations have called out Seth Gruber, saying that he is living in sin because of what he is doing. I have watched as abolitionists have said that Seth Gruber is also living in sin. I am a huge advocate for equal protection. I'm a huge advocate for Seth Gruber. I do think he is doing the Lord's work. I do believe that he is on the front lines. He is being attacked by both sides, the pro-life establishment and the abolitionist side, because they don't like what he's doing because it's the most effective. It's what's actually going to end abortion in the United States of America. And it's going to take solid Christian conservatives like all of you guys here at LFA TV watching, supporting Seth Gruber, commenting on his videos, getting out to your local state House and Senate hearings to support equal protection measures. I encourage you guys to go to the whiterose.life. You can check out their full resolution. They just released the equal protection resolution today. I'm going to pull this up real quick so you can kind of see. It's the Declaration for equal rights protection under the law from the moment of fertilization. And maybe I was naive, maybe I was just ignorant, but I thought that this is what the pro-life movement wanted all along. I thought that our end goal was to criminalize abortion. I thought that our end goal in fighting for the sanctity of human life was that we believed life begins at conception and should be protected from conception to natural death. But as I have gotten more involved in the pro-life movement, I started posting about equal protection, advocating for what Seth Gruber was doing. I was called incompassionate. I was told that I might be living in sin because of what I'm supporting. How is it that I'm living in sin because I want to hold the murderers accountable for their actions? They say, well, you just want to throw women in jail. No, I don't want to throw women in jail. But if you do commit murder, if you do murder your own child, you will be held accountable for your actions. They say, well, what about the women who were coerced? What about the women who were, drugged to the abortion clinics by their boyfriend or their dad, and they were forced to have the abortion? Well, those men will be brought to a jury just like in any other murder case, just like in any other homicide, and they will be held accountable for their actions. The murder of these babies in their mother's womb, abortion, will be treated just like any other homicide. It's no different. And some people will say, well, you want to go back into the law and you want to punish all the women who had abortions 20, 30 years ago. Nobody is advocating for retroactive law. Nobody is advocating. That's not how our legal system in the United States of America works. So even if that were the case, even if that's what we wanted, we never would be able to accomplish that. But we have to stop deflecting. And I think the common trend that we're seeing in the pro-life movement is that we have a lot of emotions involved. There's a lot of deception. There's a lot of feminine, I guess, wording and vocabulary being used to appeal to young women, which is great. We want young women involved in the pro-life fight, but we need strong men. And that's why I support Seth Gruber. That's why I support what he's doing, because 4 years after Dobbs, it says right here, 4 years after Dobbs, preborn children remain unprotected and abortions have reached a 10-year high. In light of this, we must return to the first principles of the pro-life movement and recommit ourselves to the uncompromising defense of every pro-life child. You can go to their website, the whiterose.life, and you can see their entire resolution It's very simple. All human beings are created equal and endowed by their creator with the unalienable right to life. And the 14th Amendment guarantees that no person shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor be denied the equal protection of the laws. And the life of every human being begins at fertilization, and the right to life of each human being must be protected regardless of size, stage of development, location, degree of dependency, or circumstances of conception. The resolution continues saying that abortion is the intentional and unjust taking of an innocent human life, and that preborn children deserve the same legal protection against violence as all other human beings, and that the combination of increased chemical abortion access and wholesale legal immunity for mothers in every state has resulted in tens of thousands of preborn children continuing to die every year, even in states with the strong pro-life protections, revealing the urgent need for equal protection. Now, I live in Tennessee. I'm very grateful to live in Tennessee. We are a Christian state. Our state, actually declared that June is not Pride Month, it's Nuclear Family Month, emphasizing that family is between one man and one woman with children with the potential to procreate, not two men, two women, or whatever you want to define it as. No, marriage is between a man and a woman, and a family is started by a man and a woman. But we have problems. We are considered a pro-life state, right? Pro-life establishment groups would consider Tennessee to be a very pro-life state. We've abolished abortion, but no, women are still receiving the chemical abortion pill to their mailbox. This will not end until we criminalize and make it a federal crime to murder your innocent child. That's what the White Rose Resistance is doing. That's what Abby Johnson is advocating for. And the problem is that we are dealing with people who want to argue that these women are somehow victims. I have watched as these pro-life establishment groups have told me that these women are victims. They didn't know what they were doing. And maybe that's true in some cases, but we are the most technologically advanced society ever. We are the most technologically advanced society in human history. It is scientifically irrefutable that this is a human life. You just had Dean Withers the other day even admitting on Jubilee that he knows abortion is the intentional taking of a human life. They know it's abortion. They know what abortion is. They know it's the murder of a baby in its mother's womb. They refuse to admit it in their own conscience to an extent, because their loyalty is not to the truth. Their loyalty is to their own convenience. It's to their own selfish gratification and their own desires. That's why I love what Seth Gruber says when he says, this is the sacrament of Satan. What does Christ do when he goes to the cross? What did Christ do for us? He went to the cross and he said, I will give my life for you so that you can experience eternal life in heaven with me and the Father. That's what Christ said. He gave his life up for us. A sinless, perfect man gave his life up for all of humanity to experience eternal life with him. And what happens in abortion? It's, I will kill you. I will sacrifice your life so that I can live. I can live out my desires, my dreams, my wants, my career. It is the ultimate act of abortion is the ultimate act of child sacrifice for the sake of sexual convenience, because 98% of abortion is for the sake of sexual convenience. And as, we mentioned in the resolution, these women aren't just going to clinics and someone else is performing the abortion. These women are going online. 70% of abortion is the woman going online and ordering the chemical abortion pill, mifepristone and misoprostol, to her mailbox. That's what's happening. I want to show you guys this video because I think it just further proves these women aren't victims. They know exactly what they're doing, and they even create altars. Not all of them, but a large majority of them know what they're doing. They're not victims.
Building an altar for your abortion can be a really cathartic procedure. I like to always have a candle going on my altar, so there's always light within the darkness. I also really like to add the abortion pills themselves to the altar to really bless the pills that we're going to be taking into our bodies during this process. And place the container of which you plan to put the products of conception or the fetal remains within, to catch that after you've passed it and save it for later when we find a way to bury or otherwise, to where we find a way to properly dispose of the fetal remains in a way that gives reverence and respect and support to this sacred abortion experience.
Wow. I have no words to describe how sick this makes me. Abortion is incredibly traumatic and slaughters a living child. There is nothing sacred about it. This woman says that she wants to give respect and reverence to her child while taking pills that starve them of their vital nutrients and then expels him out of her body into a bowl or into the toilet. That is the complete opposite of respect. True respect would be granting that child his right to live and to value him as a human being. No child should be killed in a place where they are supposed to be safe and to grow and to thrive. Abortion is not sacred, life is sacred. Let's pray for this woman and for women like her who are so disconnected from the reality of abortion.
You really can't make this stuff up. I mean, there's video after video after video. We saw a video recently come out that I responded to on social media of a woman from Memphis, Tennessee, who was taking chemical abortion pills at her gender reveal. So she has a gender reveal party, and then she starts turning on gangster rap music and dances celebrating that she's about to kill her baby, murder her baby. It's disgusting. It's sick. And you just watch a video as this girl is explaining her altar. It's demonic, it's witchcraft, it's evil. It is the ultimate act of child sacrifice for the sake of sexual convenience. It is the sacrament of Satan, as Seth Gruber says. And how are we going to end abortion? Well, it's by equal protection and establishing that this baby deserves equal protection under the law through the 14th Amendment just as you and I. Equal protection to the Constitution just as the rights that you and I have. That's what's going to end abortion, criminalizing it, making it illegal. And what's the biggest thing from preventing that? Who is preventing this from happening? Well, it's the pro-life establishment. And the pro-life establishment's argument is that we're never going to get equal protection laws passed. Well, they're the ones showing up, siding with Planned Parenthood against equal protection. This is Abby Johnson. I want to play a little bit of this interview. I'm not going to play the whole thing. It's like 50 minutes long. But I want to play a little bit of this, and then we're going to move on. We're not going to talk about abortion the whole time, but this is very important because today is the 4-year anniversary of the overturn of Roe v. Wade, and I cannot think of something more important to talk about than this, because if we cannot value the innocent and the sanctity of human life, what do we value as a country? G.K. Chesterton said, where there is animal worship, you can always find human sacrifice. In the United States of America, we are watching as a people, collectively, as a people, we are watching a party worship and save the cats and the dogs and murder the babies. That's what's happening in this country. This is Seth Gruber and Abby Johnson on the pro-life establishment and why we cannot pass equal protection.
You were saying, I mean, you can summarize it, but there are major pro-life organizations funded in the multi-millions a year who actively work against, on the national stage, actively work against state legislators just trying to end abortion in their state.
Yeah.
And that was shocking for a lot of people who maybe they just stay in their pregnancy center and they're just loving on babies and they're loving on moms, and it's like they don't know the national stage, or just your run of the mill Christian that doesn't know some of that inside baseball. Of course, people have been talking about this for a long time, but we're just grateful for you saying things that are overdue.
Yeah, it was really kind of a line in the sand moment for me, because I've been saying these things for several years that, abortion should be a criminal act, that, abortion is murder. I've been saying these things for a few years, but then to really sort of call out the key players who were not in the sandbox with us, right? Who are actually throwing sand out of the sandbox and preventing us from building the tower that we're trying to build to actually end abortion.
Right.
To call that out in our own movement, that is seen, for some reason, it's seen as disunity.
Yes.
It's seen, you're not playing well with others.
Right.
And, we want to have unity. We want to have unity.
But God has not called us to be peacekeepers. God has called us to be peacemakers. And there's a difference. You know, peacekeepers are willing to allow injustice in order to not get in a scuffle, right? So they will allow terrible things to happen around them in order to just keep the peace and to keep everyone together. And, you know, oh, guys, stop. We're united. We're united. Don't worry about all these terrible things that are happening around. Let's just ignore it and all be united. But that's not what God has called us to do. Peacemakers, and this is what I am, and this is what you are, and this is what many of us are. Peacemakers are willing to be uncomfortable. They're willing to make other people uncomfortable to actually establish true peace. And true peace is ending the Holocaust of the unborn. True peace is actually providing peace in the womb.
Wow.
Right? And so that is what we are trying to do. And so you're going to be disruptive if you are a peacemaker.
Yeah.
And so for me, that was really the moment where I thought, I'm about to be very disruptive in this movement. But the end goal is not to be disruptive just to be disruptive.
Yeah.
The end goal is to be disruptive so that we can ultimately bring peace.
Yeah.
And it does disrupt. And I think we saw a perfect example of this. It was just months later. I don't even remember what the month is. You probably remember. But we had the perfect opportunity to pass an equal protection bill in South Dakota.
Right.
It was just
Now, I'm so glad. I want to pause this real quick. I'm so glad that Abby Johnson's about to talk about this, because this kind of encompasses the larger problem that we are seeing with a lot of these pro-life groups. Is they will tell us over and over and over again that we will never get equal protection laws passed, that we'll never be able to get what we actually want. But the problem is they're standing in the way of it. And Abby Johnson's about to explain, you know, what happened in South Dakota. This happened in my home state of Tennessee when we had HB 570 at our state capitol. We couldn't even get the bill heard because we have too many pro-life organizations calling our state legislators and telling them not to pass this, not to look at it, not to hear the bill, because they're cowards. That's what they are. Do they not want to pass equal protection because they had abortions themselves and they know that women will be held accountable for their actions? Do they not want to pass equal protection because we want to actually end abortion and they will lose their career? I want to make all of these pro-life organizations go completely out of business. I don't want them to operate anymore because I want abortion to be ended in the United States of America. I don't want us to have to talk about this anymore. I want us to end abortion because righteousness exalts a nation and sin is a reproach to any people. Blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord. How can we say God bless America in the same sentence as we have defended the murder of over 75 million babies in their mother's womb? Shame on us as a nation. Shame on us as Christians for cowardice, for being cowards to a very simple truth that life begins at conception, and abortion is the intentional murder of that life and should be treated as such. Here we go.
A couple months later, and we had every reason to believe that in South Dakota, where the committee where this was going to go through, I mean, it was stacked full of pro-life Republicans. And so, you know, I testified, some of your guys testified. We thought, this is it. If this is ever going to pass out of a state committee, it's going to be right here, this South Dakota committee. And I don't think any of us expected to actually, you know, get to the floor and to get a vote. And I think that we weren't really expecting that. We were, though, expecting it to get out of this committee.
Right.
And, you know, there we all are ready to testify. And who shows up to testify against a bill that would protect children in the womb, that would actually create a law that would make abortion murder?
South Dakota Right to Life.
South Dakota Right to Life. Along with who else?
Concerned Women for America.
Concerned Women for America. Who else? The ACLU. right?
Which is weird.
The abortion industry shows up to testify against the bill.
Wild.
So now we are now, the pro-life movement is in cahoots with the abortion industry, trying to stop a bill that would ultimately end abortion in that state. And I think it's time for us to look inward and to say, what are we doing?
Right.
What are we supporting? Who are these groups that we're supporting? What are we putting effort into? And, you know, after I was with you in January, and then after I spoke out about some of this stuff, and then certainly after that in South Dakota, I got pretty irritated text from one of those groups, and their leader, you know, telling me, how dare I do this, and how dare I speak out about her group?
How dare you?
How dare I? And I'm thinking, how dare you?
Right. Yeah.
How dare you be a person who runs an organization for decades?
And that's it. You know, they want to try to gaslight us into believing that we're the problem for calling them out. I mean, I've watched as people on X have tried labeling Seth Gruber as living in sin for calling out these organizations. It's like, no, you made a public decision to testify against a very principled bill that babies in their mother's womb deserve equal protection under law because we believe that that is a human life. And you go and you side with the ACLU, you go and side with Planned Parenthood against us. Those who actually value human life. And you want to say, how dare us for calling you out for that? No, as Abby Johnson just said, how dare you for bowing down to the altar of feelings and victimhood and somehow compassion. No, true compassion is telling the truth. True compassion is valuing these babies who cannot do anything to defend their life. That's what true compassion looks like. So we have a massive problem in the pro-life movement. And frankly, it's women. It's women. That's the biggest problem in the pro-life movement is women are thinking with their emotions. They're not thinking logically about this. They are thinking about, oh, poor the mother who's been coerced. And it's like, yeah, that is a problem, of course. The person who coerced her will be brought to a jury and they will be held accountable for their actions. That's not a large majority of abortions, though. 70% of abortions are the woman literally going online and purchasing the chemical abortion pill herself and getting the pill shipped to her house. So we have a massive problem in the pro-life movement and its pro-life organizations and largely women refusing to acknowledge reality. And that's basically it. We have reached the 4th anniversary of overturning Roe v. Wade, and we haven't seen much change. We've actually murdered more babies than when Roe v. Wade was in place. So we have a lot of work to do in the pro-life movement. We have a lot of work to do in fighting for life and ending abortion. And it starts with men rising up, taking the lead. We do not need more women leading organizations and leading these pro-life establishment groups. We need more men that are showing up to capitals. And that's not to say that women shouldn't be involved. Here I am, on a podcast. No, but we need men. We need strong masculine men to defeat the evil and tear down the high places, because that's actually what's going to save this great republic. Anyways, we're going to go on a commercial break real quick. We'll be right back after the break. We are over halfway done with today's hour. I'm so grateful for you all. If you were just now joining us, make sure to hit that subscribe button. Make sure you're following us here on Rumble, LFA TV. Make sure you're following our X page, LFA TV US. My Instagram, if you want to keep up with what I am doing as I am filling in for Mr. Jeremy Herrell as he is on vacation. You can follow me on Instagram, Hannah Faulkner 1776. We've got one more thing as it pertains to the life issue before we move on to Islam and the Red Green Alliance. But before we do, we're going to go on commercial break and we will be right back after the break.
Hey guys, we're back with another amazing deal from Everyday Dose Coffee. Remember, Everyday Dose Coffee. This is the size of the box. Now, you guys have heard me talk about this for quite some time. This is known as Coffee Plus Benefits, meaning that you're getting coffee with no crash, coffee with no jitters, 100% Arabica coffee, L-theanine, chaga, lion's mane, and collagen protein. And now, they have a birthday bundle out, 55% off. 55% off, and you get free free 5 coffee to go sticks or 5 coffee to go packs. Check it out. You get that. You get the coffee. You get entered in to win $500. You get a rechargeable frother free. You get a gunmetal dose spoon absolutely free, and you get the recipe booklet too, ladies and gentlemen. And all you have to do is go to everydaydose.com/LFATV. No promo code needed. That's everydaydose.com/LFATV. 55% off. Go there now.
All right, everybody, we are back from commercial break. Make sure to check out all of our sponsors here at LFA TV. When you shop and support our sponsors, you are actively supporting this incredible network. And while I am no longer a host here on LFA TV, I cannot encourage you all to support this network any more than I already do, because it truly is one of the greatest networks out there. Free speech, incredible hosts, and I'm so grateful to be tuning in whenever I'm not, of course, traveling or busy with my family. But I love tuning in, listening to all the hosts, and obviously enjoy filling in for Mr. Jeremy whenever he needs someone to fill in for him. I mentioned we have one more thing to talk about, and Logan, hopefully, Lord willing, we will get to your call. But we only have 22 minutes left, and I have a few things I want to get into. But we should be able to get to your call. Just give me a second, and then I will let you know. Okay, this article came out last week from The Lion. Down syndrome births plummet due to high abortion rates, but advocates highlight each is a wonderful and beautiful life. Now, when I saw this, frankly, I'm not shocked. Like, abortion as a whole is wrong. Abortion as a whole is evil. But 67% of babies diagnosed with Down syndrome are aborted. 67% of babies diagnosed with Down syndrome are aborted. And when I saw this statistic, obviously that statistic in and of itself should break anyone with a brain's heart. Okay, your heart should be broken knowing that 67% of babies that are diagnosed, oftentimes falsely diagnosed with Down syndrome, are aborted. Even if this baby does have Down syndrome, it should not be aborted, of course, because life is beautiful and valuable no matter what stage or cognitive function or disability that baby may have. Life is worthy of living. Life is worthy of protection because this is a human being created in the image of God, in the Imago Dei, right? So it is worthy of our protection. It is worthy of fighting for. But when I saw that, it hit me a little bit hard because my brother actually was allegedly, he was they diagnosed him and said he was going to have trisomy 21. They told my parents he was going to have something close to Down syndrome. He was going to be missing toes and fingers. He was going to be missing limbs potentially. He was going to have a slew of various issues, cognitive issues, physical issues. And it was just simply best to abort him. 3 doctors told my parents that my almost 14-year-old brother was going to be filled with all of these kinds of disabilities, and it was better that he would be murdered. That's what they told my parents. My parents chose life, and my brother's almost 14 years old today, and he's completely healthy. In fact, he actually has 3 kidneys. He is healthy, he's thriving, he's doing backflips, he's winning races, he's leading people to the Lord, he's volunteering at church camp, he's incredible, he's smart, he's witty, he has a bright future ahead of him, and I can only imagine where we would be today if my parents did choose to abort him, and I know that they wouldn't because they're pro-life, and they believe that all life is valuable from the moment of conception and should be protected. But that should show us where we are as a culture, that we have devalued, dehumanized human life so much that because it isn't meeting our perfect standard, that it should be discarded. And this is even a lie that has been believed in the church, capital C, across the country, because now we are fighting the same fight with IVF, where 7 to 12 embryos are being discarded during the IVF process because they haven't found the right embryo, or it doesn't have the right characteristics, or it's just not ideal, or it didn't implant, it didn't work. We have to reject eugenics and murder at all cost. And that's why I would say that I'm a smash mouth incrementalist, and I will work with abolitionists to end abortion, because it is a sign of God's judgment on this country when we have videos like this going viral. Many of you guys might have saw this video, I'm not sure. This is a YouTuber who is bragging about murdering his baby because the baby was diagnosed with trisomy 21. Take a listen.
Jesse Ridgway is claiming his wife, Ashley Ridgway's family, urged her to leave him over their pregnancy termination. The YouTuber, known online as McJuggernuggets, shared June 4th he and his wife made the decision to terminate their pregnancy due to the fetus testing positive for trisomy 21, the chromosomal condition that causes Down syndrome. And in a June 8th Instagram post, Jesse claims in addition to the public backlash, his wife's family is accusing him of abuse and brainwashing her, as well as giving her ultimatums she needs to leave him immediately. He writes after her procedure, "My parents drop off an extremely thoughtful gift basket and show unconditional love and support. Meanwhile, her family has been nowhere to be found, some even going as far as joining on the bandwagon hate publicly, kicking her while she's down at her lowest point." Jesse says they accused him of making the decision to terminate the pregnancy and controlling/manipulating her over the years. Speaking on his wife, the YouTuber says, "My wife is the sweetest and strongest woman I know. The last thing she deserves is to be treated this way. My heart goes out to all of the women who have had to keep their abortions private for fear of judgment from friends/family. It's the last thing you..."
Oh, poor old me. This is the victim mentality, the victimhood mentality that is being encouraged by the pro-life establishment. Poor old me, I have to hide my abortion because of fear of judgment. Absolutely, yes. This is murder. This is the intentional taking of a human life. And this is what happens. You get YouTubers celebrating their abortion or trying to claim the victim. No, you are not a victim. Your baby that you just murdered inside your womb is the victim. Anyways, we only have 17 minutes left in today's show, and we don't have time to continue talking about abortion and the abortion industry because I want to get into this video that has been surfacing all over the internet right now of this woman who has more courage, more of a spine, more guts than 95% of our politicians for saying this is a Christian nation. You are not welcome here, to a Muslim inside a grocery store. Take a listen.
Or this country. You are wearing scrubs. You work with people. It doesn't matter. What matters is that you worship a terrorist who is a warlord, a pedophile, and Islam is a terrorist organization. Yeah, not a religion. You're not educated not a religion. It. I'm very educated on this subject. No, because you're obviously not. You need to leave. You're not welcome here. We are welcome. This is not a Muslim country. This is a Christian country, and Stop you need to leave. looking at her like that, please. You need to leave. You need to leave. You're not welcome here. We have citizenship here.
Why do you work in healthcare if you're like
You need to leave. You need to go back to your Islamic country where you came from. Okay? No. Everybody's aware of why you're here. No. Okay, so don't think that we don't know, and don't think you're going to get away with it. I'm pretty sure we're kind people, but you're not being kind, so you can get out of here. You're not welcome. And yeah, you should get the fuck out of here. Or this country. You are wearing scrubs. You work with it people. It doesn't matter. What matters is that you worship a terrorist who is a warlord, a pedophile, and Islam is a terrorist organization. Yeah, not a you're religion. Not educated not about a religion. It. I'm very educated on this subject. No, because you're obviously not. You need to leave. You're not welcome here. We are welcome. This is not a Muslim country. This is a Christian country, and Stop you need to leave. looking at her like that, please. You need to leave. You need to leave. You're not welcome here. We have citizenship here.
Why do you work in healthcare if you're like
You need to leave. You need to go back to your Islamic country where you came from. Okay?
You need to go back to your Islamic country where you came from. And she said in one of the parts in the beginning, you're not welcome here because Islam is not a religion. Islam is not a religion. It is a terrorist organization that wants to create a one world religion. And if you do not submit, they will kill you. It's infiltrating every major city across the country. One of my friends lives in the heart of Dearborn, Michigan, and she sends me videos. She just sent me a picture this morning. She was literally behind a car that had 2 Islamic flags, all in Arabic, 2 Islamic flags hanging behind the truck. She goes throughout all of her city of Dearborn, and it's like Arabic license plates, Arabic stickers, 5 Muslim calls to prayers a day that she can hear. It's disgusting. We are being taken over by a terrorist organization, as this woman said, so bravely said. And Logan, I know you want to call in to talk about Charlie Kirk, and we should actually have some time for that. Logan, I'm going to play this video of Charlie Kirk actually talking and warning about Islam, and then you can call into the show because Charlie warned about this leading up into his assassination. He talked about how Islam is more than a religion. It is an ideology that wants to conquer all of Europe and America. And he had a lot of wisdom on this subject because he's done a lot of research. He's been to Islamic countries and he understood the threat that we were being faced with. This is Charlie Kirk just mere months before his assassination in 2025.
Have really started, as you know, speaking more and more about Islam. If you want to talk about how Islam mistreats women, we could talk all day long. Because you brought up female genital mutilation, which is a teaching of the Islamic faith.
Most Muslim majority countries, you cannot criticize the Prophet Muhammad.
Muhammad, the greatest man ever to live, the greatest example, was a warlord who married a 6-year-old, raped her when she was 9, and then kept multiple wives. Remember President Donald Trump openly ran on a Muslim ban into the United States of America?
Total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States until our country's representatives can figure out what the hell is going on.
Do you think Islam is compatible with Western civilization?
Absolutely not. You get rid of Christianity, and then, even more dangerous, you go from secularism then to Islam. Because then you're like, well, we have to believe in something, and then you bring in a completely different ideology that's at odds with Western values.
I debated at Oxford and Cambridge back in May. These are broken, conquered cities and towns. They're completely unrecognizable. When I go walk through Piccadilly Square and there's just more Muslims than native-born whites, or there's something wrong about that, and that is a metamorphosis that, and you have to wonder, like, did you vote for this? Did you want this? Did you invite it?
I know a lot of great individual Muslims. My primary doctor in America is actually a Muslim, and he's amazing. That's not the point. You can walk the street and meet a great Muslim in London. The question is macro Islam compatible with Western values? Macro. Of course it's not.
As many as 1 million white English children may have been the victims of Muslim rape gangs.
Islam does not believe in freedom of speech.
11 slaughtered in the editorial meeting at the satirical weekly Charlie Hebdo. Supposed revenge for the paper's predictably provocative cartoons of the Prophet Muhammad.
Islam does not believe in freedom of religions. And finally, whereas we in the West are very careful to try to intermix religion and state, they are commanded to actually go into the state and try to change the state to be more Islamic around the core pillars of Islam.
Muslim armies move! Muslim armies move! We need to change the corrupt secular government.
Those three things are antithetical to the West.
In fact, this is the main reason why I decided to speak out, because after I left Islam, I had horrible deception and basically, oppression of my mind behind me. I wanted to get away from it, but I look into the world and I see people saying stuff like Islam is misunderstood. It's a religion of peace. It's not a religion of peace. It is not a religion that wants to coexist with you. We have today in the UK, in many other countries, we have Muslims preachers openly saying that the vision of Muslims should be to take over Western nations.
سنخصبهم وسوف ننزل وسوف ننجب منهم لأننا سوف نفتح بلادهم.
We've had imams in England saying they want to mount the West like a woman to be mounted and subdued. Gaddafi said something similar in the late 90s, saying that we're going to take over Europe without ever having to lift a sword. For anyone that has eyes to see and ears to hear and actually reads the Hadith and reads parts of the Quran, you know that conquest is an Islamic value.
I cannot see a single Western country that has become more Islamic and has become a better place to live that is happier or freer.
By what metric? Just happiness, quality?
Everything from quality of life, from cultural cohesion.
Is the Muslim world thrilled they're taking over the West?
Yes.
We tried for many years to conquer Europe through wars, only wars.
50 مليون مسلم في أوروبا بعد عشرات السنين سيحول أوروبا إلى قارة مسلمة.
This is the soft Islamic conquest of the West.
The spiritual battle is coming to the West, and the enemies are wokeism or Marxism combining with Islamism to go after what we call the American way of life. But soon, Britain will have more practicing Muslims than practicing Christians. I think that will be a catastrophic change, and everyone knows it.
So that was Charlie Kirk, a compilation of him speaking out, videos of him speaking out against Islam just months before he was assassinated on September 10th at Utah Valley University. just last year, and he understood the times. He understood the times that we were living in. He understood the threats that we were being faced with in the United States of America, and we're seeing a very odd alliance. Like, everybody is poking up their head. How could this be? How could it be that these raging feminists are aligning and celebrating with the win of Zohran Mamdani? How could this be that feminist, Marxist individuals like James Tallarico are aligning with jihad, with jihadists? How could this even be possible? This is the Red-Green Alliance that Charlie Kirk warned against. And it is an alliance that will attempt to defeat the United States of America. I do not think that they're going to win. I don't think they're going to win because I have been going to all of these conferences and I see the amount of young people that are going to be running for office in the next 5, 10, 15 years. And they will reclaim America as a Christian nation. We will overturn Roe. We will overturn Obergefell versus Hodges. We overturned Roe versus Wade. We're going to make abortion illegal. We're going to criminalize it. We're going to overturn Obergefell versus Hodges. We're going to reclaim this country as it once was, which was a Christian nation. It's going to take a lot of work. George Washington once said, sometimes it takes a little bit of pain to bring the truth to light. And I think that's what it's going to take. Is it going to take bloodshed? I don't know. I don't know. But I do think it's going to take some uncomfortable times and some painful times that we're going to have to endure in order to get back to where we hope this nation will be. Anyways, we've got Logan in the chat. I know Logan was in the chat and he said he wanted to call in. And I wanted to allow him to call in because I obviously am no longer a host here on LFA TV, but would love to get to hear from you when I am hosting or filling in for Mr. Jeremy Herrell. So Logan, how are you doing?
Good, Hannah. How you doing? I haven't heard from you for a long time. How was your birthday, by the way?
Oh my goodness, my birthday was great. I was in, what was I doing on my birthday? Well, I was in Colorado on my birthday for the Last Stand, and we ended up going like white water rafting in Colorado. It was so beautiful. The rapids were not fast at all. It was actually pretty slow, but the view was incredible. So I was very blessed to be able to go whitewater rafting. I actually spent 2 weeks. So I'll talk about this a little bit more in tomorrow's episode, but I actually spent the last 2 weeks in Colorado, Utah, and Florida with some friends, and it was just an overall incredible time and trip. So I was very grateful for it.
What I want to tell you is I didn't visit it, but I went into the town where Charlie Kirk got assassinated at Orem, Utah Valley State University. And it was kind of weird going past there, looking at that college. And it made me really depressed looking at that college, like seeing Charlie Kirk be assassinated there. And, I still miss him very much to this day. And I hear that his wife wants to change her last name. And what are your thoughts on that?
I don't know. I think that might be fake news. I haven't heard anything about Charlie Kirk changing his last name. So I don't know. Or about Charlie Kirk's wife, Erica, changing her last name. Where did you see that at? That's really interesting.
I've been seeing that, like, I think I saw that online somewhere, like on Breitbart. I think I saw that on there. And what's the latest on Tyler Robinson, like with the trial? Do you know what's the latest on that? The one that murdered Charlie Kirk? Do you know what the latest on that?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I haven't been keeping up with the news as much as I did when I had the show, but I haven't seen anything actually substantial come out about the Tyler Robinson situation. And I also R-Star77 said it might be propaganda. I don't think Erica is changing her last name. That probably is fake news. I could be wrong. I'm going to look into it, Logan, and hopefully I can figure some things out when it comes to that. But yeah, I'm not sure. I'm sorry I don't have answers for you, but I don't know what the latest is when it comes to that, or if she's changing her last name, which I don't think she's changing her last name.
Oh, good. I'm glad she's not changing her last name. And I've been hearing like fake news ripping on Erica Kirk like crazy, and there's people out there saying, "Oh, Charlie Kirk's living in Israel. He's still alive." All these fake news media are saying all that, and it doesn't make sense one bit where they're saying that. And they go ahead.
Yeah, no, it's honestly insane. Like the fact that anyone would think Charlie Kirk is still alive if you watch the video and you have a brain, like if the people watching it have a, you know, an ounce of common sense, they can understand that he died on scene. I mean, there's no other way around it. He died that day at Utah Valley University. And it's tragic. It's tragic, but you have to be careful. You know, we're going to be talking about that a little bit more in tomorrow. I'm hosting an hour of tomorrow's show for Mr. Jeremy, and I'm going to talk a little bit about that, especially kind of like taking a break from the news over the last month and just the importance of course, being aware of the times, being informed, but not being consumed by it, because you can be consumed by the news at such a great level that it's really hard to discern the evil that we are living in when you're just so heavily entrenched in it. So anyways, we only have a couple minutes left in today's show, but is there anything else you wanted to share with the audience?
Yes, I do. When I was in Utah, Arches National Park, I wear my Charlie Kirk Freedom long sleeve t-shirt. And that day when I was hiking at Delicate Arch, I think I got like 15 compliments saying, I love your shirt. I like your shirt. I like your shirt, like over and over. And like, I really like that. And there's so many people in this world that love Charlie Kirk and miss him deeply.
That's right.
Yeah, it was. Yes. And last thing I wanted to ask you, Hannah, will you tell Jeremy Herrell next time, if you ever speak to him, do you mind telling him to do an LFA TV event at Mount Rushmore sometime? Or
oh, that would be so cool. Yeah. That would be absolutely incredible. I would love that. I would be there. I would go. I would love to be at that at Mount Rushmore event. I'll try. Go ahead.
Next year in June of 2027, maybe like in a year.
Yeah, maybe I'll have to see about it and see if that can happen. But Logan, we only have a few seconds left in today's show. I appreciate you calling in. Thank you so much.
And it's good hearing from you, Hannah. Come back to LFA TV.
I will. Anytime he needs me to fill in, would love to fill in for him.
And thanks for letting me call in today.
Absolutely. All right, Logan. Talk to you later. Bye-bye. Thank you. Bye. Alrighty, everybody. We only have a few more seconds left of today's show. That was Logan calling into the show. He is such a loyal member of LFA TV, always tuning in, watching the show. So grateful for all of you. And just your patriotism, your heart for this country, your heart for the Lord. It's very evident in the things that you guys comment in the chat. And I know that you guys want to save this country. I do believe we will save this country. We will reclaim it as a Christian nation, what our founding fathers intended this nation to be, because of the hope that the next generation gives me. And I know that it gives you guys that same hope as well. All right, everybody, we'll be back here tomorrow. I am hosting the 2 p.m. slot. The 1 p.m. No, I'm hosting the 12 p.m. slot. I can't remember which slot I'm hosting. I'm hosting one of the slots. We'll be back here tomorrow. God bless you guys. Have a great rest of your day. And God bless the United States of America.
What's going on, everybody? I'm not going to wait till the countdown finish before we get right into it. And what am I talking about? The culture wars. Let's go. And what's going on, everybody? Thank you so much for tuning in. Hey, if you haven't already, please bless us by hitting that thumbs up. Share the video. Please share the video. Get it out there. I know Jeremy's out and the viewership is down slightly because Jeremy's out, but we want to bring it back up. We need your help to make that happen. We need your help to make that happen. We're bringing you the information. We're bringing you the content, but we need your help to get the views back up, right? I think we all have a part in this. So please, if you would, bless us by hitting the thumbs up, share the live feed, get it out there. Okay, well, let's get into it. The rise of communism. And let me share the thumbnail that our great producer Eli created for me here. And can y'all tell what's happening in this picture? It's almost like the liberal zombie apocalypse is happening. It's kind of like that's what's happening here. The liberal zombie apocalypse. Maybe I'll call the next one that. But it's the rise of communism in the United States of America. You see, we got Mamdani, we got AOC, Bernie Sanders, and a couple other people in there. These are with the left. This is the Democrat Party. And there's so much information about this right now. So much information about what is taking place, how these Democrats have completely just gone full on communism. They've gone completely communism. Anybody disagree? Anybody disagree? They've gone completely communism, and for the most part, they're trying to give it a pass. And as I was saying a second ago, there's so much information about this. I'm like, where do I begin? What do I show? There's so much to show on this, so much to talk about it. And there's new information about all of this coming out about these communist Democrats. And I've been calling them that for how long now? Now they're just kind of like embracing it. Now they're just like, yes, we're all Democrats. We're all socialist, communist Democrats. Well, this first one I want to show you is that the Democrats in New York, they're not American. That's even being said right here on MSDNC. The young lady right here, the first one right there, she says the Democrats in New York is not America. This is not America. And of course, Joe Scarborough, being the total tyrant liberal that he is, trying to tell everyone that he's still like a Republican, whatever. He kind of gets a little irritated with her because she says that the New York idiots is not America. This is not America. Socialism is not America. Everyone agrees with that except for them. Let me show you what I'm talking about.
Too much.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, the bottom line is New York City is not America. And that's what we're seeing play out across the country because to your point, Joe,
well,
yes,
it's America,
last night in New York,
it's not.
3 Democratic socialists did prevail in some of these very heavily contested primaries. At the end of the day, that is not America. Let's not forget, you just mentioned the Mike Lawler race. Kate Conley won the Democratic primary in that seat. That's New York 17. That is in the state of New York, not the city of New York City. But we are seeing some really strong national security candidates with some really strong backgrounds that in other places where, you're not seeing this super progressive wing of the party take over the Democratic party in that respective area, you're seeing those candidates prevail. So, look, Donnie's exactly right. Republicans are going to try to brand us as the Democratic Socialist Party. They're already doing that. They're going to say we're the party of Mamdani, we're the party of anti-Semitism. Those things are not true. You are seeing a very strong Mamdani coalition being built and endorsed and win in New York City, but that is New York City. It is a tiny part of America. That is not what you're seeing Democrats do across the country in other primaries.
I disagree. We have here in the state of Texas, we have James Tallarico, which is a total communist. In Maine, remember, Graham Plattner with the Nazi tattoo, total communist. Look at Mayor Johnson. Look at Pritzker. These are communists. These are not Democrats. They're straight up communists. Let's go all the way to California. There's a reason why I call it California, because they're not Democrats. They're communists. Well, they're communist Democrats. They're not just Democrats. They're communist Democrats. And they're trying to act like, well, socialism is not the same thing. It's not a bad thing. It's not a scary thing. They're actually pushing that. They're actually telling people that socialism is not a bad thing. Well, we have to have firemen, we have to have police officers, the same ones that the Democrats want to defund, the same ones. We have to have streets, we have to have street lights. That's not socialism. These are social programs. Social programs is not the same thing as socialism. Socialism means that they're going to come take from everybody who's been working hard and just give it to the people that have not been doing anything. That's what socialism is. They want us to believe that socialism is something that we've been doing all this time. It's the biggest lie. Now, there's these videos. I just saw them right before I came on. Oh my goodness, with the Witches of the View. And I didn't have time to download them. And, you probably don't want to look at them anyways, right? And I don't blame you. You probably don't want to look at them, but I'm sitting there looking at these Witches of the View, and they're straight up saying what I just told you. We have to have police officers, and they don't want police officers. They want to defund the police officers. And then they go, well, we have Social Security. Again, that is a social program. That is not socialism. Socialism is actually communism under the cover of the name of socialism. That's all that it is. Let me ask y'all a question. Where has socialism thrived? Where has socialism been so successful? Show me what country in the world that has implemented socialism and everybody's wanting to flee there. Show me one. I mean, seriously, it's not even a trick question. Show me one. Well, of course, Mamdani, he's so happy about what took place last night. He's like jumping for joy. He's like a gay dude at Disneyland. So, thank you for that. Thank you for that. But that's not what I wanted to put up there. I'm going to put this one up there. Mandami, he's so excited because every candidate that he endorsed, to my understanding, unless there's been a change, every communist candidate that he has endorsed won last night. And it's interesting because I didn't even know all of the communist people that were running to be on the Democrat ticket, mind you. Let me tell you, they're not running as independents. They're running as Democrats. Let's make sure we keep that clear. Not like Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders, for years, he would run as an independent. But, of course, he would side with the Democrats on every single thing. But he's nonetheless, at the end of the day, he says he's an independent. All of these people last night that Mondami endorsed, all of them call themselves Democrats. And they're all communists. I mean, come on, people. Do you see? This is the rise of communism. This is the rise of communism 100%. And he's so happy right now. And as I told y'all yesterday, I had no idea. Look, I'm telling you. Let me say this. I give all credit to the Holy Spirit for any insight that I come up with. See, I say I came up with them, but I didn't come up with it. I give every insight. I give all glory to the Holy Spirit. I give it all to God. All to God. God receives it all. Because I was talking about the socialism yesterday. And of course, it's just because everything that's happening, I'm looking at this. This is going to be a huge story. Talking about this yesterday. For everyone that was watching yesterday, you saw me talk about socialism. Today is the whole thing with communism because they won overnight. And this is a signal to the Democrat Party. The Democrat Party, they have lost control. And ultimately, what it comes down to is that the Communist Democrat Party is the total polar opposite of the MAGA Republican Party. Anyone disagree with that? See, this is the reason why we're seeing this happen. President Trump came along. We got the MAGA Republican Party, the Republican establishment. Excuse me. The Republican establishment is upset with President Trump and the MAGA Republicans. They don't want a MAGA Republican Party. Just like right now, the Democrats don't want a communist Democrat Party. Do y'all see it? Do you see what I'm talking about? This is exactly what I've been talking about. It's the exact polar opposite. We love America. They don't. We want to protect children. They want to mutilate children. It's the polar opposite. It's the spiritual battle. They support everything evil and wicked under the sun. Hence the reason why I call them Democrats. We support family. We support safety, security. We support freedom. They don't. They support, now they'll say they support freedom, but it's freedom to butcher children, like I mentioned, freedom to be as perverted as you want to. That's the freedom that they're talking about. They don't want the Bible. They don't want anyone coming along and saying, nope, you can't do that. They don't want that at all. Not at all. Not at all. Now, listen to Mondami here.
I have stood next to Daria Lisa and I have said, our next congresswoman. And I've said these words in the way that many of us will say, inshallah.
Listen.
In the beginning, we hope, but we don't know how close it is. And the closer and closer we get to the day, the more that we believe. And now that language of hope is a language of fact.
And he's talking about his native tongue. You hear him, Shalallah. He's talking to Allah. He's talking to his false God. Are y'all hearing this? This is the movement. And you know another thing that I recognize? And maybe most people haven't recognized this, but this is something that I recognize. Here in the United States of America, we, as Americans, we believe in Christ. For the most part, America is a Christian nation. They have an agenda to change that. And the reason why you have the Democrats siding with these Muslims is because the Muslims hate Christianity as well. Actually, Democrats hate Christianity more than the Muslims do. So they're willing to embrace the Muslims coming into the United States of America if it means that as we're looking on a pathway of eliminating Christianity. How many people recognize that? I'm telling you, we're in a spiritual battle, and this spiritual battle is growing every single day, and it's about to get a lot worse up in this camp. I'm telling you, because now the Democrats, they're all giving it a pass. They're absolutely giving it a pass of the Communist Democrat Party becoming the party of the left. And I told y'all yesterday, Graham Plattner, Mamdani, they are the leaders of the Democrat Party. For months, ever since 2024, when Kamala Harris, thank God she lost, ever since the 2024 election, they kept asking, well, who's the leader of the Democrat Party? Who's the leader? Who's your leader? Who's your leader? Who's your leader? I'm telling you right now, they have leaders. And their leader right now is Mamdani and Graham Plattner. But of course, listen to this, because they're giving it a pass. All of these Democrats, they're giving it a pass.
Party. Do you think that the rise in democratic socialists and democratic socialism as a concept is a good thing?
Yes or no?
Well, I think democracy is a good thing, and that involves having people advocate for different views. I don't agree with DSA on all that they advocate for, but I welcome activists becoming a part of this process and having these conversations.
You see this? They believe in diversity. We want to be inclusive. They're actually embracing this. You know what it is? They're going along with it because more people that are on the Democrat side, it's all about them hating Trump. And if you don't hate Trump, that's what it's all about. If you don't hate Trump, then they don't want you in their party. Look how they're doing Stephen A. Smith. Look how they've done even Bill Maher. They're turning on Bill Maher. Look how everyone that has sat down with President Trump and had a conversation with him and came back out, they're like, we don't want anything to do with you any longer. How dare you sit down with President Trump and get along? I mean, they're actually turning on Bill Maher. Bill Maher is a total leftist lunatic atheist. Total. And they're turning on him, of all people. And did you know I didn't even know that Goldman was up. I didn't even know Goldman was up. Goldman, he lost last night. Dan Goldman. And he is one of the most despicable Democrats ever. If they have gone so far left, I'm like, keep Goldman. I mean, that's how far left they have gone, to where they kicked out Goldman. Dan Goldman is no longer, he's a lame duck right now because they've kicked him out. Well, that's not the one I want to show. Look at this here. I want y'all to listen to the question. And I asked y'all the question earlier. When has socialism ever been successful? When has socialism been beneficial to the people? Socialism, we're not talking about social programs. There is a difference, and they're counting on people not knowing the difference. There is a difference. There's a difference. Listen.
Where has socialism ever worked, Senator?
Is that another question, or is that for the next interview?
That's definitely for you. You said fish doesn't work everywhere. I just want to know one place where socialism has been beneficial.
Well, when you have me come back on, we can talk about all the races across the country.
Ready.
Oh my goodness. She can't answer it because she doesn't have an answer. There isn't an answer. There's not a single place where socialism has thrived to the point to where you and I, the American people, or anybody in the world, Ireland, England, nowhere in the world where people are saying, oh my goodness, look how great the socialism is. Let's go. Who's doing that? No one's doing that. And he knows this. And he's asking her, and she refused to answer the question because she knows the answer is nowhere. But this is what the Democrat Party has become. The Democrat Party has become the party of communism. And I'm telling you right now, they've skipped the whole socialism thing. They've skipped it. Socialism. Now, look, they're calling it socialism because, just like I mentioned to you, because we have social programs and they can deceive people that way. The same way Satan deceived people with many things. So they're going to, I'm telling you, from here on out, the Democrat Socialist Party, they even call it the DSA. Have y'all heard about it? There's an actual DSA. They might as well just go ahead and just call themselves the Communist Democrat Party. CDP. Right? But of course, Blumenthal's asked a question about socialists, about the Democrats, and listen to his answer. Oh my goodness, they're embracing this, people. Why? Because of what happened last night.
Is socialism a model that more moderate establishment Democrats are going to adopt now with the so-called affordability crisis?
I think that the moderates in the Democratic Party are going to continue to emphasize the cost, confusion, chaos that we're seeing increasing in the Trump administration. That's going to be driving the results this November. And I think Democratic candidates are not going to be following the New York model or any other particular model. All politics is local. But what's common to all of these races is voter anger. I will tell you, I have never seen Republicans so angry with the Trump administration.
Really?
Most of them are reluctant to talk about it explicitly. Maybe they will behind closed doors. But I will be fascinated to see whether they have the guts to tell the president to his face what they have been telling us about how angry they are about this Iran settlement, with good reason.
So let's get this straight. You're telling me that Republicans are running over to the Democrats and telling the Democrats that they are upset with President Trump. Trump, we're mad at you. We're angry with you. Oh my goodness, we're so angry with you. We're so angry with you. And they don't have the balls to go to President Trump and say, Mr. President, we have issues with this, whatever XYZ that you're doing, in this case, Iran. They don't have the balls to go tell President Trump, but yet they're going to go run to the Democrats that is siding with Iran against the United States of America. How many of you believe that? I don't believe it. The only ones that's probably doing this is Liz Cheney, Adam Kissinger, Joe Scarborough, Mitt Romney, Lindsey Graham, the whole lot of them. That's the only ones, Dan Crenshaw, that's the only ones I see running over to the Democrats saying, oh my goodness, we don't like what you're doing, President Trump. Come on. And then he brought up the whole fact about how the Democrats are different in New York than they are. And then he says the Midwest. You know, he didn't even go and say all the way west, California, because they're the same lunatic liberals. They're the same communists. California. I've been calling it California for years. And they are the same. What happened last night in New York, the rest of these Democrats around the country, they're going to follow suit. You know why? Because in their minds, their eyes, they were like, oh my goodness, look how much he won. Oh, this is so wonderful. He won. Big time, everybody that in. So they're going to be reaching out to Madami, which is their main primarily leader right now. He's their primarily leader, right? He's the leader of the Communist Democrat Party, and they're going to reach out to him for more endorsements. Show me where I'm wrong. Hey, maybe I'm wrong. They're going to reach out to him. And he's going to endorse more of these communists. I'm telling you right now, as long as you want to defund the police, get rid of ICE, eliminate President Trump, and destroy this country, Madami is going to endorse them. So let me share this with you, talking about how, now he just brought up saying that New York and California is not the same. Well, let's hear what Bill Maher has to say about the commies in New York. I'm telling you, they're turning on Bill Maher.
New York is New York. It's definitely it's the media capital, the financial capital. Mm-hmm. It is a bellwether like no other city is in this country. So don't tell me that who the mayor of New York is doesn't matter.
Let me play devil's advocate for a second. Do you think, let's say, on the seize the means of production, do you think the mayor, that one person, if he is a democratic socialist, do you think that he would have the power and influence to be able to, usher in socialism?
He definitely has the power and influence to elect J.D. Vance or whoever is the Republican candidate next time.
So he's saying because he's a communist, it's going to end up helping J.D. Vance because all they have to do is run on what Madami's been saying. All they have to do is run on what the Democrats have been saying. All they have to do, they don't even have to, they're possibly going to do this. They might do that. When it comes to these idiots on the left, you don't have to do any of that. Just talk about what they're doing. And the people that are not paying attention are the people that's riding the fence. If they ever get the opportunity to hear the truth, if they ever get the opportunity to hear it, they're not going to side with it. And the reason why I say that, because I brought this up before with COVID. When a lot of parents realized what their teachers were teaching the kids, that's when a lot of parents said, I'm not down with this. And parents don't have a clue. They didn't have a clue what was happening. They didn't know it was happening. They thought that their kids were safe, dropping them off at school, not knowing that they were getting indoctrinated. But all of that changed with COVID because then parents got wind of it. But as I mentioned, the Democrat Party, as it is, or as it was, is done. It's done. And I gave the analogy and I showed to have the connection, how you have the MAGA Republicans and then you have the communist Democrats. Polar opposites. That's what it is. And I mentioned this yesterday. The reason why we're here is because of President Trump. Because of President Trump, he told the people in the Republican Party, you don't have to go along with this crap, with the establishment. You don't have to go along with it. Nothing is saying that you have to go along with it. And guess what? You and I, we stopped going along with it. You and I were saying there is a better way because President Trump was showing it. And they got upset with Trump. You remember the Never Trumpers? Do you remember that? Oh my goodness. The Never Trumpers, they used to attack me. Look, I'm the black guy. And I've been supporting President Trump ever since President Trump announced that he was running in 2016, 2015. When there was no way that I could go with Hillary Rodham Clinton. There was just no way. I'm not going to do it. And here I am, the black guy, and I'm talking to white people that call themselves Republicans, but they said they were never Trumpers. They used to attack me like no tomorrow. Like I was, are you liberal? Are you liberal? So these Never Trumpers, they are part of the establishment Republican Party. Boom. Where are they at today? Where are they today? Okay, you got Liz Cheney, like I mentioned. You got Adam Kissinger. And I don't even perceive them as actual Republicans. They're actually Democrats. They're rhinos, Republicans in name only. They're there to deceive. That's all. But what's going to end up happening is that the Democrat Party, because they don't have no choice, they're going to embrace this communist Democrat radical far left agenda. They're going to adopt it. Because of what happened last night. They don't want to win. They're willing to just give it all. Look, they were already doing it in Maine. They were already doing it in Maine with Graham Plattner. So what? He has a Nazi, an actual Nazi tattoo. So what? So what? Long as he beats Trump, long as he's against Trump, long as he's for sexualizing kids, long as he's for transgenderism, long as he's for getting rid of ICE, long as he wants to destroy this country. The Democrats are all about Graham Plattner with an actual Nazi camp tattoo. I'm not making it up. I'm not making it up. I'm not even alluding to it. This is them. So, of course, after last night with Badami endorsements, winning all of these elections during the primary, of course, the Democrats are going to adopt it even more. There's even been polls saying that the Communist Democrat Party, they're actually polling higher than the typical Democrat Party. They're polling higher. It's so bad. They showed a video last night at one of the parties, the watch parties or what have you, and the socialists, they had something to say to Hakeem Jeffries. And of course, it was just a video. Hakeem Jeffries didn't show up in person, but they played a video of Hakeem Jeffries saying, congratulations. Congratulations to you socialist communists. And guess what they said to Hakeem Jeffries? You're next, you're next, you're next, you're next. Oh my goodness. Come on. What? You're next. You're next. Oh my goodness. And Hakeem Jeffries is worse than Nancy Pelosi. I told y'all, if Nancy Pelosi, once she leaves, I say, y'all get Hakeem Jeffries and he get the gavels, it's going to be worse than anything we've ever seen before. And they are more radical than Hakeem Jeffries, and they're telling him that he's next. Oh, come on, people. Are you seeing this? This is unbelievable. Well, not really, but I mean, dude. They're eating their own. Now they have their version of the MAGA Republican Party. They have, that's what their version is. I keep bringing that up. It's their version, and it's the Communist Democrat Party. CDP. CDP. Well, of course, I have to show you this here. Mike Johnson after last night, comes out does a statement, and he's spot on. Now, will Thune get it through his thick skull to get rid of the filibuster? Because if they don't get rid of the filibuster, we're going to see communists running rampant in our federal government. Communism should not be allowed. The socialist, communist, democrat should not be allowed to hold any position in the United States of America. Full stop. Full stop.
Headlines this morning say it all. I've got a collection of them here. Socialist earthquake, one of them said. Mamdani candidate sweep New York House races. These are socialists. These are Marxist in their ideology. Next headline, Mamdani hails new chapter for Democrats, one of the Chiron said this morning on the news. Hakeem Jeffries, my counterpart, the Democrat leader here in the House, was booed at some of these return parties last night. You saw that on social media and some of the clips. When he was being interviewed on the screen, the crowds in New York, in his own backyard, in the Bronx, in one of these districts, were booing him. And they shouted, "You're next." Hakeem Jeffries has a tall task ahead of him right now. He's got to go out and somehow make a credible pitch to Democrat establishment donors that that's a good national investment right now. That's a tough one to make. He has just proven that he cannot even hold the line in his own backyard. How can he possibly defend against the Marxist march around the country in these other districts? This is not your father's Democrat Party, as we say all the time. Last night, among incumbents who lost, Adriano Espaillat, who's chair of the Democrats' Hispanic Caucus. Dan Goldman, who was mocked for his Jewish heritage in a coffee shop in New York and maligned online because of that. The Democrat Party, the socialists, the Marxists, have nominated some of the most radical candidates to ever run for office, and for Congress, the insurgent left is on the rise. I was reminded all last night and this morning about the warning, the admonition from
the Communist Party is on the rise. These Marxists, it's on the rise. I mean, completely on the rise. And I still, I didn't even know it was going to be this bad, but I was talking about the socialism and how they're coming and doing all this stuff yesterday. And then today, it's like full on because, and I don't know how, I'm trying not to repeat the same thing, but it just keeps coming, circle back. It keeps coming back to that. The country is really divided. And because the country is so divided, we're going to be on the verge of something physically happening in the country because the United States of America, cannot coexist when you have communists in the Constitution. It can't coexist. I remember it was January the 19th. No, I'm sorry. January the 5th of 2021. And I never forget it was January the 5th because it was my birthday, January the 5th. And I was in D.C. and this was when COVID was still running rampant. They were still shutting everything down. In D.C., I was able to go to a restaurant, and this restaurant was serving food to conservative MAGA Republicans in D.C. But they had to do it under the cover. When you look at the building, all the lights were out, but there was another location below where many of us were there, and we were having dinner. And I'll never forget it. Someone, one of the person, I'm not going to say any name just so they don't try to search them. But I made a statement and I said, communism and the U.S. Constitution cannot coexist. Well, they recorded me saying that and they put it out on social media. And the liberals got that video. And they were saying, look what Will Johnson's saying. He should be in jail for what he's saying. Because I said communism and the Constitution cannot coexist. And I said, I will die as a free man than given to communism. They didn't like me saying that. Can you imagine that? They don't want me to say that communism is bad. They want everyone to believe that communism is good, and communism is not good at all. So I'm going to say it again. Communism and the Constitution cannot coexist. We'll be right back.
Remember when you were younger and you used to hear stories, whether it be in Greek mythology or whatever, about the fountain of youth, people constantly looking for something out there that would help them live forever or live longer? Well, kind of got something like that with Fatty 15, and it's not mythological. No, Fatty 15, this is an empty jar right here, but that's your size that you get. That's a 1 month supply. You get a 3 month supply on this deal. Fatty 15 contains something called C15. If you don't know what that is, it's an essential fatty acid that is necessary for your body's cellular generation, meaning that if you have any damaged cells, it will repair them. It'll also change the way your cells age, and you will live longer. C15 does exactly that. Again, if you don't know what C15 is, definitely do some research, but it's Fatty 15, and in each and every one of these capsules that you get in Fatty 15, you're going to elevate your cells, you are going to repair your cells, and you're going to live longer. That's what it does. It slows down your aging process for healthier hair, healthier skin, balanced metabolism, deeper sleep, and 3 times more cellular benefits than omega-3 fish oils. Fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Save 15% now. That's fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Thank you very much. Back to the program.
Like the guy in Michigan, but all of them have intensely anti-Israel thing. Now, I remain as really the last Democrat in the Senate that's proud to stand with Israel. Absolutely. And now these kinds of places like that coffee house are calling out a Jew that you're banned, just for what reason? I mean, that's what's becoming part of the Democratic Party. And now hating on Israel and essentially anti-Semitism has become like, the center of a lot of these primaries across the country, and definitely that we're witnessing in New York City.
But Senator, years gone by, you would be considered a mainstream Democrat. I was very close to Joe Lieberman, for example, a great guy. He would not want to be a part of this movement either. You're like the only person that is standing against it. What about the other people in your party? Where's Chuck Schumer? Where are other prominent Democrats? Why won't they speak out against this madness?
I mean, I'm proud to stand with Israel. Whether if I'm the last Democrat, here or not, I'm proud to stand with Israel, and I'm going to call out what I'm witnessing all across the country in all of these races. And you have these kinds of candidates that are actively trying to cram as much anti-Israel and essentially anti-Semitism into their platform. And now these are the kinds of people that are winning right now. Now, whether it's a Nazi tattoo or if it's actually someone like that Chevalier going to the pro-Hamas rally on 10/8 after 10/7 and celebrating the 10/7 massacre. Look at these kinds of people and the circles that they're in. Look at the kinds of things that Mandami's wife had liked on social media, the kinds of music that she listens to, these views, that thing, just intensely anti-Israel and intensely anti-Jewish now.
Let me ask you this. One of the questions that he didn't answer is about Chuck Schumer. The reason why Chuck Schumer is silent, Chuck Schumer's not saying nothing, because AOC is already threatened to primary him. So Chuck Schumer is like, don't pay attention to me. That's Chuck Schumer. I'm telling you right now. Chuck Schumer is like, like the Homer Simpson, back it up into the leaves. Don't pay attention to me. That's Chuck Schumer. But this next one, I want to share what Fetterman said about the Democrats.
Yeah, no, I mean, the kind of people that are trying to run out of office. I mean, they're just good traditional kinds of Democrats you would have expected in New York City now, and now this has just become it's just been the dancing days of the dirtbag left, with some of these candidates are outrageous. You have candidates, they abolish ICE, abolish the police, abolish the border.
The dirtbag left. Oh my goodness. That is so good. The dirtbag left. And President Trump really been sticking with it lately, calling them dummycrats, the dumbcrats. He's being nice instead of just going full on democrats. But he called them dumbcrats. But man, John Fetterman calling these people dirtbag, the dirtbag left. So I wonder how AOC feels about being a dirtbag left. How does Bernie Sanders feel? Now, I would love to get a statement from them. You know what? Elizabeth Warren, she's right there with them. Elizabeth Warren, she's a communist as well. Seriously. The only one that is in the Democrat Party that's not a communist is John Fetterman. The rest of them are. They got rid of Dan Goldman, and he's a total communist too. And then there's the lady that Mamdani endorsed. I don't even know her name. I guess she's a black lady with eyeglasses. But she said F Kamala Harris. And Kamala Harris is a communist too. Kamala Harris hates Trump. She wants to destroy this country. See, the problem with them is that they are not radicalized enough. The people that they're endorsing right now are extremely violent people. How many times have you seen AOC come out and tell these people to stop being violent, stop pushing the whole trans violence? How many times have you heard her say that? She hasn't said that. She's not going to, because that's the violence that they want. How many times have you seen Bernie Sanders tell people, we're not the party of violence? He's never done that. I've never seen him do it. He's had plenty of times. Now he'll come out and talk about the oligarchs, the millionaires and billionaires. He'll do that all day long, but he won't say anything about the violence of the trans Tifa members in the left. And y'all heard one of the main trans Tifa members got sentenced to 100 years. More than Carmelo Anthony. I can only imagine how they feel about that. I can only imagine how angry they are with that. Now, earlier I mentioned that the Democrat Party is polling less than the communist Democrat Party. They're polling less. So, as I mentioned, more people are going to end up going with these communists because they want to win. At the end of the day, they want to win. And if it means going with Mamdani and the rest of them, they're going to do that because they want to win. Listen to this.
Socialists. Well, among Democrats themselves, the Democratic Socialists of America have a higher net favor rating than the Democratic Party does, at least those who are members of Congress. I mean, just take a look here. Socialists of America, plus 17 points. Democrats in Congress, plus 4 points. No wonder that Dem Socialists are getting nominated across the political map in different areas because, simply put, they are more popular than the Democrats currently in charge.
Okay. Thinking back to when I was sitting here and Zoran Mamdani was sitting there when he was running, and I asked him about capitalism.
Yes.
And he had no problem saying that he had real issues with it. Okay. He wasn't afraid to say it. By the way, he ended up winning. It didn't hurt him. How do Democrats today view socialism compared to capitalism?
There's a reason why it didn't hurt him, and that is simply because this is one of the biggest political changes I've seen during my lifetime. Match up socialism, capitalism among Democrats. You go back 16 years ago, 2010, capitalism and socialism right there, favorable rating, 51%, 50%. Look at it now. Socialism clearly in the lead among Democrats. 66% of them view socialism favorably, just 42% view capitalism favorably. No wonder Mamdani had no problem blasting it.
Which
right there. And we talked about this the other day with the socialism. The Democrat Party is embracing it. It's the same reason why we, as MAGA Republicans, and the reason why we're MAGA Republicans is not that we reject the Republican Party. We reject the idea of them not standing up, not having a backbone, not doing the right thing, not protecting our children, not protecting our borders. The Republican Party, they became complacent. They're extremely weak. They would allow the Democrats to do whatever it is they want to do. As long as I get to keep my seat, you can do whatever and just destroy whatever. The insider trading, look at Marjorie Taylor Greene. She went in there and now she's leaving a multimillionaire. Dan Crenshaw, multimillionaire. So as long as they were getting the insider trading, as long as they were getting their money, as long as they get to keep their seat, keep the little bit of power, they would not push back on the Democrats. I used to say the Republicans would go to the Democrats and they would bend over. And then while they're bent over, they would look behind them at the Democrats and say, how long do I need to be down here? It's pretty disgusting, right? But that's the Republican Party until President Trump came along. President Trump came along and he made the Republicans stand up. He made the Republicans hold their heads up. And the Democrats got the look and said, oh my goodness, what is he doing? He's actually making them hold their heads up. They're actually getting a backbone. They're actually pushing. This is not your Republicans' fault. This is not your father's Republican Party. How many times y'all heard that? Now they're going to say it about the Democrat Party. This is not your father's Democrat Party. And it's not. But I will say the Republican Party, or the MAGA Republican Party, what it is today, is what the original Republican Party was always meant to be. And this is what it was in the beginning. When Abraham Lincoln and the white people that created the Republican Party with black people, this is what it's all about. Actually fighting for Americans, fighting for our children, fighting for our sovereignty. This is what it's really, truly about. And the Democrats, they're just going back to their actual nature. See, when they called themselves this Democrats and they were deceiving everybody, saying, oh, we're here for the women and the children and the minorities, it was a bunch of lies. Now they're actually going back to their actual roots. And remember the last time the Republican Party went back to their roots, or when they were originally there, what happened in the country? When the Democrats were actually what they're coming now, the Communist Democrat Party, what happened in the country? That's when the country actually went full on civil war. Because communism and the Constitution cannot coexist. Slavery is what the Democrats want. And that's part of the reason. See, the Democrats, they want the illegal slave labor in the country. And some of these Democrats, they're like, well, we have to follow the law. They want to get rid of them. They want to get rid of them. The Socialist Democrat Party of today, they do not want to adhere to the Constitution. The Constitution is an out-of-date document for them. The Constitution is something that should be burned, or it should be rewritten. They don't have anything to do with it. For them, it should go away. Listen to this one with Scott Jennings. Oh, this is good because he's talking about the communists. Have y'all seen it? Well, if you haven't, now you have.
If the socialists win, I agree with, they're going to feel like they have the wind at their back. You're going to see Mamdani inspire candidacies across the country. You already are. Michigan is a great example. Yeah. There's a Senate primary going on there, and I think Abdul El Sayed is ahead, and he has a great chance to win. He's exactly like socialist candidates in New York City. It's not just confined to a few districts here. It's spreading already, and if they win, you're going to see this inspiration for these kinds of candidacies across the country. The implications for the Democratic Party out there for 2028 are vast.
So I just wonder, what do you think the conversations were like in Europe before all the Muslims took over? What do you think the conversations were like? Do you think people were sounding the alarm of all of these Muslims, these communists? Because these are communists. Muslims like Mamdani and pushing the Sharia law, Islamic terrorists, they're communists. That is a communist regime. That's why when you look at most of their countries, they look like third world countries because they practice communism. They don't believe in electing leaders. They really don't. Now, they say, well, we had elections like in Iran. They said they had elections, but it just so happened to be the son or, family member or something like that. It's communism. And they all live under one rule. Whoever's in power. But again, my question goes, in Europe, how many times did they have this very same questioning conversations that we're having right now before they were taken over? Did you know in Europe that they have separate courts? They have Sharia courts versus the European courts. Did you know that? And the European country, the idiots that they are, allowed it to take place. So if you get in trouble for something and you're Muslim, you don't go to the court with the law of the land. You go to a Sharia court. It's the most bizarre thing ever. And the Democrats with their shadow government, they're trying to implement the same thing here. I don't think most people even recognize that. How long has it been since we talked about the shadow government? And a lot of this is what's happening here. The shadow government is pushing out the establishment Democrats because they've had it. They've had it with the establishment Democrats getting along with the establishment Republicans. We don't want to get along with the establishment Republicans because they go against President Trump. The establishment Republicans, where some of them tried to impeach President Trump. They did in the House. They did in the House. Marjorie Taylor Greene said that she was all MAGA, but then she became establishment Republican after she started getting that insider trader money. That's how it happens. But you and I, while we're still struggling, while we're still trying to fight the good fight, we're still supporting President Trump. At the end of the day, it is 100% about the evilness that we're seeing. At the end of the day, it really is. And things are going to get hot. Things are going to get real hot. Even Abby Phillips is acknowledging how radical the Democrats are. Now, that says a lot when Abby Phillips is doing that. Am I wrong? When she does it?
Controversial candidates. CNN earlier in the year reported that she had deleted posts expressing views for abolishing police, prisons, borders, seizing private property, nationalizing major industries, calling into question Israel's right to exist. She spoke to a friend of the show, Ested Herndon, in a recent interview, said that all deportations are immoral. So all of that being said, there she is defeating a Democratic incumbent, a powerful member of the Hispanic caucus, who's been there. He's been there.
Yeah. Hispanic in New York. Hispanic in New York. So you remember all the times the liberals were saying, oh, how can you be Hispanic and support President Trump? Don't you know he's racist? He's deporting Hispanics. And now the socialists just got rid of a person who's Hispanic. Kind of makes me think about Jasmine Crackpot. Because Jasmine Crackpot, herself, she's a communist too. She's a loudmouth black communist Democrat. That's the reason why they got rid of her. Because she's just loudmouth. She said the dumbest things ever. If she was just kept quiet and just did her job, she would have stayed up under the radar. But she loved the limelight. She loved the animosity. She thought she was doing the fight, and they got rid of her because she's loud, angry, black woman. And then they went with a soy boy, more than likely gay, James Tallarico, was got a rent-a girlfriend. Just guessing on that. Wouldn't surprise me though. But she's talking about how they said all this nasty stuff. And I think this is the one where they even talked about she was saying that Kamala Harris. Let me show you the lady who they're talking about. That's her right there. Because on here where she was saying that, yeah, there should be no deportation. And she make the excuse talking about it's double jeopardy. How can you convict somebody of a crime because they murder somebody, they rob somebody, they do something terrible, and then you deport them? That's like double jeopardy, according to her. Well, if that's the case, how about we just deport them in the first place? But she doesn't want anyone deported. No one deported.
There are cases in which migrants to New York have committed violent crimes, including murder, in this district. Under normal circumstances, undocumented defendants charged with crimes go through the system, and if convicted, they get deported before or after serving time. Ms. Chevalier, you recently said on WNYC Radio that defendants who commit crimes should not be deported after serving time. Why is that?
Because we have a criminal system. It's an imperfect system. It's an imperfect criminal system that I've been critical of, but we have. And if we truly believe in a system where we don't have double jeopardy on the basis of where someone was born, then we cannot also have a system of punishment that is unique to people who were born elsewhere. We need to make sure that if we really value equality in this country, that we are treating people equally, regardless of where they were born. It cannot both be that a person who has citizenship is tried and convicted in one way, and a person who does not have citizenship is tried, convicted, and then forced to also endure another type of punishment on the basis of where they were born.
One is an American citizen. We have nowhere to deport them to. I mean, I guess we can send them to Guantanamo Bay. But if they paid their debt to society, then they go home, right? You go out of prison, you walk out the doors, and you go home. Be it Detroit, Illinois, wherever it is, you go home. These illegal aliens that came into the country, murder somebody or rob somebody, commit a complete crime. After they do their time, they go where? Home. Happen to be outside of the country, they go home. Should have never been here in the first place. Should have never been here in the first place. Communism is on the rise in this country, people. And communism brings Islamist terrorists to the country. I'm telling you right now, that's the biggest thing out of all of this that a lot of people are not paying attention to. It is the Islamist terrorists. Communism is what they are all about. They're not about freedom of speech. They're not about the Constitution. They're about Sharia law, and communism is their mechanism. Get rid of capitalism, bring in communism. This is what we're talking about, and this is who they are. I think everyone watching would agree. I don't think anyone disagrees with that because everyone's been paying attention. You know exactly what I'm talking about. Madami, I called it out when it first happened. I said, oh, this dude's going to be there because these idiots and Democrats hate Trump so much, they rather support a communist instead of doing the right thing. And it's going to happen across the country. Madami's going to endorse more people. Kevin, Loud Majority's up next right here on LFA TV. I'll see you tomorrow morning for Rise Up, and I'll see you tomorrow in the Culture Wars. God bless. Hit the thumbs up. Hit the thumbs up. Share the video.
What's going on, everybody? Wednesday, June 24th, 2026. My name is Kevin Smith. Thank you so much for tuning in to Loud Majority Live. We got a jam-packed show for you guys today. We're going to be talking some macro-level stuff here today, some big-picture sort of things, because Democrats have got a very serious problem on their hands long-term, and a lot of the reason why they have long-term problems is because of what they are doing in the short term. This, of course, comes on the heels of, and there's no two ways about it, Zohran Mamdani had a great night yesterday in the New York City primaries. A fantastic night. He had a great night. The rest of us who love keeping our own money and freedom and all that other, fine stuff that comes with being an American, did not have a very good night. Last night was proof that the Democratic Party of old is basically dead. It's basically dead, but the future does look bright. The future does look bright. We'll get into all of that as 2032, the presidential election of 2032, may be the magic number. If America can last until then, will we be in good shape? We shall see. Before we get started, you guys, do me a favor and hit that thumbs up button. Share the video out all over the place. We are rocking. We are rolling here. Head on over to loudmajorityusa.com. That's loudmajorityusa.com. Sign up for the newsletter. Check out our shop. That is the best way to support this show. Get your America 250 gear right now so you can have it for Halloween. For Halloween. Gee, what the hell am I talking about? For the 4th of July. Holy crap, you'll get it long before Halloween, I can promise you that. Go to loudmajorityusa.com and pick it up today. You guys can use promo code RUMBLE to get 20% off everything on the website. That's promo code RUMBLE to get 20% off everything on the website. So, I've alluded to this before. I've alluded to this before on this show about how 2032 is a problem for Democrats, and a group called Front Page put together a phenomenal video about exactly why Democrats are in very real trouble as we move into the next couple of presidential cycles. Now, I know I'm getting a bit ahead of us here. We got 26 and we got 28 and 30, but what does 2032 signify? Every single one of you, if you are living in a blue state, you can name 100, 200 people you know who have up and left. Now, normally, that would just, people move. People get up, they go, bingo, bango, what are you going to do? But this has gigantic consequences for Democrats. And make sure you stick around because we're going to tie this into what happened last night in New York, in the New York City primary, the New York State primaries. By the way, I'm going to give a big shout out to somebody who kicked ass last night. Absolutely kicked ass. I'm very excited to see him in Congress, Anthony Constantino. We'll get into that in a little bit. But let's break this down. Why 2032 matters.
Election after this one rolls around, the map you're looking at right now will be wrong. Not because borders will change, not because of any constitutional amendment, but because millions of Americans are right now in the middle of one of the largest internal migrations in our nation's history. And that migration is about to reshape political power in ways that could determine who wins the White House for decades to come. Here's what the data shows. After the 2030 census, Texas is projected to gain 4 congressional seats, Florida 4 more. Meanwhile, California, the most populous state in America, the economic engine of the West Coast, is on track to lose 4 seats. That has never happened before. Not once in California's entire history as a state. New York will likely lose 2, Illinois 2 more, Pennsylvania, Minnesota, Oregon, each losing 1. Add it up and you're looking at a transfer of roughly 9 to 11 electoral college votes from states that have historically leaned Democratic to states that have historically leaned Republican. Now here's where it gets interesting. In 2020, Joe Biden won the presidency with 306 electoral votes. He did it by holding the so-called blue wall, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, while flipping Arizona and Georgia. If you replay that exact same election with the post-2030 electoral map, Biden's margin shrinks. The path to 270 gets narrower for Democrats and wider for Republicans before a single vote is even cast. Republican strategist Frank Luntz put it bluntly, if these projections hold, Republican candidates in the 2030s could win the presidency without needing Pennsylvania, Michigan, or Wisconsin at all. But this isn't really a story about partisan advantage. Both parties will adapt. What this is about is something much bigger. A fundamental restructuring of where Americans live, where they work, where they build their lives, and ultimately where political power resides in the 21st century. So the question isn't whether this shift is happening. The census data makes that undeniable. The question is, why? Why are millions of Americans packing up and moving? Why are some states growing explosively while others stagnate or shrink? To understand that, we need to start
and we're going
with...
to get into that a little bit later, why it is happening. But the point I want to drive home here, if you look at the 2020 election results, the official ones, not the ones we know happened, based on population movement around the country right now, it would have been 269 to 269, a dead tie in the Electoral College, at which point it would have went to the House of Representatives and it would have been decided there. Wild stuff. That is without anyone doing anything extra. That is just based on population movement. As you can see, places like New York, Illinois, California are getting weaker and weaker every single day, while Texas, Tennessee, and Florida are getting bigger and bigger. But those are the only states that are growing. Check this out.
It accounts for both total population and current representation, creating diminishing returns for larger states. What this means in practice is that apportionment is a zero-sum game. There are only 435 seats. If Texas gains 4 other states have to lose them. Every seat California loses goes to another state, likely Texas or Florida. And here's the crucial point that most people miss. A state doesn't need to lose population to lose a seat. It just needs to grow slower than the national average. Think about that. You could have a state that adds 100,000 residents over a decade. But if that state was already large and other states are adding 500,000, that slower growing state will lose representation even as its population increases. This is exactly what's happening to states like Minnesota and Pennsylvania. They're not shrinking in absolute terms. They're just being outpaced by faster growing states. Now, why does this matter for presidential elections? Because electoral college votes are calculated as the sum of a state's House seats plus its 2 Senate seats. When Texas gains 4 House seats, it gains 4 electoral votes. When California loses 4 seats, it loses 4 electoral votes. The total number of electoral votes stays fixed at 538, but the distribution shifts, and with it, the entire calculus of how to win 270. Let's look at the specific projections based on...
Now, what you have to understand is that there are only a fixed amount of ways to win the Electoral College. You have to win a certain amount of states, and normally that blue wall, that Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota sort of blue wall area has been that if Democrats can hold on to that they can hold on to the elections. But places like Tennessee, Texas, Idaho, and Florida are growing so fast that even though Minnesota and Pennsylvania are gaining people, they may still lose congressional seats, therefore electoral college votes, because of the speed in which Florida and Texas are growing. The amount of people that are fleeing places like California for Idaho, Nevada, Arizona, Texas, the amount of people that are fleeing New York for places like North Carolina, Florida, and Georgia are a staggering number. And remember something. It's actually worse for Democrats if larger states lose less people. What do I mean by that? Check this out.
Based on the Census Bureau's 2025 population estimates, Texas currently has 40 electoral votes. After 2030, it's projected to have 44. Florida currently has 30. After 2030, that rises to 33 or 34, depending on which projection you use. California currently has 54 electoral votes. the biggest prize on the map. After 2030, it drops to 50. New York goes from 28 to 26. Illinois from 19 to 17. Smaller shifts happen across a dozen other states. Georgia gains 1, North Carolina gains 1, Arizona gains 1, Utah and Idaho each gain 1. Meanwhile, Pennsylvania loses 1, Michigan loses 1, Minnesota loses 1, Oregon loses 1. When you total these changes, the net effect is clear. The Sun Belt and Mountain West are gaining power, while the Northeast and Midwest are losing it.
That's right. So many people are leaving the most densely populated areas in America that it's actually going to affect places in the Midwest. That is a bananas idea. Now, look, we've seen Democrats for a long time attempt to remove the Electoral College system. We have. And I believe in the Electoral College. I think it is a good thing. However, it is getting to a point in America where so many people are leaving blue states for purple states or flat out red states that it may not matter. See, for a long time, people like me and the founders of the country, brilliant men, all of us, have said we need to keep the Electoral College in place because if we don't, politicians would only campaign in Chicago, Los Angeles, Dallas, Miami, New York, Boston, Philly. They would never go to small town America. They would never go to Rhode Island because it doesn't matter. They would never go to some of these smaller places like Tennessee or Massachusetts because they don't matter in the grand scheme of things because of the population size. But the fact is that so many people are leaving California and New York, Chicago, and heading down south, heading to the Mountain West. The amount of Republican consolidation in many of these states is so astronomical. People are running for the hills. Here it is in real numbers.
Between 2020 and 2025, California lost 1.63 million residents to domestic migration. That's not total population change. That's just Americans leaving California for other states, 1.63 million people in 5 years. New York lost 1.05 million to domestic migration over the same period. Illinois lost 431,000. Where are they going? Texas gained 760,000 domestic migrants. Florida gained 829,000. North Carolina gained 468,000. Arizona gained 253,000. Idaho gained 131,000.
These are astronomical numbers. The amount of people heading into some of these red states, even purple states like Arizona, but Idaho, Texas, Florida, for sure. The fact that Florida almost gained 1 million people over the course of the last few years is bananas. It's even more insane that Idaho gained 130,000. You'll find out why.
Let me put Idaho in perspective. The state's total population is about 2 million people. In 5 years, it gained domestic migrants equal to roughly 7% of its entire population. That's like if California, a state of 39 million, suddenly absorbed 2.7 million new residents from other states. Except California is doing the opposite. Now, population change isn't just about migration. There are 3 components: domestic migration, international migration, and natural increase, which is births minus deaths. For decades, California's population model worked like this. Yes, more Americans left California than moved there from other states, but that loss was offset by 2 things. First, international immigration, people coming from other countries. Second, natural increase. California's relatively young population meant more births than deaths. This model worked. Despite chronic domestic outflow, California kept growing and gaining congressional seats for over a century. Then something changed. In 2025, net international migration to the United States dropped from 2.7 million the previous year to 1.3 million. That's a 54% decline in a single year. The reasons are complex: tighter border enforcement, changes to refugee and asylum policies, global economic conditions. But the effect was immediate and dramatic. For California, this was catastrophic to its demographic model. In 2024, the state received 361,000 net international migrants. In 2025, that number fell to 109,000. Meanwhile, domestic outmigration continued unabated. In 2025 alone, 229,000 more Americans left California than moved there from other states. Do the math. With natural increase of around 110,000 and international migration down to 109,000, but domestic outflow at 229,000, California's population actually declined by about 9,500 people. For the first time in modern memory, California shrank. New York experienced something similar. The state had relied on massive international migration, over 290,000 in the 2023 to 2024 period, including many asylum seekers to mask its domestic losses. New York City alone spent an estimated $12 billion housing these new arrivals.
A $12 billion bill.
City Hall now projecting that the migrant crisis is going to cost taxpayers $12 billion by July 1st.
To about 95,000 in 2025, New York's domestic losses of 138,000 were exposed. The state barely grew at all. This collapse in international migration is the accelerant that turned a slow-burning demographic shift into a five-alarm fire. States that were treading water are now drowning. States that were growing are now surging. But that still doesn't answer the fundamental question, why are Americans leaving states like California and New York in the first place?
Why are they leaving in the first place? And we'll get to that in a second. But what President Trump is doing with stopping the flow at the border is stopping many of these sanctuary states from growing at a rate that would outpace the amount of Americans who are leaving it. What do I mean by that? Well, if 105,000 New Yorkers leave New York and head to the Carolinas and Florida, but they are only able to take in 100,000 migrants, they have therefore lost population, therefore losing people in the 2030 census that is going to come out. This is why every once in a while, you will get a stunning admission from an elected Democrat in New York. And we got one a couple of months ago from a woman named Yvette Aguilar. I know none of you know who this woman is, but she's just your run-of-the-mill communist here in New York. We'll get to her election results a little bit later, but she straight up said it out loud and in public. We need illegal immigration to come to New York so that we can protect congressional seats.
I'm from Brooklyn, New York. We have a diaspora that can absorb a significant number of these migrants. And when I hear colleagues talk about, the doors of the inn being closed, no room in the inn, I'm saying, I need more people in my district just for redistricting purposes. And those members could clearly fit here.
She just said that out loud. She needs illegal immigrants for redistricting purposes because, to be clear, when New York ends up redistricting, they're going to have to do it from the downstate. They're not going to be able to do it in upstate New York. There just isn't enough people living in upstate. For example, let's pull up a map of New York. There we go. Map of New York. Congressional districts. Let's just play a little game here. Bum, bum, bum. Here it is. Where the hell did it go? There we go. Let's just pull this up here. There's not enough people in upstate New York. So here is a map of New York's congressional district. You see that big-ass one at the very top? That is New York 21, which was held by Elise Stefanik. The reason why it is so big is because no one lives there. It's like the Adirondack Mountains. Meanwhile, Jerry Nadler's former district on the west side of Manhattan is 63 blocks long because of how dense the population is. So Elise Stefanik's district went from Albany in the middle of the state to Canada. There's just not enough room to redistrict there. So Democrats know if they're going to have to redistrict, they're going to have to do it in Queens, and they're going to have to do it in Brooklyn. And that's why people like Yvette Aguilar are so worried. I think her name's Yvette Clark. I'm sorry. Yvette Clark. My bad. Got her name wrong, right? Yep. Yvette Clark. That's why she's so worried. Now, why is this happening? Why the outward flow? Now, we can go into a million different things, taxation, COVID policies, radicalness, left, right, and center. And we're going to get into a lot of the reasons there. But there's bigger reasons to this. And it's almost like Democrats are dying from their own self-fulfilling prophecy. We'll get to that in 1 second. Before we do that, here's Jeremy.
Hey, everybody, if you're not familiar with, then let me introduce to you Armor Colostrum. Now, I didn't know what colostrum was up until a few years ago. I'd never even really heard of it. And then my wife turned me on to Armor Colostrum. And what colostrum does is it helps regrow your hair. Not gonna lie, that's the reason that I started looking into it. But then I started noticing some other things that I could benefit from. I used to get acid reflux very badly. I used to bloat very badly. It felt like I was 10 or 15 pounds heavier than I was until I made Armor Colostrum a part of my everyday schedule. And now things have changed so very much. Let me introduce to you what Armor Colostrum actually does and what it looks like. In a study measuring immune cell response to toxin, Armor Colostrum performed 32% stronger and faster than other colostrum companies. 400 plus bionutrients activated in your life, in your body, to help regrow hair, strengthen your gut health, regrow your nails, toenails, and fingernails healthy, get rid of fungus, stop bloating, and more. And now you can get yours right now for up to $18 off each and every purchase at tryarmra.com. Promo code LFATV. Click the apply button once you've entered the code and watch your discount fall off. That is tryarmra.com/LFATV. Order now.
Guys, head on over to tryarmor.com and use promo code LFATV. That is tryarmor.com and use promo code LFATV. Quick update before we continue to dive in to this 2032 problem Democrats are going to have. Right now, I'm getting word that we are awaiting the Supreme Court decision on the legality of birthright citizenship, which could upend everything I'm saying, which could make this show totally irrelevant or significantly more relevant. We'll get to that if it comes out in this hour. But I saw someone in the chat ask the question, domestic migration. Yes, that's Americans moving from New York somewhere else, California somewhere else, or Illinois. When they say, these clips say domestic migration, that is what they mean. But what do I mean when I say that Democrats have done this to themselves? Well, let's go into the way back machine. Let's go back to the COVID era. It's hard to believe that the COVID era was almost 7 years ago at this point, which is a bananas statement to say that this has been going on this long. But many of these Democratic governors, be it Gavin Newsom or Andrew Cuomo or J.B. Pritzker, in shutting down the world, they created an entirely new economy. An entirely new economy of the work-from-home economy. Now, what that meant was, when it started out, was that many people just stayed at home and worked. But then very quickly, younger people who were staying home and working found out that you actually don't have to stay at home while working. You can work from anywhere. So many young people, and I know a few people who have done it. What's up, Ange? I know you're watching. Fled New York. Because if you can work from home, why do you have to do it from an apartment in Brooklyn when you could do it in an apartment in Miami? And that's what many people ended up doing. They started taking work from home jobs at companies based in Palo Alto and in Manhattan and just did it from Tennessee or from Scottsdale or from Miami.
Taxes. Texas has no state income tax, neither does Florida or Tennessee, or Nevada, Wyoming, South Dakota, Washington, Alaska, or New Hampshire. California has a top marginal income tax rate of 13.3%. The highest in the nation. New York's top rate is 10.9%. Illinois has a flat 4.95% rate, but makes up for it with property taxes that rank second highest in America. For a high-income earner, a tech executive, a doctor, a successful small business owner, the difference between living in California and living in Texas could be tens of thousands of dollars per year. For someone earning $500,000 annually, California's state income tax alone could approach $60,000. In Texas, that number is zero. This creates a powerful incentive structure, especially for mobile, high-earning professionals. And the pandemic proved that many of these professionals are extremely mobile. When remote work became widespread in 2020 and 2021, it severed the geographic link between job and residence for millions of knowledge workers. A software engineer at Google no longer needed to live in Mountain View. A financial analyst at Goldman Sachs no longer needed to be in Manhattan. They could work from Austin, or Miami, or Boise, or Nashville, and many did. By 2025, approximately 22 to 28% of the U.S. workforce operates remotely at least part-time. Over 32 million Americans work from home. For these workers, the question is no longer, where is my office, but where do I want to live? And increasingly, the answer is somewhere cheaper. The corporate migration tells the same.
They didn't have to pay $7,000 a month for a two-bedroom apartment off Wall Street. They could have worked anywhere. Democratic policies led to the outflow. Because why would you stay in New York if you could work from anywhere? Go take a 2-year vacation down in Florida. But what happened? Because some people did have to go back to work at some point. We all saw those like funny TikTok reels of people with their laptops in Zoom meetings while they were at the beach. You know, we all saw those jokes. But those things really happened because of the overburdensome policies of elected Democrats. But people weren't the only ones who moved. As a matter of fact, after the COVID-era policy and because of the insane tax rates that have been put forth by many, many radical Democrats, corporations have decided that it's their time to go as well.
The corporate migration tells the same story as the human one. Between 2018 and 2024, over 560 corporate headquarters relocated across state lines. The biggest winner by far was Texas, which gained 209 headquarters. Dallas-Fort Worth alone gained 100. Austin gained 81. The biggest loser was California. San Francisco lost 156 corporate headquarters. Los Angeles lost 106. The list of companies that moved to Texas reads like a roster of American business. Tesla, Oracle, Hewlett-Packard Enterprise, Caterpillar, Charles Schwab. These moves aren't just symbolic, they bring jobs, tax revenue, and ancillary economic activity. When Tesla moves its headquarters to Austin, it doesn't just bring Elon Musk's desk. It brings engineers, executives, suppliers, restaurants, services, an entire ecosystem. In 2024 alone, 96 companies announced headquarters relocations, a 5-fold increase from the 18 relocations in 2023. The destination pattern is consistent. Texas, Florida, Tennessee, North Carolina, Nevada. When executives are asked why they moved, they cite multiple factors: business climate, access to talent, quality of life, proximity to customers. But tax incentives consistently rank near the top. Now, critics of the...
Now, to be clear, when Tesla and Oracle and Hewlett-Packard and Caterpillar and the rest of these gigantic organizations move to places, and that's not the only... Starbucks is leaving Washington. Amazon is talking about leaving Washington. You got many financial bros who are talking about opening up new headquarters down in South Beach, making the sort of southern Wall Street. We've been hearing people like Ken Griffin saying that they're going to take their companies south, which I absolutely do not blame them following that climate. But it brings more than that. It brings entire economic ecospheres with it. Because when Tesla moves down to Austin, I believe they moved to Austin. When Tesla goes to Austin, now the workers need a restaurant to go to. So somebody opens a restaurant. And then that restaurant employs other people. And the cycle continues over and over and over again every single day as one more corporation goes in. But what does this have to do? What does this have to do with what happened last night in New York? Because I got to tell you, I often express my frustration with the Republican Party, and last night really, really, really showed just how frustrated I was. Okay? I'm going to tell you a story about a guy in upstate New York. He's like 30 years old. His name's Anthony Constantino. He owns a company called Sticker Mule. I believe they advertise here on Rumble. I could be wrong. Check them out. Sticker Mule. Check them out. I get nothing for that. Anthony's been on the show before, but whatever. I don't get anything for it. He ran for Congress in Elise Stefanik's district. Now, Elise Stefanik, savage, a fighter, maybe the most powerful woman in America, certainly the most powerful Republican woman in America. What happened in her governor run, we'll move on. The party nominated a guy named Bob Smullen. Now, I don't know Bob. He's a Marine veteran. Seems like a nice guy. But he's your run-of-the-mill Republican. Just, average. Been in the assembly for a few terms. I've never heard of him. I'm not saying anything bad about him. He's probably a very nice guy. But we are replacing savages, fighters, with average run-of-the-mill party Republicans. Now, Anthony Constantino ran against the party's wishes. The party didn't like him. He was endorsed by President Trump and Roger Stone, Mike Crispy, everybody in our movement. Everybody came out for Anthony Constantino. You guys may remember he put a, Sticker Mule Trump. You may remember this. He owns a factory in upstate New York, and on top of the it's Albany, so it's upstate to me. He put a giant "Vote Trump" sign on top of the factory that he owns. Obviously, the guy's a savage. He ended up winning last night pretty handily. And I'm very happy about it. Anthony's a great guy. Like I said, he's been on the show. Met him a couple of times. We are replacing savages and fighters with average people. Now, take, for example, the Marjorie Taylor Greene seat. We replaced her with regular run-of-the-mill Republican. Nancy Mace. Same thing, I believe. Whatever you think about each individual person, I'm talking about people that are outspoken, out front, willing to say the hard thing. We need more people like Tim Burchett and Brandon Gill and Jim Jordan. Instead, we are getting a lot of sort of neocon replacements for the fighters that we are losing in Congress. Democrats, on the other hand, are replacing some of the most batshit crazy members of Congress with people even more batshit crazy. For example, let's take a look at some of the election results last night for Democrats. Let's start with the biggest one. New York Congressional District 10. This was held by Dan Goldman, one of the most arrogant assholes on planet Earth. He was the Democrats' impeachment lawyer for impeachment hoax number 1. Before he was a member of Congress, he was the counsel for the majority in the impeachment hoax with the call to Ukraine. He's also a billionaire. He is the heir to the Levi Strauss fortune, like Levi Jeans. He lost by 30 points to Brad Landers, a guy who, in the mayor race, got 11% of the vote. And he beat Dan Goldman by 30 points. Let's move on to another race. You have Claire Valdez. Claire Valdez in New York's 7th Congressional District. This is what's known as the Commie Corridor here in New York. She beat a slew of candidates, most notably Antonio Reynoso, who was endorsed by every major Democrat, every major union, the sitting member of Congress in the seat that was being replaced. He lost by 19 points to Claire Valdez. Claire Valdez is insane, genuinely insane. That's not the one that really gets me, though. That's not the one that really twists my tit, if I'm being totally honest with you. We talked about a woman the other day named Chevalier. Chevalier. Yep, that's New York's 13th Congressional District. She beat the chairman of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus and the chairman of the Congressional Progressive Caucus. This guy was already a radical left-winger. As a matter of fact, he was the only illegal immigrant. He was the first illegal immigrant to ever be elected to Congress. And he lost. Chevalier, where did she get her start? Well, she was one of the organizers of the pro-Palestine protests on Columbia University campuses that led to riots and things being burned down. So that's a lovely one. That's also the woman who I showed you the other day said she wanted to abolish prisons. Just close all of them. Close every single one of them. Bingo, bango. But you want to see the real shift in the Democratic Party. The real shift in the Democratic Party, we have to look at New York Congressional District 12. Where Jack Schlotzberg came in third place. Who is Jack Schlotzberg? What the hell is that name? Randomly. Well, he's actually got two last names. His other last name is Kennedy. That's right. The Democratic Party has moved so far to the left that a Kennedy is now coming in third place, and not a close third place. He got 10.5% of the vote. His name is literally Jack Kennedy. Came in third place. Now, many people are going to sit there and they're going to say things like, Kevin, who cares? It's New York. You're all insane to begin with. Here's why it matters. These DSA candidates, the Mamdanis of the world, they are not nipping at the side. They're not picking off weak links. They're not saying, all right, well, this Democrat is 90 years old, so we're going to run some energetic 20-year-old like they did with AOC 8 years ago, where they took a relatively attractive 26-year-old girl and ran her against a guy who was 75 and ended up winning that seat. That's not what they're doing. They're going for the gusto, and they're winning. And I want to make this as abundantly clear as humanly possible. I don't care where you live. You have a metro in your state. Unless you live, like, in Guam, which, to all my viewers from Guam, it's like 6 o'clock in the morning, so go back to bed. But unless you live there, you have a metro. And last night showed the momentum is behind these people. The momentum is behind these people. So yes, we are New York. We are insane. Sure. Well, guess what? Next week, Colorado's got a primary. Anybody know anybody in Colorado? Wonder how that'll do. Arizona's got one. There's also a House special election in Georgia at the end of July. Given the way things are going, it's not looking great. Michigan, they have their races. They have their primaries coming up in August. If you don't think the same people, the Hassan Pikers, the Linda Sarsours, the Ryan Grimms of the world are going to go to a city near you, then I got to ask, what is in that vape you are smoking? Because I would love some of it. I'm not saying this to be some kind of a downer or some kind of a panicking. I'm saying this to try to wake people up, most notably the people at the heads of our parties, the RNC and our state parties. Wake up! Because if you don't, politics is about momentum, guys. The drubbing we are going to get. Last night's New York primaries should scare the shit out of every single one of you. Because right now, with no other elections around the country, with no other primary results, just the ones that I mentioned so far, just the ones I mentioned, there will be between 25 and 30 endorsed members of the Democratic Socialists of America in Congress next year. Now, what does that mean for you? Well, if Democrats are able to retake the House, which is very possible, Hakeem Jeffries will not be the Speaker of the House. You think Hakeem Jeffries is bad? Wait until you find out what comes after him. What's more radical than him? Because it turns out Democrats are already beginning to meet with Hakeem Jeffries to try to extrapolate demands. As Brooklyn socialists tell Hakeem Jeffries that they will oust him next as they celebrate the Mamdani-backed victory. Mamdani's DSA-backed candidate, Claire Valdez, who won her primary bid in the 7th District, has already told Hakeem Jeffries she will not vote for him. Valdez is part of the new crop of Democratic socialists that are taking over the Democratic Party. She was endorsed by AOC once during a violent riot. She was arrested twice outside of violent riots outside of Chuck Schumer and Kirsten Gillibrand's offices in 2025, where she was angry at them for supporting Israel. Not my words. Their words. After her victory party in Bushwick, Brooklyn, a trendy Brooklyn neighborhood into which Williamsburg and Greenpoint hipsters have expanded, let's be clear, Claire Valdez, who opposes Israel, won in Williamsburg. Any New Yorkers in the chat want to tell you who lives in Williamsburg? It's like one of the most densely populated Jewish neighborhoods on the planet. And a person who opposes Israel won in that area. If the hair on the back of your neck is not standing up right now, then I can't help you moving forward. Footage from a reporter at the city showed the moments after the boos when Hakeem Jeffries was mentioned. As Jeffries was shown on the TV at the victory party, all of the white kids shouted, "You're next, you're next." So if you don't think they're coming for the top, and they will get their demands, we need to wake up and smell what's going on. And to be clear, this comes down to a state level. Now let's tie this all back together. Democratic policies, democratic radicalism are forcing people, normal people, out of these blue areas. Now, these are the congressional races. These are the people you're going to see on television. But there's a lot more that won last night who you'll never hear from, ever. Local people like New York State senators. Like New York State senators. One who won last... Oh, what the hell are we doing here? One who won last night. Oh, shit.
Corporate migration tells the same...
Sorry about that. One who won last night. Who... Are you ready for this? She's going to be a state senator, which means she's going to impact policies on a New York State level. This woman had the balls to blame 9/11 on Islamophobia.
And so, and finding that, the system of capitalism and racism and white supremacy, etc., and Islamophobia have all been used, to colonize lands, right, to take resources from other people. And so this is like a long trajectory. And we're just seeing the manifestations of that continuation, right, with 9/11. And so a lot of times when people are asking us to respond about, attack, right, if you look back, historically, right, a lot of us come from lands that were colonized, lands where wars are being waged, right, a lot of times because of U.S. policy or the policies in Europe. And so I find that we can connect over that, but then also that the idea that we have to apologize for a terror attack that a couple of people did, and then there is no apologies or reparations for genocides and for slavery, etc., is something that I kind of find reprehensible.
Now, why do I show you this? People like that are getting elected in every single blue state all over the country. So while Democrats are beginning to pick up gigantic wins in blue states, attempting to do them in purple states, what I'm seeing is, if I look forward, more and more people leaving these Democratic states. And we still have 4 years until the census. President Trump still has 2 more years in office worth of deportations. Are the deportations happening at a speed in which we would want? No, they're not. Let's be honest here. They've hit every roadblock along the way, but they're working towards it. That sort of outward migration, because let's be honest, Kathy Hochul is going to do whatever that woman says. She's going to do whatever that woman says. The woman who blamed 9/11 on Islamophobia. Vanabla, buddy. All we have to do, and I say this with knowledge that the Republican Party has never been more divided. There's 12 different factions, right? And everybody's pissed off at everybody else. If we can get through 2028, mathematically speaking, if migration continues in the way it is, if deportations continue to happen in the way they are, it is entirely possible that Democrats, while winning in blue states on a regular basis, will never win a presidential election ever again. Mathematically speaking. And that's why they want to get rid of the Electoral College, because they know that their policies are so radical and they have such a low chance of winning the Electoral College that they may never win it again. They might never win it again. And as we proceed with these primaries, I'm concerned that just based on who we've lost in the Senate already, Bill Cassidy and John Cornyn, that President Trump may be a lame duck already. He might be a lame duck already. You got Cornyn coming out talking shit about President Trump because he lost. You got Bill Cassidy doing the exact same thing. All they need to do is peel off one more. Collins, Murkowski, McConnell, Paul. Then the Senate is basically done. We are at an inflection point right now in electoral politics, and I don't think enough people I don't want to sound like Chicken Little. I don't want to yell that the sky is falling. I don't want to be the bubble boy. What I'm saying to you is a reality that is indisputable. And people who ignore problems allow those problems to metastasize. Now, everything I just said about 2032, everything I just said about it, can go away the minute Democrats take power in 2028. How are they going to do that? We'll discuss it in 1 second. Before we do that, Mike Lindell.
I'm excited to announce that we're having our first ever mega sale on overstock clearance and brand new products. For example, save over 50% on this season's flannel sheets. Queen size only $59.98. Kings only $69.98. They sell out fast every year, so order now. Save 20% on our brand new My Crosses. They're designed in the likeness of the one I've worn every day for over 20 years. They come in men's and women's, and they're made right here in the USA. Get our 2025 six-piece My Towel sets for only $29.98. Our initial quantities are extremely low, so get them now before they go. And our best-selling standard My Pillows, just $14.98. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to take advantage of our first ever mega sale. But wait, remember that $75 free shipping rule? Well, that ship is sailed because right now, every order ships absolutely free.
Guys, head on over to MyPillow.com and use promo code LOUD. That's MyPillow.com, promo code LOUD for up to 80% off everything on the website. That's MyPillow.com, promo code LOUD. So as we continue to try to get things done in the Senate, President Trump is on Capitol Hill today meeting with members of the Republican conference. And it turns out in the meeting today was an absolute shit show with some of the people I just mentioned. It turns out that Bill Cassidy and President Trump got into a heated exchange. Here with CNN.
What we have heard from sources that were in that room and Senator Bill Cassidy himself is that this was an exchange that really escalated with the president. Bill Cassidy telling our colleague Morgan Rimmer just a few moments ago that he lost his temper. Essentially, the president was asking why these 4 Republican senators would vote for this war powers vote last night. And at that point, Cassidy told our colleague Morgan Rimmer that he asked the president, is that a rhetorical question, or do you want to actually know the answer? The president invited him to share why he voted the way that he did. And essentially, Cassidy berated the president for what has transpired in Iran, for not being clear with Congress about his actions in the region, and essentially arguing that until he got a more fulsome briefing of what was transpiring, he was going to continue voting the way that he was voting. Cassidy said that the president was raising his voice, and in response, he continued to raise his. He said he lost his temper, that he's not necessarily proud of that fact, but he joked it was the Irish in him. I mean, obviously, this was an extremely tense exchange. A lot of Republican senators coming out of that meeting noted that it had taken place. Some of them, Senator Tommy Tuberville, tried to downplay it to me, arguing that it was a really cordial exchange, that they were just having a difference of opinion on the issue of Iran. But obviously, there is history here, right, between the president and Bill Cassidy, who recently lost a primary to a Trump-backed challenger, Julia Letlow, just a few weeks ago. So Cassidy has been feeling unchained, untethered to the president, doesn't feel like he needs to continue walking in lockstep, and obviously that was something that transpired during lunch.
And you're going to see more of that. Because while the election is in November, these people, Bill Cassidy, John Cornyn, they're going to stay in office until January. You're going to see more of that infighting where these people are going to do whatever the hell they want to get back at the president. But how do Democrats, if they are able to win in 2028, how do they stop everything I just said in 2032? How do they stop it? Well, easily. They could eliminate the Electoral College. Totally reasonable. Totally logical that that's something they would do. They could keep the Electoral College and add D.C. and Puerto Rico as states. And if they do that, we never win the Senate ever again. We just don't. Maybe never win Congress ever again, based on the population density of Washington, D.C. That would add 7 Democratic seats right there. I'm not even sure about Puerto Rico. Why do I tell you this? Because so many people seem to be politicsed out, so to speak. And you can't be. Politics is not it's not a spectator sport. It's a participation sport. If you're not getting involved in every election in some way where you live, I don't know what you're doing. If you're waiting for someone else if you're waiting for the RNC or your state party to come save you, I don't know what you're doing. And while I do love being a commentator, I promise you I'll go back to being a full-time activist anytime because it's worth it. Democrats have their full-time activists. We need them as well. We need everyone to get off their asses and get involved. Last night's New York races should terrify you, not because it's New York. It should terrify you because of who lost. These are not your neoliberal, warmongering members of Congress. Radical progressives lost to people even more radical than them. I cannot stress enough how big of a deal this is and how you need to be taking note of it. You need to be taking note of it. If you think that President Trump winning in 2024 was the end of the war, then you have no idea what's coming next. No idea. And we need to start kicking ass and taking names, particularly here on Long Island. So I'll give you more information on that when I get it. Guys, it's 4 p.m. I want to thank everybody so much for tuning in. I will catch you guys back live tomorrow. Until then, stay loud, everybody.
Hey, folks, welcome to the show. Thanks so much for being with us. We got a great show for you. President Trump is reacting to the communist takeover of New York City. Of course, we've already known that that's the case for a very long time. And, you know, still people are using the word socialist. So it's a socialist takeover. It's like, no, it's communistic. And really, I mean, it shouldn't be that surprising. Or you think people would be more comfortable with it because, you know, there's I think, plenty of communists still remaining in our own government today anyway, from the decades of multiple administrations that actually don't like the American people. Well, we're going to talk about this. We're going to talk about it. What does it mean moving forward? Because there's some people that are very upset about this. Some people are even, saying that Jewish individuals, Jewish voters, need to flee New York because that's how bad it is now. We'll cover that. Also, more updates on President Trump and the SAVE Act. He's now refusing to sign the Housing Act that would apparently do a lot of really great things, according to some. But you got to wonder if Congress has also put something in there for themselves. I would imagine so. He says, no, I'm not going to sign this unless you pass the SAVE Act. So there's still this tension there. And this happened right before President Trump was scheduled to walk into a luncheon with the Senate Republican caucus. Earlier today, we have some of President Trump's reactions. Also, more on Bill Pulte and him as acting director of the National Intelligence. He is firing people. And depending on who you talk to, some people are like, oh, he's firing the right people, he's firing the wrong people. I think he's probably firing the right people, and in some cases he's sending these ABC alphabet soup bureaucracy liaisons back to their homes. So we're going to talk about that all and much, much more. This is the Paul Herrell Program. Eric Haynes is in seat number 3. It starts right now.
The Paul Herrell Program.
All right, broadcasting from the state of Arkansas. Can't do the show without you watching every single day. Broadcasting here on LFA TV, also the Paul Herrell Program YouTube channel. If you're watching on the LFA TV Rumble channel, we want to make sure that you like the show, subscribe, do all the things. If you're watching on the Paul Herrell Program YouTube, please go ahead and give us a follow, subscribe, smash that subscribe button, as the kids say, and click the little bell to receive notifications. We would very much appreciate it. Eric Haynes back in studio. Eric, how you doing?
Great to be part of the conversation today, Paul. Glad I'm not in New York today.
Yeah, I mean, right? Now, I've written New York. I think one of the first things when you first came on the show, when you started coming on regularly here on the show, I think one of the first topics that you were really harping on was this Mamdani situation. Right, and I was always kind of like, yeah, I mean, I know it's in the news. I know he's a bad guy. I know he's not a good guy. I still can't get over how he removed the furniture from the New York mayor's office, and everybody sat on the ground. Like, can you get more anti-Western civilization than, hey, we really think well-built furniture is good, and we like a nice, comfortable place to sit. So I knew it was bad, but I've written New York City off for so long now. Like, okay, we all know what's going to happen in New York City. We all know this is not going to be a utopia. It's going to be the opposite of one, and it's going to get really, really bad before it even has a chance to get better. And it may never get better because of the immigration demographics. So, I mean, you are right, 100% to focus on it. I just am kind of, I'm still kind of over it, but it's in the news today, and we need to talk about it.
Well, again, it just reinforces the power of persuasion and charisma and how that can really just kind of warp and mess up the minds of people, and to getting them to do what or vote for who says they're going to give them everything for free and all kinds of completely irrational things. I mean, these are crazy people. I mean, they really are. So for me, it's like, now take it a step further. Which of them will be going to the U.S. House and acting like complete idiots? Will they join the squad? How big will the squad get? It's just Democrats, regular Democrats, have to be just freaking out right now. And I saw some funny stuff today, how they sent flowers to Hakeem Jeffries and put flowers on his door to his office in Congress. The Republicans did, because it's literally like their heartfelt sympathy for what is happening to the Democratic Party. Not that they were great, but man, this is just craziness.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those situations. I mean,
these people are crazy.
Well,
abolish ICE and open no border at all, and free Palestine, and just everything crazy that they could possibly say. They say it. Mm-hmm. So then you get senators on microphones responding to this stuff, and they're just like, I don't even recognize these people. These people are crazy. Fetterman today said live on air, he's like, these people are crazy.
Wow.
And I'm scared of what they're going to do when they get to Congress and how they're going to start acting out, making a fool of the Democratic Party.
Yeah.
They're not, like, to your point, they're communists. They're not Democrats. They may have attached the Democrat name to the Democratic Socialists of America. So, send in your money to the DSA, but they're not Democrats, Paul.
Well, I mean, I am admittedly in a bubble.
Okay.
Aside from Fetterman, I don't know a moderate Democrat. I don't know their names.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like I'm not done some in-depth study on these Democrats. I just genuinely generally say, hey, you guys are crazy. And now they're getting even more crazy for the incumbents not being crazy enough.
Mm-hmm.
So I get it. I mean, but the fact that, we should have seen this coming. You've got this immigration problem. They've literally immigrated people who are not Americans. They have no interest in being Americans. They don't care. The idea of, the idea of any sort of the derivatives of whatever the Christian society that we want to be again, but like they don't care about any of that. They only care about their culture, their mindset, bringing it here, being who they are, and they elected Mamdani, and then Mamdani endorses these people, and so it's just that same force, it's that same Mamdani wave that these people are riding, and they look at the Democrats and they're saying, you guys have not done what you're supposed to do. You get up there and compromise, just like our guys get up there and compromise and sell out us. They look and say, hey, you're selling out. We don't, and a lot of this does have to do. You say what you want. A lot of this does have to do with Israel and Gaza and Israel and Iran and that whole Middle East thing. It's similar to what's going on the right. The right is now asking questions. Is it such a good idea for Israeli foreign policy to be automatically baked into everything the United States does? And for that, those people on the right get called anti-Semitic. Even J.D. Vance now is getting slammed for criticizing Israel. President Trump himself has been criticized because he said, hey, you don't need to blow up a whole building. So people on the right are asking this same question, okay, in various forms. And can it go too far? Yeah, I'm sure. Okay. But then the ones on the left, from what I can tell, this Goldman guy, the incumbent Democrat Goldman, wasn't he denied entry into a coffee shop? Is that's what I heard. I don't know if that's true or not, because Jonathan Greenblatt was the guy who from the ADL, who I don't trust. I think they're just the Southern Poverty Law Center, essentially. But he was all talking about, oh yeah, he couldn't get a cup of coffee because he's Jewish. Okay. Well, let's assume that's true, okay? Assuming that's true, there's a huge difference with the tactics on the right versus the tactics on the left. The tactics on the left are upset with United States' relationship with Israel and are like, hey, if you're Jewish, you shouldn't be able to get a cup of coffee in New York. People on the right are saying, hey, maybe we shouldn't, fund you to knock down buildings and kill Christians in buildings or women and children in buildings and that sort of thing,
in Beirut.
In Beirut. It's like it's two different critiques.
Sure.
So,
yeah.
But I don't know. I don't know what I'm rambling.
One is objective, one is just racist.
Right. Okay. Yeah, there you go.
I mean, we can have an objective conversation about our relationship with Israel and what we're willing to do as it relates to Iran and the Middle East. But once you start telling a Jewish person, you can't do a political speech here out in front of our coffee shop because you are Jewish, then
is that the allegation?
Yeah,
okay,
that's absolutely
so
what happened.
You can't do the speech, not get a cup of coffee. You can't stand in front of the coffee shop.
Well, he is outwardly and very very Jewish, and that was noticed.
The guy's name is Goldman.
Well, he was not welcome. All right, I mean, he was not welcome. That was made perfectly clear. And then once the Free Palestine collective finds out there's a place they can go viral and start making a bunch of noise, then their megaphone gets pretty loud.
Yeah. President Trump warning about this, saying President Trump issues warning after communist sweep New York. Congressional primaries roasts former tormentor Dan Goldman in Savage Post. This is by Cullen Leinbarger. He says President Trump is not sitting silent after his beloved New York fell hard to communists backed by the Marxist New York City Mayor Zoran Mamdani. Can we just take a moment to... I'm pretty sure Zoran is the leader of the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. Am I... I've never...
The bad guy?
Yeah, no. I think he's the good guy.
It wasn't my.
Right?
It wasn't my era.
Zoran was the guy in Trapped in a Dimension that would come through a screen and would tell the Power Rangers where they needed to go.
Sorry, brother.
That was Zoran.
I was He-Man, Thundercats, and G.I. Joe.
Yeah.
Power Rangers were like the next gen, and I was already past.
I was
that.
kind of on the cusp.
I was
with
into
the Power
baseball
Rangers.
cards then. I couldn't. I
Okay.
couldn't do Power
Well,
Rangers.
I was on the cusp. So I was.
Oh yeah, you would have been.
I got on the end of the G.I. Joe, but I immediately got into Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Oh yeah.
Okay, and then I had a solid Batman phase.
Oh, didn't
where
we all?
Batman animated series? You know, the Warner Brothers Batman the animated. I had all of those action figures. I was meticulous with them. Like I would play with them. I had I had Gotham City mapped out of my room. You know, the nightstand is this building. Like I was a serious Batman fanatic growing up, right?
This is, yeah.
And then as that's kind of winding down, and you're like, our action figure's very cool. You know, like I like this and everything, but you're on the edge. Then Power Rangers comes out, the TV show, and it was kind of one of those things where you'd get home from school. And you're like, yeah, this is really bad, but I can't look away. For some reason, I know this is bad, but it's also kind of cool.
Right.
And I was right at the cusp of the end of the... Anyway, sorry.
Zoltan.
Zoltan? Who's Zoltan?
I don't know. That's just what somebody said in the chat.
I don't know.
His name was Zoltan, actually, not Zoran. Not Zoran.
Zoltan?
Yeah.
There's no way his name was Zoltan. All right, we'll have to look it up.
I have no idea.
I'm going to stick with Zora. I don't know. I think it's Zora. I think his name was Zoran. I think that's hilarious if that's the case, but maybe it is Zoltan. I don't know. I do remember Voltron, though, which was essentially Power Rangers, but, before all that. You remember?
Was this like a Temu version of something?
No, it was like the precursor. It was a cartoon where you had all these. You had like 5-6 lions that created this giant mega robot or whatever. Anyway, the Gateway Pundit reported that Mamdani-backed Democratic Socialists swept congressional primaries in New York last night. One of those victims was Nepo baby and incumbent Democrat Representative Dan Goldman. He was trounced by former New York City Comptroller Brad Lander in the race for New York's 10th congressional district. Other wins by communists included State Assemblywoman Claire Valdez, who crushed Brooklyn Borough President Antonio Reynoso, and former Mamdani campaign staffer Daria Liza Avila Chevrolet.
Oh, she's 5 gallons of crazy in a
Boy,
3-gallon bucket.
I don't know if you saw the show yesterday.
Holy cow.
I can't even say her name right. So.
Bless her heart. Whoa.
But I'm going to call her, Chevrolet. Chevrolet upset 5-term incumbent Democrat Representative Adriano Epeliet, the leader of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus. While observing the election returns... What?
We have answers.
Well, you do? All right. So hang on real quick.
Okay.
All right, hold those answers. While observing the election returns, Trump warned that history shows that only further disaster awaits the Empire State. He said this in a Truth Social post. Many communists running in badly failing blue states. I can't really do it. So the votes seem to have them doing quite well against each other. The bad news is that history has conclusively shown that the downtrodden states that they will soon be running will only get worse, MAGA President Trump. Then he said, even though he tried unsuccessfully to prosecute me, and despite the fact that he is a major slimeball, I feel sorry for former Congressman Dan Goldman. He is wandering aimlessly together with the former husband of the great Kellyanne Conway through a large field of Democrat communists trying so hard to find his way. A very sad finish for a man who has no clue and never did President Donald J. Trump. So the president is aware of what happened in New York last night. And a lot of this had to do with the young vote. And I want to get to that here in a minute, but give me an update. What are we talking here with the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, Eric?
So it was Zordon.
Zordon.
Yeah.
That's what it was.
Yeah.
Zordon,
Confirmed.
not Zoran.
Yeah.
So from now on, I'm going to call Mom Donnie
Yeah, just go
Zordon.
ahead. I was going to say, you can just transition that right over.
Yeah.
Say
Zordon, Mom Donnie.
Mayor Zordon.
I already mispronounced
Leave the Mom Donnie, Mom Donnie out.
Yeah.
Just say, Mayor Zordon.
Maybe Rangers, you're needed in Angel Grove.
Thanks for screwing up New York City, Mayor Zordon. The pink one and the blue one and the yellow one are coming after you.
Yeah, that's right.
The green one's sick.
That's fantastic.
I don't know if I got my colors right.
No, it's fine. Key and Peele did that that sketch where they were doing a spoof.
Oh, yeah.
It was like Black Falcon. He's like, I'm the Green Falcon. Whatever, Black Falcon. I don't know. I don't like how you said black just then.
Zordon.
But they really did. If you go watch the original Mighty Morphin Power Rangers TV show, okay, the Red Ranger, all-American white guy, whatever, right? Brown hair, brown eyes, white guy. Pink Ranger, all-American, girl next door, girl, right?
Mm-hmm.
White girl, right? Yellow Ranger, Asian woman. Black Ranger, black man.
So racist.
They just didn't care at all back then.
Brutally racist.
just did not care at all. They were like, yeah.
Let's check all the boxes of inappropriateness.
The writers were just like, all right, we got 5 colors here. We could put anybody anywhere. They're like, well, the Asian lady is definitely the Yellow Ranger. And the black guy who's a good dancer, like he was in the show, he's going to be the Black Ranger. It's like the writers are just like, of course. What are you talking about?
It's like the guys.
It's the sky blue.
It's like the guys in Spaceballs that are combing the desert with the pick.
Yeah.
We ain't found.
What do they say? Come on, you can't say it.
By the way, I can't wait for the new Spaceballs movie to come out.
Is it really coming out? I didn't realize.
Mel Brooks is like 145 years old, but he's still making movies.
He's still alive.
He is, man. Yep.
I didn't know that. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So some of the fallout from this story, we're going to turn to CNN, okay, because they're talking about the 17 to 30-year-olds and what actually happened in these New York congressional races. And the young vote is what swung this for the
free stuff, man.
Challengers.
Yeah. Young people struggling.
Well, among Democrats themselves, the Democratic Socialists of America have a higher net favor rating than the Democratic Party does, at least those who are members of Congress. I mean, just take a look here. Dem Socialists of America, plus 17 points. Democrats in Congress, plus 4 points. No wonder that Dem Socialists are getting nominated across the political map in different primaries because, simply put, they are more popular than the Democrats currently in charge.
Okay, I'm just thinking back to when I was sitting here and Zoran Mamdani was sitting there when he was running,
Zordon.
and I asked him about capitalism.
Yes.
And he had no problem saying that he had real issues with it. Okay, he wasn't afraid to say it. By the way, he ended up winning. It didn't hurt him. How do Democrats today view socialism compared to capitalism?
There's a reason why it didn't hurt him, and that is simply because this is one of the biggest political changes I've seen during my lifetime. Match up socialism, capitalism among Democrats. You go back 16 years ago, 2010, capitalism and socialism right there, favorable rating, 51%, 50%. Look at it now. Socialism clearly in the lead among Democrats. 66% of them view socialism favorably, just 42% view capitalism favorably. No wonder Mamdani had no problem blasting it.
Which is fascinating because when you look at races coming up in New York, you've got a big one up in the Bronx.
And that's going to be something that everybody has to worry about, not just the Democrats. The Republicans are as well, and that's why the Republicans better actually allow capitalism to be capitalism instead of crony capitalism and essentially a rigged system you're calling capitalism. Right, while you go to war, while you refuse to correct the policies that are going to war against the middle class, which is necessary to have a true capitalistic society, you have to have a healthy middle class.
Yeah,
and in order to do that, you got to get rid of the Federal Reserve. Sorry, I said it. Like that's the big one. That's the Wizard of Oz pulling all the strings, behind the curtain.
These people will be exposed over the next number of months as they run in the general against a Republican candidate. But the problem is it's New York. So they're going to run against a Republican candidate, and it will just be interesting to see how folks like Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries and other, I guess, in this day, in the 2026 version of like a moderate Democrat, how they respond, and if they'll give them the same treatment like what they're giving Graham Plattner in Maine. It's like, well, it's what we got, and we got to get those numbers up in the Senate, so I guess we're going to support him.
Yeah.
Like, no guts, no gumption, no standards, no integrity at all.
Mm-hmm.
Zero integrity. Because if they had any integrity, they'd call this stuff out and be like, these people have no place in this House or in the Senate.
I've been saying,
you're talking about Graham Plattner is the best we've got in Maine. This guy.
Well, I've been
with the
saying
Nazi tattoo
that you've got to make the. Now, I mean, this is more from their organizational standpoint, their propensity for violence. Obviously, the false flags like the SPLC, some of that's happening. But that's why I've been saying, not only do you have to hold people accountable, the intel community that are obviously all politically Democrats, you have to make the modern iteration of the Democrat Party illegal, like as it is, as its modern expression. I just, and the only way you do that is by enforcing the law.
Yeah.
And you run the crazy people out of the party, and you consign their dumb ideas to the dustbin of history.
But do Republican contenders have to swing their pendulum so far to the left to get votes to keep these people out? Or do these liberal states have to just learn the lesson the hard way and hope that eventually they get pushed out like Jasmine Crockett's or others of that ilk? What is the Republican response? We know what the Democrat response is. They just want people to feel that these people will vote Democrat whether they make an idiot of themselves in speeches and on the floor or not. That doesn't matter. They'll vote Democrat. So what will the Republican response be in these?
Unfortunately, they need to, in my opinion, Republicans have to just wait for these cities to collapse.
Ooh.
And
that's a pill.
And they will, and they're going to become so violent, and people are going to suffer. And then, here's the answer.
Yeah.
Then you have to send in the National Guard in such a way that, and deport everybody and restore law and order. And I don't think it will have. I mean, I think it's going to be a occupation for years. I'm sorry. This is the way I'm thinking. I mean,
dude,
you're thinking, hear yourself? I know, but I mean,
and I'm asking you. I'm being objective when I'm asked that question.
I do hear myself.
Okay.
But I don't see, and they could say the same thing about us when they get in power. The southern states. Hey, we just got to come down there. But I mean, or you just say, hey, let's just cut New York and these blue, like, let's form a new union. You know what I'm saying? Like that. I don't. These are two trains coming down the tracks at each other, and I don't think there's any way to avoid.
Yeah.
Some outside of supernatural intervention, these natural consequences of this level of wickedness, lawlessness, crazy. You've imported this problem specifically in New York. You've done all of this, and so New York City is going to look like literally a banana republic eventually. It is all going to come crashing down, and so do Republicans need to try to win by becoming socialist light or communist light? I actually don't think so. I think you should just let the inner cities be with they have totally different values. They have different. I mean, the rural versus the urban has totally different ideas. Even look at Memphis. The reason Memphis is the way they are. I mean, they've now lost their congressional seat because the rest of the state is rural and has their head screwed on straight and says we don't agree with the values that these cities have. And when you go to a city, and this is the 30,000-foot view spiritual take on it, man, it's a lot easier to do some of the worst sinning you can possibly do in a big city. It is. I'm like, if I really wanted to go throw my life away, I'm not going to go to the gravel road, the four-way stop, gravel road in the middle of nowhere. If I really want to go have a good time, where do I go? I go where there's lots of people and there's nobody that can really see me do whatever it is I'm about to do. And so, why do you go to a city? Well, it's more convenient. Everything's at the tip of my hands. You don't have to do as much. And so, Idle hands are the devil's playground. It's literally right there. And I know it didn't used to be that way when these bigger cities were populated with people that had more of a moral compass. And so, I don't know. Like, to me, that's what you do. You just got to sit back. Or you do it now. You don't wait for the collapse. For the good of the people, you send in, you go and you do the deportations on a scale that should have already happened. You don't pull out of Minnesota. You don't do those things. Before you go into Minnesota, you go and arrest all of the left-wing financiers of who's dropping off the pallets. You go and bust all of those people before you even start this nonsense, so you don't have the media saying, oh, Renee Good, she did nothing wrong and all this other nonsense. But they didn't do that. So, anyway, I don't know. I don't know if I answered your question at all, but just listen to this guy. A lifelong Democrat by the name of Jamie Metzel, who is he says he's a futurist. He's the founder of One Shared World. Don't know what that is. Doesn't sound great. The AI 10 Commandments author, and he's a member of the Atlantic Council. And he says, I'm a lifelong Democrat. I served in the White House for President Clinton, in the State Department for Madeleine Albright, and with the United Nations in Cambodia. I believe the most important role of any government is to protect the most vulnerable people in society and create an environment where everyone can realize their fullest potential. So it gives me no pleasure to have come to the following conclusion. The American left, including the left wing of the Democrat Party, is currently embracing an orgy of virulent anti-Semitism. Okay. Now, Megan Basham, author of Shepherds for Sale, says, I'm going to say this as kindly as I can. What did you guys think was going to happen when you kept voting for a party bringing in millions and millions of new residents who hate you? How did you expect that to go? And you say what you want, most people who are Jewish in America have voted for the left this entire time. They've voted for abortion rights. They've voted for LGBTQ, RSTLNE, woke sex religion throughout the land. That's what they voted for. Then they voted for mass immigration where borders don't matter and America can't have its own country. America has to be some sort of multicultural hellscape that just is not allowed to say, hey, our ideas are better than this other culture's ideas. Borders are racist, all this nonsense, right? America's not a country. America is essentially an economic zone. That's all it is. And they're the ones that have voted for this. And now the people, they're coming in because they're Muslim and, they don't like this. And then there's also people on the left that, don't like, just like President Trump. There is a loose Venn diagram there when President Trump says you don't have to knock down entire buildings to go after one terrorist, right? There are people out there that see that and say, hey, that we shouldn't do that. Okay, we shouldn't support that. Also, Mike Cernovich says in response to this guy, was the hatred of white Americans acceptable to you? Because the same thing was going. So this is now finally the chickens have come home to roost, specifically with the Democrats and Israel and Jews. But we have endured, as white Americans, this systematic blaming us for everything, and now anti-white bias throughout the culture, anti-Christian bias increasing, and they voted for the Democrats that were advancing those crazy policies. So a lot of people today are just like, well, okay. I mean, here's another one. Here's Joe Pollack from, does he still work at Breitbart? I'm pretty sure he does. No, he's at the California Post, co-host Three Homeless Guys. Well, he used to be at Breitbart a long time ago. He says, I hope by now that responsible people on the right, including the vice president. Okay, so Joe Pollack is reacting to the Democrat communists taking over and is lumping in the vice president's remarks last week where he called out Israel in the most reasonable way you could do, thread a needle, I think, and everyone freaked out about it, and they said that he hates Jews now. He says, I hope by now that responsible people on the right, including the vice president, who thought it was smart to trash Israel, realized, by the way, Vice President did that because he was being trashed.
Right.
Because of them trying to get peace. Realize what a blunder they've made by making portions of the conservative movement toxic to Dem Jewish voters and donors just as they search for a new political home. So we were supposed to anticipate this and not question foreign policy in the Middle East because Democrats, who are now disgusted with the left, no longer have a place to come on the right. I just I don't know, man. That's pretty crazy to me. And R.N. McIntyre thinks this statement is very interesting as well, so he retranslates it. He thinks what Joe Pollak is really saying is, the overwhelming number of people I'm claiming to represent vote for and donate to Democrats despite everything you've done for us. But if you want to stop fighting a war in Iran, we'll keep voting for Dems like we're going to anyway. Not the threat you might hope it is. Kudos for Arn there. That's good. He says, this is like a black activist saying blacks won't vote Republican if we get rid of DEI. Yeah, man, we know you weren't going to vote for us anyway.
Yeah. There's no reason to pander. There's just no point in pandering.
That's really fun.
This is not art of the deal. No.
Oh, that's great. Here is Sean Hannity. We're going to play this. This is Sean Hannity reporting on the.
We know.
Here's Sean Hannity reporting on the election results last night from New York.
All right, this is a Fox News alert. Incumbent Congressman Dan Goldman, who was just banned from a New York City coffee shop because of his support for Israel, he has now lost his primary to a radical socialist backed by Mamdani. It appears that a pretty scary transformation is now fully underway in the Democratic Party, especially in a blue state like New York.
So, the reason I'm playing this is because I saw this as I was consuming the news about Lander and Goldman. But what is wrong with Sean Hannity's face? And I don't agree with Hannity on much anymore. But what is going on with his face?
I wouldn't put too much into this. I think
What?
he either had a dental procedure or he just needs to be on a chiropractic. Bed.
No, but this isn't. I noticed it last.
He's having a bad
week.
back day.
I noticed it last week, and I didn't say anything. I saw a clip of him last week, and I thought, man, there's something seems to be wrong with him. And it just from a human to human,
He's not young, man.
I know he's
old.
not, but he looks like he's got stung by a nest of bees. I mean, his face is
trying to keep up with Ainsley,
sounds
his
like
wife. I mean, he's old.
I don't know, man. But I mean, I'm not the only one to notice it because.
But Trump basically shot a buzzer.
Let's see. Hang on a second. The comments here. What is wrong with Sean Hannity's face? Now, people are being cruel, but why he looked like he got attacked by killer bees.
That's what I thought. I thought maybe he had wisdom teeth surgery or something like that.
Now, this is one I don't get.
Got a dry socket.
But this is, I guess, a reference to some X-Men movie that I don't remember. A dude looking like Senator Kelly after being hit with Magneto's rays. Oh, jeez. But I don't.
Oh yeah, that's good. That's a good
analogy.
Do
you know the scene?
Yeah, it's from the first X-Men groupings, the Brett Ratner X-Men's. Yeah,
and there was
that looks pretty good.
There was a senator whose face swelled
up.
Well,
yeah, because it was right before he popped.
Okay.
Remember?
Yeah.
Right before he exploded.
Yeah. Okay. Well, anyway,
he came out of the water like as a blob.
I know. I don't wish harm on anybody. I hope Sean figures out what's going on.
It's another one of those masked guests on Fox News. By the way, that bald guy, that Admiral
Flaps.
I've seen him like 10 more times.
No flaps.
Because it wasn't a flap the first time.
It was.
It was a shadow.
No, it wasn't a shadow. Have you gone and watched Mission Impossible?
I love the Mission Impossible movies.
Have you seen the first one?
Yes, I've seen all
of
them.
Have you heard me say
times.
this? Have you heard me say this yet? I don't know if you've been here.
I don't think I...
Go watch the first one. And as they're trying to infiltrate the embassy at Prague, okay?
Oh, yeah, I remember
Tom
that.
Cruise is like, who am I going as? And Jim Phelps, who is...
John Voight.
John Voight is like, you're going as Walter. He's like, we're going as Walter? He was like, yeah, he's one of ours. He's like, well, where's Walt? He says, where's Walter? Well, Walter's fly fishing on vacation.
Yeah,
nobody knows where he is.
I remember.
But you're going to be him, and you're going into Prague. So, again, you don't want to admit, Eric, with all due respect, you don't want to admit what your own eyes see because the follow-up questions, which we don't exactly know what the answers to
Right.
are are two.
Every time I've seen him since. Here's what's funny though. Every time I've seen him since, because he's on during the day and on multiple shows sometimes, and every time I keep waiting for him to say, "And by the way,"
he wouldn't do it.
That was me. You know, I know I went viral for having this big.
He wouldn't even pull on
neck
it
flap
when
thing.
he went on Stitchfield right after the controversy. Well, not right after, he canceled, and then he eventually came on and he said, "Hey, will you pull you on your face?" He says, "No, I'm not going to do that. I refuse. What we need to talk about is the Iran war."
I missed that.
Yeah, he
I missed that whole thing.
totally refused to do it. And if you look at them side by side, like they don't even look like the same. Like one looks super young, the other looks super old. So I definitely think it was a mask. I don't know why. I would imagine, though, that the current admiral, I can't even remember his name. I just call him Admiral Flaps. If he really had sold his likeness or whatever and was out on a beach somewhere, he's really mad at that guy for not getting that mask right, because now he's having to actually work to prevent people from.
Dun, 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 dun,
I'm telling you, man.
dun, dun, dun.
Truth is stranger than fiction. Ben Shapiro says, last night, a bunch of candidates who literally despise America won in New York City. Establishment Dems who live in fear of their radical base will cave to them. By 2028, people who hate the country and wish to destroy it could be in charge. So, again, Orrin McIntyre said, maybe you should have cared, because back in 2017, Ben Shapiro said, and by the way, I don't give a good damn about the so-called browning of America. Color doesn't matter, ideology does. Well, what happens when what happens when most people who have the ideology all have the same color skin? I mean, at what point? And so there's a couple of different ways to look at this. And I was telling you and Rob this on the text thread today. We could do things to curb this. We could say, for example, we could pass a law in this country that says all foreign-born people. Right now, a foreign-born person cannot be the president of the United States. But we could extend that and say all foreign-born people are not allowed to hold public office. We could also say that we're going to ban Sharia law, and we're not going to allow it in our country. We could do those things. Or, and hear me out now, or we could just ban all Muslims from immigrating to our country, period. And that one, people, it's like, what's the difference? What is the real difference between those other things and what I just said? What I just said is much more blanket, and it guarantees that you're not going to have a problem. You're not going to have a entitlement problem. You're not going to have they're sucking up our taxpayers. You're going to end the problem, but it makes people upset because they bought this idea that America was founded not just as a Christian nation, but as the founders were like, yeah, when we say religious freedom, we mean pagan deities. We mean Satanism. We mean it all. Come on, give us all. And that, in my opinion, is not what they meant at all. So,
I mean, speaking of, there was one of these candidates that won last night that performed a satanic wedding.
There you go.
I mean, performed a satanic wedding for someone. So, yeah.
And Trump has glanced in that direction in his first term when he banned those certain Muslim countries, no immigrants from these certain Muslim countries. So we can do this.
And what a racist he was accused of being.
He was accused of being a racist.
Every ick and
but what he was really doing
and
is
whatever.
Yeah,
but
he's really keeping people safe. And so, and I'll be honest, I don't necessarily, and you can call me a racist all you want. I don't care. The law that would ban all foreign-born people from holding any office whatsoever, I don't necessarily. I mean, maybe I would do it if I could push a button, But I mean, you look at these Europeans, these Western Europeans that are coming over here in awe of America, and I think some of them are going to realize that they live in communist countries, and I think some of them are going to try to immigrate here, and I think some of them are going to love America, appreciate America, and assimilate. And by the way, there's not a lot of assimilation they have to do, again, because they're from Western Europe. Not a whole lot. And in 10 years, I don't necessarily think it'd be a bad thing for those people to run for city council or something, So it might be better to just go by ideology, go by religion in this case, and say, no, I'm sorry, this is incompatible with us, and we're not gonna tolerate it. Or maybe you look to Russia and figure out how they manage it. I don't really know. Russia has there's a lot of Muslim populations in Russia, but how do they manage it exactly? I don't know, but it's
they're flooding the zone in places like Minneapolis and other sanctuary cities.
But see, what this tweet from Ben Shapiro in 2017 functions as a virtue signal. It functions as a hey, if I say this, I'll forever get rid of the myth and the notion that Republicans are racist. So we've got to always constantly prove that we're not racist, and you've got to prove it to such a degree that you have to stand by while your countrymen are raped and murdered and then fleeced by tax, fleeced from your tax dollars to go to programs. And people are given generational wealth while you go to work every day. People are getting paid to just stay at home with their families and have kids all day. Like, no, so you're saying we can't make observations and plan accordingly, all because they're going to call us a racist if we just make the same immigrant calculations that countries have made for thousands of years.
Yeah.
It's only America that has this problem. Well, I mean, obviously Western Europe does too, but I don't know. It's pretty frustrating. So in other news, President Trump canceled today's housing news conference. He says today's housing news conference and signing is hereby canceled until such a time as we pass the desperately needed Save America Act, which I consider to be a national emergency. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So he's now saying it's a national emergency. So are we about to get an executive order where Trump does what we predicted he may do when it comes to what's in the SAVE Act?
You know who walked into the room with him when he said this
No.
and then went into the meeting?
Who?
Right behind him? John Thune.
John Thune.
Progress may be happening.
Oh, you think so?
I'm not saying John Thune is by any means the leader that we need him to be right now, but I'm just saying John Thune was standing right next to him when he went in front of the cameras today and said, I'm about to go into this meeting with all the senators and we're going to get some things straight. Right after he canceled this thing and put this post up on Truth. So
the Daily Caller reported last week that behind closed doors they hate Trump. There's a few Republican senators that don't want to pass it because they just hate this man.
I get it. They're about to be called to the table today.
Yeah, they are. This is what President Trump said after that meeting. I think this is more on the Iran situation. Take a listen.
That oil just broke the $70 number. Who would have thought that was going to happen? And that's during a war. And Iran is being very nice. They're agreeing to everything that I want. And they have to. Otherwise, we just go back and do what we have to do. Thank you very much.
All right, so notice Rick Scott is now in the picture.
Yep. Rick Scott called this meeting today.
Oh, he did?
Rick Scott called President Trump to come to this meeting. The senators were going to be meeting today, and Rick Scott specifically and personally reached out to Donald Trump and said, President Trump, you need to be at this meeting.
Okay.
That was the update before I came into the studio earlier. And so you see him show up there. I mean, and the questions were just, everybody was just yelling, whoa, this is a really big deal.
Was there anything else, was there anything of note that you said or that you saw that we need to talk about in the conference? Because I didn't see the whole thing.
Just the look on John Thune's face as he turned and walked into the room with President Trump.
How would you describe that look?
Defeated.
Angry? Maybe angry?
Yeah, annoyed.
Annoyed.
Yeah.
This guy's threatening the power that should be mine for the next 20 years type situation.
But this is what we voted for.
Yeah, absolutely.
This is where Trump shines.
He's now holding up the Housing Act. He's now holding up the FISA renewal.
Trump's going to walk in there in that room and be like, guys, stop. What do we gonna do? How can we get this done?
Yeah.
I don't care if you hate me or not. I don't care.
They know impeachment's on the line, though. These guys that actually hate him, they know what happens if the Dems get control of the House, and they know the SAVE Act could go a long way in preventing that.
Mm-hmm.
So it's really, really messed up, man. And I think that's why some of them, Republicans are upset. Even Rick Scott has said some things, with a memorandum of understanding that they're very concerned about because Israel is upset with what's going on right now. They don't want the peace to work out the way it is. Things are moving really fast. You heard him say it, and that's why this next clip here. We've got 2 clips or 3 clips. Let's get to it. We get to Mark Levin. So a little update on the Iran situation. Is Mark Levin. The Iranian regime will now receive more money from this deal in a single year than Israel receives in 10 years, nearly all of which buys military equipment from American companies. Israel is actively and aggressively focused on complete economic and military independence. It does not want to be treated as a sterling partner in war, but a belittled punching bag the rest of the time. Just listen to what's said about Israel by Democrats, woke Reich, podcasters, TV hosts, and even some of our friends. I fear, Mark Levin says, I fear we will regret this as we grow closer to countries like Qatar, Turkey, Saudi Arabia, and Pakistan and go down a narrow and dark path. So here's a guy. So we covered this on Monday because as I got in the car on Friday, Mark Levin was very upset.
No.
And he was upset because there was an Israeli publication that said that Benjamin Netanyahu was going to leverage American influencers like Mark Levin and others to represent Israel's frustration to President Trump about the Iran deal. And that was picked up by the Washington Examiner and reported on. And Mark Levin was mad that they didn't reach out to him for comment. And Mark Levin was like, I can't,
Wait, in his words, how would he have said? How would he have said this?
Hey, Mr. Producer, and then they didn't ask me for comment, And then he said, what did he say? He was like, I haven't been meeting with Benjamin Netanyahu, but so what if I did? And he said it several times on Friday. I have not been meeting with Benjamin Netanyahu, but so what if I did? And I was like, why does he keep saying, but so what if I did? And then I got off, and then I read that after he did his show on Friday, he got on a plane and went to Israel. And met with Benjamin Netanyahu and like all these people. And then I was like, that's why he was saying, so what if I did? Like, what in the world? So this is that.
Thankfully, you said that in the way he said it, so we could all understand it a lot better.
You want to savor it,
It's the tone.
Mark Levin has, I don't know. He does not have a radio voice.
No.
And yet he has a,
It's a chihuahua. It's a ankle-biting yipper dog.
So anyway, this is that same conference, all right, that Mark Levin went to. And he's been there for a while because I listen to his show every day when I come home from work to see what's going on with old Marky. And he's had Ben Ferguson guest hosting this whole week, so I presumably he's still there. But here is a speaker at that conference that Mark Levin was at, former Hamas and Israeli intelligence member Mossab Hassan Youssef. And he said a couple of things that have been making the rounds. Listen to this.
I've been saying this from day one. I did not want Trump's involvement in this war because he has been a disadvantage. And as I said, I only represent myself. He does not understand war. And he wants Israel to work according to his schedule. And he wants Mossad to be ready.
He looks mad.
Any moment. When we had the upper hand, he killed the opportunity. And we were not ready. He rushed. Help is on the way. This is not how it works. This is the recipe for a disaster. And I saw that coming before they went to the war. But anyway, who does go to war on a schedule? When you go to war, especially against such powerful enemy, you don't say, I want to finish it in 5 weeks. Nobody go to the war on a schedule. And when you go to war, you better be ready, not only for winning. Defeat is possible. Death is possible. You don't go to war only thinking about winning and victory. That's not the quality of people who really and actually want to accomplish tasks.
Dude, this is the bad guy in every movie for the last 30 years. This is the bad guy in Iron Eagle. This is the bad guy in, I mean, just name it. Mission Impossible movies.
Yes.
This dude is bad.
Yeah.
This guy. I'm
sorry.
sorry. I'm literally scared watching this guy being like, I need Arnold Schwarzenegger or Rambo to come out and take this guy out. This is the bad guy in Rambo 3.
He's intense. But you mentioned Iron Eagle. That's exactly what I was thinking.
Yeah.
I want these pigs destroyed.
That's this guy. Get down and get out of your flight suit.
yes.
I'm gonna take the plane up and take Doug out.
That was great. That was such a great movie. Iron Eagle was the best.
Watched that with my 11-year-old son a few weeks ago, and it was one of the greatest things ever. I forgot how good the soundtrack was.
Yes.
On that, I mean, my goodness, it was awesome. Louis Gossett Jr.
Yeah, it's like they take the guy who's obviously Saddam Hussein at the end of the movie, and it's like, okay,
Jewel of the Nile, Bucklebrush.
How are we going to kill the leader of this Middle Eastern country? And they're like, okay, he's going to demand to fly the plane himself. You know, that's how we're gonna get him. You know?
Yeah,
man, that was a great movie. Do you ever see? So I don't know that black actor that played Chappie in that. I don't know his name. I should, because he was like
Louis Gossett Jr.
Okay, so he was like prolific in the 80s.
Oh man, he was awesome.
You ever see Toy Soldiers?
Yes.
With Sean Astin?
Heck yeah.
Dude, Toy Soldiers was it. I love
that guy
movie.
right there is the bad guy in that too.
Yeah, he is.
That guy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Hey man, stereotypes exist because
our chat's lit up with great ties to this guy in bad movies too, because that's who he looks like.
Stereotypes exist because they reinforced every single day.
Sorry, man, I know you didn't want Trump involved in this war, but you sure liked having all of our ammunition and all of our bombs and all of our anti-missile defense.
Oh, they loved it.
Yeah,
they loved it.
You're welcome for us shooting down all the drones and all of the Hail Marys coming over from Iran.
All right, so here he is again in the same speech, and he talks about a shorter clip here, but I wanted to play it because he talks about how Israel has secret weapons that they have not yet used on the battlefield.
Israel's existence is not negotiable, and it does not depend on superpowers or the public opinion. And if they keep pushing Israel to the corner, they are the ones who are going to suffer the most. Israel hasn't used everything that it has. And Israel, on a purpose, did not expose the advanced weapons that it has for a very important reason.
Well, you kind of have now, buddy.
We don't want the enemy to know what we are having. And now, at this point, we're just playing around. So, this is the clear message to those who think that they can annihilate Israel. Behind Israel is existence.
Okay, so the reason I played that clip is because it is newsworthy that you have a guy, again, Mossab Hassan Youssef, former Israel intelligence, is saying that they have weapons that they have not yet used that the enemy doesn't know anything about. What is he talking about?
Well, and so you're saying, or so these Democrat, the guy you read his post a while ago. So this is the guy that you're saying J.D. Vance is basically racist for calling out from the microphone to say, hold on, and you're with him. It's like, we're not with him.
Mm-hmm.
We're not. So you're going to put the accountability that J.D. Vance displayed from the White House podium. It is wild to see where people's allegiances lie.
Yeah, it is. And I said from the beginning of this war, because the president did put it on a schedule, and I thought to myself, this was also happening when this whole alleged alien disclosure was supposed to come out, and I was wondering, because of the cards, they are what they are. The cards that we say, the Strait of Hormuz, the topography is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
The ballistic missile capability of Iran is what it is. Our military is what it is. But, you either have nukes or you have ground troops, and that's not an option. But I did also say, but are there direct energy weapons? Are there things that our military? Because, in light of what happened in Venezuela, I mean, there were reports that the soldiers we sent to Venezuela had technology that was terrifying to the survivors in that Maduro compound, right? And so I was thinking, are we about to see a mass rollout of this type of technology in a much larger conflict, to bring Iran to heel or whatever? And apparently,
some of those
we haven't done that.
Some of those Maduro loyalists, after we were done with them, their remains fit in a shoebox.
Yeah, those were Cubans.
Yeah,
Cuban mercenaries.
Right,
fit in a shoebox.
Yeah.
So you're thinking, what in the world was that? What was going on? And
Something
so you assume
straight out of a
but then
sci-fi.
we had the report, kind of the opposite report of that yesterday. The Gateway Pundit reported that one of the pilots that crashed down and we had that huge rescue operation was swarmed in air by big drones and small drones from Iran, was absolutely swarmed, and they were moving in unison, and they said it looked alien, and it looked like a giant octopus made up of drones.
Whoa.
And you're just like, well, what kind of technology is that? And drones are so much cheaper than the missiles that we're firing, especially the ones we're firing to intercept the drones. Anyway, it's just crazy, interesting stuff going on right now, and who knows it. But again, this guy's saying Israel has secret weapons. We know they have nukes, but he's not. I don't think he's talking about nukes, because everybody knows that they've got nukes.
Yeah.
Is he talking about that? I don't know. It's a very interesting turn of events. We're going to take a break. We're going to reset here. This is the Paul Herrell Program with Eric Haynes in seat number 3 today. Really do appreciate you being with us. We're going to go to break. Don't go anywhere. Back in a moment.
For centuries, light has been used to heal. Awaken the body with Red 5.
My name is John, and this is my beautiful wife, Lori, and this is our Star Wars Ewok. His name is Scout, and we have Scout for about 11 years now, and we started noticing about 3 years ago, he started slowing down. He was unable to jump on the bed. He was kind of a little bit grumpier, and when my daughters, Macy and Mariah, would take him on walks, he would walk for about 30 yards, and then he'd lay down, and they'd carry him the rest of the way. So I heard about Pet Club 24/7 and about the products from a gentleman that I really trust and share a friendship with. And he mentioned to me that they have products that are going to help him with his arthritis, help him build his immune system. And I said, okay, no problem. Let's try them out. And I kid you guys not, within about 2 to 3 days, we started noticing a little difference. And then we took Scout on a walk probably about a week after we started using the products, the Mush Puppies, and he would walk the entire way. He would walk at least a mile, and it's just been completely amazing. He's a new dog. He's 11 years old, which is around 80 years in dog years, and he's just happy. He's more energetic. He's not the grumpy old man he used to be, and we're just so thankful. And it was perfect timing because we lost our boxer Yankee about 1.5 years ago, and it was really hard on us. So I'm so thankful for Pet Club 24/7 for the products that they offer. Imagine if you could have your best friend around one more day or one more week or even one more year. I'm so blessed and thankful that we were able to find this company and find these products for Scout. So thank you guys. Give it a shot. We appreciate you. God bless everyone.
I had 5 units that I purchased for the practice right out of the chute. Well, those went the first week that I got back to Houston. So then we ordered another 5 and then another 5. And I think over the next 6 to 8 weeks, we had ordered like 35 units, and they're gone. They're still gone out of the practice. So we're excited about moving more of these units for our patients because they need them. And so when you bring in new technology and your staff's thinking, oh, this is another thing that I need to handle during the day, I think it's a good idea to give them a little incentive. And I do it as a team. So if one person does well, the whole team does well. So they all support each other. And they got really excited about that. They love it. They'll bring a unit in, turn it on, put it on the patient's foot or leg, and they'll tell the patients, be sure to talk to Dr. Parker about red light therapy. And the patient will say, red light therapy, yeah, I've heard of that, And so I'll walk in and my nurse is she'll tell me, I've spoken to Mrs. Jones about this red light therapy, and she's really excited about it. So Red Vive has been fantastic for our bottom line.
For centuries, light has been used to heal. Awaken the body with Red Vive.
The Paul Herrell Program.
Welcome back to the show, folks. So glad that I'm able to do this, and so glad that you're here with us. The LFA chat. Really appreciate you guys' support and encouragement. And really just the general, participation in the show, and the fact that, Eric was saying that you guys had some great Iron Eagle type references when we were talking about that villain.
It's just movie references in general too. It just lit up with a lot of great comments. That was pretty nostalgic for me because, I mean, that guy truly was representative of every bad guy from every bad movie where the Middle East was involved for like 20 or 30 years growing up as a kid. So, and I think everybody else kind of saw that as well. So anyway, it was pretty funny.
Hang on one second. Somebody's asking me to add the Red Vive Health link, redvivehealth.org/Paul. That's where you get the 35% discount. I don't know if that's, you may have to copy and paste that. I don't know if it's showing up as a link, but there you go. That's the address there. Really interesting stuff. I don't want to harp on it too much, but my family, man, they love these panels. They're getting. I've recommended them. They're getting the same results that I've gotten. And chronic pain, you twist a muscle, something like that. Matter of fact, we're taking. So I'm going to be off until I guess next Wednesday. I'll be back on the air July 1st, but we're taking the sucker with us because it's just something that people need. The whole time. But anyway, so first of all, happy belated birthday.
Thank you,
Eric.
Yeah, yesterday was a big day.
Yeah. Do you mind?
It's just a number.
Just a number.
I told my folks the other day, I was like, I don't know what it's supposed to feel like to be this age, but I don't know.
Well, you don't look 50.
Because I'm not 50. Thank you, my friend.
Well, yeah.
I'm 46.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, you do not look 46 or 50. You look like.
I feel like
you kind of barely look 40 years old.
I feel
man.
like the 40-plussers from my parents' generation, teachers of mine and others growing up as a kid, I feel like maybe their lives aged them a lot different. And maybe it's just that I have little kids at home and they keep me young. And, we pay attention to our diet and all that stuff, and exercise and everything. But I just feel like it's different these days. Oh, great.
Logue23 says, wow, Eric, you're old.
Thanks a lot. Well, I may be, but I don't feel old. I don't feel it. Yeah, yesterday was fun.
We've got P Year Out says that you're still young, Eric. You're still young. So
thanks.
We've got Swamp Stomper says, happy birthday. I thought you were closer to my age. Well, Swamp, do you want to tell us how old you are, brother?
I see right there.
You want to tell us? Did he say it?
71
years old. My goodness. Yeah, they're not playing around.
I have an old heart. It's because I'm Gen X.
That's right.
I'm that last year of Gen X. I know what it's like to live without technology, and I know what it's like now to live with technology. And It's cool to have been raised without it, but have it now. So
I feel bad for the Gen X generation in terms of the fact that don't get me wrong, I'm glad that we have a millennial vice president.
Yeah,
but isn't it weird that we never had a Gen X VP? Isn't that strange?
Yeah,
that the Boomer generation has held on so long that the Gen X seems to be now. I think it's going to change. I think there will be more Gen X people, but we leapfrog Gen X and we put a millennial in the vice president's office.
I'm not sure how a Gen Xer would have done in the White House because I don't think we go along with nonsense enough. Gen Xers just we have 0 F's to give on a lot of this stuff. We were raised the way we were raised in a society where get yourself up, dust yourself off, figure things out, walk to school, live without a phone, live without the internet.
More feral compared to
100%.
Yeah.
Go ride your go-kart, your bike, and we'll see you when the street lights come on.
Yeah. And I had the same experience.
That's just the way we were. That's the way I grew up in small town, middle America. And, I kind of see the world now in all these safe spaces and peanut allergies and stuff like that. And it's just, it's a little cringeworthy sometimes. And so trying to raise little kids now, where the pendulum swung and now it's trying to swing back. And there's a lot of things, I think, practicality speaking, that are bringing the pendulum back a little bit. But, you see evidence all the time where people are like, man, music was just so better back then. And movies were just so much better back then. And people are starting to recognize that the pendulum swung too far.
No,
and
you're right.
We allowed all these liberal-minded idiots to infect and infest our culture. And there's going to be a pushback.
Yeah.
And wherever the line finally ends up being drawn, and wherever that tipping point is on a lot of things, I think you are starting to see evidence of the fact where parents especially are realizing, like, I'm not going to raise my kid like that. And I don't care if it's old school. I don't care if it's old fashioned. I don't care if I feel like my grandparents sometimes almost. And we're going to go back to the Stone Age a little bit. But doggone it, put the screens down and go outside and play in the dirt.
Yep, that's right.
That's the way we are with our kids. And it's not punitive. It's not mean-spirited and in any way. I just want my kids to be creative. I want my kids to be patriotic and love their country and love their church and love their neighbors and people around them, and to love God the way they should. And that's just, it seems like so simplistic, but man, the pendulum swung a really far direction with certain aspects of Gen Y and millennials.
Yeah. Well, I was having this conversation with a family member the other night, and she's a millennial, but we were talking about the Zoomer generation, because I was like, tell me, because she's younger millennial than I am. I'm right on the cusp, born in '84. So I also, like you, we've talked about this before. I remember analog tech and going into digital and seeing it. I had Gen X sisters, so older sisters. So I was very much, I was a huge Van Halen, Sammy Hagar Van Halen fan. That's my card. That's the card. That's my Gen X card, if there ever is one. So anyway, but we were talking about the Zoomers because I was curious. What I'm reading is that they are very over it, and they are, they're no nonsense. They're not drinking because they're not drinking alcohol the same way that millennials and Gen Xers did, primarily, I think, because she said, now hear me out, she said this is the first generation that is aware that they're being surveilled at all times, and they are terrified of any cringe moments. We all love to look at stuff online where it's like, that's cringy, right?
Yeah.
This generation is terrified, some of them, of being caught in a cringeworthy moment, so they want to be in control of their faculties, and alcohol obviously is how you lose control of your faculties. Then with the internet, there's just less parties in general. People are not going to parties the way they used to go to parties. And so she said, you've got actually kind of two camps in the Zoomers. You've got the ones who are afraid of the cringe or being caught doing something. They know they're surveilled at all times. They don't actually post a lot on the internet, but that all they do is surf the internet, and they're very recluse. They're very inverted, and that sort of thing. And she said, and then you have the contingent of Zoomers that are like rage baiters and will do outrageous things. Will get on an e-bike and blast music in public. They know they're being surveilled, but they're embracing it, and they're actually it's a form of rebellion to just like, go do outrageous stuff in public, right? And those are the people that are going to be in charge someday. And one of the reasons they're doing this is because they look around and they say, housing is unaffordable. I could go to college like my guidance counselors are still telling me to, my taxpayer guidance counselors that are still telling me to go take out a government loan and be in $100,000 in debt after 4 years and then not be able to get a job because of AI. And they're seeing all this and they are mad. And and at the same time, this is going on. Yeah. The average age of a U.S. senator is like 70-something.
Yeah.
And we were talking last night. I was like, they are. If they get power with that mindset, they do not care about our system. And understandably so. They're not going to care about the Constitution. They're going to want to make the crazy people stop. And they'll use the government force to do it. Yeah. Unless something drastically changes. That is what's on the horizon for the United States of America as the Zoomers come up.
I gave a speech at a high school reunion of mine not too long ago, and we were all laughing in the room. I tried to make it a little bit more conversational, but it was just like I was telling my dear friends that I grew up with. It's like, can you imagine the kids? Or can you imagine what we got away with then that you'd never get away with now because of Life 360 apps?
Yep.
And all the mom groups have their chats. Like we would have gotten caught in 5 seconds. We wouldn't have made it. We wouldn't have spent hours at that party.
You ever go rapping
until the cops came or something like that? Not that we were crazy enough that the cops came, but it's like kids don't do that anymore. They sit there at home or somewhere, and they're just on their screens, and that's how they're communicating, and that's the way they're doing things. It's just a very, very different. And so I'm watching as my kids, aren't old enough for that yet, but I'm trying to figure out like, y'all are just going to do things so differently than I did. I'm not even going to be able to relate, like, because we're pushing back hard on cell phones and all that stuff, and we're trying to find other technologies so that they just so that it doesn't become a problem. But it's just like their just activities alone are just so very different than mine were in high school, and their lived experience I'm already seeing will be so very different because of technology. And that generation, they'll have no concept of, hey, who's got a fake ID and who's gonna like none of that stuff is gonna be because they're
go back and watch that.
To your point, they'll be so nervous about that being about somebody doing this, and then it going on Snapchat or on Facebook or on Instagram, and then it's just like, all right, my life's over.
Yeah, it was a crazy situation to think about, or it was kind of nuts to think how they're actually afraid. Like, they know they're being mass surveilled at all times. Yeah. And it actually I was like, wow, that's a terrible way to live, to think about it. What are we doing to this next generation with this technology? I mean, you can go back and look at the movie.
Enemy of the State.
Enemy of the State. But you go back and look at that movie where they had a fake ID. Superbad. That was remember that movie?
McLovin.
Yeah, but they still had flip phones.
It just says McLovin.
Yeah. All right,
who are you, SEAL?
Yeah, the Hawaiian organ donor.
No, it's a fine ID.
Yeah,
it's gonna work.
But like that movie alone, like that movie makes no sense now because
Seth Rogen said on a podcast literally last week, he's like, we would never be able to make that movie today. No way in the world would that movie fly today.
Yeah, and it would
never get made.
I remember, but I mean, when I was growing up, like if I woke up on a Saturday morning when I was growing up, and I walked outside in my front yard, and it had been toilet papered in the trees, it was a mystery as to who did it. Now, I mean, you might have had a few suspects, but who decided to do this to me? Now, with Ring doorbell cameras?
Oh, yeah.
Let's just pull up the footage. I know exactly who came, at 3 a.m. last night.
Yeah.
So, I mean, little things like that.
Yeah. Yeah. It's different, man. It's different for sure.
All right. So, real quick, let's get an update on Pulte, shall we? This is the story from The Last Refuge. Acting DNI Pulte removes 51 from agencies, 6 fired, and 45 sent back to their home agencies. CBS News is reporting on events within the Office of Director of National Intelligence. As Conservative Treehouse previously outlined, Acting Director of National Intelligence Bill Pulte is following a very predictable path. The part of the CBS report that tells the story is 6 career and political intelligence staff were terminated and 45 were sent back to their home agencies, according to 3 sources familiar with the personnel moves. One source characterized the cuts as thoughtful and methodical. No staffers have been removed from the counterterrorism group. So Last Refuge says, who was removed? Well, I'm certainly not the Nostradamus of the USIC, but if I were to hazard an educated guess, it looks like the National Intelligence Council Directorate of Analysis just lost 6 political staff, and 45 people from the various liaison desks were sent back to their home agencies. As we noted last year, he writes, Tulsi Gabbard took the National Intelligence Council out of the CIA, fired the heads, then putting the assembly back under the control of the ODNI. However, highly political operatives within the former CIA-controlled Directorate of Analysis, the former home of Eric CIA Ramella, who framed Donald Trump and was part of that frame job with the impeachment, were still problematic. It looks like Director Pulte just eliminated the remaining DOA rats. The 45 returned to their home agencies were certainly from the liaison desks inside the DNI. Now, if you want more context on these agencies and what Conservative Treehouse, The Last Refuge, is talking about here, here's a snippet from the interview we did with the head of the House Intelligence Committee, Rick Crawford, on that very phenomenon of bureaucracies sending representatives to to liaison with the Director of National Intelligence.
Supposed to be. Well, it was supposed to be comprised of essentially embeds from various elements of the IC. So you've got people from the FBI embedded. You've got people from the CIA embedded. You've got the DIA and various defense elements. There are 18 IC elements, agencies within the intelligence community. The big ones that we think about are the CIA, the FBI, and the NSA. Those are always the 3 that we think about. But you've got the DIA. You've got the Department of Energy. You've got Treasury. You've got DOJ. You've got all the military branches. Each have their own intelligence agency. You've got the DEA. You've got, I could go through and list all of them, but they all comprise the IC writ large, which means every one of them have embeds into the ODNI. So any one of them could be reporting back to their parent agency and are, which is also part of the problem. And you need the subject matter expertise, the institutional understanding that resides in specific agencies. You've got the real technical stuff that you deal with in the NGA and the NRO that we don't even hear about. That's dealing with a lot of the overhead stuff. The NSA. There's a lot of technical stuff that the ODNI needs, that expertise, that subject matter expertise. But we also need to understand how the CIA works. Okay, we're going to bring in some detailees to come in, and they're going to work for us for a year or 2. Well, they work for the CIA. They just happen to be detailed or embedded with ODNI. Therefore, that conduit of communication back to the parent agency is still very robust.
Right. So wow, that gives you a lot of context, and I'm so grateful that Rick came in and sat down with us, and we can't wait to do it again. He's talking about the exact thing that The Last Refuge here is talking about in Conservative Treehouse. And what Bill Pulte, so now I think we have a clear picture of who Bill Pulte is.
How many days of his 200 days does he have left?
I don't know. But, I mean, it's only
leave him there.
170-something until the midterms. So,
Right.
I mean, he's well past the midterms, okay? So, we now have a clear picture of who Bill Pulte is. You know, just on a basic level, Republicans and Democrats were freaking out that this guy was nominated, or this guy was named acting director, which is the president's power to do. They wanted this other guy, Jay Clayton, to immediately get it, and Trump said, no, we're not going to do that. We're going to put a hold on his nomination. And he may withdraw the nomination and give it to the guy that you just saw on your screen. That's what I'm hoping for. Now the last refuge is saying the 45 returned to their home agencies were certainly from the liaison desks inside the DNI. So the very problem that Rick Crawford was talking about on this show 4 weeks ago, now the acting DNI is getting rid of those liaisons and is sending them back to their agencies. That's a pretty big deal, do you think? That's a pretty big deal. I think I like this guy, Bill Pulte. I think I like this guy.
Yeah. That's why I asked the question that I asked.
He says, I'm not sure if this represents 45 across all desks or the complete elimination of some overstaffed liaison desks. That said, given the nature of the leaking that was recently sent to CNN, State Department leaks to CNN, I am somewhat confident the State Department liaison office inside the DNI is now empty office space. Just a hunch. Please remember, our predictive public discussions at Conservative Treehouse are in the strictest confidence. Just over 50 careers. So that's the CBS report. Let's see if he has a follow-up. Meanwhile, in related news, this sets up a stalemate as several Democrats have said they will not support reauthorizing Section 702 while Pulte remains Trump's acting DNI. 702 is FISA. So here we go. We're getting an inside look at how all of the sausage is made. Pretty incredible stuff.
Yeah.
Pretty cool stuff. And this little program is, I think, has contributed. I'm just going to say, I think our little program here has contributed to the discussion in a meaningful way, and that's thanks to Congressman Rick Crawford for sitting down with us.
Amen.
So, anyway, in other news, while we're talking about the Intel oligarch, I wanted to have a little bit of a discussion about this article from Data Republican about the USAID and how they built color revolutions. This kind of dovetails what we've been talking about with Anthony Fauci. So Tulsi did release all that stuff on Fauci being a liar and funding the COVID and everything else, and I think he's responsible for 7 million deaths worldwide, at least. Like, that's incredible. I think him and I think parts of our own government are essentially now up there in the history books as some of the worst governments because Fauci funded this virus and it leaked out. We're told. I don't think it was an accident, but let's just accept the official narrative that it was an accident. It doesn't matter. You're responsible for 7 million deaths. And he's been pardoned.
I was just about to say.
Sick.
And isn't it amazing that he has a full pardon and doesn't have to show account for any of that?
The left has been saying since the funding for USAID has been cut that 4 million people have died because of the funding being cut. That's their mantra, okay? So that's what Data Republican says. Everyone is arguing about whether USAID was wasteful. Nobody's explaining what it was actually for. Yesterday, the Daily Caller ran a piece noting that since Trump gutted USAID, right-wing candidates have swept Bolivia, Chile, Honduras, Costa Rica, Peru, Ecuador, and Colombia. The left hasn't won a single Latin American presidential election since the funding stopped. Meanwhile, Ro Khanna went on a podcast and said Elon Musk possibly sentenced to death 4.5 million children by dismantling USAID. Musk threatened to sue him. The right points to USAID grants for transgender operas in Colombia and DEI workshops in Syria and asks why American taxpayers were funding them. The left points to children who depended on foreign aid claims millions of deaths. But both miss the purpose of true USAID. USAID was one of Washington's primary instruments for regime change abroad. Beneath the humanitarian programs, the cultural incentives, and the development projects sat a much larger objective, managing regime change and color revolutions across the globe. Which raises an obvious question. What does a transgender opera in Colombia have to do with regime change.
Right.
That reminds me of Star Trek V. What does God need with a starship?
Spock's brother.
Yes, Spock's brother. Yeah. Quite a lot, as it
cool.
turns
That was
out.
cool.
Quite a lot, as it turns out. Read on. The 5 capabilities: media, legal, election monitoring, activist training, government data. Media, independent outlets, journalism training, equipment, institutional funding, so a newsroom can survive without depending on the local government or corporations for revenue. The function is to ensure that there is an independent outlet ready to broadcast Western narratives. You need a megaphone before you can propagate a message. Legal infrastructure: lawyers, legal aid clinics, rule of law programs, judicial reform advocacy. The function is to build a class of professionals who know how to challenge a government through its own legal system and who have the institutional backing to survive doing it. And yes, build a judiciary that shares the values of liberal Western democracy. Election monitoring, observer training, voter roll modernization, parallel vote tabulation. PVT is the critical technology, an independent count run alongside the official one. Without PVT data, people claiming a stolen election are sore losers. With Western-backed election monitoring, they're defenders of liberal democracy. And with all of this, of course, the opportunity for corruption just grows.
Right.
Then there's the activist training, civic engagement workshops, youth leadership, community organizing. Remember Obama, the community organizer? The grant descriptions say civic engagement and leadership development. The skills being transferred are how to organize a protest, sustain a protest, train others to protest, communicate with the media, and nonviolent discipline under pressure and training. The result is a trained cadre of people who know how to convert public anger into sustained political pressure across multiple election cycles. And then number 5 is governance data. Procurement monitoring, FOIA programs, budget transparency initiatives, anti-corruption databases. These organizations, NGOs, generate the raw material that the media report on. The lawyers cite in court, and election monitors reference in their findings. Without this layer, propaganda, the other 4 operate on anecdote. With it, they operate on evidence. None of these looks like regime change in isolation. A journalism training program is a journalism training program. The system becomes visible only when you fund all 5 in the same country for a decade, and the people running them all know each other because you trained them at the same conferences, connected them through the same fellowship programs, and funded them through the same grant pipelines. Honestly, like, you just think about this sounds so Soviet in its application.
Yikes.
What the completed system looks like, though: Georgia is the country where the full pipeline played out in public, so Georgia is where you can trace it. Now remember, who did Putin invade in Obama's term?
Crimea.
But he also invaded Georgia.
Georgia.
Before Crimea.
That's right.
Starting in the mid-1990s, American and European money built all 5 capabilities inside Georgian civil society. USAID and the Eurasia Foundation funded Rustavi 2, an independent broadcaster that became the opposition's primary media outlet by 2003. The Liberty Institute, founded in 1996, drafted Georgia's freedom of speech legislation and ran anti-corruption campaigns. ISFED, founded in 1995 with USAID and NED money, trained 3,000 election observers and ran parallel vote tabulation across 10 Georgian elections. NED spent $3 million on Otpor in Serbia, whose trainers then came to Georgia, funded by Open Society, facilitated by Liberty Institute, and trained a student group called Kamara. Same playbook, same clenched fist logo, different country, and organizations like IDFI monitored government procurement, generating the data everybody else used. Open Society's own Georgia staff described the scale in a video. We have been out here helping every startup in Georgia, almost every organization that came to us with new ideas. There were 16,000 projects supported by the foundation. Read it again, 16,000 projects in a country of 3.7 million people. Then in November of 2003, all 5 fired at once. ISFED's parallel vote count proved the paramilitary election was fraudulent. Rustavi 2 broadcast the evidence. Kamara filled the streets. Liberty Institute provided the organizational backbone. And 3 weeks later, President Shevardnadze resigned in the Rose Revolution. The activation was emergent. Every node in the network activated and performed its designed functions simultaneously. And after the revolution, Liberty Institute members entered the Georgian government, Bokaria to the National Security Council, Sabaria as public defender, Tragamadze to the Defense and Security Committee, Vard Delashavi as Deputy Justice Minister, and it goes on and on. The organizations didn't just support a transition, they staffed the new government. USAspending.gov shows over $1 billion in USAID awards to Georgia from 2008 to 2025. The contract descriptions spell it out. SEPs received $26 million, and it goes on. 20 years later, the Georgian government proposed a law requiring NGOs to disclose their foreign funding. Think about that. 20 years later, the Georgian government knows they were infiltrated, and now they want to disclose the foreign funding. The same network activated foreign-funded NGOs, sustained protests across multiple waves, hundreds of thousands in the streets. Former U.S. Ambassador Ian Kelly explained the dependency on camera. He said, quote, "The civil society is the absolute beating heart of the Georgian democracy. It relies quite a bit on the EU and U.S. funding." The Georgian government's response was blunt. Foreign-funded NGOs organized the 2003 color revolution, and the same infrastructure activated again when the government tried to make them disclose who was paying. If this is starting to sound familiar, good, it should. And then you look at the United States, and Data Republican has this dead to rights. All of these 5 things, and you can look at the organizations. But then you get back to Latin America. 7 right-wing candidates won in Latin America after the funding stopped. The infrastructure that had been cultivated for decades began to weaken because its primary source of capital disappeared. The newspapers survived only if they could find new donors. The NGOs shrank. That is what people misunderstand when they argue about whether USAID funded transgender operas, journalism workshops, anti-corruption databases, youth leadership programs, or election observers. Those were never the point. The point was the network. A grant to a newspaper, not a newspaper. A grant to an activist group is not a grant to an activist group. A grant to an election monitoring organization is not an election monitoring organization. Fund enough of them for long enough and connect them with one another, and you basically have a political revolution that's well-funded and ready to go and sustained. So really good stuff. This is why we see major nationwide protests every month as long as President Trump is in office. This is why the United States government needs to go after whatever remnant of these NGOs that are still existing in America. And before you do mass deportations, before we attempted mass deportations or whatever, we should have gone after these people first so that they cannot pay people to be out on the streets, like Renee Good or that Petty guy, Preddy. What was his first name? I can't remember, but pretty wild stuff. I mean, you know, you just kind of you sit here and think like all of this stuff gets turned back on if Democrats win.
Yeah, that's right.
All of it gets flipped back on.
Yes,
and then we get told that this is all organic. These organic uprisings. That's what we're going to be told. It all gets turned back on.
Yep.
If they win again. But it does kind of make you think. Like, I mean, you know, I'm the more pessimistic one than you are when it comes to results.
Yeah.
It does really make you think what a huge move that was with USAID. I mean, it was right off the bat. It was in that first 5 months. And by the way, that first 5 months was killer. And then there was the Trump-Elon Musk divorce, and things started getting really kind of bogged down at that point.
Yeah, but as frustrating as it gets, when we start thinking about the midterms, like, we do have to remember that the Democratic playbook has not changed. In fact, it's even gone a little bit further extreme than it was before.
Yes.
So Republicans added millions and millions of voters to their tallies. Whether they show up in the midterms to vote or not, I don't know. I just know that the ones that have said, I'm sick of this, I'm not necessarily with the GOP anymore because of what's going on, they're also like, but I'm definitely not on board with the Democrats either. So, yeah. Yeah, I'm glad you made that point about the midterms because, to your point too, and then and 2028, if they get control again, if the Dems get control again, all this progress and all of this rooting out of evil and fraud and malicious abuse of our taxpayer dollars and our culture for our children, it all goes back.
Yep, it sure does. But here's some positive news. Look about this. The 8 members, but see, we need the funders, but this is good. This is good. 8 members of an Antifa cell that attacked an ICE facility in Texas were sentenced to a total of 450 years today on terror charges. You know, wasn't there that whole Leonardo DiCaprio movie where they were a modern, you know, they were basically a terror cell and they basically attacked an Antifa camp or an ICE camp, an ICE facility? It was a recent movie last year. It came out last year. I think it won an Academy Award or whatever. You know, but you don't hear anybody making the parallel that this could have inspired that. But anyway, 8 members of Antifa cell that attacked ICE facility in Texas sentenced to 450 years in total on terror charges. You got Benjamin getting 100 years, 70 years, 50 years, 50, 50, 50, 50, 30, Daniel Sanchez. The militant far-left Antifa extremists were sentenced for their roles in an armed attack and a riot at the Prairie Land ICE Detention Center in Alvarado, Texas last July. The group rioted outside the facility, vandalized property, used fireworks, and shot officers to stop deportations. Now, you would think any one of these people, any one of these now convicts, would have a lot of information about who inspired them to show up there. And I know I was just saying it was a Hollywood movie. I was just kind of being more like that's what they would do to us.
Yeah.
But you would think that the government would even know, like, hey, we know who was paying these people.
Yeah.
Have you arrested the billionaires that are funding this stuff? Have you arrested the nonprofit presidents that are funding this kind of nonsense? Because you should. You should do that so that we can stop this happening permanently. And maybe that is going on and we're just not hearing about it. Here's a headline that is absolutely the craziest headline you will see all year. This is the craziest headline you will see all year. It's a tragedy up in Canada where some guy decided to shoot up the headquarters of Pornhub, which, I mean, anytime people get killed is terrible, right? But so Pornhub headquarters is in Canada. Listen to this headline.
Is this just like a website?
It's a pornography website.
Oh,
Okay.
Sorry. I'm legitimately unfamiliar.
Good on you. Good on you.
I apologize.
No, good on you. So yeah, it's like the #1 porn website in the whole world,
Oh my
right?
goodness. Okay.
And so anyway, so not the Bee, which is the Babylon Bee's actual, Babylon Bee satire. So not the Bee's a satire. They have this headline: report: female cop shoots rabbi outside Pornhub office in Canada while hiding from Marxist gunman who killed immigrant officer named Mohammed. Now, what kind of a headline is that?
Again.
What kind of a headline is that? It can't. You just look at it, you're like, this can't be real. But then I watched the footage, and sure enough, there's some gunman that's shooting up Pornhub, and there's a rabbi nearby. Now, he wasn't obviously in like a rabbi, traditional rabbi garb, but I think the owner of Pornhub actually is Jewish and a rabbi. By the way, this is like a thing that a lot of people have pointed out. The guy that owns OnlyFans.
So just to be clear, it's not when you say hub. When you said that earlier, I was like, so this is like the base of operations, or you're saying that's a website called that?
Yes, it's a website called that.
Okay, and you're saying that the Jews own it?
Well, one does, yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, and OnlyFans.
I have heard
the Jewish owner of
that.
OnlyFans. I think recently passed away.
Yeah, I've heard
actually.
the OnlyFans owner.
But apparently it's not a conflict. I don't know. Porn has done more to destroy marriages, families, lives of men. A lot of these Zoomers, that are not getting outside and going to parties and actually meeting women in the flesh and blood, they don't have a need to because they're just
turning.
Literally, pornography is everywhere, right? And it's very much a drug. It's like one of the most powerful drugs there is, and it needs to be banned. Like that's the one thing in that project in the Heritage Foundation.
You're welcome, feminists.
In that,
feminist movement.
In that Project 2025 that was written by the Heritage Foundation, one of the things they had in there was to ban pornography, and I 100% support it. Which is why, I want a T-shirt that says "Banning things is good sometimes" because, it's just it's a scourge, and it's It needs to go. Just in the name of human flourishing and family development, we wonder why marriage rates are at all-time lows. We wonder why birth rates are all-time lows. The government should restrain this wickedness, in my opinion. But anyway, so female cop shoots rabbi outside Pornhub office in Canada while hiding from Marxist gunmen who killed immigrant officers. So what happened was, Eric, let's see if we have a video. I'm not going to show the video because the one I saw was downright bloody because an officer was killed. So one officer was killed, but the female officer, there was a female police officer that was ducking for cover. And then the rabbi goes to duck for cover with the police officer, but the police officer thinks that the rabbi is the gunman and just immediately shoots him. And I don't know if he survived yet.
Oh, my.
A female officer appears to have shot a civilian who spooked her while she was taking cover during an active shooting. That man has been named as a Jewish rabbi named Michael Moshe Mizrahi, part of the Chabad movement. Canadian outlet La Presse reports that the female cop did indeed shoot him. Michael Mizrahi, a 68-year-old trader, finds himself in the line of fire as he goes to buy a drink near his clothing store on Devonshire Road. In the same video, we see the man appear behind the policewoman arriving from the side from which the suspect is shooting. In the chaos, the agent shoots the 60-year-old dead. Sources close to the investigation confirmed to us that it was indeed the patrolwoman who fired.
Jeez.
What did we know at the time is that the shooting took place outside the corporate office of Pornhub's parent company, ILO, formerly MindGeek, which owns the largest porn sites on the internet. The shooter, an Alberta man named Seth Hatfield, reportedly fired in the ILO building from his hotel across the street. He then made his way down into the street where he appeared to ignore civilians but engaged officers in the firefight. These are the few quotes from Hatfield's manifesto. He says, the influence of Zionist Jews upon the Western bourgeoisie is in fact so strong that in my other works I sometimes refer to the Western ruling class itself as the Judeo-bourgeoisie class. The visiting of pornographic websites contributes greatly to the bourgeoisie's wealth, and the industry as a whole is one of the most repulsive and malignant enemies. End quote. By the way, just a little disclaimer, just because I was just saying, like, yeah, we should ban porn, doesn't necessarily mean that I agree with this guy's manifesto. Okay.
Right.
All right. On page 86 of his manifesto.
We should ban it. You don't want to shoot up the place.
Right.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that
well,
to the audience. They were a little worried about you, Paul.
Porn can still be bad and needs to be banned, and at the same time, don't go kill cops.
Right.
All right. On page 86 of his manifesto, these psychos are always long-winded. He specifically lists viable targets for political violence. So anyway, that's the context of what happened. But the female officer did shoot the guy on accident. Shot a bystander on accident. So anyway, you know what? Make of that what you will. I'm not gonna go. I mean, I have no idea what I might do in that situation. You know.
Well.
But I'll be getting it. I'm not trained.
Being startled doesn't give you an excuse to kill somebody.
You're exactly right, Eric.
Sorry.
You're exactly right.
Yeah.
Especially when you
should be better trained.
It's your job to understand what to do when bullets are being fired in your direction, and because you're a police officer, you literally signed up for this. I actually feel the same way about this that I do about these cops. It's not as bad, but I feel the same way about these cops that are afraid of dogs and keep killing people's dogs for dogs doing what dogs do, which is bark and investigate people who are on their territory. Yeah, unless you're dealing with, like, an attack dog, like a pit bull, okay, maybe I could understand or something. But, you know, you're killing golden doodles.
Yeah, right.
I mean, come on. I just don't understand.
Just for barking.
I don't understand cops that are that like, you signed up to potentially get shot at, man.
Yeah.
And you're afraid of a dog? I'm not afraid of dogs. Anyway, maybe multiple dogs. Like if I had multiple dogs, but I'm pretty sure any dog I could take on if head to head. I really do. I really think I could. I could sustain the bite and just obliterate them. You know, it's different if you're running for the cops and all of a sudden you've got a 90-pound German Shepherd that, has this bite strength that will not let go, and you're sitting there running and running for the cops, and then all of a sudden you have an extra 90 pounds attached to the right side of your body, you're going down, buddy. You know what I mean? Like, whoa. But, I mean, in terms of just like a one-on-one, I'm not running from anybody. I just don't understand these police officers that are scared of dogs. I really don't. It's crazy. Let's see here. What else do we have? So we've got this. They're talking about this. Who is this? This is Robert.
So let me get this
Jenrick.
straight. The government is.
Hang on one second. This is Robert Jenrick. I don't know who this is. He is somebody. He's Reform UK. So this is a guy who's part of the Reform UK party, and he's upset with what they're doing with freedom of what is this? Social media, and basically just like monitoring what you're posting.
So let me get this straight. The government is planning to decide either a minister or, even worse, unaccountable civil servants, which news providers are deemed trustworthy and which ones are deemed untrustworthy. And then the government, or unaccountable civil servants and quangos, are going to give priority to the services which it deems to be trustworthy, and reduce the prominence of those that they don't like and they consider to be untrustworthy. This sounds quite dystopian to me. How can this be seen as anything other than a very serious attack on freedom of the press and freedom of speech?
Well, I mean, I'm not going to take any lessons from him and his disgusting party with the way that they spread mis and disinformation. What I would say to him is that this House has already come together to define what public service media is in law. That is a definition that was passed by Parliament, and I don't recall there being a lot of concern about that. It's something that has been enormously beneficial. One of the ways that we could define trusted news is to follow that definition, but we could also, for example, align with the editor's code. There are lots of different options for doing this, but to somehow claim that this is about the government controlling what people see is just absolute nonsense.
So apparently they're just like our liberals are over here, where they're just like, I don't have to.
Nothing to see here.
And the idea that I would have to answer a question from that disgusting party. You know what? People like that, ladies like that, better pray that those Belfast protests don't spread into Europe and they don't start burning her house down. Because I'm telling you, if you don't start listening to the people, but they're not going to abandon. People like that are not going to just change or abandon DEI. They're not.
Yeah.
And if you try to organize with your speech politically, they will arrest you. And so again, I still maintain that the only way England and Britain are saved is some sort of organized revolution, and I know how crazy that sounds, but I mean, what can you do?
Britain is probably too far gone, brother.
Yeah.
Like, and for this guy to stand up and be like, is this real? He's basically like the little kid. Is this real life? Is this real life? And then, idiots like her stand up and like, sit down. You're disgusting.
You're disgusting, mate.
Yeah. We'll make the decisions around here.
All right, Mike. Get to stepping.
So one of my favorite things to watch right now is these Brits and Australians and Europeans that have come over to America for the World Cup and get on IG and TikTok and whatever and make videos about how much they enjoy America.
Yeah.
Right now. It's literally like one of my favorite things.
It's the biggest white pill that I've seen all year.
It's so awesome. So every time I get down about certain things and get frustrated, I just watch some of these recent videos of these guys. I mean,
it's amazing.
This guy yesterday I watched, he's like, all my friends told me when I came over here that I would hate it. He goes, I took my son. We walked into this... We're at home, we don't go to normal, expensive restaurants, but we walked into a place called Texas Roadhouse. And we walk in and they go, here's a bag of peanuts. You can just eat as many as you want. And he goes, and then if you run out, you just get more. And then they sit us at this table and they bring us this bread. And I said, man, we didn't order any bread. And she goes, oh, no, it's free. And if you run out, we'll bring you more. It's like, we have unlimited sodas, and my son gets these unlimited sodas, and they have steaks and chicken and ribs, and he's like, these are the nicest people in the world. He's talking about the wait staff at the Texas Roadhouse. And he's like, all these people in Australia are like, man, over there you have to tip. And he's like, I want to tip. These are the greatest people in the world. And they soak an onion in
Yes, I saw that one.
It's a fried onion. We dip it in this sauce.
In this sauce.
Like watching this, I just had this biggest smile on my face, and it's so good watching it because they really are enjoying themselves. And I see stuff like this from the British Parliament going on, and the Keir Starmer and all the stuff that's going on over there, and it's like, I don't think they can put the genie back in the bottle.
I know.
They have been fully invaded and taken over in a lot of ways. And there are Brits that are relating back to these food videos where they're like, we can't walk around like this in our country like you can here. Like, I'm walking around in the streets of America and where I'm going to this football match, soccer, and you can't do that. You better know where you're going. You better get there fast and not look any direction, or whatever. Like, you can't do that over there.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Sad.
Yeah, it could be a potential test case in terms of like a first world country in a modern context trying to overthrow their government. When the government won't listen.
Yeah.
How does that work in the age of drones and mass surveillance? You know what I'm saying?
I know the EU just did the big vote about send them home or get them out.
Is it even possible to do?
It's too late, dude.
Yeah, is it even possible to do?
I don't know.
I don't think it is. Folks, it's now time for my favorite segment, and I haven't done this in a while.
And let us confess our faith today in the words of the Sparkle Creed. I believe in the non-binary God.
And now it's time for I'm Already Against Women Clergy. You don't have to convince me.
All right, so for this edition of I'm Already Against Women Clergy, you don't have to convince me, it comes once again from the website Protestia. Pastor Jeremiah Thomas of the Gospel Church makes things awkward while rebuking his congregation and other churches who have a problem with his co-pastor wife preaching, saying Jesus would rebuke you. Do you think he really believes that his wife can preach? If he did, do you think he would sound so insecure about it?
Okay. And look, if I made you mad just by saying all that and you don't want to come back here, bye.
I'm going to have my husband come forward and close this morning.
That was some of the best teaching I've heard in a long time.
Not everybody clapped.
And now let me rebuke some of you, because some of you are probably sitting here
Some of you
thinking, let
didn't
women
clap.
be silent in the church. You don't have to raise your hand, but I know that some of you are thinking it. And I think if Jesus were standing in this room, he would rebuke you for it.
Oh, jeez.
That was amazing. And so true. I mean, because we can all come to church and pretend and put our halos on and act like we know all this and that, and we got scripture memorized and whatever. And then if we can't walk in love, if we can't forgive, if we can't
memorizing scripture,
love God first, then what? It's not even real. It's not even real Christianity. So great, you got your scripture. Paul said, let women be silent in the church. Well, I'm going to preach a sermon here coming up soon. I'm stewing on it, but it's going to be a whole sermon on the context of what that scripture meant. And are women actually allowed to minister? Because some people grew up in church where that's forbidden. That's not allowed. Women had to wear no makeup, hair in a bun, long skirt, had to be quiet and somber. And I've been in those churches, and they're more like a funeral than a church service. And if y'all want to go to a funeral on Sunday morning, go for it, but you're not going to find one here at the Gospel. Okay? That was awesome.
That was awesome, honey.
Thanks, Mr. Mackey.
Yeah, women are allowed to be missionaries. They're allowed to teach Sunday school.
Anyway, I feel like that speech that you give to your congregation, you maybe give to them or preach the sermon on why you believe it before you give your wife a pulpit on Sunday morning.
Yeah.
I feel like maybe that would be a better time. Not afterwards. You get up there and you know, people clapped for it, but it wasn't a lot of, it wasn't a loud clap. And you're kind of wondering, like, and it just seems like this dude knows he's wrong.
Okay.
This guy knows he's wrong.
Okay, Steven. Like, you're not pricking the hearts of these folks because your wife, like, in some noble defense of your wife who just gave something.
It's so beta, right? Like, the guy is so beta. Thanks,
is.
honey. That's some of the best preaching I've heard in a long time.
Yeah.
And
I'm sure he got some when he got home.
Yeah, I'm about to say,
because
like,
he was getting scoring some points so that she'd hop in the sack with him later.
Yeah. Tell me my sermon was good. Oh my goodness. So yeah.
Oh honey, didn't I stand up for you so well? Aren't I just such a stud?
Yeah. I've been telling you, man. It's like, it's a terrible idea.
Sorry.
I mean, in general, yes. I don't believe women should hold official church office, you know, the office of elder or pastor or deacon. I think that's clear in the scriptures. That's the way I read the Bible. But even if you are going to do it, I feel like co-pastoring with your wife has got to be the worst recipe in the world.
Oh, yeah.
Terrible recipe for any sort of accountability at all, because you know they're sleeping in the same bed together, right? They're going to take each other's sides, you know, when it comes to outsiders.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Jim and Pam made it work on The Office, but there's pretty much like
but
no other time where a couple should work that closely together.
And they weren't leading the church.
Yeah, they were selling paper.
So that's a big difference.
They were selling paper.
Anyway, that's been my favorite segment.
This has been I'm already against women clergy. You don't have to convince me.
All right. Yep. And by the way, that's the evidence.
I'm going to rebuke you all now.
Yeah.
You have to buffer your rebuke as I'm going to rebuke you now. Brace yourselves.
Yeah.
Like, God.
It's terrible. Protesting is a great follow, though. If you guys ever want to follow a website that kind of keeps you up to date with what's going on in the Protestant world, especially they love to call out, you know, kind of crazy women pastors. A lot of times it's way more overt, you know, like, you know, some trans person or somebody wearing like a LGBTQ, you know, flag dress or something. But then there's these moments where they can get into the minutia of how and by the way, that is turning stuff like that is turning so many men away that are recognizing the evils of our country and want to do something about it, and are called, thinking that they're, you know, called to repentance and faith in Christ, and are now looking for a church to stand and protest against the world. So, you know, and stuff like that is like those. I really think those kind of that church in that context among Protestants is actually diminishing, and it certainly will in the next 10 years. Eric, I appreciate it, sir. Thanks so much for being on the show. Can't do it without you.
God bless y'all. Great conversation today.
Want to give a shout out to our sponsors: Red Vive Health, New Horizon Real Estate, Gateway Sight and Sound, Pet Club 24/7, and Shared Chiropractic. God bless everybody out there watching, and we'll have a best of show tomorrow, and we'll get ready for the 4th of July next week. We'll see you soon.
The Paul Herrell Program.
Hey everyone, I really hope you are enjoying the program today, and I hope you enjoy LFA TV as a whole, because let's face it, we're not getting any younger. However, if there was a way to slow down our aging and live a little bit longer, would we do it? I think we would. You ever heard of Fatty 15, folks? Well, Fatty 15 is a brand new supplement that has C15 in it. You might ask, what's C15? Well, C15 is the first fatty acid to be discovered in 90 years that actually prolongs your life. Over 100 studies over many years were done on dolphins because these two doctors were in charge of basically increasing the dolphin population. So they started introducing this fatty acid called C15. And what they found was something amazing. The dolphins were living longer and the dolphin pods were growing bigger. It was an amazing discovery. And now, ladies and gentlemen, you can get C15 introduced into your life to slow down the aging process of your cells. And it's not only going to make you feel and you look younger, but it's going to make your body think it is younger, which means you're going to start doing more things again. There's a thing called cellular fragility syndrome. And cellular fragility syndrome happens as we get older. This is going to reverse it, folks. Fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. That is fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Get your discount today, folks, and start this new journey to help you live longer. Fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA today. Now, back to the program. Thank you.
Welcome to Flyover Conservative Podcast with David and Stacey Whited, where we break down current events and examine culture through the lens of conservative Christian values.
All right, Flyover family, we are still backstage here in Tulsa, Oklahoma, and we have one of my favorite humans in the whole world that I've enjoyed from afar, watching on television for years and gotten to know as a dear friend. Host of Going Rogue show, we'll get into that in a moment. Multiple-time Emmy Award winner and 2 Overseas Press Club Awards. We got more than I could read, but go on and on. Laura, you've done everything there is to do in the journalism world, and that anybody aspiring to get in that field, you've done it. You've checked the boxes, and you've kind of been inside and outside of it. I guess the first thing I would like to ask you, first, welcome to the Flyover Conservative Podcast here, getting ready to speak at the event, but what would you say is your sort of state of the union health status checkup of journalism in America? It's been exposed as being corrupt and double-sided, but there's things happening. What is your assessment of media in America?
I think we're in more trouble than we've ever been.
You think more so now than even a couple of years ago?
I really do, because a couple of years ago, people were ignorant of what was really happening within the media. Mm-hmm. So we didn't know about a whole lot of stuff, right? Mm-hmm. And now that's been exposed and it's come out. But there's been no apologies. There's been no confessions. There's been no, am I too far from the mic? Yeah. Okay. There's been none of that. And so what really bothers me about that is that, I could say when people were reporting Russia collusion, Trump is a Russian asset and so on. Mm-hmm. So, okay, you're quoting Adam Schiff, you're quoting John Brennan. At the time, Brennan is head of the CIA. Right. And Schiff is, right, I can understand how people could be deceived. Mm-hmm. But what happened over time is that these people were exposed to be liars and traitors and cowards and co-conspirators, most importantly, co-conspirators in a treasonous conspiracy. Yeah. And still they put John Brennan on television as if he's a man of integrity and character and respect, and no one has been held accountable. Mm-hmm. So if you look at what's been happening with Scott Pelley and 60 Minutes...
What do you make of the Barry Weiss shift with CBS and then the kind of recent heads that have rolled at 60 Minutes?
Well, I find it disturbing that people don't really look at what 60 Minutes has done and the role that they have played as a co-conspirator. Mm-hmm. So if you remember, just let's take one example, okay? So painting conservatives as evil because they're denying black people access to the COVID vaccine. Does anyone remember that narrative?
I've forgotten about it until now. I forgot about it.
Yeah. That was Ron DeSantis. And 60 Minutes did a hit job on Ron DeSantis, and they said that because, he put these vaccine sites in places where it was harder for black people to reach and more in white neighborhoods.
Yes. We got those shirts that said 60 Minutes of Lies. Remember those went around? It's called 60 Minutes of Lies.
Do you remember when they went after Ron DeSantis over that? Yes. And what they didn't say in the show that they did was that every Publix was giving away the vaccine. So in Florida, Publix is everywhere. Right. That's the grocery store. That's absolutely everywhere. And so when they counted up how many people were around, how many miles they were from where the vaccines were being given and all that, I mean, all of that was a lie. And you had to work really hard to create that lie. That wasn't just, and right?
Yeah.
So that actually took some manipulation of data and all the rest of it. Okay, so then remember the election of 2020 being stolen. Where was it that the most famous lie about, what is the most famous lie about the theft of the 2020 election?
It was the most secure and safe election of all time?
Yes. Who said it?
Media.
Chris Krebs, when he was head of CISA, the Critical Infrastructure and Security Agency, right?
He pounded the table for that.
And what had they done? They'd made CISA was sort of the organization that was meant to protect our election infrastructure.
That's the cyber security element of
So
election.
how can you, as 60 Minutes, put Chris Krebs on television at the most critical juncture, right? Because what happened in 2020? They stole the election, and then anyone who tried to question it was being shut down.
Yeah.
So at that time, what was very important was that there was no conversation about election fraud and integrity. The election hadn't even, January 6th hadn't happened, right? And so what they were trying to, everyone with half a brain knew that what they were watching was nonsense. No credible, open-minded person could actually think that Joe Biden had more people vote for him than Obama. Right.
Yeah.
After the dementia patient had been going to rallies with circles around each chair.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? And it's like, and there's 4 people there and all the rest of it. And so what people saw with their own eyes, they didn't want you to believe that. So who had the greatest, the most authority in the media world? Who spoke with the most power and influence? So they went to 60 Minutes to cement the steal.
Because it's real then.
It was very important to do that. And so right at that moment, they allowed him to get away with that lie. If you look, it'll take you 4.5 seconds to figure out that Chris Krebs is a paid operative puppet and has no credibility. To put him on television, you would have to do no digging whatsoever. Never mind putting Bill Gates on TV and building him up. Now, he was already built up, but continuing and adding to that, not asking about the young girls that have been sterilized in Sudan, South Sudan, and India by his vaccines, and those kids that have been rendered disabled by his vaccines long before COVID. So it goes on. The list, when you start to look at the role that 60 Minutes has played in the information warfare and acting as a powerful voice for propaganda, what you realize is that all those people I worked with, they didn't become untalented. Right? They didn't lose their skills.
Yeah.
They didn't lose their gift.
Wow.
Their knowledge and their real ability, right? To do 60 Minutes well is hard. And they're just as skillful and talented and hardworking as they were. But what did they lose? Why did their audience go from an average of 12, 13 million a night when I was there to what it is now, which is I think it's about 5 million? Why did it plummet? Because they lost their moral courage and their integrity and their honesty.
But the complaint now from Pele is never step down, never stop telling the truth. It kind of has I'm being penalized for speaking truth to power,
I'm sorry, I
narrative.
feel nauseous. I might
know,
throw
exactly.
up. Give me one moment here.
Exactly. It's so ridiculous.
Thank you, guys.
How did they have the audacity to continue being like he's a victim because he was standing up to power?
Okay.
Not that he was the marketing arm for power.
I'm just going to say, Scott, where is Scott Pele from?
I don't know.
Lubbock, Texas.
Is he really?
He is. Born and raised.
I would not have guessed
Lubbock,
that.
Texas. Why would you not have guessed that?
I guess.
Because there ain't nobody in Lubbock, Texas talk like Scott Pele.
Yeah.
None at all.
That's what Bob Schieffer used to say to me.
Yeah.
I'm stealing that line from Bob Schieffer. What do I mean by that? Scott Pele has become so used to living in that bubble that he appears to have lost his ability to see past it. So what do I mean by that? Well, Scott is definitely, he is a hardworking man, very talented, and all of those things. And there were much worse people at 60 Minutes than Scott Pele. Bob Simon was vile, a horrible person. No matter what they say about him, he had a meanness to him that was just quite something else. And Scott Pele doesn't have that meanness. He's not like that. But they don't connect with people in an ordinary way. I mean, the Scott Pelley that I know would not be doing stories about the insurrection of January 6th if he was really honest with himself. Because to fail to recognize all of the people who were hurt by January 6th, to not do enough of... Scott is smart enough to figure out that January 6th was an operation.
Right, sure.
And it was designed to cover up an election and so on and so on. So, you know, for me, it's like, I don't wish these people harm, but when you have someone who sits there and says, you know, I never wore the uniform, but I went to war and I went into combat, and it's like, that is what I'm talking about. Do you see how you have lost touch with reality?
Yeah.
You are now huffing your own farts.
We definitely seems like somebody that couldn't even maybe watch an episode of Landman, let alone grow up in Lubbock. Like he seems very far removed from his roots and the compass.
Because there's a shield that's been created and built and bought into. And I don't say that, I feel horrible saying it in a way, but the problem for me is that there's too much at stake. You know, I don't mean to hurt Scott's feelings. I like and respect Scott very much in some ways. But when you're now putting yourself on the level of a soldier in war, because you're a journalist, I'm sorry, I don't know any soldier that is driving around in black limousines, that is paid millions and millions of dollars, that, you know what I mean? That owns all this property and can travel anywhere he wants and can get a private plane if he needs. No, that's, it is we as journalists, when we go into combat, and I lived in Baghdad for 5 years, but I wasn't in combat every day. And in fact, what we did is we placed a burden on those troops because now they had to make sure that we survived. And we're not built into their formations and their rules of engagement and what you need to do to keep your own guys secure. When you're adding people to that team, and so to me, it's like it's always been really important to me to remember my place. And I feel, I really appreciate it when people say to me, you're so brave and, you did so much on the battlefield. Yeah, but I never carried the weight of combat with every decision I made. I didn't go home and without my legs, and I have had one of my best friends, one of the best war photographers in the world, in the news business ever, Zhao Silva from the New York Times. Zhao went home without his legs. I don't mean to be disrespectful or to dishonor any journalist that has been in
You're still around real bullets.
Yes.
It's not pretend.
Yes, of course. And there are, yes, we take risks, but we don't live it every day. And we're not serving. Don't try to claim the mantle of service because of what you've done. You've been heavily rewarded for what you have done. You've been highly paid. You have had access to anything you want in society. You have lived a great life.
Is it the movie with Al Pacino where I forget that it's an older movie. I think he worked for 60 Minutes in the movie. But there's a line that I remember. He's like, "I'm with 60 Minutes. When I call, people answer." Like, how did you get that happen? But there's this line I remember thinking like, "Wow." The only thing I took from the movies is when you call and you're like, "Hey, I'm with 60 Minutes," people get on the phone. And does that create an arrogance to that over time at that level that like, hey,
I think what it's like is
because you're almost beyond reproach. That's the highest level.
When someone says to you as you're growing up as a kid, imagine what it would be like to not have food. You can intellectually imagine that. You can understand it. It's not a difficult concept to grasp. But until you have lived it, you don't know what it's like. And so what happens to you when you live in this 60 Minutes world and where people are phoning over you, everybody on the floor, the great Scott Pelley is walking by, or whoever it happens to be, Laura Logan or whatever, and everybody is sort of worshiping at the altar. It does become very difficult. Even though you might remind yourself to have perspective, you inevitably lose perspective.
Sure.
In the way I put it, so this doesn't speak very well of me, but I think it explains it well, is like I would get sometimes annoyed if I don't know, like I couldn't get a window seat. I hated to be in a I like to have my regular seat because I traveled so much.
Yep.
And I'm like, I'm flying first class, right? Be grateful for any seat that you got.
Right.
And that's what I mean is
Sure.
that, when
That
I
gets
try
on
to-
you so quick.
Yeah.
That's
what
easy.
happens to you? And I reached a point where I was like, oh my gosh, I hope the guys don't try to engage me in conversation today because I've had like 6 interviews to prepare for, and I really need this time. So I went from being that person who always made time for everybody to being that person who was like, please God, don't let me have to do this because I really need to do this. Not because I was a bad person, but because you do become removed. You do become removed, and so I think it's very hard for people, especially when you've been in it so long. But that is not an excuse for what we've seen happen at that show.
How does it go from the 12 million to the 5 million? How does that happen? What happened to cause that?
A lack of moral courage, integrity.
But how did that happen with them? Same people.
And respect for the people. It becomes when they don't realize that they look down on most of America. Because you're the New York, right? New York is the center of the media in this country, and the media sets a certain narrative. LA is the center, Hollywood is the center of the entertainment world, and they set a certain narrative. And they look at everything in between as an aberration. They don't have any respect for the people from flyover country. There may be an odd person here and there, that's done like, okay, Warren Buffett. Right? I'm going to make an exception for Warren Buffett. But they will do stories about why rural voters who are clearly deranged are voting for Trump. But the clearly deranged part is in parentheses. It's what they say in the edit suites. It's what they say in the car, driving to the shoot or whatever. It's what they say to each other as they're writing the story because they don't respect anyone who isn't like them.
Yeah.
They look down on most of the American people. It's an embarrassment to them. Like that's the significance of Trump having that UFC fight at the White House.
Yeah.
That's what that was all about.
Yep.
That was about saying this is who America is, and for the people on the East Coast and the West Coast who set the narrative, they have created their own definition of what an acceptable American is.
Yeah.
And the rest of us are all outside of that. We don't belong.
Wasn't it funny, though, to see the counter-protest? You see Julia Roberts doing breathing exercises and De Niro losing it. It looked like almost like a skit night at a retirement home.
Pathetic.
It was Jane Fonda came on, and they're all kind of
Hanoi Jane.
Yeah, they're all kind of old and angry,
Exactly.
and speaking to an audience of rich New Yorkers that all paid $500 or more per
Just
ticket
amazing.
to sit there and it was just the energy. They did funny little dances and funny little songs that weren't good. And it was like a halfway effort. Nothing was done with excellence, and it just I felt sad almost watching them because bitterness eventually over time just becomes just who you are, and they look angry and bitter that somebody let the farmhands into the main dining room.
Correct. That's 100%. And Stacey, the real answer to your question, how do you go from 15 million to 5, is truth. You stop telling the truth, and you lose your integrity, and you lose the trust of the audience. And they're so disparaging and so, dismissive of the average American. Like that's, I think, the thing for me is that I truly love people.
Yes, you do.
I truly do, and you can't fake that. And all people, like I'm not going to be quiet about the threat of Islam in the United States, but I have nothing but love in my heart. Right? I'm not. It's very hard for me because I have so many Muslim friends. Not because I have a few friends here and there, but because I have so many, and also because I have people that I consider family, and they consider me family. And so I risk all of that when I speak up. But I have to be honest, right? And I have to be honest with respect, be honest for the right reasons. Sure. Because there's nothing worse than people who say I'm just being honest.
Right.
And they're really sticking a knife right in your face, right?
Yep.
I mean, I hate those people. So I'm not talking about that. And it's such a betrayal. It's such a betrayal when you present yourselves as 60 Minutes, as this arbiter of truth, and you have no real respect for your audience. You actually look down on most of the people in your audience, and that is what blinds people to the truth. That's what when they're still getting the awards and they're the big dogs in the media world. It's like why do you not stop for one moment and ask, what is my award worth? If they gave this award to people for Russia collusion, and that was fabricated from the beginning to the end, now they might say, oh, this is rich coming from the girl who got it wrong on Benghazi or whatever. I mean, I had one guy who said two things that were brought into question in my story. That was the only thing that was in question in my story. They spent years pushing a false narrative that in the beginning you could be forgiven for buying into it,
Right.
but by now. So that's why I think we're in a much more dangerous position now than we've ever been, because I just believe that when the truth came out, it would be enough for good people, because I thought there were a lot of good people, to do the right thing. And to speak up, and for that to be reflected in their work. But now what I have seen is that the vast majority of these media organizations are in fact co-conspirators. Some of them maybe it's a conscious decision, some of it's an unconscious decision. Mostly, there's an absence of moral courage. And I'm not saying I'm right about everything, but honestly, even people who don't speak your language, even people who didn't graduate high school, they know when they're being lied to.
Right, they do. No doubt about
Absolutely.
it. No doubt about it.
Speaking the truth, you've got a show where you tell it in
Yes,
some of the
you
best
do.
interviews and some of the brightest minds and people that don't know things in theory. You do interviews with people that still kind of have the scuffs and scrapes of being in the situation, telling you what's happening on things. Tell us about your show that you're doing right now about going rogue, and why going rogue.
Well, it was from Star Wars.
That's awesome.
The Rogue Wars.
Well, like what is that? The Rebel Army?
Yes.
Yeah. So
That's you.
Yes, and
That is you.
I thought about wouldn't it be great if we had a rogue news network, right?
Yeah.
Like we're going rogue. We're not following the rules that you have set.
Yeah.
We're following the truth, and so it wasn't. It just seemed to fit because I'm a little. I'm a lot like that.
But what's weird is your high journalistic integrity is what makes you kind of rogue.
Yes.
Today, which is kind of ironic.
In this world we were just talking about.
Yeah, that is an
It's
unintended
like George Whitfield
consequence.
preaching the gospel in a way that the establishment didn't like it and he had to preach in the streets.
Yeah.
It's not because he was saying something wrong, as he was speaking the truth, and the
And they
establishment
couldn't handle
it was his standard wasn't allowed.
Well, I obviously nobody can do anything alone, and I have a very small team. Keith and Luke and Allison, it really is it. But thank goodness I found people. Your son has helped me out over the years, because without the corporation, we are losing something so profoundly important, which is first-hand reporting. The networks are not doing it, and independent media doesn't have the money to do it.
Yeah.
No one's got the money to do it. I mean, the Tucker Carlson network is a network of one. Right? And so what happens to us then? Well, you look at what's happening. We have there's no reporting from the ground in Iran. Are you seeing that?
Nope.
No, that's not happening. There's no reporting from the ground in Venezuela. There's no reporting from the ground in most places around the world. So everyone says, whoa, you don't need it. You've got citizen journalism. Citizen journalism fulfills a certain role, and it's amazing. And yes, it's a great thing, but that's not enough.
Right.
That's not enough.
No.
You need people that are beat reporters that build knowledge over time, that really understand, so that we can't be deceived. I was so, when I was living in Baghdad for 5 years, I was like, how come they're always flying in with these journalists from the U.S. who haven't spent 4.5 seconds in Iraq, don't understand this place at all, don't know when they're being lied to, and then I realized, that's why they're flying in with them. They don't want to sit down.
It's not in spite of, it's because of.
It's
When you look at the DuPont Media Awards, right? Columbia DuPont. So I have a silver baton. But most of the Columbia DuPont Media Awards go to local journalists. And you would think in the hierarchy of the media world that, local news is below network news.
Right.
But why do they do that? Because the local reporter that really digs in and knows their beat and is uncovering things firsthand, that's the kind of, real journalism that is recognized and respected and honored. Like, if I go to Mexico, and sure, I'm in danger from the cartels. But what about the local Mexican journalist who's living it
Exactly.
every single day?
And their family, because now their family's in danger.
And they're killed all the time in Mexico.
No doubt about it.
It's staggering.
Yeah.
The numbers are just staggering. So yes, people can say to me, "Oh, you're so brave. You've gone and done all this work against the cartels." Okay, the real courage is the person who's living it, and who's getting into the details, right? Who's exposing those people in their own environments, and that's what we're losing. That's why when you say to me the state of the media, I'm more disturbed than ever, because what I've seen is that no one is trying to salvage firsthand beat reporting at the networks. The networks are, now that they're exposed. I mean, one of those speakers said, then COVID came, and then we saw the media for what it was. And I was like, what if you saw the media for what it was like years before COVID? Most people wouldn't listen to you, and they thought you were crazy. So yes, it's good that people are more aware, but I don't see the media fighting for the principles of real journalism. I see, so sadly, I see someone like Scott Pelley go out there and say, we're losing, real journalism, without realizing that you've participated as a co-conspirator in the worst type of reporting, because it's propaganda, like using Chris Krebs and using 60 Minutes to cement the narrative. Remember when the Biden administration was in power and they were getting hammered because no one had been charged for insurrection?
Yes.
Remember that?
Yes.
They're like, oh, wait a minute. If there was an insurrection, how come no one's been charged with it? What happened? FBI goes on to 60 Minutes and says there are arrests for insurrection coming up. So time and time and time again, they have used 60 Minutes, and 60 Minutes has gone along with it and been part of this conspiracy to deceive and manipulate and distort the truth, not to push for the truth. When I see them talking about, oh no, what happens to journalism, so worried about what happens to journalism now, I literally do want to vomit.
Man. Okay, so how do they find you, Laura? So let's say our listeners we want to listen to her on a regular basis.
We want you to be sticky as possible in their world.
How do they find you?
My show is Going Rogue with Lara Logan, and that is, you can find it anywhere. It's on X, it's on Rumble, it's on YouTube, it's on at laralogan.com. You can find it. You can follow me on X at Lara Logan, and it's no you. People always put a U in there. And I have a new episode that just dropped with Troy Brewer.
Oh, we love Troy. And I cannot wait to
he's the best. She has one of his books called Numbers That Preach.
The Numbers That Preach.
And
I love Troy. I'm so
clever
to watch this.
He's so clever and he's so funny. But this episode is Aliens versus Demons.
Oh, come on.
That's going to be really
That'll be good.
Great.
Yeah, because the show is really about something I'm going to be working on, is not allowing them to get away with the lie that aliens and extraterrestrials and all the rest of it are real. They're ancient demons. And they don't threaten Christianity or Christian beliefs. They prove it. They reinforce it. And so when I see a big lie like that coming out, I'm like, oh, hell no. You're not getting away with it.
When can we watch this?
When's it coming out?
It just dropped.
Okay,
perfect.
We'll put a link to that episode below this one.
Yeah,
so people just heard you say that. Go there now. And when you're watching it,
follow.
Do her a solid. Hit like.
Share.
Comment. Share. Get that out, because that's, number one, a message that we need out there. And number two, when somebody's actually telling the truth and doing real journalism with her standards, you need it out there.
No
we need
doubt
to stand
about it.
Behind. If you complain about what you don't like, stand behind the ones doing the right thing, and that's Laura Logan.
Well, they always say you can't complain about the results of work you didn't do.
Yes.
That's true. That's true.
Laura, thank you so much.
Thank you so much for stopping by.
Everyone is talking about this. The one thing that's very important part of my portfolio all these years is gold.
As gold hit all-time highs already this year.
And get a free info kit on gold today.
It's called silver. Gold coin.
And though we are thrilled that everyone is talking about investing in precious metals, a lot of these 1-800 numbers will make you feel like just another transaction. That's why it's crucial to work with a person, not a faceless institution, when it comes to your finances. You deserve to be treated like family, not just another number. Dr. Kirk Elliott, who we've known for over 25 years, he doesn't just sell gold and silver. He offers trust, care, and a personal touch that an impersonal institution could never match. So when it comes to securing your financial future, don't just call a company, call a person. Call Dr. Kirk Elliott at 720-605-3900 or visit flyovergold.com to learn more.
All right, Flyover family, we are in Tulsa, Oklahoma at the Reawaken America reunion event. And something that I didn't expect when we started the podcast, again, when we started our first episode, we'd never met someone who'd been a guest on a podcast, knew nothing about the industry. But you're like, okay, you're going to have sponsors, affiliates, and people that you're a part of. And a big criteria for me in my mind was if we're a part of something, it's something that I want to be using. I would have bought if we didn't have a podcast. It's something I'd want my mother-in-law to buy if we didn't have a podcast. Something I'd recommend naturally. So you get approached with a lot of things. You're like, that's interesting, that's neat, something I might even use, but I wouldn't even recommend. It's maybe the price or something like that. We came across a product a number of years ago because of Stacy doing a heat scan, thermoscan. Had nothing to do with anything else. And she purchased a product called a Wave Watch, brought it home, dabbled with it, looked at it a little bit, didn't really even use it, kind of like maybe
this
a lot of things.
Didn't have any health issues that I knew of, and I was like, I don't really. Yeah,
seems like a good idea, but it kind of went into the drawer, and there's a cord, and you kind of forgot about it. She went back in again, the next year, kind of got reminded of it, and was struggling with something with her gallbladder, and said, well, I'm going to actually try the Wave Watch, and brought it out, put it on it, and within about 20 minutes, immediate relief.
And it has not come back, which is absolutely amazing.
It's not come
no
back.
pain has come back.
I was like, well, that's amazing. She goes, and they also said does something for sleep. I've struggled with sleep since literally I was in grade school. Never really had, a lot of success with it. I got to kind of plan my whole life around it. No caffeine, no anything, so I can sleep well. Started using the Wave Watch and immediately was able to track it because I have a Whoop in it. My sleep, REMs, deep rest, everything changed immediately. And we're like, okay, we've got to look into this more. So we reached out to the family, and it's become an incredible partnership and incredible friendship as well. And we have John Brammer here from Wave Watch, wavewatch.com.
Thank you so much for joining us. Exciting that you're here at the Reawaken event.
I'm here because of you guys.
I love it.
I love working with another family business, and who's we can be so aligned with, and have just really enjoyed getting to know you guys through this process as well. But and so I heard about this, and I said, hey, this is incredible. So it's been really neat to come and just be learning so much, and just be blessed by some of the great messages that have been shared.
And meeting a lot of great people. I've talked to a lot of people that have gone by your booth, and a friend of mine, she said, John let me wear a watch around yesterday, to see if it would actually help me. And I'm like, that's pretty incredible. That was something that your mom shared when she came on the show the very first time. She was talking about, if somebody has a neighbor and they're like, hey, I got this condition, let them borrow your watch.
Yes.
See how it actually
works.
Exactly. It actually helps people.
We've had so much fun, and it's a neat way to get to know people and to say, hey, well, we believe in our product. Go and see if it helps you.
Yeah.
And it's different for everybody. We all react differently to different stimuli, but it's amazing to hear how things have gone for you guys, and what an encouragement and that you guys are about this, but also in life. It's been such an encouragement to and inspiration to hear you guys and to be a part of your show.
Well, God kind of had prepared us mentally for this for quite a while, because we had done shows with different scientists and experts on different categories. And one clip we would show is, and people can pull these up on YouTube, but they take square plates of metal and they put sand on it, and they put different, sound speakers underneath it. And at every frequency level, the sand would just move and create different patterns.
Yeah.
I was like, well, that's kind of interesting. You got physical substances responding to sound. And then we studied, I forget his name, but he's the Japanese scientist who did the test with water.
Emoto,
yeah. And he would, speak death over one and life over another. And he would tape words to the water and freeze them, and the crystallized water would be in distinctly different shapes and patterns based on the sound that it was given. I'm like, man, this is kind of interesting. And you realize we're made of mostly water, and God kind of created the world with sound, and I'm like, there's kind of something to this. So it was around that same time we were experiencing our own thing with the Wave Watch. And I'm a little slow, but I'm like, maybe, my body responds to wave sounds. And then we had recently an episode with Dr. Laura Sanger, and she did a whole episode about frequencies and sounds and the way they're used for us, and the way the Nazis developed things, and the way they're tuned to, tuning A to different hertz, and the impact it has on us, and our news and everything is kind of designed to create trauma, in our lives. I'm like, man, this is something that's around me whether I like it or not, and to use it intentionally for my own health has been such a great thing.
Yes. Well, That's well said. I'm glad there's a tape of this because I'm going to write that down. That was incredible. And you're 100% right. And my mother, Linda, who invented the Wave Watch, just an incredible woman. She even had the foresight. So the parent company, the LLC for Wave Watch, is 432.
Really?
Yes, So it's interesting. And just to put it all in perspective, my brother and I are both musicians. I just learned yesterday that you guys used to have a record label, so we got to talk more about that later.
Definitely.
But yeah, so A440, but apparently a while back it used to be A432 instead of A440.
Yep.
And so I'm interested to know how music goes with it, and I haven't made the switch yet with my guitar.
Yep.
But one day maybe I'll try that.
Let's talk about the product specifically, because it's put into a watch, but the reason a watch is because it's something people have on it. It just gives you access to it. You could have made it a headband or something, or whatever, but that's probably less, functional. But you need something for the sound to be touching your body. When we're recording, usually I put it around my leg just because it's kind of away from the microphone. But how can sounds and how's the settings? Because you got a place on your website you can put in. Okay, I got
frequency finder.
Finder. I got problem like my teeth. I'm having migraines. I got a back pain. I have digestive issues. Problem my sleep. All of those different factors. There's different sound frequencies for each thing.
It's not just the same sound for all those things.
Right.
So basically, we all stand on the shoulders of giants, and it was Dr. Royal Raymond Rife, and he did quite a bit of work with Nikola Tesla as well, but he started documenting these frequencies and studying them, and then there's been many others, and it's kind of just understood like certain frequencies for certain things, and then you also hear about harmful frequencies, and a lot of times those are the ultra high frequencies, like you hear about the Havana syndrome and some other things, and those are high intensity and ultra high frequencies. The Wave Watch is not that high and not that intense. We're lower. We're kind of in the 80 to 20,000, but it's the harmful ones are the ones that are incredibly more than that. And that was deployed even in when we took Maduro in Venezuela.
Right. We heard about
those
that.
sort of
where
things
people
were
were
deployed.
commenting on that. Yeah.
And but the Wave Watch is not going to be render someone incapable.
Right.
These are meant to heal.
Used for good. I always look at these things because sometimes even like within the church, sometimes people are like, "Oh, this is bad" or "This is bad." There's nothing created by Satan. God created everything there is. Now things can be repurposed and used,
twisted
and twisted or perverted or changed, and used for harm. But everything is created by God, and so I love that you guys are taking and harnessing something that God has created, made available, that the enemy has found and captured and is using in a bad way, and using it to say, hey, no, we're going to actually take something that God created and use it intentionally for good and create health and better sleep and rest and healing for people.
And speaking of creation, our universe was brought into being by sound, by the sound of his voice. So nothing more powerful than that.
There's
for sure.
no doubt about it. And something that we're really excited about with the watch, you know that something's really working with you when you share it with others.
Yes.
We were on a family vacation back in February with my siblings and my mom and dad. And there were some health issues there, so David brought up the watch, and of course we were wearing the watch. Well, I had some family members that ended up buying the watch, and they have had huge success. I talked to a family member the other day that had really bad back pain, and she started wearing the watch, and the back pain disappeared. And so it's sleep. It's helped with sleep as well. But we get a lot of testimonies from listeners as well, like with what's that underneath of the foot? When somebody has the pain underneath.
Plantar fasciitis.
Plantar fasciitis.
Okay.
So we've heard about plantar fasciitis. We've heard about restless leg syndrome. There's just been so many incredible testimonies, even from our listeners. And so it's really fun to, be able to help your immediate family, but then to be able to help the flight over family, our listeners. It's been really cool.
And people can take something that helps them. There's no side effect.
Right.
Nobody's deficient in ibuprofen or painkiller or something that's masking it. When you actually work towards healing with no downsides, you listen to a pharmaceutical ad on TV, it's like, hey, this will make you happy, but blah, 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 and possibly death. You're like, that's okay. Maybe I'll just stick with the athlete's foot or whatever the problem was versus all that. So it's great to have something
that has no
that's
no
all
side effect.
upside.
Yes. Yes. The only side effect being like, is that Oh yes, it's a wave watch.
It's the
Okay,
watch,
yeah.
exactly.
Every once in a while, you can kind of hear it if
Yeah.
the room gets real quiet.
Yeah,
So,
and sometimes I turn mine up too loud. Like I'll have it at 4 or 5
Yeah.
or whatever, and I'm like, okay, I better just. And it's easy, obviously, to turn down and all of that. We've figured out the technology. It's very simple. I'll tell you this: if I can figure it out, and my kids will agree, you can figure it out. It's very, very simple. So you go to wavewatch.com/flyover, wavewatch.com/flyover, and thank you guys for giving the listeners a discount. We are so thankful for that.
We're honored too, especially and it's honored to work with you guys. So
It's so much fun. So Flyover family, again, another thing you can do, and we brought it up earlier, was the frequency finder. So you can go there if you have the Wave Watch and you have a certain condition, you're like, I can't figure out what I'm supposed to put it on. You just go to frequency finder and it will tell you exactly. It tells you exactly. Go to this folder, go to this, and it tells you exactly what you need to do to help that condition.
WAVwatch.com. No E. WAVwatch.com/flyover. And we'll have a link down below, whatever platform you're listening to this on. Go to the website, watch some of the videos, check it out, see if it's something inspires you, like, hey, maybe this could help me. And there's only upsides. Might as well give it a shot.
Exactly right.
We also do an extra 10% off for veterans if someone has I think it's called GovX. That's what it is, GovX. So first responders, veterans, etc.
Wow.
If you have a GovX account, there's an extra discount.
That is so good. So you can get the GovX, and then if it's asking for a promo code, put in the promo code FLYOVER. Thanks again, John, for joining us. We appreciate it.
I'm Linda Bamber Olson, the inventor of the Wave Watch, the world's first frequency therapy watch. It features over 1,100 targeted frequencies. These sounds are acoustical and they move through your body. You don't necessarily have to hear it. So that's why we have so many testimonies for ADD and ADHD, emotions, headaches, joints, and so many more.
All right, Flyover family, we are backstage here in Tulsa at the Reawaken America reunion tour with our compadre, our Friday's show, Small Business Entrepreneur of the Year, State of Oklahoma, co-founder of 5 Children, and the host of the Thrive Time Show, Mr. Clay Clark.
Hey, real quick, is this microphone Colton's choice? Because look like you have a SM7DB, which it's like the ultra premium version of the SM7B. Did he have something to do with this? These are like great microphones. This isn't.
Of course, only the best.
Well, we want to capture every word you have to say.
Exactly.
I mean, I'm sorry to nerd out on this, but that's an impressive microphone.
You would know, too.
Yeah, it's like two motorheads getting together. Well, is this or is this not going to be the last ever Reawaken America
It's
event?
the last Reawaken tour event. I just want people to know this. I'm honored that we met great folks like you, and we've had a great win-win relationship and so many people. But like at this last event, just to talk numbers, I'm a business guy. This last event, due to the fact that Lindell was sued and lost, and myself and Giuliani and all these people that are much more well-known than me, they all lost or settled. And so the insurance cost per person, just for the insurance for this event, was $22.50 per person.
Oh, my goodness.
Just for the insurance. And then we also you have to have a security to a certain point in order to secure that insurance. So as an example, imagine you're trying to get insurance to go skydiving.
Yeah.
And the insurance company says, how often do people meet a fatal demise while skydiving? And you go, well, sometimes. Then the rate's going to be higher.
Sure.
And so we're trying to insure an event where I don't even know the percentage of our speakers that have been sued or have lost or settled. So the insurance costs are wild. Then the security costs exceed the insurance cost by typically triple. No. And then you have, so it's a lot of, so it's financially not sustainable, although I am thankful that we did it. Mm-hmm. And my wife and I, we committed to doing it just like you guys did with your show up until the election. Mm-hmm. And then General Flynn, who's a real sick freak, I love him so much. I mean that in the most sincere way possible. Yes. He loves our country, won't give up on it.
No,
he called us and he called me and said, hey, before you go off into your flow and keep doing your business stuff, can we get it on the calendar for one final reunion? I think a lot will have changed by then, or maybe things will have settled in. Can we do one, end it in Tulsa where it started? I think that'd be appropriate. And I said, I'll do it. So we did the reunion. Yeah. And here we are just moments away from wrapping up the final installment.
And it's been fabulous.
It's been a huge success.
It has been a huge success.
I mean,
from the audience, from the speakers, we've done a lot of interviews, had a lot of conversations.
The energy is unbelievably high with everybody. But the only part where the energy seems to be concerning, and I just heard some rumors, that you have hired a additional piece of security for the restrooms. Is that true or is that rumor?
Well, let me tell you what happened.
Or you just
let me tell you, when you're organizing an event, this is the kind of stuff. But first
dealing with real humans, real Americans, real patriots.
This is what my to-do list looks like at the end of a day. So
looks like John Madden attacked that.
Yeah,
you know,
it's got your red pen, black pen.
It's wild, yeah. So
you're doing the annexation of Puerto Rico play.
So when you're organizing an event, you've got these three apparatus you're dealing with. You want to make sure the audience has a great time.
Yep.
That's group number one.
Yep.
Group number two, you want to make sure the speakers are having a good time.
Sure.
And then three, that online audience, right? And
Yeah.
so things connected to that would be the online feed, it would be the bathrooms, it would be anyway. So one of our attendees pulls, he's just waving at me, sir, you know. So in between speakers, so someone's waving at me, and imagine you're trying to hit a baseball, and someone in the fans is stands waving at you.
Yeah.
So if I walk up, I say, "What's going on?" He says, "There's like an abomination in that bathroom." Like, I don't know what's going on, but I mean, it is bad.
I think they took somebody's protocol cleanse for parasites, and
I thought, wait, maybe
overdose.
So I went in just to see, and the toilet is completely clogged with whatever it was.
Oh no!
And then it was on, and it was just flooding over into the. So someone just let it roll,
and then let you know.
And it's like before 8 in the morning, though. You know, so that's going, and we got toilet paper fragments everywhere, kind of floating around. And this is before 8, and I'm going, oh no, maybe we have maybe one of our guests is a Sasquatch or a Wolfman or something.
Or is it a chance it was a demonic attack?
And I just had some fun with it. I just said, hey, seriously, if you're out there, just thought you have some fun with it. You know, if you're in the bathroom, you know, what you want to do is just kind of flush as you go. No big deal. You know, it's just this thing, protocol I'm going to do. Well, then, like, I don't know, 4 hours later, again.
Oh, no.
And at this point, you know, it was kind of a joking, not joking.
Priest and a young priest.
Some of the people that work at this wonderful church, they're going, you probably need to put a security guy in there to stop this madness, because this is getting nuts.
Yeah.
And so anyway, we had 4 bathroom abominations that occurred this weekend.
Okay, you've done 20-some events.
Yeah.
You've had air conditioning turned off. You've
Yeah.
had all kinds of crazy stuff. Has this ever happened before?
Nice.
Has this ever happened before?
Well, the things that have happened that are pretty crazy would be one at one of the events. The security team thought that a man who was escorted by a dog was a terrorist.
Oh no!
And so they tackled the man. They grabbed him and they put the cuffs on him, you know, and they get him on the ground. And he's saying, "No, I'm blind." And they're like, "No. We've heard that, buddy. We know who you are," because miscommunication. And they end up detaining a blind man.
Oh,
and they separated him from his dog. So the blind man has a dog, and so I'm stage side in Tampa, and my wife's like, my wife's a crier.
Oh, yeah.
So my wife's like, there's this guy who doesn't have a dog. Yeah, I get a hold of the guy, and I'm so stupid thinking back at it. I called the guy and I said, "What's going on, sir?" And he says, "They took my dog." And he's a nice guy, calm guy, but he's weeping. I said,
Of course.
And I said, "Why do you need the dog?" He said, "I'm blind." And I'm going, "I'm so sorry." And then without even thinking, without even having any awareness at all, I said, "What does it look like?" So I was trying to help him find his dog. So that was like the low point. That was the second one.
Just trying to solve problems.
And then we were in Branson. There was a woman that Eric Trump had said, this woman has a history of doing obscene things on our golf courses and then posting it on OnlyFans. And we cannot let her we can't let her get on stage, okay? Because she's going to somebody says, and we have no connection to her, but she does this. She runs on our courses, does horrible things, films it, and then goes viral, and then says it's yada yada at Trump. Okay?
Oh, no.
And he's like, we don't know who she is, but no matter what, you need to stop. And I said, what's the description? He says, she's blonde. She dresses sharp, always comes across as a conservative person, but she's a certain make and model, young 20s, blonde-haired lady. Just be looking out. Well, the security guy misunderstood or misheard or whatever. And I'm not slamming security. We've had 20-something events.
Well,
they're physical.
They're hired guys. From
No, but they're protecting our speakers.
Right.
Yeah.
And this woman who's probably in her early 40s, who's a big donor to the Trump family.
Oh no.
She comes walking up to do VIP to meet Eric, and they go, "Ma'am, you can't come back here." And she says, "I was told by Mr. Trump I can come back." I said, "Ma'am, you can't." She says, "Are you kidding me?" Because she's a big donor to the Trump campaign.
Yeah.
And they detained her.
Oh,
and amidst the kerfuffle, the OnlyFans model makes her way onto the stage.
Oh.
And if you look up one of the group photos from Branson, you will see to the left of Eric in the photo, he's going, because she's there. And she made it despite all the threats. She's on stage, and as he's looking like, because he has that face of like, I mean, imagine that imagine you're smiling for a family photo, right as you discover that diarrhea is happening to you.
Oh,
it's just that kind of look of like, So he's doing that. So we get off, and he's like, my man, this is not the thing. This is not the look. This is the person we wanted to thwart. She's in the photo. And I go, no. So then one of our
We got her cuffed in the back.
Well, and you can look it up. One of our speakers then senses a momentum to it. He figures, wow, he seems to be focused on her. Maybe she's important. So he says, I want to bring up a young person to show that the movement's catching on with young people.
No way. No way.
Swear. You watch the video, you'll see it.
No.
So he brings her up as the future of Republicanism. So Eric's
second time I said.
Yeah, so Eric's off the side like, how is this happening? And then it occurs to him, who did you think you arrested?
Yeah.
So I call the security guy, and he says, we got a woman, she's a crier, she's bawling, she claims that she's a big donor. Turns out she was the donor.
Oh, no.
So those are the two highlights of my lowlights. I have so many more stories, but those are the two high lows.
To bring this into like a practical application for people that are trying to gain some value from this besides just laughing at Clay's misery.
I don't know. There is some power in laughter.
I introduced you as Small Business Entrepreneur of the Year.
That's true.
For Oklahoma, and when you're dealing with your first business was DJ business doing weddings. When you had wedding photographers and wedding everything. So you dealt with bridezillas and all this kind of stuff.
And the mothers.
And the mothers, the whole bit. There is a big part of our human nature is to avoid discomfort and find the path of least resistance.
Right.
We're mostly made of water, and people like to flow to the easiest path. People, their whole goal mostly is, how hard do I have to work so I can stop and not do anything? I want to avoid work. I want to make life as easy as possible. But you have made a whole life out of just solving problems, and that has led to your success. You've founded multiple $million companies and manage them, and I'm sure all of them are easier than running the Reawaken tour.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And a lot more profitable.
After that. So what do you have to say to people about the value of, what, there's going to be problems.
Yeah.
Stop avoiding them and just get good at solving them, because that's kind of key to your success.
Well, we were at a wedding recently, and I'll be vague because I'm not trying to get anyone in trouble, but I was at a wedding, and my kids were like, man, this photographer is incredible. And I go, this is a young woman that used to work for us, and she left on very good terms. And so this person you're seeing here take these wedding photos is someone that we trained with my photography company 15 years ago, epicphotos.com, before I sold it. And then they go, then my kids like photography, so they're zooming in on the other person. That assistant, she's great. Wow, what's she doing there? And I go, that's somebody that we had to fire for not so awesome terms because of doing something. And I'm telling you this story because through the process of building a wedding photography company, I had to hire people. I had to fire people. I had to train people. I had to. Well, then my daughter is working with Mike Mazzei, who's Trump's nominee to be governor. And he spoke at an event. And my daughter says, Dad, the campaign photographer is the best. And she said that you're the one who taught her photography. Her name's Lacey. And so now Lacey has her own business. And so in the last 2 weeks, for some reason, my kids have run into 4 ex-employees that now either are self-employed or doing their own thing. And all I can say is, through the process of learning how to train photographers, some of the people we trained didn't turn out to be the best employees, but now they're self-employed and they learned how not to do it. And credit to them. The one lady came up to me, she says, I know, Mr. Clark, I left on not great terms, but you really taught me how to grow a business and your persistence. And all I'm just saying is if you want to grow into business, whether it's a wedding photography business or you're doing events, you're going to have employees that work out, some that don't, but you can't stop. You're going to have a bathroom that overflows because the animal man takes over your bathroom.
You got to put a security guard.
You're going to have a security guy that lets the wrong woman in. But what happens is if you're going through hell, you can't stop.
Yes.
And there was a Winston Churchill, I'm going to butcher the quote, but while being bombed by Adolf Hitler, he was the only leader in Europe at the time who stood up to Adolf Hitler as the leader of England. And he said that success, your level of success, is dictated by your ability to go from bad event to bad event without losing any enthusiasm.
Correct.
Wow.
To go from bad event to bad event without losing enthusiasm. So tying it all together, when I would do wedding photography, if a photographer wasn't doing their job properly, I was overstaffed, so we never messed up people's weddings, but I would make it a learning opportunity for our Monday meeting. And not throwing people under the bus, but I would just say, hey, this weekend, our third photographer, the photos turned out really bad. So let's as a group figure out why they're bad and what we can do next week to make them better. Or after every Reawaken event, I would say, okay, this bad thing happened. What can we learn from it so that particular problem doesn't repeat itself? So if you're out there today and you want to grow a business, I would just say resourcefulness is much more important than resources. And if you find yourself overcoming or going through some kind of adversity, your level of success is dictated by your ability to go from rejection to rejection without losing any enthusiasm. And actually, that friction needs to build your enthusiasm. So like when you have bad things happen, you somehow has to energize you. And that's what you're seeing here on stage as an MC. When bad stuff happens, people in the audience go, every time something bad happens, it's funnier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They almost want bad things to happen because it becomes funnier.
See what happens.
So you've got to somehow find a way for the bad stuff, Dave, to energize you.
I love it. And with all that said, there's good things, there's bad things, there's wins, there's losses, all this stuff. The weekend, and this is all extra in addition to running your companies, everything else. This is just another thing you're doing. What will your life look like on Monday at 4 a.m.?
Well, Monday at 4 a.m., I'm going to get up and I'm going to organize my to-do list. Actually, tomorrow, though, tomorrow at 2 a.m., I'm getting up because I have to edit all the videos from this weekend.
Oh, wow.
So tomorrow at 2, I edit all the videos. So tomorrow at 2, I'm going to edit, and I won't go home until it's done. So from 2 a.m. until probably 8 p.m., if I pace it, I'll have all the videos done. So from 2 a.m. to 8 p.m. tomorrow, I'm just editing. That's what I do after every event. So tomorrow from 2 a.m. to 8, I'm going to do that. That's going to be 18 hours of editing tomorrow, and then I'm caught up. So that's what I'm going to do there.
Okay.
But then after that, every Monday, I get up at 4. I get up at 3, but I start my day at 4, my work day, and then I just make my to-do list, make my calendar, and keep on rolling.
You're the most consistent person that I know. No doubt about it.
I'm Eric Trump is going to join us for the business conference in November.
I was going to ask about that.
And I've never stopped doing those. So that's 21 years of that, and I'll never stop that. And what was really cool about the Reawaken, too, is a lot of people don't know, but Zelenko was a client. Rashid Buttar was a client. Jim Meehan was a client. And a lot of these people that were able to reach people with the truth about what was going on were clients.
Yeah.
And so I'm so glad that God was able to use our skills and talents and your show to reach so many people. And we're going to keep going. But General Flynn will always be a friend. And I'm sure he's going to visit often and we'll do things. But the amazing money-losing machine, known as the Reawaken Tour, will not continue.
You will get a raise.
Exactly, by not doing it. That's true.
As my wife has pointed out.
Yes. Okay, so if people are wanting to get a hold of you, if they want a 13-point assessment or they want to come to the business conference, how do they do that?
Well, I would say first off, just go to thrivetimeshow.com, thrivetimeshow.com. And the way podcasts like this work is if you use promo code FLYOVER, what it does is it lets us know that, hey, you watched the show, but it also gives you a discount off the tickets, and you have a chance to win a backstage pass, so it helps support the show. So if you go to thrivetimeshow.com, use promo code FLYOVER, that's a great place to find stuff. I had to kind of all but stop my music writing for the Reawaken Tour.
That would have been tough.
So when Trump got elected, I told my wife my goal was to get 100 songs out in the first year.
Yeah.
We got like 90-something done.
Are you serious?
So we got about 10 more to get there.
Brett Rail came on stage this weekend and singing some new material.
He's so good, and he's getting better every day.
I love that.
So you'll see a lot of new music on Spotify. Just go to Spotify, look up Clay Clark. You can find it there. And then my final call to action I would just say is when you go to thrivetimeshow.com, is a little challenge. Click on the testimonials button and find someone that kind of looks like you. You know, where you go, oh, yeah, I kind of see that. Or an industry that looks like yours, a doctor, dentist, lawyer, welder, mechanic, whatever. And just watch testimonial videos, because so many of the people we help are very regular. They're not extremely awesome, and they're not awesome. Just like me, I mean, there are people that I've took algebra 3 times. I'm not a genius, but they're real people that really have committed themselves to success. Right. And I think it's a great way to encourage yourself is by watching testimonials of real business owners that have built something big.
I agree 100%. So thrivetimeshow.com. Clay, thank you so much for stopping by. We really appreciate it.
I want to weave in one thing.
Yeah.
Your show is one of my favorite shows for a lot of reasons, but I want to go through my favorite 4 real fast here. I think, Dave, your monologues are awesome.
Yep.
And they mesmerize me. They pull me in. And it could be a show about anything, but you pull me in. It's like hypnotic. I love your intros. Stacy, I think that your love of Jesus comes across, and no matter what the topic is, you leave people with hope, and I love that about you guys. Avery, who's off camera but always present there, the thumbnails and the level of detail she puts into producing the shows is great. Colton, the work he does to produce the show, it's great. And so I just want you to know, folks, if you're watching this, it's a big family behind the scenes making it happen. I sincerely appreciate you guys from day one in Tulsa reaching out and helping spread the message. And I really do think that your show was I know it was a big part of helping save America, and I appreciate it.
Man, thank you so much, Clay. That
Thanks, guys.
We hope you've enjoyed this episode of the Flyover Conservatives podcast with David and Stacy Whited. Please subscribe, hit the notification bell, and leave us a comment below. Lastly, if you enjoyed today's podcast, share with those who came to mind. Be blessed and make it a great day.
Hey everybody, how you doing? And happy Saturday. Hey, before we start the show today, I do want to give a big, massive shout out to Brickhouse Nutrition's Take Lean. Now, if you don't know what Take Lean is, I'll explain it to you. But right now, if you look down at the bottom of your screen, you'll see a website and a code. It's takelean.com. Code LFA for 20% off when you check out. Now, what lean weight loss is, it is a diet pill, basically a weight loss pill, not a diet pill, a weight loss pill for people who are not just casual dieters. You're out there just busting your butt and you're trying to lose that fast power. You can't do it. If you don't make the metabolism isn't going to fat isn't like well, this is where we
This is Secret America.
Is a clinically formulated weight
What is going on,
management,
everybody? I am
weight
Jay
loss pill.
Gatling.
That's all
and
it is.
Jack
A
Danger will be here in a minute. He just is
blend
on
of
location in
clinically
Chicago,
studied
setting up
ingredients
his camera.
that
You'll see
support
when he gets here.
metabolism,
He's
appetite,
on the scene
and
in
healthy
what we now know
fat
as
utilization,
Chirac
built for sustainable
around here
results.
in these
Now,
parts.
I took
Yeah,
lean
Chirac,
weight loss for 90
because of,
days.
the mass shootings that
and,
pretty much happen every weekend.
I started off with 3 pills a
stewardship
day.
Of one
That was
Brandon
a little
Johnson.
bit too much for
I
me.
believe the
so I went
mayor
to
with the
2
lowest approval
pills a
rating
day.
in the
And I'm
history
gonna
of
tell you what,
politics.
if
I
you
think
need
he's
to take
probably at about 4%
10 or 20
approval
pounds
at
off,
this point
and you're
in
already dieting,
Chirac.
and you're already
and that's not an
exercising,
exaggeration. I really think
let
that Brandon
lean weight
Johnson's
loss
approval
be your
rating might
assistant.
be
I'm
that
telling you,
low,
it's amazing.
which is really
it's
incredible.
not like
But
the shot. Okay?
we got a lot going on.
It is
and,
very safe,
the
very
biggest thing that
effective,
happened today,
and it supports
well,
metabolism
I guess in my opinion,
and energy.
I think maybe in Jack's opinion too,
20% off
was President
by going
Trump
to takelean.com
taking a stand
and using promo code
against the United
LFA20.
States Senate, a Senate that is
Thank you guys very
supposedly
much for being here today.
under
Thank
Republican
you for our
control.
sponsor. Now,
well, by the numbers,
enjoy
there's 53 Republican
Patriot
senators,
Pals.
correct? But is it really under Republican control? Because we can't get the legislation that 83% of Americans want passed through the Senate, which is the Save America Act. So what President Trump said today was that I am not signing any legislation, including the quote-unquote bipartisan housing bill, that they were supposed to have a signing ceremony, I believe, probably in the Oval Office, because that's usually what they do, or wherever it was going to be. He canceled it. He said, I'm not signing anything. I'm not signing this bill into law until you guys get the Save America Act on my desk. And there's a couple things here. Does it have a lot of teeth, what he did? Well, it does for 10 days from the time he gets presented that legislation. 10 days with the exception of Sundays. So after that, it automatically becomes law. That's in the Constitution. Could he veto it on the 9th day? Yes, he could. Here's the thing. It has enough support to override the veto. So basically what I think he was trying to do here, he was trying to, one, get the Save America Act back into focus, back onto the front page where we're all talking about it, where now it's an issue again, where everybody's discussing the Save America Act, whether they like it or not, because it is that important. He's saying it's a national emergency basically to get this passed, and it is. It's so we don't have illegal aliens voting. It's citizens only voting. It's voter ID. It does so many things to preserve our country, this republic. And the fact that John Thune and the Senate can't get it done speaks volumes. Now, he says he doesn't have the votes, John Thune. The reality is he's a liar, because he does have the votes, because we just saw 50 senators say, yeah, they voted yes for it. Here's the thing. 50 of them voted yes. Many of them voted yes knowing that it would never be put to a real vote, because as of now, it needs 60 votes because there's still a filibuster. So all of those Republicans, and there are so many of them that I don't even think are Republicans. I think they're moderate Democrats. They just ran as Republicans to get elected in the states that they ran in. They know that vote was meaningless, but then they could still say, oh, look, I supported the Save America Act. I voted for the Save America Act. You can't blame it on me when they're running for re-election. Look, I voted for it. I supported it, knowing that it would never, ever pass, knowing that it was never a real vote, knowing that the vote would never matter. There's so many of them. President Trump's former chief of staff, Mark Meadows, he came out, and I believe he put a letter together or some kind of a list. And I believe he put about 24 senators on this list who he says are behind the scenes stopping the Save America Act from really getting any serious consideration from John Thune and getting any real serious consideration to either nuking the filibuster or actually doing the filibuster the right way, which is you stand there and you talk until you fall asleep. You exhaust the other side. That's how it's actually written. This whole zombie thing where, no, we just, it's fake. The thing that they do now with the filibuster, it's not the real filibuster. The real filibuster would really, the purpose would be to just tire the Democrats out till they couldn't do it anymore, until the rule said it's over. John Thune doesn't want to do that. He doesn't have anybody in the Senate really making him do that. All the leadership you see up there with John Thune every day, Tom Cotton, Barrasso, Moore Capito, Lankford, they're always the ones surrounding him at his little lectern when he's giving his press gaggles. Just like John Thune used to be next to Mitch McConnell when he was giving his. They're all in cahoots. They're all in it together. They don't want this law passed. Why? Like I said, I think some of them are moderate Democrats, and I think some of them actually don't want to be in the majority. I don't think they really want to win because it's a lot easier to be in the minority, still getting all the things you get now, still being a part of the club, and then being able to tell everybody how staunch a Republican you are and how hard you fought the Democrats while they were in the majority, knowing that nothing you do has any real consequence. When you're actually in power and people expect you to get things done, that's a real test. That's a real test of your character. It's a real test of, is what you say what you're really going to do? Do you stand by your campaign promises? We have one person that we know stands by their campaign promises and tries to get them all done, whether he has to do it through executive order or through law, and that's President Trump. How many other Republicans can you say actually do that? So when it comes to the Save America Act, I don't think, will this make a difference, what President Trump did today? Yeah, I think, like I said, it gets us talking about it. I'm talking about it right now. If he didn't do that today, no, we wouldn't be talking about it. So it does get this conversation started again. Maybe it gets the momentum started again. Will it make a difference to get John Thune? I don't know. What I do know is, though, that if John Thune doesn't get this done, he will be primaried. He will absolutely be primaried. And so will all the rest of them that don't push to get the Save America Act over the finish line. It's an 84 to 90% issue. You want to talk bipartisan? That's bipartisan. 84 to 90% want this passed. They want voter ID. They want American citizens only voting. It's the most common sense legislation of all time, and it would actually have an impact on helping to save our republic. What you saw in New York last night, you saw literal communists knocking out useful idiot Democrats. I'll start with Dan Goldman. Dan Goldman, the way Dan Goldman got elected was he was one of the impeachment lawyers for and there he is. He is in
Hey. Sorry about that, Jay. I had to break up a gang fight. As you can tell, I'm in Chicago right now, and I got all these gang members surrounding me here, and the only way that they would allow me to do the video live from here is if I got jumped into the gang. So I had to do that really quick. I'm back now. I feel a lot better after having gotten a few good shots to the jaw. I got a good few shots in myself. Don't get me wrong.
You're not cut or anything. You have no bandages.
No. Actually, it was mostly below the belt. They say the face is the moneymaker. So I told him, just don't hit me in the face and we can do it. I fought back. I got a couple good shots in. So don't let anybody let you think I punked out and just got beat down.
All right. No, I would never say that. And while you were that was happening, I did talk about the Save America Act, and you'll want to talk about it too. And I started to get into the communist wave that took over New York City last night, but we can get into that later. I just started talking about it, and we could definitely talk about that later. But I was talking about the Save America Act and what President Trump did today. I gave my thoughts on it. go ahead and give yours, and then we can go back and forth.
No problem. I thought it was interesting that he did it now. It tells you, because I mean, honestly, him not signing it has no teeth. But I think he did it because he wanted to get it back into the public consciousness. Because if you don't bring it out into the forefront, it's just going to be forgotten. It's going to be something that goes to the wayside, like every other piece of legislation, and ends up going nowhere. So this is more of a symbolic gesture than anything else, because he would have to veto it for it to not go through. And even then, it's so bipartisan that it would go through anyway. They could override his veto very easily. I don't know if there's enough Republicans that would do that, go against him and override it. They probably still would, to be honest with you, because it would win them points from the housing crowd. But I will say that it's a good symbolic gesture. It gets us talking about it. We're talking about it. So as many other people are talking about it. So he is at least fighting back. Now, it's not something that's going to force them to do anything, but at least it's putting more pressure on them, because if you let it go, all the pressure just goes away.
Yeah, absolutely. That's exactly what I said before you came on. It was the same thing, to get it back into the public eye, to get people talking about it again, maybe embarrass John Thune a little bit, which I don't know if it does, but it kind of puts John Thune in the spotlight with Republicans. And like you said, though, after 10 days, with the exception of Sundays, it becomes law automatically. Even if he vetoes it, it has so much bipartisan support that, it would probably be overridden. The whole thing about this housing bill, Jack, and we could talk about that a little, is it is so bipartisan that it worries me.
Absolutely. I mean. It's when they both agree on something, that the American public is getting fucked. Okay, if they can both agree on it, they're fucking you.
Yeah, somehow, some way, if you have that many Democrats coming on board, and I think the main sponsors of this housing bill that President Trump refused to give the symbolic, signing ceremony today, I think the original two were Tim Scott, and you know who the other one, the Democrat, was, Jack?
Who's that?
Elizabeth Warren.
Oh, yeah, you're right. It is Elizabeth. I remember somebody, it was Burchett said that it was Elizabeth Warren, that it was her bill. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So I'm just thinking, I'm like, maybe there are some good things in this bill, and from what I heard, there are.
How can there be?
Well, I think there might be.
When has the Democrats ever been gung-ho about voting for anything good?
I don't know. So I have heard that there are good things, and I think President Trump was in favor of this bill for certain things. There were certain things about institutional buyers can't buy up a certain amount anymore, which we like. We don't like BlackRock and all these other people buying up all these, developments and then pricing out.
I was just talking to Lamar about that before I came on.
Right. And he was probably very excited about that. But at the same time, there are some good things in it, I'm sure. But it just, like I said, anytime with these Democrats, this particular Democrat Party, which is now a socialist communist party, anytime you get that much bipartisan support for something, it scares me.
Yeah. Me and Jamal were also just discussing the bipartisan support. We're both against, the liberalism. Jamal here is an independent. Lamar, he's more on my side. He's on the right, like you. But they both hate liberalism, let me tell you. And they're down with the Republicans. They told me that, as they were beating my ass, jumping me into the gang. They told me how much they enjoyed Secret America and our views.
Well, I could see that they're exercising their Second Amendment rights, which is good.
They are big constitutionalists.
Excellent. Well, I mentioned while you were setting up about Brandon Johnson, and I said the guy with the 4% approval rate.
Oh my God. Worst in the history of American politics. Literally the worst in the history. He's in the Guinness Book of World Records, by the way, for the lowest approval rating in the history of American politics. And the guys, me and the guys were just talking about that too. They're hoping to get him out. They wanted to go surround him and give him a beatdown. I had to talk them out of it. I said, that's not going to do anything but get you guys back in jail. And with Chicago's 3 strikes law, I'll never get to see him again.
Well, are they part of the Win Red coalition in Chicago? Because there is a Win Red coalition in Chicago.
No. These are Crips. They do not do red.
Oh, wait. The Crips and the Bloods. That would be the Bloods.
Yeah, they do not do red. No.
I'm a little now
they'll vote for Republicans, but they will not donate to Win Red because it's got the red in it. So you can forget about that.
All right. I got it. Hey, listen, and being consistent, at least you got to give them that.
Yeah. They are. They love the Second Amendment and they love the Fourth Amendment. They're two biggest. They are staunch constitutionalists.
Probably like the Fifth Amendment too.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, hell, they like all of the amendments. If you want the truth, they love all the amendments. Like I said, they are staunch. Jay, real quick, something funny happened though. And actually, Lamar brought this to my attention. I wanted to show you something. This is hilarious. Okay, first, well, it's not hilarious, but the joke I'm going to make is hilarious. Let's put it that way. So what happened here? Did you see the story about the guy? Let me pull this up. I want you to see this. This is unbelievable. Did you see the story about the guy that was just arrested? It was a hospital worker who was just arrested for cooking and eating human remains. Did you see that story?
This. No.
So check this out. Let me pull this up. Okay. This guy right here is a hospital worker. I'm going to pull it up right here, who was just arrested for cooking and eating human remains. Okay. I don't know if there's any volume on this. No, there's not any volume on it. But anyways, this happened in Budapest, right? This is him right here. He's a hospital worker that was somehow cooking and eating human remains, and I said, Jay, let him cook. He's hungry. You get it? Do you get it? Does anybody else get that joke?
Yes, I get it. Hungry. I get it. Budapest.
For people that don't know, Budapest is in Hungary.
Yes.
So I said, let him cook. He's hungry. Come on,
I
now.
tell you, I think you missed your calling. I think you should get off the show right now and go start your stand-up career.
Yeah. Well, hey, he's hungry, so we might as well let him cook. But who the hell cooks and eats human remains and is a hospital worker? I'm assuming he worked in the morgue. I'm hoping he didn't cook and eat live human remains.
Who knows? Well, maybe he went to the hospital because he's a cannibal and he figured the easiest way for him to be able to eat people would be that way.
That would probably be the easiest way. That I would think working at a funeral home would probably be easier. Because then, there's no witnesses.
yeah, but here's the problem: the formaldehyde leaves a bad aftertaste. That's
true. That's true. Yeah. Once after, see, I think he likes to eat them before they're embalmed. He likes them rare.
Right. Exactly. Oh, God, people are sick, man. They're just sick. What can I tell you? There's sick people in this world. It's a very twisted place sometimes.
And thank you, Kate. That was and Raina. Yes, that was a great joke. He's hungry. And for people that didn't know, Budapest is in Hungary. So I thought that was wonderful. It's a man who's hungry in Hungary. Thought it was great.
There you go. Well, if you're going to eat humans, there's no better place to be than Hungary.
Absolutely. If you're going to eat humans, you better be hungry.
There you go. Oh my God.
Okay. Yeah, we'll see. The guys back here are laughing. They loved it.
Oh, they love it. Yeah, absolutely.
See, well, that's all that matters.
Well, Jack, they could send him a few customers.
They could. In fact, they have a few in the truck right now, and they have a freezer truck that they use that they stack every weekend. Most of the shootings that you see, that's them.
Yes, Monday morning they can ship them a good amount for Yeah.
Well, they love to have fun. They're fun-loving guys.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh man,
So
can't wait to visit.
Oh, yeah, you're going to have to come out and check them out. I told them that we'll jump you in the gang next time. They're actually thinking about traveling to New York, so we'll come by.
No, we got it. That's fine. We have enough problems here. We'll talk about that later.
All right, so Jay, check this out. Did you see the new poll? I mean, you know how we always talk about how Democrats have turned socialism and communism, and we saw the three people that won in New York recently or in the areas that are all socialist, like heavy socialists. Did you see the poll that just came out on CNN? Take a look at this. I want everybody to see this poll right here. We always say that they're socialist, that they're Democrat, or that they're communist. But look at the new poll. All right. The new poll right here has them.
16 years ago, 2010, capitalism and socialism right there, favorable rating, 51%, 50%. Look at it now. Socialism clearly in the lead among Democrats. 66% of them view socialism favorably, just 42% view capitalism favorably.
And do you know why? Do you know why? It's because they want something for nothing, Jay. That's the thing. We talked about this yesterday. They want something for nothing. In fact, I had a great post about this that I wanted to try to find because it's something that was really profound at the time. And it talked about exactly, what their thought process is. I mean, this is their thought process, Jay. They want something for nothing. They want free stuff. That's all they care about. Nothing else matters to them. They don't want to work. That's the thing. They do not want to work, Jay. So they view socialism favorably because they've never been in socialism. When you read something in a book or you see Che Guevara up on a poster, that is not the same as having lived through socialism. You see it, and the idea, Jay, the idea of communism and socialism sounds good to anybody. Yeah, sure. Everybody gets free shit for doing nothing. That sounds great. But the thing is, in order to get that free shit, it has to be taken from somewhere. You can't make something out of nothing.
No, nothing. Money doesn't grow on trees, unfortunately.
Nope.
And nothing's free. That's the thing. It's not free. Like you said, it's coming from somebody else. Nothing's for free. We talked about it yesterday. It's great till you run out of everybody else's money, which you eventually do. And also they should know, a place like Cuba, there are people that swim or take like rafts made out of like refrigerator, empty refrigerators, with the doors off to try to get to the United States because of communism and socialism. That's how bad
people that hate their countries, Jay.
That's how
people
great
that hate America won't leave. That should tell you all you need to know. The people that hate America will not leave. They wave the flags of their country, but they won't go back to that country. And it's pretty obvious why. So here's the post, Jay. I said it was to somebody. It was Patricia said, along with the years of decline in education, the decades of indoctrination and lack of parental involvement has concluded to idiots believing socialism, communism is a good thing. So I replied and I said, you're absolutely right. It's that and the fact that the new generations have been taught to believe the world owes them something. They're entitled, so they want something for nothing and everything for free. That is what attracts them to socialism and communism. They think that when the government takes from everyone, that it's all going to get redistributed fairly and equally, and no one will have to work or do anything, and money just comes in. That's the ultimate goal of every person attracted to that ideology. They want to believe that they can live in some sort of paradise where they can get everything that they want, and they don't have to do anything for it, and everybody else can get what they want too.
It just also goes completely against human nature. Human nature is to try and succeed, for most people anyway, to try and do something. And the whole thing about everybody gets the same thing, that doesn't work. Because not everybody's going to work as hard. There are some people, like you said, are going to sit and do literally nothing.
That's why capitalism works, because it's based on how hard you work.
Yeah, meritocracy. The Democrats and socialists and communists hate meritocracy. They hate it. The only thing they base on, they think people should get ahead because of their race, because of their gender, because of their sexual orientation.
And if they win, Jay, what's America going to look like if they win?
What's that?
What's America going to look like if they win?
It's going to look like Cuba. It's going to look like Russia. It's going to look like China. That's what
people think that's impossible, though. They see it. They say, oh, wait, we have the Constitution. Jay, you were here on the episode when we were interviewing Eduardo Bitar. He said that Venezuela has had 26 constitutions. 26 constitutions. A constitution is not something that is set in stone. It can be changed and it can be removed. And if they get enough people in there, they will change and they will remove it. And then you will have no protections.
Yeah, look what they're going to do right away if they take power in the Senate. And President Trump said it again today to the Republicans. They're going to do this in hour one. They're going to nuke the filibuster. They're going to pack the Supreme Court. They're going to push all this communist crap right through if they take complete control again. It's going to happen.
Absolutely.
We were two senators away from that happening in Biden's term. The only two that stopped it were Manchin and Sinema. Guess where they are now?
Was shocking that he stopped it.
Well, Manchin was a West Virginia guy, and he was the kind of guy to really piss me off sometimes because he always talked a great game, and I'm against this, but then he always broke with the Democrats anyway.
But he did what was right at the end, though, and that one thing that would have killed us all, he stopped it.
Yeah, him and Kristen Sinema stopped it, and guess what? They're no longer in the party. They got shipped out because that wasn't acceptable. Just like, and this is what we'll go into, I guess, now, Jack, where I was talking about just before you came in, New York, useful idiots like Dan Goldman, who's a representative in New York. Okay. He became a congressman because he ran on the fact that he was a key to the first impeachment of President Trump. He was like one of the lawyers and he wrote up a bunch of the stuff and then he ran on that and won. Right.
Yep.
anti-Trump as they come, tried to get him impeached, helped them get impeached. Guess what? He's not radical enough for them. They primaried him right out of office. He's done. And these useful idiots like him, like Nancy Pelosi, like Chuck Schumer, because they wanted to stay in power, they acquiesced to people like AOC and the squad. They never said immediately, these people are crazy. We don't want them in the party. They're communists.
And they should have.
Exactly.
That's how you stop a cancer. If you don't cut the cancer out, it's going to grow.
And it has. And now it has.
Jay, the funny thing is the cancer is now attacking the cells that they didn't think it would. Hakeem Jeffries. Did you see what happened to Hakeem Jeffries?
Yeah, he got obliterated.
I want everybody to see what happened to Hakeem Jeffries today. It's wonderful. And it's because it's his own fault. It's their own fault. They did not cut out the cancer when they had the chance. He's over there speaking and they're screaming at him that he's next. By the way, it's all white freaks.
Yeah.
Take a look again. Look at these people. It is white freaks. It's nobody else. Just white freaks. Look.
White women.
Look at that guy right there. He looks like he's straight out of a 1980s porno. These are white freaks is what they are. And some of them are not white. There's what looks to be an Indian guy or Pakistani or something, but it's the outcasts. And believe it or not, Jay, just like in high school, there are a hell of a lot more outcasts than there are popular people. So the outcasts outnumber the popular people. And if the outcasts decide to band together, they will take over America.
Well, this is why we as Republicans, conservatives, or MAGA, or whatever you want to call yourself, have to make sure that the extremes on the right aren't able to infiltrate us, because they will take over the Republican Party. And these two factions have one thing in common. They both hate Israel. Okay, fine. But we don't want either of them.
Israel's government myself, but
whatever. Right. But you understand. I mean, this is a hatred for Jews. That's what it is. Forget about
Jews?
The government. Yeah, they hate Jews.
Juice?
What's that?
Orange juice?
No, the regular juice. They hate that. So right, we know that.
Whenever someone says Jews, I hear juice.
J-O-O. I know, but
no, J-U-I-C-E, juice.
Oh, like O.J. Simpson, the juice.
Yeah.
Okay.
Whenever somebody says Jews, I hear juice.
What I'm saying is, right, these are Nazis. And when they call us Nazis, Jack, like President Trump and MAGA, but Nazis, you do realize that it's the Nazi Socialist Workers Party. Those were the Nazis. The word
the Nazis were the National Socialist Worker. Yeah, the National Socialist.
The word socialist is in the damn title of the party. Nazis.
National Social. Yep.
I mean, are you kidding me? But those two factions, they'll both come. They will. I mean, you want to talk about destroying the country? That's why we can't let that cancer infiltrate our party. They have to be shunned and told, no, you guys go do whatever you want, but you're not taking over the Republican Party from within, which is what the Socialists, Jack, have done to the Democrat Party. They took it over from within. They didn't form a third party. They took it over from within.
I'm not a fan of Hitler, but do you know why Hitler became popular and came into power? He was elected democratically. And do you know why? Because he was a man who preached love for his country, his actual country, not globalism, not climate change, not this, not that, love for Germany. After World War I and the Treaty of Versailles, Germany was decimated and humiliated by America and many other countries. I mean, they were made to pay reparations for the war. It was bad. They were broke. They were horrible. Everything was going wrong for Germany. Through the crowd breaks a voice saying Germany can get back its once glory. Okay. This man rises up as a person who says Germany can be great again. We can have our former glory. That's what made him popular. And who cares about what he did with his popularity? I'm talking about what made him popular. Okay, it's because he preached that the love for his country, that this country does not owe any other country for anything. And that's what made Donald Trump popular too. I'm not saying they have anything in common. What I'm saying is nationalism is what will get us where we want to go. All right. They're all about socialism, and they're all about, just a whole bunch of crazy shit that really doesn't make any sense. But nationalism and love for America is how you get people over to your side. When people see flags outside of homes, They know that that's a safe home that you can go knock on the door and somebody's not going to kill you.
Yeah, that's completely different than I mean,
then what?
Then what Hitler said is, first of all, we're not going to let we're going to eradicate certain people.
No. You're talking about once he got into power.
Yeah.
I am talking about how he became popular. He became popular by preaching nationalism and love for your country. That's the way it should be.
Well, President Trump preaches all that, but he's never done any of the things that Hitler did when he did come into power.
Yeah, I'm not comparing the two.
I know that. I'm talking to the morons who still call him a Nazi.
Yeah, no, I'm saying that's how you become. That's how you get people on your side. That's why, even though this man was a monster, he got the entire country on his side, because people want to feel like they matter. They want to feel like you love. They want to feel like they're a part of something. They want to feel like their country is important, that they are important to their country. He made people feel like that, just like Trump made people feel like that.
Yeah,
we've got to get back to that, Jay. We've lost that. Even in the Republican Party, we've lost that. That's what made Trump so popular in 2016. Preach for America. Now it's gotten to fighting and bickering and all this bullshit. It's why we're losing a lot of people.
Well, I think fighting and bickering is from people who want to try to take the movement down because they don't like one certain thing or another certain thing. It's ridiculous. You're not going to like everything. And here's the thing, Jack. They are doing it because they hate one group. Period. I don't care. I don't care if you hate the group. You can't tear down.
What are we talking about here? Israel?
Yeah.
Oh, are you talking about the outcasts, like the people that are voting? I think
I'm
that
talking
they're
about the
mostly
fringe, the Nick Fuenteses, the where
Oh,
Tucker
well, yeah, that's
Carlson is
different.
gone.
That's different.
But that's what I'm saying.
I'm talking about our main enemy.
No, they're trying to tear down this entire movement or revolution of MAGA that's been going on for the past 10 years because they hate one thing. They hate one group. And to me, you can hate that group. I don't care. But the fact that you're trying to take everything down and tell people to vote for Democrats, okay, vote for Democrats. You're voting for socialists and communists. Are you out of your mind? It makes zero sense to me. Are these people that stupid?
But see, the reason I brought that thing up about Hitler, and like Deborah says, he was a nobody, he was an outcast, a starving artist. See, the thing is, people don't give people enough. I don't want to say props. What's the better word? Not props. Help me out with a word here. They don't give them enough respect. Maybe that's not even the word either. But I'm not talking about Hitler, when he killed a bunch of Jews and all that. I'm talking about the Hitler that became popular for a reason. It's the same reason that MAGA became popular, because they preached country and they preached God and they preached love. That's the way it starts. But we've gotten away from that, Jay.
I really don't say that we've gotten away from it. How have we gotten away from it?
There's not anymore. It's all infighting and anger now. All it is.
No, but the infighting wasn't started by us. My point is,
matter. It can still bring us down.
Well, but the point is, it's being brought down by a people who hate the same people the Nazis hated.
But see, the thing we got to do, though, we got to do something different than what they did. What we have to do is not even acknowledge them. Go back, because all we're doing is when we're fighting back, Jay, all that does is have us fighting us, and it doesn't put any attention towards the real enemy.
Okay, well, here's what happened. Everybody that group endorsed in the primaries and Republican primaries, every last one of them got absolutely destroyed in the primary. So that's a good sign. That's a good sign.
Who is that? I mean, who endorsed them? Who are we talking about?
Anybody that Fuentes got behind, anybody that Tucker got behind.
I guess I didn't know who they got behind.
They got behind plenty of people. We can look that up. One of them.
No, that's fine. I just
Massey,
never paid attention.
Thomas Massey being one, but he's the main one. But there were other ones around that got all these woke Reich, whatever you want to call these crazy people. The candidates all got wiped out, which is a good sign. Which is a good sign for the Republican Party, because we can't let that faction come into this party like the left allowed the socialist faction, AOC, Mamdani.
And now it's too late to stop. Like we said, Jay, it's a cancer. You got to cut it out before it spreads. Now they allowed it to spread to the point to where now they're terminal. It's a terminal cancer for them.
I agree.
There's no longer removing it.
Oh, I agree.
And just like Deb said, ignore them. Quit reposting their posts. Quit talking about them. Pretend like they don't exist. And I'm talking about the woke right. Okay, not the left. The left is who we need to be focusing our attention on. Forget about the woke right. We need to go back to God, country, That's what we need to go back to. We need to be the party that attracts people because they want to be happy. Okay? That's what attracted everybody in 2016. People wanted to be happy. They were tired of the bullshit.
I agree with you, and I think we are still trying to do that.
We
It's
are.
just we are. It's
But
just
we have
we're
to
getting
get rid of the rest of them. We have to just ignore them.
I'm fine with ignoring them, but when we talked about it yesterday, and you're worried about Fuentes, his influence on a certain group of people to tell them to vote for Democrats.
And he
which
does.
is-
He does have that influence.
It's
But
insane to me.
if we stop infighting with them, we can attract those people back to our side.
I'm all for it. I'm all for it.
Then we got to, not just you and me, but everybody has got to stop fighting with the other side of the right. Let it go. Whatever they say, let it go, because it doesn't matter. It won't affect us. And if we go back to the way we were, happiness and God and country, and bring people back into our side, we can get our party back on track. We can, those people that are over there with Fuentes that are angry, we can make them no longer angry, make them come back to our side.
What do you think something like the Save America Act is? That is
And that's
straight up
great.
pro-American legislation.
I'm talking
Period.
about fighting, just strictly infighting. We
All right,
just gotta quit infighting, period.
I honestly, I don't pay attention to them. I know they're an issue, and I don't fight with them. I don't go back and forth with them on X, on stuff
I know,
like
but
that.
so many do for no reason whatsoever.
During the election with, a couple of people, I kind of would give it back a little bit, but on a daily basis, I don't pay attention to them. I don't even see them in my feed, thank God, to be honest.
And they want you to fight back with them. That's what they want, because it attracts more people. They can say, hey, look, see how they are? Look at them. They're not MAGA anymore. They're just angry, Nazis. Instead, we go back to the way we were. Hey, you know what? I'm all about patriotism. If you want to be angry, you can be angry. But if you want to be happy, you want to love your country, and you want to save your country, you come to the right.
Look at what we're trying to do at UF United, the 250 celebration. And all he gets from it
that
is
would be a
flack
lot
from
bigger, man. I would have thought that would have been a lot bigger deal.
Well, all he does is get flack from. No, I'm talking about on July 4th. I think it'll be a pretty big deal. And
I mean, the bicentennial was massive. Why is this not massive?
I don't know because I think half the country hates the country. Just like
Yeah,
one of them that got elected last night in New York that won the primary. I forget her name, Chevalier, whatever the hell her name in this animal. She said that she used her. She didn't have a napkin. She posted it once, and she wiped it. She took it down, but it's still there. People screenshotted it. She took her account away, but the internet is forever, right? So she said, "I don't have my napkin, so I rubbed my hands on the American flag that was behind me." I mean,
why
this
even
is the
be here?
I don't know. Ghost, you're right. Why be here? But then this is the person that Democrats or that people that vote Democrat are electing. They hate the country, Jack.
They do.
They want to destroy the
That's
country.
why, Jay, for anybody that wants to be happy, doesn't want to be angry, doesn't want to deal with the fighting, they have nowhere to go right now because we're fighting back with them. That's why we just got to let it go. Go back to our old selves, back to the way we were. That the way we were attracted 80 million people.
Who are these people, Jack? And I've asked this question several times. When people like a Fuentes or a Tucker Carlson now, who says he's left the Republican Party, bro, first of all, dude, you're not a plane. You don't got to announce your departure. That's number one. Number two, where are you going? Who are you voting for, Tucker? If you say
he said I'm leaving the Republican Party, but I don't know what to do.
Yeah, who you vote right? You don't know what to do? Well, maybe you should have thought about it before you said you're leaving the Republican Party. Or was it just to get more clicks and clickbait and rage bait people? Is that what it was?
It was just to get more clicks because, I mean, you can just not vote for them. You don't have to leave the party. What the hell does that matter? It's just a registration. It's just a name on a form. But we don't need to fight back with them. That's fine. If he wants to leave the Republican Party, he wants to be angry, he can enjoy that. See how that turns out for his life. But if I want to save this country, I need people that want to be here.
Yeah, Tucker, right. You're right, they'll go after him. Tucker, you're right up on the top of their list. Never going to like you no matter what you say. You could bash Republicans and Donald Trump all day, Tucker. They're never going to like you. They know all the things you have said and what you said you used to stand for. They hate your guts. You're one of the top 99.999 percentile of earners in this country. They hate you. Okay. So that's my point. Where are you going? You're not going to vote? Well, then that's as good as voting for a Democrat at this point, Tucker, and all the rest of you. Wake up, all right? Snap out of whatever funk you're in, and do yourself a favor and just vote for Republicans this time around at least. Because if you don't, you're one of the useful idiots, and that's what they're being, Jack. They're being useful idiots, just like a Dan Goldman, just like a Pelosi, just like Schumer. They're being useful idiots, and the useful idiots are the first to go.
Jay, I want to ask you about something. Have you seen the rumors about Trump being terminally ill? Now, don't go crazy immediately.
Oh, God. Are you telling me about Ted Lieu?
No, I'm not talking about Ted Lieu.
You see, did you play him today?
Yeah, I have Ted Lieu's thing, but that's not what I'm talking about. Before Ted, I'm going to tell you where Ted Lieu got this from. It wasn't Ted Lieu that started this. There's a rumor going around that there's a 79-year-old man that got a compassionate use program. He's the only person that got a compassionate use medication for a terminally ill patient that has serious, and the program is there for serious and immediately life-threatening conditions. What people don't know is that one man. What I'd like to know is when that occurred. It probably occurred recently, is what I would assume. So, Jay, now Ted Lieu got that. What Ted Lieu said doesn't matter because he's not the one that actually he got that from somewhere. And where he got that from was I forget the actual place, but it's a report that Eli Lilly and the FDA allowed one person, an unidentified 79-year-old man, to access a powerful new drug through the FDA's compassionate use program. The program is reserved for people with serious and immediately life-threatening conditions. I'm going to tell you why it's not him, Jay. I'm going to tell you why it's not him. The person that did that, it was for morbid obesity and pulmonary hypertension. Okay? That he does not have pulmonary hypertension. That is something you could tell that somebody has, especially a man that works all the time. The symptoms of that would be very easily spottable. And he doesn't have morbid obesity. He might be obese, but he's not morbidly obese.
Right.
So do I think it's him? I mean, it's possible, Jay.
No, it's not.
Jay, let's not pretend it's impossible. Come on.
Nothing's impossible, but to me, this is as close
to I
impossible.
think it's him? No. But is it impossible that the president is the one person that got this, on a compassionate use program? No, it's not impossible.
If that happened, I'm playing the lottery, Jack, and I'm going to put 45, 47 are going to be my numbers if that is actually him. I mean, Ted Lieu. And
Ted Lieu is not the one that started this. Jay.
I know he didn't start it, but he's out there saying it, and I listened to it, and it's just this guy. He should be locked in an insane asylum. He's crazy.
But I don't want for people out there. I don't want them to think that this is an impossibility. Okay, it's not. I'm not going to say it's him, but I'm also not going to say it's not him. We don't know, Jay.
I know, but the fact, even though it makes me even more sure it's not him, the fact that Ted Lieu said it and repeated it.
He doesn't know. He doesn't know any more than anybody else knows.
All I'm saying, I think it's for him.
But tell me, Jay, who is most likely to get the only person that can try this powerful new drug to save him if he's terminally ill? Who is the most likely person? A 79-year-old white male.
Here's what I'll say: if it is him, I hope the drug works long enough for him to finish out this term and live a long life after.
That would be
honestly,
great.
Here's what I'll say: I don't care. Because he's still performing well. Here's what we all have to say, Jack. Oh, it's him, Ted Lieu? I'll give, for the sake of an argument, Ted Lieu, President Trump's the one that got the drug. You know what, Ted Lieu? I don't care. How's that? Because you didn't care when Joe Biden was shaking hands with ghosts, and Joe Biden was falling upstairs, and Joe Biden was asleep
in terms of
bed
a
at
bad
11
thing,
o'clock
Jay.
in the morning. They didn't care. Well, guess what? I don't care either.
Yeah, no, I'm not talking about it in terms of it being a bad thing. In fact, I think it would be great if he was able to try a new drug, a powerful new drug. Even if nobody else can get it, if anybody deserves it before anybody else, it would be the president. But I don't want it dismissed like, oh, it's a laughable impossibility. It's not.
It's close.
It's not close. He's a 79-year-old white man that could very easily be in health. We don't know his health. He just took trips to Walter Reed. Jay, do I think it's him? No. But I'm not gonna have people absolutely laugh it out of the building. People that say it's fake news or people that laugh about it are doing so because it's something that they think affects them in a negative way. Okay?
Did you know about this before Ted Lieu talked about it today?
Yes, I was the one that found it before he did.
When did you find it?
I think it was last night.
What did it say? Eli Lilly, have they commented on this?
Not that I know of. I don't know. I haven't found a comment. This was last night when I saw this.
Okay. Well, you know what? I mean, again, if it is him,
and that's fine. If it's him, great. But there's no reason to say it's not him just because we think it's not anything negative.
I'm just saying, I don't think it's him. And I don't
Deborah,
know.
yes,
he
Trump
just
is
did.
80,
He
but
did just turn 80.
The report was before he was 80. I mean,
Okay.
he just turned 80. You know,
Yeah,
if he was trying this drug, it probably wouldn't have been within the last week or two.
Yeah, he just turned 80. Listen, we'll see. We'll never
And if
see
it's him,
access.
great.
You
At
never
least he
know.
has access to a new powerful drug.
Who knows?
I don't
What's
see the
name of this
problem
drug?
here if it is him, but I also don't see the problem saying that it's a possibility. I may be someone that leans on the right, but I'm more center than anything, and I'm not going to say that this is impossible. I'm sorry.
And here's what my answer is, and I'm not going to say no. What you're saying is not wrong. Well, it could be possible. Anything's possible, right? What I'm going to go about this, and I think how the president, or if he even wants to entertain it, or if anybody wants to entertain it, be like, okay, Ted Lieu. And again, like you said, if he does need it, great.
Jay, you're frozen for a second. Hopefully you can hear me, but just the reason that people are the reason that people say, oh, it's fake news is because Ted Lieu is saying it, and they're thinking Ted Lieu's using it as a negative thing. But forget Ted Lieu for a second. Let's just say we heard about it, and we'd be happy that he's got access to a powerful new drug if it's him. Forget Ted Lieu trying to make it into a negative thing. It's a good thing if it's him. It's a good thing, actually.
Well, they'll make it into a negative thing. He's not fit for office. 25th Amendment.
Well,
that's the only thing. But like I said, you guys didn't say a peep about Joe Biden. You actually let him go you let him go all the way to a presidential debate where he didn't even know where he was. So anything that they say in here and out the other way. When it comes to that, for sure.
It's funny though, because I have listeners on the show that are like, oh, you're like Deb says, you're more like your old buddy James because I don't want to subscribe to the theory that this is an impossibility. See, you guys are looking at it like I'm taking Ted Lieu's side. I'm not taking Ted Lieu's. I don't give a shit about Ted Lieu. I'm talking about the actual thing, the report, not about Ted Lieu using the report for negative means. I'm talking about the report itself. You're telling me it's impossible or it's laughable. It's not. Who else in the world that's a 79-year-old white male would have a chance to be the only person to try a new powerful drug for terminally ill patients under compassionate use? There's nobody else using this drug. It's a good thing if he has access to it. So why are we trying to act like it's not just because Ted Lieu said it? Who cares?
I'm just going to put into right now. I just put it in to AI. Let's see.
AI,
President Trump
please.
is currently 80 years old.
Oh, is he? I wasn't aware.
Media outlets have speculated it could be Trump because of the age match. He was 79 in April. So it's happened in April, apparently.
It happened in April. Thank you.
Yeah. His known weight issues, not morbidly obese, though, and past
Well, I don't know
public
if it said morbidly. I think that was just something that
Okay. It says the White House has denied that President Trump is the patient. It's a highly unusual case. Only one person got the special access, which fueled the rumors.
Person, a 79-year-old white male. I mean, come on. How is that impossible odds?
Well, so it says, to directly answer, President Trump is not the 79-year-old who got the experimental obesity drug retatrutide.
And how do they know that?
According to official statements, though people connecting the dots due to the timing and profile. The 2020 Regeneron treatment was a separate event when he was younger. So I guess they were talking about that too. No, because he got that. Remember when he was
AI is so, man.
That was during COVID. So the 79 is referring to this new story. Eli Lilly granted rare compassionate use access to its still experimental obesity weight loss drug retatrutide,
to help with pulmonary hypertension.
Yeah, to a single 79-year-old man in April 2026. The patient
there you go.
reportedly had refractory obesity with obstructive sleep apnea and pulmonary hypertension.
And I don't know if he has that or not. We're never going to know if he has that or not. You're never going to know it. I'm sorry.
Clean bill of health. I have a clean bill of health.
Yeah.
Okay. It is the most perfect physical you've ever seen, that anybody's ever seen.
Grandma Kate, I said morbidly. The thing did not say morbidly. I did. I thought it said morbidly, but it did not say morbidly. So it had nothing to do with morbidly. So forget that word.
I'm going to lean Jack that it's not him.
Well, of course, because you are a pro-Trump. Just like anybody that's anti-Trump will say it is him.
Anything's possible. No, I'm just going to go by on just the odds that it's just not him.
The odds that the president is the one man that can get access to this drug that nobody else has access to.
Yeah, that it would be.
Who else could be the 179-year-old man that got access to this drug?
Maybe there's somebody else that's 79 that's a powerful person that we don't know about. I don't know. There's a rich guy. There's a lot of rich people. Could be.
Yeah, rich people don't even get access to this shit.
I think this would have leaked. Somebody would have leaked it.
They
somewhere.
are leaking it. That's what this report is. It's the leak.
I mean, legitimately leaked. Not.
Oh no. That getting actual evidence. No, the leaks are rumors. You're never going to get real evidence.
Who knows how this came out? Somebody heard, hey, a 79-year-old guy. Eli Lilly. Somebody that works there might have said, hey, we just gave us a 79-year-old guy. Trump's 79. Put it out there. It's him.
But
I don't
that's
know.
That's the thing, though, Jay. And people wants to say, like Deb says, the midterms are incoming. Yes, but that doesn't take away from the possibility. I don't understand why everybody has to connect everything. Oh, you know what? This happened. They're saying it's Trump because the midterms are upcoming. It could be. Let me put it to you guys like this, okay? Do I think it's Trump? No, I don't think it's Trump. But let me put it to you this way, okay? You got a man who is 79 years old in April, same as Trump. It's a white male, okay? It's the only person in America that has been allowed to try this drug. The only one that has the ability to try this drug. Is Chuck Schumer a 79-year-old white man in April?
Hold on. I'm going to look right now. What other prominent, ready? What other
and why would they get it over the president? There's
men.
One man has ever gotten this drug, ever. And it's a 79-year-old white male in April.
I'm looking right now. What other prominent
You're
white
gonna tell me are you gonna tell me it's Rockefeller that got this?
No, he's dead.
Come on. Now you're just going to find any 79-year-old white male.
Jack, this is interesting.
Hold on. Now you're just going to find any 79-year-old white male you can find.
No, these are not just any's.
Anybody in the Congress or the Senate. Those people are nobody.
Bigger. Ready? Want some names? Bill Clinton turned 79 August 2025.
He's
79.
not obese.
Hold on, but you don't look too good.
This is an obese drug.
George W. Bush.
He's not obese. This is an obesity drug, man.
All right, hold on. Steven Spielberg.
You're talking to me about skeletons. It's an obesity drug.
Steven Spielberg's not thin anymore.
Why don't you go see how much he weighs?
Hold on. Mick Fleetwood Mac.
Who the hell is that?
The drummer, Fleetwood Mac, founder.
You think he has the power to try the one drug nobody else can get?
Hold on. And there's some other people we know. James Woods. Not obese.
Jay, can we get people that actually have a shot at You're telling me celebrity. This kind of thing is way over a celebrity's head. They don't have that kind of power, man.
I'm just
You're giving me, you might as well tell me Bozo the Clown.
No, he's not on here. He's not. He's 80. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
Is he a white man?
He looks. Sometimes he looks a little white.
Is he obese?
And Ted Danson. Ted Danson when he's not in blackface. When he's not in blackface.
That Ted Danson did gain 300 pounds last night.
Do you remember when Ted Danson wore blackface when he was with Whoopi Goldberg?
I remember when Justin Trudeau wore blackface. That was funny.
Ted Danson.
No, I didn't see Ted Danson do it. He did?
Yes, he did. When he was with Whoopi Goldberg.
Now that's fun. That's back before it was racist, though.
Right, exactly. Yeah, come on. All right, Bill Clinton, definitely a possibility to me.
Bill Clinton is not obese.
Neither is President Trump. Neither is President Trump.
Yes, he is. You got to look up the definition of obese and how much Trump weighs.
I'm gonna look up. Is Bill Clinton considered obese?
No, all you have to do is look up his weight, man. Come on, Bill Clinton obese. Come on.
I'm gonna look it up.
The dude's a stick.
According to medical standards.
The dude is a stick.
No, let's see. Let's see what happened. Let's see.
Obese.
Let me see.
Bill Clinton obese. Come on.
All right. It's giving me some stats. It's running through.
Bill Clinton obese.
Yeah, it says he's not considered obese by the medical criteria.
Of course not.
Okay.
The dude's a stick. Why don't you ask if Donald Trump is considered obese? Go ahead.
I'm going to ask. Okay. Is President Trump considered obese by same standards?
He could very well have pulmonary hypertension. Now, Barry and Michelle, that's a good guess. If they were white and one person.
It says no. President Trump is not considered obese.
How much does he weigh?
By the same BMI standards as used for Bill Clinton. He falls into
how much does he weigh?
Hold on. I'm going to get it to you.
Go ahead.
He falls into the overweight category,
There you go.
very close to obesity threshold, but he's not there. It
There you
says
go.
his
He doesn't
height.
have to be. Yeah, if he's close to obese and they give him this drug to help save his life, I mean,
Well, he's not obese though.
by how many pounds? 2?
It says he's 6'3". They have him at 6'3", 238. BMI of
What's his BMI?
29.7.
Say again.
29.7. He's 0.3
And what is
below.
obese BMI?
He's 0.3 below.
Oh my God. A
Bill
0.3.
Clinton-
So he can't take the drug. It couldn't have been him because he's 0.3 below.
All right, so Bill Clinton right now, let's see. Right now, I don't know how much he
man.
weighs.
He's a
Heart
stick.
issues. He has heart issues.
What's that got to do with anything?
Well, the pulmonary, he's got some pulmonary problems.
He's a stick, man.
I'm just saying.
The obesity drug is to help you lose weight to cure the pulmonary hypertension.
Listen, okay, maybe it's Jerry Nadler. Rainus, is it Nadler?
These people don't have that kind of power, guys. Come on.
Wait, it's Michelle.
What are we doing here?
It's
Let's
Barack.
just pick any 79-year-old white man.
Deborah, you know they're not white. Deborah says Barack and Michelle Obama combined. There you go.
Yeah, there you go. It's that, you know. How old is George Soros?
How old?
He's in his 80s.
Older. He's in his 80s, I think. How old is Soros? George?
I think he's like 84 or something.
Yeah, he's older, I think. But just since you asked, let's see how old he is.
Guys, I'm not trying to say it's Trump, and I don't think it is Trump, but who would be the one
Oh my God.
possibility that it could be? What?
Jack, George Soros. You know how old he is?
What?
He's 95.
He is? Damn.
Guy
he's
will
way
be
older than I thought he was.
96 and he'll be 96 in August.
Tell me, let's move on for a second. Let me ask you something. Why is it that evil people live forever?
Only the good die young.
When do you ever see evil people die when you need them to? Like, oh, I would love for Bill Gates to leave this world and leave us alone, but he survives. Why is it that evil people live forever?
I don't know. That guy's 95.
And then I bet you Bill Gates lives to be 100.
Yeah. Or
Bill
110.
Clinton's going to live to be 100. Hillary Clinton's going to live to be 200.
Oh, and somebody just asked about Paul Pelosi. He'll be 87 next day. He's 86.
Yeah,
Paul
I
Pelosi.
mean, it's crazy what's going on out there. I mean, the evil people live forever.
Yep.
Hillary Clinton will probably end up being the oldest person in history because she's the most evil. It's unbelievable.
She's going to outlive like some guy from Asia who lived to like 123 or something.
Yeah, because of how evil she was, they'll never let her die. All right, guys, make sure you guys check out maxassociates.etsy.com, the #1 place for USA Pride gifts and patriotic apparel. You've got the 250th anniversary of the United States coming up. You do not want to miss out on this. Go to maxassociates.etsy.com or scan the QR code at the top right. You can get excellent patriotic apparel and USA gifts there, but you get 20% off your order and free shipping anywhere in the United States. You cannot beat that. It would be absolutely insane. It would be absolutely insane to not take this deal. maxassociates.etsy.com, the #1 place for USA Pride gifts and patriotic apparel. By the way, Grandma Kate said, stay on it, Jack, and find out who the patient is. I am going to do what I can to find out who the patient is. Now, with medical records and HIPAA being the way it is, it's going to be very hard to find out who it is, but I will do my best to find out who it is. All right, guys, make sure you subscribe and follow us on X, YouTube, Rumble, Kick, and Instagram. We want to know that we're making an impact. We do this show for free. We don't ask anybody for anything. So in order for us to do that and know we're making an impact, please follow us and subscribe. Secret America TV is the screen name for every single social media we're on: X, YouTube, Rumble, Kick, and Instagram. We are banned from TikTok. That lets you know that we're telling the truth. If you're banned from TikTok, it's because you're telling the truth. All right, guys, we are live Monday through Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern. Monday through Friday. That's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Today is Wednesday. We will be back live tomorrow night at 7 p.m. Eastern. Make sure you guys check us out right here at 7 p.m. Eastern. We are going to do what we can to find out who that patient is. And yes, thank you, Deborah, everybody. She said, great show. Enjoy this. Don't forget to watch tomorrow. And tonight, don't forget to watch the Great America Fair tonight. And make sure you guys watch Secret America also. See all these lovely fans right here. So you got a great show. And then, great show, guys. And then great show. And then Grandma Kate, great show. So we appreciate each and every one of you that are in the chat here on StreamYard, also on the LFA TV chat. My buddies Lamar and Jamal, they appreciate you guys too. They won't be back with me tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm going to be, I think I'm going to be either in Los Angeles or Miami. I got to check my ticket, see where I'll be going. But it's going to be another slum. And I'm going to make sure, though, that they spray paint our name at the top like they did here, Jay. So I think we've solved all the problems we can for one night, though. What do you think?
I think so. And maybe tomorrow you go to New York, maybe, because, what's going on. Either
what? You're right. I think I will go to New York tomorrow. That's a good idea, Jay.
Yeah. Hit New York, hit Manhattan, maybe Times Square, and hang out with some socialists.
Yes. Actually, you know what? That's a good idea. I will be in New York on location live tomorrow in Times Square. Jack Danger live on location. For Jay Gatling, I am Jack Danger. Thank you for watching Secret America.
You've been listening to Secret America.